Chapter 744 Ancestral Spirit Blessing. 4 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Although one of them was faint, it was definitely there. Long Chen's aura erupted like a volcano. Endless pressure spread, a pillar of qi soared out of him and into the sky. Long Chen felt that the energy inside him was boiling. If he didn't release it, his own body would explode. In the face of their 4 attacks, he slammed his lightning spear forward. The land trembled. The collision released a blinding light, and it was as if the very space they were in was about to be torn asunder. The blinding light was actually heavenly Dao runes. They shattered in the air, turning into multicolored dust and light before disappearing. 5 figures flew out of the dust. Even when the 4 of them were going all out, they still didn't have an advantage. All 5 of them were blown back into the distance, and Shui Guanji even vomited blood. Everyone was deathly silent for a moment, all their shocked gazes locked onto Long Chen. They had never seen such a monstrous person before. When the 4 heavenly geniuses joined hands, then even the monastery heads would be instantly killed if they didn't have enchanted items to protect themselves. But Long Chen had managed to fight evenly against them. That was even more shocking than when he had previously suppressed them, because he had only done that through his battle experience and technique, making it so that they couldn't release their power. But this time, there had been no technique to speak of. It had been entirely a competition of brute strength. Although they felt this result to be unbelievable, the reality was before them. Long Chen's power was enough to contend against the 4 of them. In other words, if they continued like this, then with his profound combat experience, the 4 of them wouldn't have a chance of winning. Who would have believed such a result? But after seeing this, who wouldn't? Other than the Dragonblood warriors, everyone was completely shocked. As for the Dragonblood warriors, their blood was boiling with battle intent. They had an urge to immediately charge over and fight as well. Each time they saw Long Chen fight, they couldn't stop their blood from boiling. Each of them watched him worshipfully. This godlike person had given them the ability to fight for the peak of the martial path and to stand on the same level as other geniuses. If it weren't for Long Chen, they would be nameless nobodies in the 108th monastery. If it weren't for Long Chen, they would most likely be ordinary bone-forging disciples. If it weren't for Long Chen, then they would never be able to participate in the Xuantian Dao sect's trials. They had a thirst to always follow Long Chen and fight alongside him. Even if they had to spill their blood, even if they had to die, they could die with smiles on their faces. Of everyone present, only the vice sect master was expressionless. He had thought of a legendary existence, but he wasn't sure. Long Chen raised his spear at the 4 shocked people. Since you've given me a gift, it's only right for me to reciprocate. Take care. Suddenly, space trembled. Long Chen's spear became a blade which he pointed toward the sky. A huge lightning blade slashed down on the 4 of them. This blade seemed like it could cut apart the clouds, break apart the stars, and destroy anyone who was struck by it. The 4 of them were horrified. They were all locked down by his power. If they tried to run, it would just draw the attack to them first. Blocked together. Profound water 1,000-layer shield. Shouted Shui Guanji. He hastily formed hand seals and summoned an immense water shield. Runes superimposed in hundreds of layers. This was Shui Guanji's strongest defense. It combined hundreds of water shields. Previously, he had been too careless and hadn't used it. That was because he was also worried about handling the others after killing Long Chen. After all, with his water element techniques, he still had a high chance of obtaining the treasure. But now Long Chen had displayed power that had far exceeded his expectations. Let alone fighting for the treasure, they might not even be able to keep their lives. He had no choice but to use his strongest technique. Although this was just the first form of Split the Heavens, both techniques looked the same physically. Furthermore, Long Chen's aura was terrifyingly powerful. They all smelled the scent of death from this move. If they were on their own, they would definitely die. Zhao Wuji slammed his hands on the ground, summoning a huge wall dozens of meters thick. Its hardness surpassed steel. The 2 of them had only just set up these defenses when Long Chen's lightning blade fell. Shui Guanji's water shield had the ability to slowly reduce an attack's power. It released countless ripples to exhaust any attack, but his shield was torn apart easily. The lightning blade landed on the earthen wall. Zhao Wuji's expression completely changed. His wall shattered and Long Chen's attack still possessed enough energy to kill him. Flying Star Slash. Yu Qianshan struck. As a sword cultivator, the only techniques he knew were offensive ones. He used an attack to break Long Chen's attack. His sword chi slashed onto Long Chen's lightning blade, but his sword chi instantly exploded upon colliding. Great Ancestor, hear your descendants call. Bestow me with your bloodline power. Awaken, ancestral spirit blessing. Just as Long Chen's blade was about to reach them, a large hand protected the four of them. Boom! Long Chen's terrifying blade actually shattered upon striking the hand. Heavens, what is that? Startled cries rang out from the disciples. A huge figure had appeared behind Zhang Wuyan. This figure was 300 meters tall, and its body was translucent. It was what had protected them. Zhang Wuyan's face was as pale as paper. A blood crystal had appeared on her forehead, and light shone from it. This child Wuyan, how could she be so foolish? The Wang family head was both startled and infuriated. This should be a secret art to overdraft her bloodline power, correct? Asked the vice sect master. Yes, this technique is extremely harmful to her body, and she can't maintain it for long. It's one of her life-protecting techniques, and she absolutely can't use it unless her life is in danger. This child, when did she become such a fool? The Wang family head sighed. This child had definitely been spoiled rotten. She didn't even think about the consequences of her actions. You don't need to be angry. If they always considered every single thing before acting, they wouldn't be youngsters. They need to mature in desperate straits, or no matter how good their talent is, they won't be able to grow. Committing mistakes isn't bad, it's a must for growth. The real thing to avoid is to have a peerless genius that doesn't dare to make any mistakes. Then their talent would just be wasted, said the vice sect master. The other three family heads didn't say anything, but inside, they sighed with relief at his words. Although their act could trick others, it couldn't trick the vice sect master. He merely smiled a bit. That smile was a bit ridiculing. Long Chen stared closely at that figure behind Zhang Wuyan. He was extremely shocked. How was this technique so terrifying? Zhang Wuyan icily said, "This is the activation of my bloodline. Although my ancestor has already passed away, through my spiritual strength and my bloodline power, it has come to protect its descendants. With my ancestral spirit here, you should know the difference between us." Long Chen shook his head. "I really can't understand you children. Is relying on your ancestors' power really so worthy of pride? They've already died so long ago, but they still have to worry about you like this. You can't even let their soul rest in peace. If you weren't even able to defeat me in this kind of situation, would you go back to your family's ancestral tomb, dig up your ancestors, and then beg them to go fight for you?" Long Chen didn't have the slightest good opinion of Zhang Wuyan. Although she might not look bad, she had some screws loose in her head. "Fuck off," raged Zhang Wuyan. The huge figure behind her moved. It pointed its palms toward Long Chen, and a scarlet light shone from it. That light enveloped all the space around Long Chen. Furthermore, it came so quickly that it instantly enveloped him as soon as it moved. Long Chen felt an immense threat from that light. He slashed his lightning blade at it with his full strength. The light exploded along with his lightning blade. Long Chen was blown back dozens of meters away. What a terrifying attack! Long Chen was shocked. That attack had been similar to a spiritual attack. His thunder force was the bane of spiritual strength, but his lightning spear had still been destroyed. His thunder force restricts my ancestral spirit. Are you guys just going to watch? Zhang Wuyan suddenly turned to look at Shui Guanji and the others. Their expressions changed slightly. They knew that continuing to conceal their power was impossible. Since we can't keep concealing our power, let's join hands. We'll kill Long Chen in one attack. Shui Guanji suddenly smiled sinisterly. He bit one of his fingers and wiped the blood against his forehead. A blood-red mark covered his entire face. Shui Guanji's water runes seemed to come alive, and they released a torrential battle intent. Chapter 745 Win at all costs. A 300-meter water dragon slowly condensed and let out a furious roar. It was as if it was a true dragon. The dragon was comprised of water runes, but now two red eyes appeared on it that made it look extremely sinister. Most terrifying of all, when he summoned this water dragon, Shui Guanji's originally handsome face withered, making him appear like a zombie. Everyone was shocked, and the most uneasy one was Shui Yunkang. Only he knew that Shui Guanji had increased the power of his water dragon through his life energy. He was using up his essence blood in exchange for 10 times the power. This was an incredibly vicious technique that would shorten his lifespan. Now that things had progressed to this point, it was no longer an ordinary competition, but a battle to the death. This Long Chen really is abominable. If he wasn't here, things would have never progressed to this point. Since he had already died outside, he should never have returned. Shui Yunkong was clenching his teeth. In his fury, he ended up accidentally saying what he was thinking. The vice sect master's expression sank. His gaze was like a blade stabbing into Shui Yunkong. A formless killing intent crashed down on him. Shui Yunkong suddenly felt all his energy being stripped from his body. He no longer felt any connection to his spiritual yuan. It was like he was an ordinary mortal, and he instantly fell on the ground. Even the monastery heads around Shui Yunkong were affected. They felt their souls almost flee from their bodies. The Grim Reaper's sickle was pressed right up against their throats. Do you want to say that again? The vice sect master looked icily at Shui Yunkong. Vice sect master, please spare me. Disciple let his mouth go out of control. Shui Yunkong was absolutely terrified. He knew the vice sect master was truly angered. If he said something wrong again, there really was a real danger of him losing his life. The vice sect master icily said, as the head of your family, as well as the leader of 9 supermonasteries, don't you feel ashamed about being so biased and envious? Were all your years wasted? Don't you like to pose as a brilliant sage with far-reaching foresight? If you have that much ability, why don't you use it against the corrupt path? All you know how to do is poison your own people. Why do you want to kill your own disciple just because he is talented? When did your heart become so twisted? The vice sect master's gaze was as sharp as a blade. It looked like he had an urge to immediately kill Shui Yunkong. Shui Yunkong's sweat instantly drenched his robes. When this is over, go into seclusion and reflect upon yourself. Shui Yunkong's expression changed. This was clearly telling him to give up his position as the family head. But he didn't dare to argue. Who asked him to be so loose-lipped? He had actually said things he should have kept to himself. Yes, many thanks for vice sect master's wisdom, said Shui Yunkong. Then congratulations brother Yunkong. In the future, you'll be able to live a carefree life of freedom. I truly envy you. Zhou Tianyi was the first to offer his congratulations. Shui Yunkong almost died of rage. But he didn't even have an urge to say anything back. He was incomparably furious, but he didn't dare to release his fury on the vice sect master. All of this hatred would have to be placed on Long Chen. Originally, things had been going well. But as soon as Long Chen had appeared, everything had changed. He had even lost his position as the family head. Although he had already been planning on abdicating his position, there was a large difference between voluntarily and involuntarily giving up his position. Shui Yunkong didn't just hate Long Chen, he also hated Shui Wuan. The only one he didn't hate was himself. Ha ha ha, good, then everyone can go all out. Great Earth in spirit. Seeing Zhang Wuyan and Shui Guanji release their greatest power, Zhao Wuji laughed and squatted down. Blood-red runes lit up on his hands, and he slammed them onto the ground. The ground shook as endless runes surged. A mound slowly rose out of the ground. It continued to rise until it was 300 meters high. A head suddenly appeared on that mound, then limbs and a torso. In the end, it became a huge earthen giant. That earth giant was covered in shining earth runes. All the earth's energy was drawn into it. The solid platform even broke around it. Since you've all brought out your trump cards, I won't be so shameless as to hold back. Yu Qianshan's expression was cold. He focused on his sword. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao runes behind him disappeared. His sword began to shine like the sun. A ray of sword chi sword, one that made people's hair stand on end. How did he manage to merge the heavenly Taos with the sword Tao? No one had ever heard of such a technique. This was definitely something Yu Qianshan had developed himself. Apologies, Long Chen. This is my heavenly sword art. You should feel honored to be the first person to die to this technique. Yu Qianshan pointed his sword at Long Chen. The light from it was blinding, making it so people couldn't even see his figure anymore. Long Chen hadn't expected the 4 of them to still possess such terrifying trump cards. He was truly shocked, but now he was a bit irritated that the 4 of them were looking at him as if he were already dead. I've had enough of your little show-off act. I'll bring out my true power as well. Long Chen sneered and put away his lightning blade. A black saber appeared in his hand. This was a middle-grade, enchanted item that had come from a corrupt expert. A fiendish aura came from it. Although he found it dislikable, it was both heavy and long enough. After all, spirit weapons were not as easy to use as true weapons. In front of the 4 heavenly geniuses' strongest trump cards, he had no choice but to use his full strength. He was slightly nervous, but he was also a bit excited. A boiling battle intent surged within him. Kill him. The four of them had the same thought. Xianxia was the first to move. His blinding sword stabbed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's heart trembled. He finally had to admit that Xianxia was truly terrifying. He had condensed his heavenly Tao runes into his sword, and his sword chi had merged with his sword intent. His power was limitless. He didn't take it head on. The lightning wings behind him flapped, and he rapidly retreated. The lightning wings pushed his speed to the peak, making it so others couldn't lock onto him. Boom! That sword chi ended up slashing onto the ground. Heavens, the platform was cut apart. Shocked cries rang out. Up until now, the intense battle hadn't caused much damage to the platform. But now, a huge ditch was cut into it. It could be seen just how terrifying this sword chi was. But the ditch had only just appeared when it rapidly fused back together. The runes on the platform had completely healed the damage. Long Chen had only just dodged Xianxia's attack when a roaring water dragon came at him. It was too big, and Long Chen couldn't dodge it. He slashed his saber at it. Boom! The water dragon was forced back, but it didn't explode. That shocked Long Chen. It was truly worthy of being an ultimate trump card. Its power was at least 10 times greater than before. Red light split the void. Long Chen had only just forced back the water dragon and had yet to stabilize. There was no way he could dodge this red light. Lightning finger. This attack had come from Zhang Wuyan. The red light was not just a physical attack, but a terrifying spiritual attack. An ordinary block would be ineffective. A bolt of lightning crashed into the red light, releasing blinding light. Their attacks ended up canceling each other out. Long Chen had only just blocked the red light when a huge fist appeared behind him. This huge fist, which was even bigger than a whole house, ruthlessly smashed into him. Such a powerful attack had come without any sound or warning. By the time Long Chen noticed it, he couldn't dodge. He could only circulate his spiritual yuan and use his back to receive it. Boom! He smashed into the ground like a shooting star. Intense pain radiated from his back, and he felt like his bones were about to break. He couldn't help being startled. If he hadn't summoned the 4-star battle armor, such a terrifying attack would have at least heavily injured him. Heavens, they really are all monsters. How can he act so nonchalant after receiving such a terrifying attack? Is he really a human like us? The disciples felt like they were going crazy. The 5 of them possessed inconceivable power, which had already surpassed their imaginations. Let alone them, even the rank 1 celestials were pale. They had done their best in cultivating, and although they knew they wouldn't be able to defeat a rank 2 celestial, they had thought that they would at least possess some ability to fight them. At the very least, they should have been able to endure 100 exchanges. But as this battle grew more intense, the number of exchanges they estimated they could handle dropped. It went from 100, to 10, to 3, to 1. Now, they had completely given up on even that. They found that let alone exchanging blows, just the aftershocks from this battle could kill them. They were not even on the same level. Just how did Long Chen train his physical body? The monastery heads were all shocked. This kind of physical body was something they had never even heard of, let alone seen. Even Zhao Wuji, who claimed to possess a monstrous physical body, the one said to possess the greatest strength in the Xuantian Dao sect, couldn't compare to Long Chen. Long Chen stood up. He saw Shui Guanji smiling sinisterly. He immediately realized that the reason he hadn't noticed Zhao Wuji's attack was because of Shui Guanji. He had used his water runes to isolate his perception. Seeing that he hadn't killed Long Chen, Zhao Wuji shot forward. Following him, the Earth Giant charged. At the same time, the other 3 also attacked. Chapter 746 Space Lock Talisman. Long Chen snorted. His lightning wings shook, and he slashed his saber at the Earth Giant's fist. This was a collision of pure power. The Earth Giant was forced back a dozen steps, and with its huge body, those dozen steps equated a mile, which instantly exposed Zhao Wuji. Long Chen was also knocked back, but with a flap of his lightning wings, he shot toward Zhao Wuji. This Earth Giant had been summoned by him. As long as he cut down Zhao Wuji or injured him, he would be powerless to control the Earth Giant. Zhao Wuji suddenly took out a huge hammer. It was a treasure he had obtained from the Netherworld Heaven Staircase. Although it was only a middle-grade enchanted item, it had earth runes on it. In his hands, it would be able to release the power of a high-grade enchanted item. Saber and hammer collided. Despite the hammer, Zhao Wuji was sent flying. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Now that Long Chen had summoned the 4-star battle armor, Zhao Wuji was no longer able to challenge Long Chen in physical strength. He could only rely on his earth giant to fight for him. Long Chen was just about to chase and completely remove Zhao Wuji from the fight when chilling sword chi came at him. His wings flashed, and he dodged to the side. Yu Qianshan's attacks were too sharp. He didn't want to face him head-on. That was because his weapon wasn't good enough. If he fought with him for too long, his weapon would probably shatter. As for Blooddrinker, it was in a critical state. Long Chen didn't want to interrupt its healing process. He could only use this black saber. So Long Chen could only dodge Yu Qianshan's attacks. Now that his attacks contained heavenly Dao runes, ordinary weapons weren't able to block it. Surrounded by the four of them, Long Chen's saber danced. He did his best to dodge Yu Qianshan's attacks and focus his own attacks on Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's offense and defense were both purely physical. To Long Chen, who specialized in physical strength, he was the best target. As for Zhang Wuyan, the figure behind her was rather hard to deal with. It was different from the Earth Giant and seemed to possess its own consciousness. Whether it was in terms of offense or defense, it possessed very few weak points. Shui Guanji was hiding behind his water dragon, and Long Chen was unable to do anything to it for now. If it was a one-on-one, he could easily unleash a sudden attack to destroy the water dragon, but the other three would block him now. He had no chance. So Zhao Wuji was his best target. Atop the platform, sword chi raged, saber images slashed, and explosive sounds echoed out. The all-out battle between the five of them was truly a world-shaking one. All the monastery heads and disciples were watching closely. This was the disciples' first time seeing such a fierce battle. However, over 80% of them were focused on Long Chen. The four heavenly geniuses were the idols of countless disciples in the Xuantian Dao sect. They considered them true geniuses, legendary figures that couldn't be defeated. But these four were actually unable to do anything to Long Chen. Zhao Wuji was even repeatedly blown back and appeared extremely wretched. This scene was deeply shocking. This Long Chen really is heaven-defying, sighed one of the monastery heads. The four heavenly geniuses had even used self-mutilating techniques to unleash their greatest power, but they were still unable to do anything to Long Chen. This had turned into a battle of attrition. Let alone the other monastery heads, even Shui Wuan was stunned by Long Chen's combat prowess. She hadn't expected there was such a terrifying monster in her hands. The most hateful thing was that this monster spent all day laughing and joking without even one proper thought. He didn't possess the slightest mannerism of an expert. Like a ruffian, his coarse mouth spouted whatever it wanted. Everyone had been tricked by this outer appearance. Suddenly, Long Chen was forced into an impossible position. He had to use his saber to block Yu Qianshan's sword. As a result, his saber was cut in two. His weapons been destroyed. Attack! Shouted Shui Guanji. His water dragon shot toward Long Chen. Now, Long Chen had no suitable weapon for himself. He had no enchanted level sabers left, and he wasn't suited to using other weapons. As for lower grade weapons, they were useless to him. If he used a spirit weapon, then with each clash, it would cause his spirit weapon to explode. Now that the four of them had released their greatest power, they were just too strong. With the four of them charging at him, Long Chen had no other choice. His arms shook and two lights flew out, one blue and one violet. Lei Long, Huo Long, destroy them. 2-mile-long dragons roared. One was made of lightning, while the other was made of fire. A terrifying pressure shook the sky. That lightning contains the destructive will of the heavenly Daos. That's clearly tribulation lightning. That flame, it contains the ability to ignite the heavens. Isn't it an earth flame? How could Long Chen possess an earth flame? Everyone was stupefied. No one had thought that Long Chen was still hiding such terrifying trump cards. In the 36th Supermonastery, the fact that Long Chen possessed an earth flame was no longer a secret. Shui Wuan had already told her family head that since Long Chen could subdue an earth flame, he was definitely someone blessed with karmic luck, and he should be raised with their full resources. At the very least, he should receive a celestial's treatment. But at that time, Shui Yunkong was completely focused on Shui Guanji. He hadn't paid too much attention to her request, and all he had said was that they could discuss it later. As a result, now that Long Chen summoned an earth flame, it shocked everyone. Shui Guanji and the others' expressions completely changed. These two huge dragons were too terrifying. The two dragons intertwined. Lightning and flame raged. The four of them hastily retreated. Shui Guanji's water dragon, Zhao Wuji's earth giant, and Zhang Wuyan's ancestral spirit went to block it. But under the two dragons' attack, they all exploded. Shui Guanji, Zhao Wuji, and Zhang Wuyan coughed up blood. A portion of their souls and minds were connected to their attacks. As a result, they also received a backlash. How powerful! Even Long Chen was stunned. He hadn't thought that Lei Long and Huo Long had grown to such a level. Suddenly, the world trembled. A sharp sword appeared in the sky and slashed down on the two dragons. Lei Long and Huo Long instantly crumbled. This immense power caused the world to tremble. While everyone else was stunned, the vice sect master said, "This power is not a part of him. They will be extinguished by the laws here." Lei Long and Huo Long had transformed into runes after being destroyed, but they once more condensed. They let out furious roars as they charged up at the sky. They had been enraged by the laws here. Both lightning and fire were berserk existences. Now that they had been provoked, they almost went berserk. As the two dragons soared, energy began to condense in the sky. Long Chen jumped in fright. Although he didn't know what was happening, he knew that the rules here didn't allow him to summon the two dragons' true bodies. "Get back here!" Long Chen hastily shouted at them through his soul. He didn't know exactly how terrifying this netherworld heaven staircase was, and who knew whether or not it really would exterminate the two of them. Those two berserk fellows still listened to Long Chen's order and returned to his arms. The huge vortex of energy that was forming in the sky dissipated. Everything returned to normal. It had happened so suddenly that people felt like they were dreaming. But the water dragon, earth giant, and ancestral spirit had disappeared as well. That told everyone that they weren't dreaming. As for Shui Guanji and the others, they felt like they were in a nightmare. Other than Yu Qianshan, they were all heavily injured. "Yu Qianshan, we've all paid such a heavy price. The treasure doesn't matter anymore. Killing Long Chen is the most important thing, and the only one that can kill him now is you," said Shui Guanji. He took out a talisman and crushed it. Light suddenly enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly thought of the talisman Shui Guanji had obtained from the netherworld heaven staircase. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, how is the taste of my space lock talisman? Do you feel imprisoned?" laughed Shui Guanji. The rancor in his voice was chilling. Long Chen found that the space around him had been turned into a prison. It was a bit similar to how the vice sect master had immobilized him previously, but the difference was that he could move. He was simply unable to change locations. "Yu Qianshan, it'll be up to you." Shui Guanji came up behind Yu Qianshan and poured in the little remaining energy he had into his body. The others immediately understood. The three of them were heavily injured, and their combat power had dropped sharply. Only Yu Qianshan still had the majority of his combat prowess. Furthermore, he was a sword cultivator. His attacks were the sharpest. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Wuyan both placed their hands on Yu Qianshan's body. Their spiritual yuan poured into him. They had staked everything on him. They were unable to accept that the four of them would fail to defeat their opponent even when they worked together. If that happened, they would have no face left to call themselves the four heavenly geniuses. "Alright, then let's unleash a full-strength attack." Yu Qianshan no longer hesitated. Holding his sword with both hands, he poured all their energy into it. Sword light blossomed turbulently. A huge sword image slashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen was appalled. This was their combined power, and it was definitely strong enough to instantly kill him. But he was unable to dodge. Just at this moment, his hand sank. A blood-red saber had appeared in his hand of its own accord. Long Chen became ecstatic. Chapter 747 Defeating the Heavenly Geniuses. Long Chen was delighted. Blooddrinker had actually come to him of its own accord. His spiritual yuan immediately charged through 18 acupuncture points. This time, Long Chen didn't go through the first 9 and then go through the next 9. It was true that the second form of Split the Heavens required activating the first form first, because the second form's power was added on top of the first. Previously, he had used the first form first and then used its power to activate the second form. But when using the first form, he had used up 70% of its power and then used the remaining 30% to activate the second form. Now that he was using 100% of its power to activate the second form, its power was unprecedented. It was precisely because of this immense power that Split the Heavens had high requirements on a user's physical body. If your body was too weak, it would just explode before you could unleash your attack. Now that Long Chen had condensed the fourth star, he could use the second form without expelling so much of the first form's power. Furthermore, he had to go all out now, because the attack coming for him was just too powerful. But as a result of not holding back, Long Chen's body was unable to bear the impact. His meridians almost cracked and intense pain radiated throughout his body. Runes lit up on Blooddrinker. A blood-red saber image pierced into the clouds. Heaven and earth trembled in front of this saber. Heaven decapitating sword. Boom. Xianxia's sword image and Long Chen's saber image collided. Cracks began to appear in the sky from the power. The cracks continued to grow. It was like cracked glass that might explode at any moment. The barrier is being torn apart. The Vice Sect Master was shocked. The protective barrier of the Netherworld Heaven staircase isolated the outside from the inside so that no one could interfere in the trial. But this barrier actually shattered from this collision. Astral's winds erupted and some disciples were blown into the sky. This world-shaking collision had completely destroyed the platform. Dust filled the sky. Cough. Long Chen felt like his bones were about to shatter. That attack just now had been too vicious. He vomited blood. He hastily circulated the primal chaos bead, using its life energy to heal. But he suddenly realized that the healing speed was now incredibly slow. Fuck, I forgot. This attack contained heavenly Dao runes, cursed Long Chen. Injuries containing the power of the heavenly Daos were the most irritating to heal with the primal chaos bead. Long Chen was kneeling on the ground, so exhausted that even raising his head was difficult. But when he managed it, the scene he saw allowed him to sigh with relief. In the distance, 4 people were lying on the ground like dogs. Shui Guanji in particular had almost been cut in two. Both ends of him were lying together. It was unknown if he was still alive. Yu Qianshan was unconscious, blood dripping out of his mouth. Some shattered bits of his organs were also around him. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Wuyan were further than him. Zhang Wuyan didn't even twitch, but Zhao Wuji tried to get up several times. However, he didn't succeed. Everyone was deathly silent. No one had expected that the final exchange would end up in a bitter situation where both sides suffered such heavy injuries. Suddenly, a light sound rang out. It wasn't loud, but in this deathly silence, it was incredibly ear-piercing. "No, the treasure is disappearing," cried someone. Everyone hastily turned to look at the table. It was slowly descending. Time was up. Since no one had come to take the treasure, it was being recollected. How could this happen? They're all too injured to move. The 4 heavenly geniuses have exhausted all their heavenly Dao energy and can't heal. Heavens, will the treasure really get away? After that huge battle, the end result is that they're all heavily injured and can't move while the treasure disappears. Will they end up going insane from rage? Everyone watched as the table slowly sank. If it wasn't so far, they would have had an urge to charge over themselves. Vice Sect Master. 1 monastery. Head couldn't help opening his mouth. No, rules are rules. Even if the barrier has broken and we have a high chance of getting in there without activating the laws, does that previous person's death not dissuade you enough? But, there are no buts. Everything is fated. The fact that they couldn't open the treasure only means that they had no fate with it, said the Vice Sect Master. In truth, even the Vice Sect Master was completely focused on the table. He wanted to confirm something, and so he was waiting for the final result. TCH, good thing I still have a backup plan. Little Snow, quick, help me get the treasure. Long Chen smiled. Little Snow appeared out of his spiritual space. His sudden appearance stunned quite a few people. Ah, I remember. Long Chen seems to be a dabbler beast tamer. Little Snow shot forward. Just as the table was about to disappear, Little Snow managed to capture the case in his mouth. Just as he did, the table disappeared beneath the platform. Yes, Tang Wan-er and Meng Qi cheered. In the end, it was Long Chen who obtained the final reward. Little Snow came back to Long Chen and placed the case beside him. He then let out an angry roar at the distant 4 people. Let it be. The cultivation path is just like this. There are never enough resources to go around, so competition is a must. There's no need to take it to the point of murder, consoled Long Chen. Little Snow's meaning was that he should immediately go get rid of these people. They had already clearly been intent on killing Long Chen. To tell the truth, Long Chen had felt an intense urge to kill them at the time. But now seeing these heavenly geniuses lying on the ground like dead dogs, he really was a bit unable to be so ruthless. Furthermore, even if he did want to kill them, the Vice Sect Master definitely wouldn't just watch as he slaughtered them. The result was obvious, so he naturally wouldn't do something so stupid. Little Snow, bring the treasure into the spiritual space. Long Chen returned Little Snow and the case into his spiritual space. After all, he didn't know what was inside the case, so he didn't want to immediately bring it into the primal chaos space. Many treasures were unable to enter spatial rings, especially lower-grade spatial rings. Directly absorbing the case into the primal chaos space might expose that he had another space on him, one that was capable of storing special treasures. Suddenly, specific runes lit up on the platform. Long Chen felt his body lighten, and he was teleported off the netherworld heaven staircase. Long Chen. As soon as Long Chen was teleported off, Meng Qi and Tang Wan came up and embraced him. The heavenly Dao runes had invaded his body, making it so the primal chaos bead's life energy took an extremely long time to heal him. Long Chen didn't even have the strength to stand right now, but with two peerless beauties supporting him, he managed to get up. Acting extremely unsteady, he fell into their embrace. That was truly a feeling of rapture. Long Chen, are you alright? Meng Qi took out a handkerchief and wiped off the dust on his face. Just look at his expression. He's definitely fine. Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen's expression and found it both funny and infuriating. This scoundrel really never knew how to be proper. The crowd was chaotic now because Shui Guanji and the others had also been teleported off. Each of them had frightening injuries, and the only one still conscious was Zhao Wuji. The others had all fainted. Long Chen, you bastard, how could you be so vicious? Look how heavily you injured Guanji. One woman stood out and cursed him right in front of his face. Long Chen, are you even a man? How could you be so cruel to a woman? To be so vicious to a woman, are you even human? A male disciple also cried injustice. The Dragonblood warriors couldn't help being infuriated. They really were unreasonable. The four heavenly geniuses had teamed up against Long Chen, and these people hadn't said a thing in such an unfair situation. Now that Long Chen won, they actually began to curse him. Guo Ran was about to shout back and start a battle when he was stopped by Long Chen. Don't bother cursing back at them. It'll just lower your status. If cursing people had a use, the corrupt path would have been exterminated ages ago. Let them do as they please. Just remember, when you're infuriated, don't curse people. Now, you're all people with status, so don't start such a bad habit. Guo Ran was still displeased. But they're too hateful. That means they still aren't hateful enough. If they really were hateful, you'd have long since just directly killed them. Why would you waste words on them? So, when you can move your fists, don't move your mouth. Laughed Long Chen. Hearing his words, quite a few disciples sucked in a cold breath of air. It was no wonder the Dragonblood warriors were so vicious. It had all been because of Long Chen's instructions. Who do you think you're trying to scare? You think we're scared? You think just having some ability makes you amazing? Is just one win enough to be so arrogant? You're just a bumpkin, eh? Blood splashed. A head flew into the sky. That woman defending Shui Guanji was beheaded in a single blow. Bastard, you dare to kill people. The 5th Supermonastery's people were all enraged. They took out their weapons, about to charge forward. That woman was one of Shui Guanji's worshippers. Seeing Shui Guanji heavily injured, she had been enraged. At that time, she had suddenly received encouragement from a certain someone, and so she had immediately begun to curse Long Chen. The person who had encouraged her was Shui Yunkang. He was more infuriated than anyone else here. Although he couldn't do anything to Long Chen, he didn't want him to be seen as a hero. Originally, he had just been thinking about humiliating him and making him lose face. He had never expected Long Chen to actually kill someone. He was delighted and he began to secretly encourage more people to charge over. He would use this opportunity to make Long Chen completely fall from grace. Brothers, prepare yourselves. As many that come, as many we'll kill. Long Chen coldly smiled. Chapter 748 Heavenly Water Pearl. The Dragonblood warriors immediately raised their weapons. As long as these fools dared to charge over, they would be mercilessly slaughtered. They definitely wouldn't have mercy on anyone who dared to insult Long Chen. In that instant, terrifying killing intent soared out of the Dragonblood warriors. Have you had enough? Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. The voice wasn't loud, but it caused their hearts to tremble. Vice Sect Master, it was Long Chen who broke the rules and mercilessly killed someone from the same sect. Please, get us justice, cried Shui Yunkang. Shui Wuan calmly watched without saying anything, but ridicule and disappointment could be seen in her eyes. She hadn't thought that her family head was such a person. Normally, he acted so dignified, but now that he had lost, he was like a wild shrew, willing to do anything. Although she hadn't clearly seen him do anything with the first female disciple, the gazes he had cast to some other people after she had been killed had been caught by her. She couldn't help but wonder, had he gone senile? If even she had managed to catch his actions, then how was he thinking of hiding them from the vice sect master? It seemed Shui Yunkong had already lost his calm, and begun acting stupid. Shui Yunkong, where is this place? Asked the vice sect master. This place is the trial region. Shui Yunkong's expression immediately became ugly. Since it's the trial region, then monastery heads are unable to interfere in the struggle between disciples. Are you unable to even remember this simple rule? Even the sect master wouldn't dare to break this rule. Even if disciples want to slaughter each other, you can only advise them. Do you really think you can act as the sect master? Then I'd have to congratulate you on advancing a whole realm, said the vice sect master calmly. But the ridicule in his voice was not at all concealed. After saying that, he turned to the disciples with their raised weapons. In the trial region, disciples are permitted to exchange pointers without being held accountable. Please, continue, I'll cheer for you. The vice sect master actually took a few steps back, taking on the attitude of a spectator wanting to watch the fun. The disciples immediately became flabbergasted. They had only acted like this because of Shui Yunkong's encouragement, as well as the fact that they had more people on their side. Furthermore, Zhang Wuyan's supermonastery's people were also joining. Although Long Chen had won, they couldn't allow him to hog all the glory. But now the vice sect master said that disciples could kill each other here without punishment. Their faces immediately became green. The Dragonblood warriors weren't a group of people, but a pack of wolves. If they went over, then without the rules to protect them, would they be able to leave alive? Boss, this a good thing. Let's hurry up and kill these bastards, said Guo Ran, his eyes shining. Let it go. Bullying the weak won't make you a hero. If you have the energy, go kill corrupt experts. That's the best way to gain fame. Long Chen shook his head. He had long since seen through the essence of the righteous path's despicable methods. Their motto was that even if they couldn't beat you, they would wipe their snot on you. Nauseating you was a good reward too. That was too low grade, and he couldn't be bothered with it. What, you're not fighting anymore? Then let's hurry up and leave. In the Xuantian Dao sect, there will be rules against killing. But if there are any unresolvable enmities, you can go to the life and death stage. There are 380 life and death stages in the Xuantian Dao sect, and you can go to them at any time. You can pick one with good feng shui, and choose a good day for yourself. Of course, the life and death stages aren't limited to just disciples. Even monastery heads can fight against each other. Recently, I've found that your passion has diminished as you fight amongst yourselves. It'd be better to learn from your disciples and fight with your fists, said the vice sect master. His gaze swept over everyone. Their hearts shook. The vice sect master was venting his rage. The ridicule in his voice could not be more obvious. Obviously, he was very clear as to what was going on. If he had used a furious voice, that would have actually been better. Now that he said these words with a calm voice, their significance was a bit different. The vice sect master was truly infuriated. Shui Yunkong and the Wang family head's little actions hadn't been hidden from him. Normally, the two of them were at least a bit smarter and wouldn't make such mistakes. But today, the two of them had been infuriated by Long Chen and had used this kind of trash method to smear Long Chen's glory. Thus, the vice sect master was on the verge of going berserk. But his many years of training allowed him to control himself. He didn't explode. Instead, he spoke in such a calm voice. Don't you all like to fight? Rather than fighting amongst disciples, a fight between monastery head experts should be much more interesting. Plus, the death of a monastery head would be able to shake the entire eastern wasteland. Seeing everyone lower their heads and not responding, the vice sect master couldn't be bothered to continue. These people's heads had already been corroded. He wasn't a god, and he couldn't change them. He could only give them a proper warning and make them reserve themselves. Furthermore, if a monastery head really died, he would have a pile of work to do. He would need to report that to the higher-ups. After all, the deaths of monastery head-level experts all needed to be reported to the head sect. That work was up to him, and he was busy enough. With a wave of his hand, spatial strength circulated. The light of the sun pierced their eyes as they appeared in the Xuantian Plaza. There had been no sunlight in the trial region. Now, the warmth of the sun elevated their moods, making them feel more relaxed. The trials are over. I trust that you understand just how beneficial they were to you. The next thing is the most significant matter. The immemorial path is scheduled to open 3 months from now. However, this immemorial path has no relation to ordinary disciples. Only celestial level experts can enter. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Just what was the immemorial path? Only celestial level experts had the qualifications to enter. Regarding the immemorial path, I will give more information to your monastery heads later, so ask them for explanations. Long Chen, according to the rules, the final treasure of the Netherworld Heaven staircase must be publicly revealed. One reason is for the report to the higher-ups, while the other is to encourage the other disciples, said the vice sect master. Encourage? Are you sure it's not to provoke them? Long Chen was speechless, but since the vice sect master had ordered him, he could only take out the case. When that case appeared, all the disciples immediately stopped breathing. As the trial's ultimate reward, this had to be a supreme treasure. Shui Guanji, Zhang Wuyan, Yu Qianshan, and Zhao Wuji were all conscious now. They were being supported by other disciples. Seeing that case, they let out helpless sighs. They had already done their best. But Long Chen had still taken the final reward. Was this fate? As for Shui Guanji, his eyes were scarlet. He could have accepted anyone else obtaining the final reward, but the fact that Long Chen had obtained it infuriated him. He had an urge to charge over and break it. The case opened. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Inside was another case. Opening the smaller case, Long Chen's expression sank. Inside was yet another case. His heart clenched. On the Netherworld Heaven staircase, he had obtained a pair of shabby boots, a belt, and an elegant blouse. If this reward was also trash, Long Chen didn't know whether or not he would die from rage. But that wasn't possible. This was not a problem of luck anymore. The reward had long since been determined. It couldn't be possible that the treasure would turn into trash the moment he picked it up, right? On the 7th case, Long Chen's expression became exceedingly ugly. Now, the case was only the size of a fist. Had they given him a quail egg? The case opened, revealing an egg-sized pearl. As soon as it appeared, space trembled. Endless mist surged out of it, and majestic water energy gave off a stifling pressure. Shui Guanji's eyes almost popped out. Heavenly water pearl. The vice sect master couldn't help being emotional. That was a priceless treasure. It was a natural treasure for water cultivators, one that would be equivalent to an earth flame to alchemists. Shui Guanji's heart pounded. This was the treasure that he needed. If he could refine it, he would be able to advance to become a rank 3 celestial. A rank 3 celestial was a supreme genius qualified to enter the Central Plains head Xuantian Dao sect. Shui Yunkong's heart immediately clenched. He had to obtain it for Shui Guanji. Long Chen, this heavenly water pearl is useless to you. We would be willing to exchange other priceless treasures for it, said Shui Yunkong. How is it useless? Do you think I'm stupid? The pearl contains endless water energy. Whether it's for taking a bath or washing my feet, it's extremely convenient. It's very useful. Long Chen coldly smiled. In truth, Long Chen was filled with rage. He had obtained a priceless treasure, but it was absolutely useless to him. In fact, it was useless to the entire Dragonblood Legion as there was no water attribute expert amongst them. You're going to use it to wash your feet, raged Shui Guanji. It's mine, so I can do whatever I want with it. Even if I wanted to throw it away, it would have nothing to do with you. I definitely wouldn't let some despicable little person get an advantage like that, said Long Chen. Long Chen, if this pearl is useless to you, you can exchange it with the sect for other treasures free of charge, reminded the vice sect master. Many thanks. This disciple understands. Long Chen actually had quite the favorable opinion about this impartial vice sect master, so he was extremely respectful to him. Now everyone had seen the treasure. Everything was over. Shui Wuan brought everyone back to their camp. Watching as Long Chen left, Shui Guanji was filled with rancor. He was going a bit crazy. This treasure that he urgently needed had actually been taken away by the worst possible person. Don't panic. We'll definitely obtain the heavenly water pearl. Let's go for now. Shui Yunkong brought Shui Guanji away. The others also left. The trials were over, but the atmosphere in the Xuantian Dao sect was growing more and more tense. Chapter 749 The Agreement. In a secluded cave in the rear mountains of the Xuantian Dao sect, the vice sect master was respectfully facing a screen of light. Within the screen was a person, but their figure was extremely indistinct, and it was impossible to tell if they were a man or a woman. Oh, A demon-class genius has appeared in our Eastern Wastelands branch sect. A voice came from the screen. The voice sounded extremely strange, and it even seemed similar to a spiritual fluctuation. Yes, Sect Master, this person's name is Long Chen. The Vice Sect Master began to recount everything he knew about Long Chen. At the same time, he also activated a few photographic jades. Of course, no one had dared to activate photographic jades during the trial, as that was just courting death. A portion of their memories regarding the 999th stair had been erased. But Long Chen's triumph over the 4 heavenly geniuses hadn't. To draw trash 3 times is truly inconceivable. It is definitely unprecedented, said the figure on the screen. Furthermore, the final treasure was a heavenly water pearl. It's useless to Long Chen, and useless to any of the people by his side. His luck is heaven-defying, so it makes me think of the legends. The Vice Sect Master shut his mouth here. It's fine, I've already arranged a heaven-deceiving grand formation here. You won't be noticed by the heavenly Daos. You wish to say that he is a divergent. The strange voice was still completely calm without the slightest shock. Yes, the Vice Sect Master nodded. There truly are a kind of inconceivably unlucky figures amongst divergents. It seems they are called Heaven Caesars. They can't rely on luck to live, and have to rely entirely on gambling with their lives on the line to gain opportunities. Because they forcibly snatch those opportunities from the heavens, they are called Heaven Caesars. But the legends say that these people are destined to be bloodthirsty devils who create mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Such figures can't have any friends or companions. Heaven Caesars are surrounded by hatred, and any people by their side will fall. They are the bane of other people's existence, and so they are all solitary figures, which causes them to be so vicious and leave no room for compromise. As for Long Chen, he is similar to them, but there are also aspects where he is the opposite of them. It is still too early to say that he is a Heaven Caesar. Said the strange voice. My meaning was, shouldn't we send Long Chen to the Central Plains? Leaving such a figure in our branch sect is a waste of talent. The Central Plains is the true playing field of geniuses, probed the Vice Sect Master. You should be afraid of being implicated, correct? Yes, said the Vice Sect Master awkwardly. He was thinking about the Xuantian Dao sect. If Long Chen was a Heaven Caesar, their branch sect would be completely overturned by him. Most likely, not even one of the 4 heavenly geniuses would survive. It would be better to send him to the head sect. There were countless geniuses there who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Furthermore, he would obtain the best grooming. That was the best place for Long Chen. Most importantly, this place would be safe. The 4 heavenly geniuses might have fought each other and been disharmonious before, but it had always been within a certain limit. However, Long Chen had only just arrived and they directly began a battle to the death. So the Vice Sect Master was truly worried. Sigh. As people grow older, their guts shrink. The figure in the screen sighed. Please give me your wisdom, Master. Hearing him say Master, that voice's tone became slightly more gentle. To tell the truth, it was your master who let you down. Disciple doesn't deserve such words, cried the Vice Sect Master reverently. Let me finish. I've been focused on cultivating these past few years, so I left the Dao sect to you to handle. I didn't tell you many things, which has ended up holding back your cultivation. However, you really are foolish enough. Just because I didn't tell you about some things, can you not comprehend them yourself? The 4 families have fought against each other for countless years, but I never bothered to discipline them. When I handed the Dao sect to you, I also never said anything about them. Do you really not understand? The figure's voice was clearly a bit disappointed. Please forgive disciples' foolishness, said the Vice Sect Master. Did you think that just because I left the sect to you to handle, that it truly was yours? That the rise and fall of the sect were predicated entirely on you? Do you think you're a god? When the Xuantian Dao sect is about to prosper, do you think you could stop it? When the Xuantian Dao sect is about to be destroyed, do you think you could stop it? The Vice Sect Master didn't know how to respond. You couldn't, even I couldn't, even the Patriarch wouldn't be able to pull against the tide. A large sect has its own destiny, and when that destiny is over, no one can stop its decline. Tell me, what are you so worried about? You are just a housekeeper. Just complete your necessary duties. Because of Long Chen, you are actually worried about the entire Dao sect. Why don't you just start worrying about the fate of the entire continent? Said the figure helplessly. The Vice Sect Master was red, but he didn't say a word. If Long Chen isn't a Heaven Caesar, then there's nothing for you to worry about. If he is a heaven Caesar, then there's even less for you to worry about. His life has been arranged by the heavens. It's already fated when the heavens will take his life away. Yes, disciple was foolish. Go. Everything will go according to fate. Don't interfere in such huge matters, because the gains won't make up for the losses. Let nature take its course. Take the position of a spectator and you'll gain more, said the figure. The vice sect master shook slightly. That last sentence was clearly telling him that he had been too strongly attached, to the point that he had lost himself in a maze. If he could escape that maze, then his mental realm would immediately leap to a new level. Many thanks for master's pointers. Go. After the vice sect master left the cave, the figure on the screen was silent for a moment before muttering, Long Chen. Heaven Caesar, interesting. If I have a chance, I'll definitely test that little fellow. Long Chen rested a night, but he only recovered to 20%. His injuries were too heavy, and the 4 types of heavenly Tao energies were wreaking havoc in his body. Even with the primal chaos bead, he couldn't heal them quickly. His guess was that it wasn't that the primal chaos bead had lost its effect, but that the trees he had planted were just not strong enough and were no longer able to keep up with his requirements. He would need to find some new trees, or when he was injured in a fight, he would no longer possess the ability to heal quickly. Furthermore, his physical body was growing more and more powerful, and healing pills had almost no effect on him. He would have to rely on the primal chaos bead. Girl, let's go. Accompany this old man for a walk. Long Chen saw Tang Wan waiting for him when he left his room. As for Tang Wan, she was delighted to see Long Chen had gotten out of bed. Oh, old man, your broken bones have only just healed. Are you sure you're ready for a walk? She teased. Of course, a person can become old, but that doesn't mean their heart has become old. An old cow eats young grass. Come little girl, give this old man a hug. Laughed Long Chen as he went to wrap his arms around her waist. Tang Wan twisted slightly and avoided Long Chen's devil claws. She rebuked, you only just recovered, but you want to mess around. Hey, isn't it just a joke? If we were like an old married couple, it would be too boring, laughed Long Chen. He really liked how Tang Wan looked when she was angrily rebuking him. He considered that her most beautiful side. Who is an old married couple? Shameless. Tang Wan turned red. Although she had been with Long Chen for this long, such frank words still caused her to blush. Where's Meng Qi? Long Chen changed the subject. She's in seclusion refining those spiritual crystals. It seems it will take a long time, said Tang Wan. In the 9 Netherworld path, Long Chen had destroyed a terrifying soul with an unknown cultivation base. The spiritual crystals that the soul had exploded into were too terrifying, and Meng Qi would need a long time to refine them. But that was also a good thing. Those spiritual crystals were made of pure soul energy, and since they had formed in the 9 Netherworld path, there wasn't the slightest downside to absorbing them. All right, but I really want you to accompany me for a stroll. I have some proper matters to handle, said Long Chen. Even you know how to do proper things? Questioned Tang Wan. Long Chen was speechless. Fine, then we'll do some improper things right here. He pulled Tang Wan into his embrace and gave her a kiss. You scoundrel. Tang Wan struggled but found it was useless. Long Chen had originally been punishing her, but in the end, a fire lit within him. Long Chen, stop. Tang Wan suddenly felt that change. Why, do you not like me? Long Chen asked, disappointed. You scoundrel, if I didn't like you, do you think I'd let you get away with this much? I'd have long since crushed you. Raged Tang Wan. She began to tear up. Long Chen was stunned. Hadn't he just asked a question? Why was she getting so emotional? It seemed he didn't realize just how sensitive a woman was to such a question. He had called her feelings into question. Cough, I was wrong. When a woman was crying, the first thing to do wasn't to ask why, but to apologize. This was what Long Chen's experience told him. You scoundrel, can't you act more natural? You're not even the slightest bit sincere. Seeing Long Chen act like an obedient child, even an idiot could tell that he was faking. Tang Wan beat Long Chen in her rage. Ah, stop, tell me why we can't do this. Long Chen continued to hold Tang Wan. A certain desire had already built up within him. Wasn't it said that there weren't so many taboos upon reaching the Shantian realm? They could do whatever they wanted. Tang Wan was red. Clenching her robes, she quietly said, Sister Meng Qi, Sister Chu Yao, and Sister Ziqiu. We all agreed that only once we all marry can we, do that. Long Chen collapsed on the ground. He was to be surrounded by beauties, but unable to touch them. How would he pass his days? This is an expression for a romantic relationship in which the man is much older. Chapter 750. They still haven't given up. Long Chen, hurry and get up. You're a grand hero. How can you be such a rascal? Seeing Long Chen rolling about senselessly, Tang Wan'er hastily pulled him up. How could you make such an agreement without telling me? You're too inhumane. Furthermore, Yi Ziqiu and Long Chen originally had been about to say that he and Yi Ziqiu hadn't reached that point, but then thinking of how Yi Ziqiu had sacrificed her life to save him, he knew just how deep her feelings for him were. Thus, he swallowed his words. In truth, he also very much liked Yi Ziqiu. Yi Ziqiu possessed a kind of sacred beauty that an ice goddess would possess. That kind of sacred beauty was one that would make a person ashamed of their own inferiority, but it would also give one a strong desire to conquer them. Long Chen he kept his adoration for her inside. He had thought that a girl like Yi Ziqiu would never form romantic feelings with anyone. Because she was always so icy, no one could tell what she was thinking. In truth, we managed to sense that Sister Ziqiu liked you back in the Julie secret realm. It's just that she doesn't like to reveal her emotions. However, a woman has her woman's intuition. That's more sensitive than any expert's perception. Back then, Sister Chu Yao proposed this agreement just to probe her, and as a result, she agreed, said Tang Wan'er. Long Chen felt a burst of emotion. Thinking of that poignant, final smile of Yi Ziqiu's right before her death, pain welled up within him. That previous desire of his vanished. Long Chen, don't be impatient. We will sooner or later be yours, comforted Tang Wan'er. But she was completely red when saying this. Wan'er, you really are beautiful, praised Long Chen. Even if you say that, it's useless. We sisters have already made our agreement, so don't bother. If you really want it so badly, then work hard at cultivating so that we sisters can unite again. At that time, your dreams will naturally come true, laughed Tang Wan'er. She clearly thought that Long Chen had his own goal for praising her, and she wouldn't get duped. Alright, that's also good. At that time, we can all be together. That really would be satisfying. There'll be you, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Ziqiu, and then you. Long Chen hastily shut his mouth. You what? Tang Wan'er immediately grabbed Long Chen's throat. That gentle, bashful expression instantly changed, making her appear like a tigress. Cough, you're just too nervous. What I was saying was, I was wondering how many months until we can be together. Long Chen stealthily wiped away some sweat. He had almost called out Yu Xiaochen. And he didn't just think about Yu Xiaochen. For some unknown reason, he also thought of another name, Ziyan. The impression that the zither-playing fairy had left him was extremely deep. Let's hurry up, I want to exchange the heavenly water pearl for something useful to us. Hopefully we can get something good. Long Chen hastily changed the subject. He pulled Tang Wan'er outside. Hearing that Long Chen wanted to exchange the heavenly water pearl, Tang Wan'er's interest was piqued. She also wanted to see what treasures were on the same level as the heavenly water pearl in the Dao sect. She even thought about calling over Meng Qi, but she was stopped by Long Chen. Meng Qi was in an important period. He told Tang Wan'er that there were just too many spiritual crystals in her spiritual space. The crystals had her mark on them, and they needed to be refined one by one. Although there wouldn't be many gains in the short term, the long-term effects would be worthwhile. Currently, Meng Qi was exhausting a huge amount of spiritual strength just to seal them within herself. If she were to fight someone at this time, she would be at an immense disadvantage. Even in times of safety, it was best to be wary of danger. Tranquility didn't represent safety. There was no such thing as absolute safety in the cultivation world. So it was best not to delay her work. Long Chen asked to see the Vice Sect Master. Only the Vice Sect Master had the authority to access the treasures on the level of the Heavenly Water Pearl. When the Vice Sect Master handed him the list of treasures, Long Chen was disappointed. There were only 8 items on that list. 4 of them were weapons on the treasure item level. Seeing those, Tang Wan'er was stunned. Those were weapons for foundation forging experts. Since the Heavenly Water Pearl could be exchanged for treasure items, it meant it was on the same level as them. It was just regretful that this treasure was useless to the Dragonblood Legion. Of the 8 items, the ones that drew Long Chen's attention were a sword and a spear. If he could get one of them for Yu Zifeng or Ji Yuyong, their power would increase to the point that they would be able to fight a rank 2 celestial. Vice Sect Master, can I choose not to exchange it? Probed Long Chen. Of course. The heavenly water pearl is yours. The sect won't force you to do anything, said the Vice Sect Master. Then many thanks. Long Chen left with Tang Wan. He was a bit depressed. The heavenly water pearl was a priceless treasure, but useless to him. As for the sword and spear, they would be a better fit for him in the Dragonblood Legion's growth. However, he chose not to trade for it. That was because he knew that once he traded the heavenly water pearl, it would end up in the Xuandian Dao sect's treasury. Then, others would be able to exchange equivalent level treasures for it. The thing that Long Chen wanted to avoid the most was for the heavenly water pearl to end up in the hands of Shui Guanji. The final move that Shui Guanji had used on the Netherworld Heaven Staircase had raised his guard. If Shui Guanji obtained the heavenly water pearl, he would advance to become a rank 3 celestial and his combat ability would undergo a heaven-toppling change. Long Chen definitely wouldn't do something so foolish. So without something suitable, he decided not to trade it. He would rather let it rot in his hands than for it to benefit Shui Guanji. Alright, don't be so depressed. Even if you didn't trade it, it's not like you lost anything. Think about how mighty you appeared when you defeated the 4 heavenly geniuses. Tang Wan tried to cheer Long Chen up upon seeing how depressed he was. To me, fame is useless. Only gold and beauties can draw my attention. Cough, of course, I already have beauties, so I'm only lacking money. Long Chen's reactions were quick. Tang Wan withdrew the hand she had been about to pinch him with. Speaking of money, Guo Ran has spent quite a bit during this time. Zheng Wenlong seems ready to cry because of him, laughed Tang Wan. That's fine. Zheng Wenlong isn't an outsider. We just have to remember this favor in our hearts. I already gave Guo Ran a batch of middle-grade spirit stones when I returned. He told me he's about to finish his new armor. I also look forward to that little fellow's new invention. Long Chen smiled. He really had to admire Guo Ran's bold imagination. He had entered seclusion to study the weapon forging diagram. According to him, that tome was a treasure that he had desperately needed. With it, his forging arts were rapidly soaring. Wan. While they walked, Long Chen suddenly sent Tang Wan a spiritual message. Tang Wan was startled, not knowing why he would do such a thing. She replied, "What is it? Keep acting normal. There are 4 assassins up ahead. They should be from the Bloodkill Hall. They still haven't given up. Those 4 are all celestials, but they're wearing ordinary disciple robes, and they've also changed their appearances. In a bit, pay attention to my eye signals. We can't let them run." Long Chen continued to chatter with Tang Wan while he used spiritual transmissions to tell her his plan. There are so many disciples here. How can you tell that they're assassins? Will we end up killing the wrong people? Tang Wan was a bit worried. Don't worry, I'm old friends with Bloodkill Hall's assassins. They can't hide their auras from me. Just continue to walk nonchalantly. Don't look at them, and don't start looking around, or you'll raise their guard. Killing people is different from fighting people. Let me teach you. Long Chen brought Tang Wan through the plaza. They immediately drew people's attention. Long Chen's fame had risen above the 4 heavenly geniuses now in the Xuandian Dao sect. He was acclaimed as the strongest member of the Dao sect's junior generation. Greetings, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Quite a few disciples, gazes were worshipful. After all, this was an era where power was the most respected. Greetings. Long Chen smiled back at these fellow disciples. Suddenly, a female disciple ran over with a red face. She was carrying a handkerchief and a brush. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, can I have your autograph? Senior apprentice sister, please don't misunderstand, I just want an autograph. Said the woman nervously. That's fine. Even if you said that you liked him, it would be fine. As long as you have the ability to seduce him, I wouldn't mind. Laughed Tang Wan. Long Chen's face immediately darkened. This girl was once more teasing him. He took the handkerchief and signed his name. His bold and powerful strokes were truly majestic. They were both domineering and grand. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. That woman was incredibly happy, and after saying thanks, she disappeared into the crowd. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I also want an autograph. Suddenly, another woman ran over, also holding a handkerchief. Long Chen was just about to take it when Tang Wan icily said, absolutely not. Why not? Asked that woman, disappointed. HMPH, if I say no, then it's a no. Why do I have to give you a reason? Said Tang Wan'er icily. Don't be so petty, she just wants an autograph. Long Chen smiled. HMPH, don't think that I don't understand you. I know the thing you like the most is women with big chests. As soon as she ran over, you went to greet her. You're clearly intentionally trying to take advantage of her. You think I can't tell? Tang Wan'er raged. Everyone was stunned, and they looked at Long Chen oddly. It was unexpected that this number 1 expert actually had such an interest. Then, looking at that woman's chest, as expected, it was truly a pair of immense mountains, boundless and grand. That woman looked at her own chest and couldn't help being disappointed. What are you talking about? Am I such a person? How can you not give me face? Raged Long Chen. You dare to shout at me? Raged Tang Wan'er. She grabbed Long Chen's neck in front of everyone's stunned gazes. Would they really fight here in public? Suddenly, 4 sharp wind blades silently flew out, piercing 4 necks. That included the woman with the incomparable chest. Everyone let out startled cries. You can mean month. Chapter 751 instantly killed. 4 heads flew into the sky. The people around them were all shocked. Quite a few people didn't react fast enough and blood splashed on their bodies. Long Chen and Tang Wan'er clapped hands. This time, everything really had gone perfectly. Previously, Long Chen had already pointed out the 4 assassins to Tang Wan'er. Then Tang Wan'er had put on a play. That play had turned into a tragedy for the 4 of them. They had been beheaded without even understanding what had happened. Suddenly, countless heavenly Dao runes appeared. Those flying heads were pulled back toward their bodies. Don't waste the effort. Goodbye. Long Chen smiled slightly. Blooddrinker appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down. Those heavenly Dao runes were blown to smithereens. There was no time for them to activate the heavenly Dao recovery. At this time, everyone finally reacted. These 4 had clearly been wearing ordinary disciple robes. How had they suddenly become celestials? Celestials had their own robes to differentiate them. Long Chen picked up one of their heads and lightly said, "Your Bloodkill Hall really doesn't know how to give up. Long Chen, you destroyed our killing god statue, a blasphemy. Get ready to be chased down to the ends of the world by the Bloodkill Hall. Repent with your endless terror, ha ha ha." Although the only remaining part of them was their heads, as celestials, they didn't immediately die. Only after saying these final words did that person's soul completely dissipate. TCH, even in death, they want to frighten me. But my guts aren't so small. Long Chen disdainfully tossed the head aside. Just who were they trying to frighten? Hearing that they came from the Bloodkill Hall, the surrounding disciples' expressions completely changed. Looking at the 4 corpses, they felt a chill. 4 celestials. Those were the Bloodkill Hall's violet gold rank assassins. They had actually sent 4 violet gold rank assassins. That was too frightening. As for Long Chen, he was even more frightening. These 4 assassins hadn't even had a chance to attack before being killed. Just who was the real assassin? Everyone looked at Long Chen with horror. There's no need to look at me. If others tried to assassinate you so many times, you'd also be the same as me, laughed Long Chen. Everyone was speechless. The same as him. If they were targeted by a violet gold rank assassin, it was unknown how many times they would die. They weren't monsters like him. Oh, that person was a man. Suddenly, one disciple realized that the woman's face had transformed to become a man's. After dying, it was actually an extremely manly man with a beard. Thinking of how he had acted like a coquettish woman before, their hair stood on end. What happened? A group of law enforcers charged over. Seeing these corpses, their expressions completely changed, thinking that disciples had killed each other here. It's nothing big. 4 of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins managed to sneak in, explained Long Chen. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins, the law enforcers, expressions became exceedingly ugly. Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with you. If this level of assassin wants to sneak in, then our defenses exist in name only. The Vice Sect Master won't punish you. However, I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brothers to clean up these corpses and report this matter. Long Chen knew they were worried about the responsibility. After all, they were in charge of this place's security. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen. We'll clean up these corpses right away. In truth, these law enforcers were much older than Long Chen. But they didn't dare to act as the seniors. Long Chen brought Tang Wan'er away. Seeing there was no one around, she laughed. Long Chen, how was my act? Long Chen was speechless. He disdainfully said, Why didn't you act according to the script? I didn't even know how to respond. Furthermore, when did I ever say I like big chests? HMPH, don't bother. Although you like to fake being a proper person, Sister Mengqi has already told me the truth. Each time a big-chested woman appears, there's a clear change in your spiritual fluctuations. Although you might be able to hide it from me, you can't hide it in front of a soul expert like Sister Mengqi. You might not look with your eyes, but your spiritual strength was stealthily sizing them up. Sister Mengqi was simply giving you face by not bringing it up. Now it was Tang Wan-er's turn to look disdainfully at Long Chen. Long Chen had never imagined his stealthy actions had long since been noticed by Mengqi. Despite how thick his face was, he felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. Ah, Wan-er, you also know, as a man should be energetic and eager to study, eager to gain experience. That is what drives humanity to progress, explained Long Chen. Say what you want to say more directly. Stop speaking in such a roundabout manner. Tang Wan-er wanted to get right to the point. Well, what I wanted to know was the exact difference between a man and a woman's chest. That is very important to my future cultivation. Wan-er, can you help me? Long Chen looked at Tang Wan-er's chest with great longing. Bastard, you absolute scoundrel! Raged Tang Wan-er. She raised her fists, aiming to beat him. But Long Chen laughed and dodged. Don't be so petty, just touching won't cause you to lose any mass. Furthermore, weren't we just discussing the possibility? If your answer is no, then that's fine. How can you become hostile so quickly? Long Chen was chased all the way back to their camp by Tang Wan-er. However, at least that relieved the awkwardness of him being seen through by Mengqi. In the future, he would have to be more careful. He would have to see if they were around before looking. In truth, even Long Chen didn't know why he liked women with big chests. But whether it was Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan-er, or even Yu Xiaochen, their movements would all cause huge waves. As for Ziyan, she had always worn her special dress, making it so that Long Chen couldn't clearly see her figure. And then as for Zhang Wuyan, he had gotten a bad impression of her as soon as he had seen her. Cough, who had asked her to have a chest flat enough for a horse to gallop across it? At this time, Long Chen had almost confirmed a certain theory. Women with big chests were nicer. For example, the Sha Baiqi he had met in the Phoenix Cry Empire, or the Yin family's Yin Wushuang, Zhou Qingyu, Zhou Tianyi, etc. They were sharp and unkind, and their other shared trait was their flat chests. So Long Chen had come up with his theory: if their chest was flat, their heart was also flat; if their chest was bursting, then their heart was also bursting. Although this principle was not necessarily applicable to everyone, Long Chen's experience told him that this was how it was. This theory definitely wouldn't trick him. Women with big chests were often nicer, but sometimes they didn't use their heads enough. Women with flatter chests were more rational, making them shrewd and liked to scheme to control everything. Of course, there were no absolute rights and wrongs. But there was one incontestable fact that made Long Chen like big chests. That was that, at the very least, they felt good. But this didn't mean that he would like every woman with a big chest. For example, Yao Niqian's could no longer be just described as big. It would be at least described as huge, and once it had surpassed the limits that Long Chen could grasp, he didn't like it so much. Long Chen had just returned to his camp when Ji Yuyong came to greet him. You should go see Yu Zifeng. That little fellow seems to be stuck on something. Ah, the monastery head came looking for you. It seems that the Shui family's head is waiting to see you. You should go see the monastery head and then go see Yu Zifeng. What would I see Shui Yunkong first for? He looks just like a zombie that crawled out of its grave. I'll go see Yu Zifeng first. Seeing that Long Chen had real matters to attend to, Tang Wan-er obediently returned to her own room. At the very least, in front of the Dragonblood warriors, she had to give Long Chen some space. That was what Mengqi had taught her. All men needed face. When he arrived at Yu Zifeng's room, Yu Zifeng hastily poured a cup of tea for him. Long Chen drank a mouthful. After his argument with Tang Wan-er, his throat was a bit sore. What, have you been influenced by that idiot Yu Qianshan? Asked Long Chen lightly. Boss, how did you know? Asked Yu Zifeng. TCH, as a sword cultivator, your Dao heart must be firm. But your gaze is clearly adrift now, and even your spiritual fluctuations are no longer steady. Even that spiritual idiot Ji Yuyong managed to sense it. You must think that I am an idiot. said Long Chen. I really was affected by him. I'm also thinking of how to merge heavenly Dao runes into my sword Dao. But after trying countless times, I'm still unable to do it, said Yu Zifeng bitterly. It's only been a short time, so it's natural that you are unable to do so. If you had, then you would be crippled for the rest of your life. Long Chen once more drank a mouthful of tea. Yu Zifeng's expression changed. He didn't understand why Long Chen would say such a thing. Let me tell you, that idiot Yu Qianshan has already tread upon a path of no return. His sword cultivator path has already reached an end. Although he has merged his heavenly Dao runes into his sword Dao, making it appear mighty, in truth, that is purely stupid. You were actually influenced by such an idiot. I really am speechless. Long Chen shook his head. Listen to me, there are countless cultivation paths. Whether you choose a major Dao or a minor Dao, as long as you can reach the peak, it is a correct path. You two are both sword cultivators. And so the sword Dao is the correct path for you. Once you merge heavenly Dao runes into the sword Dao, will you be cultivating the heavenly Dao or the sword Dao? Why did Yu Qianshan merge his heavenly Dao runes into his sword Dao? It's because he wasn't confident enough in his sword Dao. What is a sword to a sword cultivator? It is not a weapon, nor is it something to depend on. It is your faith. You have to have faith in it. When you have confidence in it, it can bring forth miracles for you. If you believe it can cut apart the river of stars, then it will be able to. If you believe it can destroy a world, it will be able to. But this is predicated upon whether or not you truly believe in it. So, the fact that you haven't merged your heavenly Dao runes into your sword Dao is lucky for you. If you had really done so, you would never be able to reach the peak of your Dao, said Long Chen solemnly. Yu Zifeng turned pale. He had almost committed an irredeemable mistake. His back was covered in sweat. But he had also gained more confidence in his sword Dao now. I understand, he said gratefully. Good. Remember, faith is more important than you think. Countless miracles stem from faith. Alright, I'll leave now. In truth, Yu Zifeng had simply been impacted by how powerful Yu Qianshan's attacks were. But with Long Chen's explanation, he immediately understood the truth. Long Chen went to Shui Wuan's room. He wanted to see just what plot Shui Yunkong was brewing now. Chapter 752 World-Piercing Jade Talisman. Long Chen, come, sit. Shui Wuan smiled and pointed toward a prayer mat. There were 3 prayer mats in the room. Shui Wuan was sitting on one, Shui Yunkong was sitting on another, and the last one was for Long Chen. According to normal rules, as a disciple, Long Chen didn't have the qualifications to sit here. But Shui Wuan had never treated Long Chen as a disciple. Well, the main point was that Long Chen had never treated Shui Wuan as a monastery head. They were already used to having no seniority between them. Long Chen immediately sat. Without even looking at Shui Yunkong, he asked Shui Wuan, monastery head, you wanted to see me? It wasn't Wuan who wanted to see you, but me. Shui Yunkong was a bit irritated. Oh, isn't this the Shui family head? Didn't the vice sect master say you were to face a wall and ponder your misdeeds? You've already transcended. Long Chen intentionally used transcended in a way that sounded like he was saying he had died. Shui Yunkong was infuriated when this topic was brought up, but he indifferently said, I came to find you to discuss something. I have nothing to say to you. Long Chen shook his head. You're not even going to listen to what I have to say? Raged Shui Yunkong. Seeing this wily old fox being incomparably infuriated just from a few words from Long Chen, Shui Wuan couldn't help laughing inside. As she had thought, evil people were best handled by evil people. Shui Wuan had countless grievances with this family head of hers. When Shui Yunkong had asked to see Long Chen, she had actually thought of refusing. But then she also wanted to see what drugs he was on to want to see Long Chen now. There had been one thing she had been sure of. There would definitely be a good show to watch when the two met. And as expected, Long Chen had only opened his mouth 3 times, and Shui Yunkong was on the verge of exploding. What is there to listen to? You want the heavenly water pearl. What else is there to discuss? Said Long Chen disdainfully. Shui Yunkong took a deep breath and suppressed his rage. He told himself he had to endure. He had to endure. I brought something that you urgently need. When it comes to value, it is definitely above the heavenly water pearl, said Shui Yunkong. Then you should keep it. What does it have to do with me? With your miserly character, would you really do something that would cause you to lose out? Even a ghost wouldn't believe your story. Long Chen rudely interrupted him. Seeing Shui Yunkong's enraged expression, Shui Wuan couldn't hold back a chuckle. She rebuked, Long Chen, properly discuss this. Although she was chiding him, her shoulders were trembling from the effort of holding back her laughter. Shui Yunkong might be the Shui family head and was used to verbal sparring with others, but Long Chen never acted according to standards. His mouth would say anything, and Shui Yunkong had never encountered such a person. That was because there had never been a person who had dared to speak to him like that, so he had no experience. All right, to give face to my monastery head, I will speak frankly. Bring out whatever you have and let's see if it's satisfactory or not, said Long Chen. Long Chen also wanted to see just what he had brought. He clearly knew that Long Chen didn't want to trade, but he had still come. He must have some confidence, or he wouldn't have just come to embarrass himself. Shui Yunkong didn't say any more and took out an elegant case. Opening the case, he revealed a jade talisman. The jade talisman was the size of a fist. Light could be seen dancing within it, and a majestic spatial strength slowly filled the room. World-piercing jade talisman. Although she had known that Shui Yunkong must have brought something amazing, Shui Wuan couldn't help but let out a startled cry. A slightly pained and unwilling expression appeared on Shui Yunkong's face. Yes, this is something that was passed down from ancient times. That mark on it is an immortal character, spirit. In other words, this is a world-piercing jade talisman that connects to the spirit world. It is able to break through the barrier between worlds, and allows you to travel back and forth. The spirit world. Long Chen was extremely startled. Wasn't that where the forest divinity had come from? You know about the spirit world. Now it was Shui Yunkong's turn to be startled. I've heard of it. How is this world-piercing jade talisman used? Asked Long Chen. You can activate it at any place you please. It will allow you to break through space to enter the spirit world. But within a month, you must rely on the talisman to return. You have to activate the talisman at the same spot as where you arrived in the spirit world. If you miss that 1 month's time limit, you'll never be able to return. Said Shui Wuan. Yes, that is correct. You should know that the spirit world is filled with countless ancient magical beasts. Those magical beasts mostly possess pure bloodlines that give them limitless potential and great power. That Mengqi has vast spiritual strength, but she doesn't even have one good magical beast. For a soul cultivator like that to enter the immemorial path would be extremely dangerous. You should be very clear on that, said Shui Yunkong. Shui Wuan's expression changed slightly. Old foxes really were old foxes. He knew that Long Chen was someone who cared deeply about his relationships. He would be willing to do anything for the people beside him. That was especially true of Mengqi. By using her safety to entice Long Chen, it could be said he had truly struck Long Chen's vulnerability. Family head, you really were willing to put in the capital for Shui Guanji. It seems our Shui family's 9-yong battle halberd has been tossed away by you, said Shui Wuan. That 9-yong battle halberd was a rare treasure item. It contained a fierce yang energy inside and was extremely precious. It was the Shui family's most valuable treasure. It was something every expert in the Shui family knew about. For Shui Yunkong to suddenly have a world-piercing jade talisman out of nowhere, it was clear he had traded the 9-yong battle halberd. Long Chen wouldn't agree to trade for the 9-yong battle halberd. But this world-piercing jade talisman was something that would definitely entice him. He wouldn't let Mengqi face danger. Shui Wuan was saying this to make sure Long Chen was careful. He had to be clear about everything, because once Shui Guanji obtained the heavenly water pearl, the chance of him becoming a rank 3 celestial was extremely high. And for the Shui family, they definitely wouldn't make an investment for money. If Shui Guanji advanced to become a rank 3 celestial, then once they entered the immemorial path, the first person he would kill was definitely Long Chen. That really is enticing. Then let me ask, how many people can use this world-piercing jade talisman? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. If only 2 people could use it, then he couldn't bring Tang Wan and find her a good housepet too. Currently, their housepets could only be used as mounts. They weren't strong enough to fight alongside them anymore. Long Chen truly was moved, because on the border of the Phoenix Cry Empire, in a nameless village, he had seen the forest divinity break through the void to return to the spirit world. And from that spatial channel, he had seen a shocking scene. There were huge, ancient trees, birds as large as mountains, and countless precious beasts. There would definitely be powerful magical beasts to capture there. First, Mengqi needed a powerful magical beast to protect herself. Otherwise, He really would worry a great deal for her. Although her soul energy was powerful, figures as important as celestials would all be given soul items to protect themselves if their own spiritual strength wasn't strong enough. Second, Long Chen also needed to go to the spirit world to find some trees that could hold more life energy to replace his current trees. Otherwise, he would be suppressed when fighting against celestials in the future. Third, he wanted to see if he could find some clues about the forest divinity. Last time, the divine life drops it had given Long Chen had saved him and the people by his side several times. That debt was enormous, and he had to find some way to return it. This thing's not bad, but it seems like I would be at an immense disadvantage if I accepted. Long Chen shook his head. Oh, why do you say that? Asked Shui Yunkong lightly. As a wily old fox, he knew he had found Long Chen's weak point. He knew Long Chen definitely wanted to trade, but he was just trying to haggle and increase the price. He had seen such a thing many times now. So, he was very calm. He felt that the initiative was now in his hands. He wasn't worried about Long Chen not trading. Long Chen smiled slightly at Shui Yunkong. I know what you're thinking. I can't help worrying about your intelligence. Oh, I'd like to hear more about that. Shui Yunkong merely smiled slightly. He had long since been prepared for this. I really do want this, but there are a few key points. First, have you ever gone to the spirit world? Asked Long Chen. No, but, don't bother telling me there are records. If just theories were useful, what would be the point of practice? You haven't gone to the spirit world, so how do you know I won't just be immediately killed by a rank 7 or even rank 8 magical beast as soon as I enter? Asked Long Chen. Second, even if I can get there safely, the legends say that the forest there is so huge that it swallows the sky, and that huge beasts roam the land. Won't we find it difficult to take a single step in any direction? Continued Long Chen. Shui Yunkong was speechless. Long Chen's words were reasonable, and he couldn't retort. He was about to say some theoretical words when Long Chen opened his mouth again. Third, even if there aren't any magical beasts blocking our path and everything goes smoothly, do you think a powerful magical beast will allow itself to be captured by us as easily as a pig? In just a month's time, we have to look for and capture powerful magical beasts, and then also return to our original location. Just how high do you think our chances are? If we aren't able to capture any powerful magical beast, it would be better for us to just capture a few weaker magical beasts in this world. Then, I won't have to waste this heavenly water pearl. So, respected family head, tell me, with your wisdom, just how big do you think my heart would have to be to agree to your proposal? Asked Long Chen. Shui Yunkong was immediately speechless. According to Long Chen's analysis, it truly seemed like he was the only one losing out. But the spirit world is filled with countless treasures and unlimited opportunities. If your luck is good, quibbled Shui Yunkong. Don't you think talking to me about luck is a provocation? Long Chen pointed to the belt he was still wearing on his waist. Shui Yunkong immediately thought of Long Chen's heaven-defying luck. His heart sank, but he maintained a calm expression. Then let me hear your suggestion. My suggestion is very simple. I will exchange with you, said Long Chen, causing Shui Yunkong to be delighted. But, you have to pay me an additional 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Shui Yunkong's smile disappeared. Chapter 753 Leaving for the Spirit World. When Shui Yunkong left with his gloomy expression, Long Chen suddenly laughed. I'm rich, I'm rich. Long Chen had originally been planning on trading. The only reason he had brought up so many shortcomings was to con Shui Yunkong out of more money. Guo Ran had said that he never had enough money for his use. You're both a pair of old foxes, sighed Shui Wuan helplessly. Previously, she had really thought Long Chen had been unwilling to trade. But now she realized that even she had been tricked by his act. Hee, that old fox isn't anything good. This heavenly water pearl is something Shui Guanji had to have, but I also needed that world-piercing jade talisman. I've heard that the immemorial path is a place where the eastern wasteland's peak experts will gather. It really will be very dangerous for Meng Qi, said Long Chen. Shui Wuan nodded. The danger of the immemorial path far surpasses that Julie's secret realm you entered previously. That secret realm is merely a speck of dust left behind by the destruction of a world from the ancient era. But the immemorial path is a true minor world. There is a whole new set of laws there. It is rumored that the immemorial path possesses the foundation for a cultivator to become an immortal or god. Of course, the immemorial path has long since crumbled. It is a severed path that no one can reconnect. So no more gods or immortals ever appeared in the martial heaven continent. However, the immemorial path is its own world, so you have to be careful. Not only do you have to be careful of the righteous and corrupt experts, but you have to be careful of experts from other races. Other races? Asked Long Chen. Shui Wuan solemnly said, yes. The eastern wasteland might be a desolate place, but there are still countless sects and hundreds of races. Some of those races are even stronger than our Xuantian Dao sect. Really? They're even stronger than the Xuantian Dao sect? Long Chen was shocked. Yes. More precisely, they're stronger than our Eastern Wastelands branch sect. Our branch sect's power is a drop in the ocean compared to the head sect in the Central Plains. As for those races, there are some who have inherited bloodlines from the immortal era. They rarely interact with the rest of the world. In order to keep the purity of their bloodline, they never marry outside of their race. There are many races, and it's very easy to recognize them. If you can avoid it, don't provoke them. Their clans are very protective, in addition to being domineering and unreasonable. Warned Shui Wuan, as long as they don't provoke me, I naturally won't be so bored as to provoke them. But if they try to bully me, well, you know my temperament. If it's bearable then I'll bear it, but if it's not, then there's no way around it. Said Long Chen. Long Chen never considered himself to be someone who provoked others. But when others provoked him, he definitely wouldn't retreat. The cultivation path was one where if you compromised, your enemies would continue to force you back. If you wanted dignity, then you had to reveal your fangs to show others that you weren't prey. Those races possess ancient bloodlines, and they inherit special abilities. You have to be careful about them. However, it's not the righteous path, the corrupt path, or those races that are the most terrifying. The most terrifying ones are the aboriginals of the immortal path. Terror flashed across Shui Wuan's eyes. There are people still living there. Long Chen was stunned. Yes, that place is a world that exists beside our world. It is said that those people are the earliest protectors of the immemorial path. But later, for some unknown reason, the immemorial path was destroyed and it became ownerless, becoming a separate entity from the martial heaven continent. The immemorial path is said to be the foundation to becoming an immortal or god, so countless cultivators wish to explore those mysteries inside. Every 1,000 years, experts will forcibly open the immemorial path and send their disciples in as a trial. Due to its destruction, the immemorial path was turned into quite a few separate sections. The eastern wasteland has an opening to one of those sections. Be careful, because when I entered the immemorial path, I was in a group of 7 people, and we ended up running into an ambush from the aboriginals. As a result, I was the only one to escape with my life. The aboriginals treat the disciples undergoing the trial as invaders, as enemies. At the same time, they are also viewed as prey, and so they will slaughter you the second they see you. Shui Wuan fell back into her memories of back then. That had truly been a desperate struggle. Those aboriginals were too vicious. It seems that Shui Yunкong's world-piercing jade talisman actually came at a perfect time. If I couldn't find some powerful magical beasts, I feel like Meng Qi shouldn't take on this danger, said Long Chen. A beast tamer without powerful magical beasts was too weak. Other than those threats, the immemorial path itself is filled with dangers. You absolutely can't be careless. Warned Shui Wuan. Big sister, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who would play with my life, laughed Long Chen. Leaving Shui Wuan's residence, he returned to his own room. What Long Chen hadn't expected was for there to be a guest waiting for him. That guest was currently chatting with Tang Wan. Sister Beluo, oh, didn't you call me wife back then? Do you refuse to own up to the truth? Laughed Hua Beluo. No, you definitely can't joke around like this. It might be fatal. Long Chen hastily waved his hand. In front of an easily jealous girl like Tang Wan, how could she make such a joke? He wouldn't be able to endure the cost to his life expectancy. Just look at your foolish expression. Do you think she would be so unreasonable? Sister Beluo has already explained what happened between you two to me. For you to be this nervous, does that mean you have a guilty conscience? Tang Wan rolled her eyes. Oh, Tang Wan actually understood what had happened without getting jealous. How rare. Long Chen smiled toward Hua Beluo. How are things with your family? Hua Jinrong is dead. I personally killed her. As a result, I become the future inheritor of the family. I came here to find you and pull you into my Hua family, said Hua Beluo. Long Chen was startled, but then seeing the slight curl at the corner of her mouth, he realized she was joking. Then what about the immemorial path? Yes, that's what I came to talk to you about. I won't be participating in the immemorial path. I've also given up on the struggle of the martial path, said Hua Bialuo. Why is that? Both Long Chen and Tang Wan were startled. Because I'm tired. After what happened this time, I've found that I am just a leaf floating on an angry sea. That's what the cultivation path is. Nothing is within my control. But if I withdraw from the martial path and just calmly focus on being a family head, I'll be able to live a relaxed life. I'm a celestial, and once I reach sea expansion, then with my family's treasure item maintaining our karmic luck, I can live a carefree life. Hua Bialuo smiled a content smile. But Long Chen and Tang Wan couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. It seemed they had lost a companion. Then I'll have to congratulate you. From now on, you'll be free, said Long Chen with a smile. There's no way around it. Compared to you two, I'm lacking talent, as well as a certain confidence. And the thing I'm most lacking in is luck. Wan has it good, and Meng Qi also has it good. They're both your women, but you've only ever treated me as a friend, said Hua Bialuo with a bit of disappointment. Cough, isn't as good being friends, said Long Chen awkwardly. Alright, let's not talk about that. I just came here to tell you this so you won't worry about me when the immemorial path opens. Other than that, remember to go see the wife you snatched away when you have time. Perhaps you could leave something behind for me. You understand, said Hua Bialuo. Although she did her best to act natural, her face reddened slightly. After sending off Hua Bialuo, Long Chen couldn't help feeling uneasy inside. A genius that had been incredibly grand back in the Julie secret realm had now turned out like this. Her sharpness and arrogance had been ground away by the merciless passing of time. She had lost a martial artist's ambitious heart. Are you thinking about when to go see that sister and leaving something behind inside her? Said Tang Wan extremely frankly. Long Chen was speechless. This girl was becoming more and more corrupt under his influence. How could she say something so directly? Hee, what kind of joke is that? Do you think I'm stupid? Tang Wan laughed and wrapped her arm around Long Chen's arm. I'm just teasing you. Don't you like beautiful women? Sister Bialuo is very beautiful, and Tang Wan gestured at her chest with her hands, meaning that Hua Bialuo was also a woman with a grand chest. In truth, I've always felt that liking someone is completely dependent on the feeling they give me. I don't have that kind of feeling toward her, nor would I feel an impulse to risk my life for her, so you can be sure that I don't like her. Long Chen shook his head. Putting it like that made Tang Wan smile. Alright, since you've put it that way, I'll allow you to go find Sister Bialuo when you absolutely can't hold back anymore. Long Chen raged. You foolish girl, without feelings as a foundation, wouldn't it be no different than beasts mating? Since you like it when I leave behind things, how about I leave something behind for you right now? No. The next day, Shui Yunkong returned with 3 million middle-grade spirit stones and the world-piercing jade talisman. Only then did Long Chen hand over the heavenly water pearl. After the exchange, both sides smiled sinisterly. After obtaining the world-piercing jade talisman, Long Chen called Meng Qi out of seclusion. Meng Qi had completely placed her mark on all the spiritual crystals, and it was no longer taxing for her to keep them in her spiritual space. She could easily refine them over time, and it wouldn't affect her combat ability. Once he arranged a few things with Shui Wuan, he brought Meng Qi out of the Xuantian Dao sect. Meng Qi summoned her violet phoenix sparrow, and they rushed into the distance. Chapter 754 Azure Scale Horned Eagle. Long Chen, we've already been flying for 3 days. Why do we have to go so far? Meng Qi couldn't help but ask him in the end. Of course it's for safety. Once the world-piercing jade talisman is activated, we'll be in the spirit world for a month. When we return, we'll return to our original location. So it's best for us to get further away from the Xuantian Dao sect. However, this distance should be enough. Let's find a good place. Oh, that mountain valley's not bad. Long Chen suddenly noticed a huge mountain valley. The craggy terrain was filled with boulders and extremely large. It was a good place. Descending onto the ground, Meng Qi frowned. Isn't this place too eye-catching? Hee, if no one followed us, then considering how desolate this place is, whether or not it's eye-catching is fine. But if there are people following us, then they have plenty of ways to find us. Even if we find a hidden place, they would still find it. Long Chen smiled. You mean, pretty much, that old ghost Shui Yunkong definitely hates me to the bone. I'm 90% sure he's plotting something, said Long Chen. Ah, then what should we do? It's fine. If he wants to play a game of wits, I'll play with him to his death. Just wait a moment while I set things up. Long Chen got to work. On the peak of 4 surrounding mountains, he set up a few things. Meng Qi didn't know what those things were, but she knew Long Chen's head was full of the strangest thoughts. After setting those up, he took out a certain thing. It was the size of a chessboard and covered in lines. A formation disc? Asked Meng Qi. Yes, a formation disc. I got the monastery head to shamelessly borrow it from the vice sect master. Long Chen smiled. That smile was a bit wretched. Or perhaps extremely wretched. Long Chen, you are. Hee, it's nothing. It's just in case of a certain possibility. We can't carelessly let others scheme against us. Long Chen carefully buried the formation disc deep underground and then erased any marks of what he had done. Everything looked extremely normal. He then took out 16 rocks that emitted fierce fluctuations. He buried them in a circle several miles wide around the formation disc. Once he buried the final rock, those powerful fluctuations immediately vanished. Even with spiritual strength, it was impossible to sense them. All right, everything's set up. Hopefully it'll be useful. Long Chen patted his hands. Let's activate the world-piercing jade talisman. The talisman appeared in his hand. Using his spiritual strength, he activated it. The jade's runes lit up, and a powerful spatial strength erupted. A translucent portal appeared in front of Long Chen. It was like a vortex, and it was impossible to see what was on the other side. Meng Qi, hold on to me. Meng Qi was a bit nervous. She held tightly onto Long Chen, while Long Chen wrapped an arm around her waist. Taking a deep breath, he charged through that portal. When the two of them entered the portal, they instantly disappeared. The portal also slowly disappeared, everything returned to calm. The next day, 3 figures appeared here. One of them was holding a flashing device. Yes, he activated the world-piercing jade talisman here. Hee, Long Chen, you're definitely dead now. After saying that, that person left behind a mark on the ground. Then the 3 of them left. They didn't realize that on some distant mountain peaks, 4 photographic jades were recording them. Long Chen didn't feel any powerful spatial tearing force. As soon as he stepped through the portal, he found himself in a huge forest. Before he could carefully size up his surroundings, his heart shook and he hastily dodged to the side with Meng Qi. Bang! A huge flower viciously bit down where they had just been. That flower's petals actually had sinister thorns on them. A green liquid came out of the thorns. While Long Chen was dodging, countless vines suddenly shot out like poisonous vipers at him. They were incredibly quick and numerous. It was impossible to dodge them all. Long Chen snorted and a flame blade turned all those vines to ash. The vines seemed to have been frightened, and in front of Long Chen's dumbfounded gaze, they vanished underground. Then looking back at the flower, he found that it had disappeared as well. This place was incredibly strange. He felt a chill. Long Chen, didn't you say that the spirit world is peaceful? That the experts here are all easygoing? But this is. Meng Qi was shocked. This fierce vegetation didn't seem very easygoing. I don't know. I previously encountered an expert from the spirit world, and she really was easy to get along with. Long Chen was looking around with a bewildered expression. The trees here were huge, and the spiritual qi was incredibly condensed. It was the same as the scene he remembered from when the spirit world expert had left. The difference was that the world that expert had gone to had been full of peace and tranquility, while this place was strange and dark. It gave him a feeling that killers were everywhere, making his nerves taut. It really is strange. Is this not the spirit world? It couldn't be that Shui Yunkong tricked me, wondered Long Chen. Suddenly, a mosquito flew by Long Chen, and a golden petal killed it. That was Meng Qi's sole item. That mosquito had been the size of a chicken egg. Once it was cut in two, its mouthpiece continued forward, piercing a large tree as if it were steel. The spot where the tree was pierced immediately began to corrode. Long Chen and Meng Qi's expressions changed. An ordinary mosquito actually possessed such terrifying poison. Meng Qi, we should activate our spiritual strength to find a path. This place is too strange, said Long Chen as he began to carefully advance. This place was too dangerous. They might be injured from the slightest carelessness. This wasn't a good omen. Ah, crap, I almost forgot to leave a mark. We still have to return here. Long Chen clapped himself on the head. He had almost forgotten such an important thing. The forest here is too dense. Without an extremely conspicuous mark, we won't be able to find it again. Long Chen summoned a flame sphere. He tossed it into the forest, and it erupted, incinerating everything within several miles. Although this action was a bit excessive, there was no way around it. If they couldn't find this place again within a month, they would never be able to return. Meng Qi, have you started the hourglass? Asked Long Chen. The hourglass wasn't in her spatial ring, because space was static there. It was in her spiritual space and currently counting down the time they had left. Although there was also a sun in this world, who knew whether a day was still 24 hours here? After incinerating a large space and also leaving a spiritual mark, the two of them once more began to carefully advance. This place was full of high mountains and thick forests. They couldn't see clearly here, and Long Chen didn't dare to activate his wings and fly into the air. It was far too easy for a powerful magical beast to lock onto him up there. As they advanced, Long Chen found the forest to be too terrifying. Even the insects here were berserk, and the majority of them were poisonous. As soon as they saw Long Chen, they would crazily attack. Furthermore, even the vegetation here possessed extremely high attack power. Occasionally, they would send out attacks from underground. It was fortunate that Meng Qi and Long Chen were both spiritual experts. They managed to avoid countless attacks as they advanced. Eventually, they got to the top of a tall mountain. Wow, how beautiful! Meng Qi let out a startled cry upon seeing the scenery. Ahead of them was a huge lake. On one side of the pool was a cliff 10 miles high. A waterfall crashed down, releasing endless mist. Under the sunlight, a large rainbow was reflected in the mist. The lake was over 100 miles wide. It was surrounded by mountains, and it was truly incredibly beautiful. Long Chen even forgot about the previous danger and relaxed a great deal. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Long Chen and Meng Qi both jumped in fright and hastily looked up. A huge figure was flying over the sky. A 7th-rank magical beast. Meng Qi and Long Chen felt a chill. It was a good thing they had kept their auras concealed this entire time. If they were noticed by such a powerful magical beast, they would be doomed. It has a horn on its head, and its claws have scales. This should be the ancient azure scale-horned eagle. It is rumored that it possesses the dragon eagle's bloodline, and it is incredibly powerful, almost unrivaled within the same realm. Said Meng Qi. So you mean it's extremely powerful? Long Chen was enticed. Yes, it truly is powerful. Its wings are like iron and its claws like steel. It can tear through space, and most terrifying of all, as a wind-attribute magical beast, its speed is unrivaled. This is an offensively powerful magical beast, praised Meng Qi. If it's this strong, then let's capture it as a housepet for you. Long Chen clenched his fists. Meng Qi jumped. A 7th-rank magical beast that possesses an ancient bloodline is in existence that can even challenge the Vice Sect Master. Long Chen, don't mess around. Even if we can defeat a 7th-rank magical beast, with my current spiritual strength, I can't possibly subdue it. Hehe, didn't I manage to seduce a heavenly fairy like you? Nothing's impossible. Trust me, we can definitely do this. Said Long Chen. We should first see what it's doing. Perhaps its lair is nearby. Long Chen and Meng Qi kept a close eye on the eagle. They saw it fly directly to the lake. Chapter 755 Battle of Magical Beasts. That azure scale-horned eagle flew directly to the lake. Its wings suddenly spread, and one of those huge wings slashed onto the water. The surrounding mountains shook, and water erupted into the air. A fierce astral wind destroyed the nearby boulders. A huge head suddenly shot out of the water. It was the head of a python. It was huge, practically the size of a small mountain. Long Chen hadn't expected that this serene and calm lake would be hiding such a huge python. Furthermore, from its aura, it was also a 7th-rank magical beast. The python had only just appeared when it spat out some black mist. A strange sound filled the air, almost like squeaking. It was as if space was being corroded. The azure scale-horned eagle flapped its wings and soared directly into the clouds. It was incredibly quick, easily dodging the poison mist. After that, its horn began to shine. A ray of light shot out, piercing toward the python like a sword. This is an innate ability. Long Chen was completely shocked. This attack contained a locking power. It was impossible to dodge. The ray of light was incredibly fast, and it directly struck the python's head. Its head instantly exploded. It was killed in one hit. The eagle grabbed the python's corpse and began to fly back in Long Chen's direction. The python's body was trailing along the ground. A good opportunity, Long Chen pulled Meng Qi out of the eagle's eyesight and then jumped onto the python's tail. Meng Qi turned pale. Long Chen, what are you doing? Long Chen pulled open a scale and the two of them hid beneath it. He then took out a sword and stabbed it into the python's body. What startled Long Chen was that this python was truly powerful. Even without the protection of its scales, its flesh was extremely tough. He was almost unable to stab into it. He fixed the sword into its body, using it as a handhold. And as expected, he had only just finished when the eagle flew higher into the air, and the python's body also left the ground. But with this handhold, Long Chen wouldn't be thrown off. This azure scale horned eagle is a 7th rank magical beast. It's perfect for you. How could we just let it off so easily? Laughed Long Chen. You've crazy. This 7th rank magical beast possesses an ancient bloodline. Even an ancestor level expert would be forced to run if they didn't have a treasure item. You really want to subdue it? Meng Qi didn't know what to say. Long Chen always did such crazy things. Foolish wife, you've forgotten that I am an alchemist. Since it's carrying this python, it's definitely planning on eating it. He. Long Chen took out a dose of medicine. He rubbed it into the wound he had made with his sword. This medicine was quickly absorbed into the flesh and disappeared. Do you think I came without any preparations? I made all kinds of medicines to use. Poisons, laxatives, anesthetics, corrosives, cough, in any case, I have everything we could want. Long Chen almost blurted out something inappropriate. Long Chen had truly made ample preparations before entering the spirit world. As he added more medicine to the wound, he whispered, I'm adding all kinds of medicines this time. As long as it eats this python's flesh, even if it's just a bite, with the current dosage I've used, it'll immediately get diarrhea and find that it is unable to use any energy. Its body will go limp and weak. At that time, it'll be much easier for you to place a spiritual imprint on it. Will that really work? Meng Qi might have confidence in Long Chen, but she still couldn't help but feel that this was a bit crazy. This was a 7th rank magical beast. She had never even thought about subduing one. Compared to Long Chen, she really was conservative. You'll hurt your future man's ego if you keep questioning him, said Long Chen with a hurt expression. Leave this kind of act for 1 I'm talking seriously. Are you really confident? Meng Qi rebuked. Of course. As long as it eats this flesh, it'll immediately collapse. I've used 10 times the dosage. There definitely won't be any problems. Long Chen patted his chest. Then hopefully the heavens will have it eat it quickly, prayed Meng Qi. Praying to the heavens. Long Chen rolled his eyes. If the heavens didn't cause some extra trouble for him, he would have to light incense in thanks. They flew for over 6 hours. Long Chen and Meng Qi didn't dare to look outside, afraid of being sensed by the azure scale horned eagle. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry rang out from the azure scale horned eagle. Long Chen felt himself falling. The python's corpse was rapidly falling out of the sky. He was extremely startled. What was going on? The azure scale horned eagle's cry had been full of fury. At the same time, he heard a loud rumbling. Long Chen hastily looked outside. When he saw what was going on, he was shocked. At the peak of a large mountain, there was a huge bird nest. However, the nest was covered in blood now. A huge lizard was crazily devouring a chick's corpse. There were 4 shattered remnants of eggs here. It seemed like the chicks had only just hatched. Their eyes had yet to open, and they didn't have any feathers. There were bloodstains not far from the eggshells. Obviously, one chick had already been eaten, and the lizard was on the second. The azure scale horned eagle directly charged over. Its huge claws viciously slammed onto the lizard. But when it landed on the lizard's skin, sparks flew and an ear-piercing sound rang out like iron on iron. Although the claw hadn't harmed the lizard, the immense force caused it to be sent flying. It flew off the nest and crashed down the mountain. 9-spike lizard. Meng Qi let out a startled cry. This 9-spike lizard's body was huge, around the same size as the azure scale horned eagle. It was covered in thick scales, and its short limbs seemed extremely powerful. Is this 9-spike lizard powerful? Asked Long Chen. Meng Qi was the one who was the true expert in magical beasts. Yes. Well, it's not particularly amazing. The main thing is that its defensive abilities are too monstrous. It has no natural enemies as only a few magical beasts can break its defense, explained Meng Qi. However, it is a despicable robber, and its favorite thing is to eat the younglings of other magical beasts. Even if it's noticed, other magical beasts can't do anything to it with its defense. However, because its attack power is limited, it is basically just a troublemaker. It's not suitable as a housepet. How marvelous. Even the magical beast's world has such fellows that don't walk the common path. Long Chen found this extremely unexpected. The two beasts were crazily fighting now. Explosions rocked the heavens. The 9-spike lizard's defense was too strong, and it could ignore the azure scale horned eagle. It clearly wanted to eat the remaining 2 chicks. But the azure scale horned eagle was crazily blocking it. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Magical beasts are so berserk, but a mother has her instincts. It actually won't allow it to reach its children. As for humans, a tiger, though cruel, would not devour its cubs. Magical beasts were even more berserk, but when they encountered danger, they would still risk their lives to protect their children. But as for humans, incidences of families fighting each other, even sons killing fathers, were common. Just which side was the truly cruel one? The azure scale horned eagle was unable to do anything to the 9-spike lizard. It was forced to fall back over and over. Suddenly, its horn began to shine, and a ray of light shot at the lizard. Blood splashed. A bloody trough had been cut into the lizard's head, but the wound wasn't fatal. It hadn't broken past the bone. The 9-spike lizard's defense is absolutely monstrous. Its first layer of defense is its hide, while its second defense is its bones. Furthermore, its skull is especially hard to protect its vitals. That's why it has practically no natural predators, said Meng Qi. The azure scale horned eagle continued to let out a furious barrage, and it used its innate ability several times. Although it caused injuries on the 9-spike lizard, they weren't fatal. Furthermore, as it released more of its attacks, its core energy rapidly dropped. Its attacks were no longer as fierce as before. Long Chen, let's stealthily go take those 2 chicks, said Meng Qi. From the current situation, in a while, the azure scale horned eagle wouldn't be able to stop the 9-spike lizard from climbing back up the mountain and devouring the remaining 2 chicks. After all, those were 2 new lives, and Meng Qi didn't have the heart to let them be eaten just like this. We can't. If we want to get over there, we'll have to go over that cliff. If we go directly, they'll notice us, and the azure scale horned eagle will assume we want to eat its younglings, so it'll attack us. And detouring would take too long. Long Chen shook his head. Meng Qi sadly shook her head. Long Chen gently comforted her. Let's just keep watching. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. The 2 of them continued to hide and watch. As expected, the azure scale horned eagle's power was rapidly dropping. The 9-spike lizard had already taken the advantage. Its hide was thick, and as a cold-blooded creature, it wasn't extremely sensitive to pain. Its wounds didn't affect its combat abilities. The 2 magical beasts' crazy battle had already destroyed the surrounding forests for thousands of miles. Just as their fight was about to reach its end, a 7-colored light flashed, lighting up the sky. A terrifying pressure descended. As soon as that pressure appeared, the 2 magical beasts stopped fighting. Looking up, they saw a figure blazing with 7-colored light. Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix. Meng Qi was filled with shock, her body involuntarily trembling. An existence from legends had appeared here. Chapter 756 Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix. How come nothing is going according to plan? Long Chen felt a headache coming on. Originally, they had only been planning on subduing the azure scale horned eagle. But then, the 9-spike lizard had appeared out of nowhere. At last, an even more terrifying bird had appeared. Now things had progressed completely out of Long Chen's control. This Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix is a descendant of the immortal era's Divine Phoenix. The Divine Phoenix is an existence as famed as the true dragon. It seems this Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix was sleeping underground, but their intense battle disturbed it. It's angry now. Meng Qi was pale. Within that 7-colored light, the Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix was releasing a terrifying pressure. The azure scale horned eagle and 9-spike lizard no longer dared to move. The Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix is also a 7th-rank magical beast. But it possesses a trace of the Divine Phoenix's bloodline. Although that trace is truly just a trace, this kind of bloodline pressure can subdue all other magical beasts, explained Meng Qi. Suddenly, the Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix shot into motion. The runes on its wings flickered, and its huge body shot forward like a 7-colored meteorite. It left behind a beautiful rainbow in its path. But neither Meng Qi nor Long Chen were in the mood to appreciate the beauty. They didn't even dare to breathe and concealed their auras as best as they could. If the Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix noticed them, then it really would be over for them. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix had only just moved when the azure scale horned eagle fled. It didn't even have the courage to fight. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix's wings spread, and the runes on its feathers lit up. Countless feather arrows shot toward the azure scale horned eagle. Holes riddled its body, and blood splashed from the sky. Long Chen was shocked to see that these feather arrows contained metal energy within them that made them extremely powerful. The azure scale horned eagle let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. Its head had been pierced, and after struggling a few times, it no longer moved. A terrifying 7th rank magical beast had been killed just like that. Meng Qi and Long Chen's hearts were pounding. The azure scale horned eagle had easily killed that huge python. And now the red-eye sacred blood phoenix had also easily one-shotted the azure scale horned eagle. The 9-spike lizard also fled for its life. Although its speed wasn't fast, as long as it wasn't struck on its head, it would still have a chance to flee. But suddenly, a certain feather on the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's head lifted. That feather was covered in runes, and they all lit up, causing a rumble in the sky. That is the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's true feather. Its bloodline power is concentrated in that true feather. It is rumored that its power is enough to overflow the earth and decimate the heavens. Meng Qi covered her mouth in shock. This information was something she had seen in some ancient texts. Who knew whether it was true or false? But seeing it activate its true feather, her heart pounded. Rumbling came from the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's head. Its true feather disappeared, transforming into a sky full of runes. They gathered together to become a 7-colored arrow that shot toward the 9-spike lizard. Its speed was too fast. Long Chen and Meng Qi had only just seen the arrow form when it arrived right in front of the 9-spike lizard. Shockingly, the 9-spike lizard's head instantly exploded. It didn't even have a chance to make a sound. Long Chen and Meng Qi tightly held each other. Both of them could hear the other's pounding heart. This red-eye sacred blood phoenix was too terrifying. It had killed 2 7th-rank magical beasts in one shot each. Furthermore, those 7th-rank magical beasts were both extremely powerful existences. Don't see us. Don't see us. Don't see us. Damn it, it sees us. Long Chen was in the midst of praying when he wrapped his arm around Meng Qi's waist and lightning wings appeared on his back. He rushed off. He had only just flown out when feather arrows caused the python's tail to explode. Despite fleeing in advance, the scope of those arrows was too great, and the two of them were still struck. Buzz. A dress of feathers suddenly appeared on Meng Qi. It released a barrier of light. The barrier shattered. Meng Qi's feather dress's defense might be able to block the attack of a sea expansion expert, but it was unable to block the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's attack. It was a 7th-rank magical beast. That was the same level as human cultivators, sea expansion realm. But this referred to ordinary magical beasts against ordinary sea expansion experts. The huge python could be considered an ordinary 7th-rank magical beast. It might be considered slightly stronger than average, and so it would require 3 to 5 sea expansion experts to defeat it. As for azure scale horned eagle, it possessed an ancient bloodline and had innate divine abilities. Even ancestor experts would only be able to flee if they didn't have a treasure weapon. As for this red-eye sacred blood phoenix, even though its bloodline was not pure, it was still a descendant of the divine phoenix. Its bloodline contained innate techniques, and without treasure items to protect themselves, even ancestor experts would be in danger of being killed in one shot. So Meng Qi's feather dress's defense was shattered. However, her spiritual strength was extremely strong, so she summoned 3 barriers one after another. On the 3rd barrier, the arrows also disappeared. Meng Qi, hide further back. I'll handle it. Long Chen pushed Meng Qi further away. Long Chen. Meng Qi immediately panicked. This red-eye sacred blood phoenix was incredibly powerful. There was no way they could defeat it. But if they couldn't defeat it, what were they supposed to do? Run. Run in the face of a red-eye sacred blood phoenix. That was an absolute joke. Even the azure scale horned eagle, a wind attribute magical beast, didn't have the qualifications to flee from it. They had even less chance. Long Chen, we'll handle it together. Meng Qi formed a hand seal. An illusory figure appeared behind her. That was a sign of her spiritual strength completely erupting. Good, but not now. Support me from a distance for now. I'll need your help later. With a furious roar, Long Chen activated his divine ring and 4-star battle armor. Endless energy surged within his body, and his confidence grew a great deal. Blooddrinker appeared in his hand. He found that Blooddrinker had reached a whole new level of power, but it also seemed to still be in the mending period. It still hadn't completely recovered. But during this time, it could help Long Chen out. In front of this incomparably terrifying red-eye sacred blood phoenix, he couldn't hold back the slightest bit. He pushed his power to his peak. This strength filled him with battle intent. Not waiting for the red-eye sacred blood phoenix, Long Chen shot forward. A saber image slashed down on it. But the saber image didn't even land on the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's body before being shattered by a barrier. That barrier was an automatic defense from its feathers. Long Chen's attack wasn't even able to break this kind of automatic defense. Damn, it really is skilled in offense and defense. Long Chen was shocked. Its attacks were incomparably sharp, and now its defense was so monstrous. It was no wonder the azure scale horned eagle and the nine-spike lizard hadn't even had a desire to fight it before fleeing. The azure scale horned eagle had even abandoned its children. Suddenly, the red-eye sacred blood phoenix let out a bird cry. Its eyes were like two blazing suns. They suddenly shot out a ray of light that instantly reached Long Chen. Long Chen jumped. This attack had come without any warning, without it having to accumulate any energy. His lightning wings hastily flapped, and he managed to just barely dodge it. The red light pierced through the ground so deeply that no end could be seen. Long Chen felt a chill. This attack was too bizarre. He had never seen such power. It wasn't brute force that broke through the ground, but that any ground that touched the red light mysteriously disappeared. I can't continue like this. It specializes in long-range attacks. I have to close the distance. Long Chen's wings flapped and he shot forward like a shooting star. Dodging the feather arrows that filled the sky, he arrived right in front of the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Its body was huge, so it shouldn't be very agile. Long Chen's plan was to get close and find one of its weak points. Otherwise, fighting head-on against such a terrifying beast was truly courting death. Long Chen had only gotten close when the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's wings slammed down on him, ripping through space. Damn it, space is being compressed. Long Chen was appalled. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix didn't just have long-range attacks, but its close-range attacks were also so terrifying. This attack had compressed space, making it so he couldn't move. It was very similar to when the Vice Sect Master had stopped him from fighting Zhao Wuji. However, the Vice Sect Master had used a kind of magical art to compress space. That power had been even greater than this. Although the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's attack wasn't as concentrated as the Vice Sect Master's, Long Chen felt like he was moving in the mud. His speed dropped sharply, and the range of its wings was too large. There was no way he could dodge. Long Chen was blown into the ground. He pierced straight through a huge mountain that directly collapsed. I'm fine. Meng Qi, distract it for a bit. I'm going to use Split the Heavens. Long Chen began to concentrate all his energy into Blooddrinker. A huge saber image soared into the air. Meng Qi nodded. She knew that Split the Heavens required some build-up time. Although that time wasn't long, Long Chen couldn't be disturbed during that period. Departed spirit arrows. Meng Qi's hand seal changed. Endless soul energy condensed into tens of thousands of arrows. They rained down on the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix had no way to block these spiritual attacks. It could only endure them. It let out a furious bird cry then shot toward Meng Qi. Just at that moment, Long Chen finished his preparations. His huge saber image ruthlessly slashed down on the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Chapter 757 Matchless Dragon Might. Soul Drawing Lock. Seeing Long Chen's saber slashing down, Meng Qi completely unleashed her spiritual strength. Spiritual chains locked onto the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's head, instantly immobilizing it. This technique came from the soul drawing art she had obtained on the Netherworld Heaven staircase. It was an extremely marvelous magical art, but to use this kind of magical art against a 7th-rank magical beast like the red-eye sacred blood phoenix was clearly a bit undependable. Its effect would be extremely limited. It definitely wouldn't be able to hold it for more than a single breath, if even. But all Meng Qi wanted was that one breath of time. The huge blood-red saber image slashed onto the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's head. It was blown into the ground, and a huge wave of earth erupted. This attack had landed solidly on its head. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. Meng Qi really had worked together perfectly with him. Suddenly, the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's wings slammed onto the earth, and it stood up. Long Chen's heart immediately sank. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix's eyes seemed to have become even redder than before. There was a long, bloody cut on its head. It was even possible to see its skull. But he was startled to see that his saber had ended up deviating from the center of its head by a bit. How had he missed it? It was the true feather. I really am stupid. Long Chen suddenly thought of its true feather. That was where the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's whole life energy was condensed. It was what had caused his saber to slant to the side. That filled him with regret. If he hadn't been so greedy and instead aimed for one of its wings rather than trying to take its life, he might have managed to cripple it. That way, he and Meng Qi could have escaped. But now, it wasn't dead, and this couldn't even count as a particularly heavy injury. From its gaze, it was obvious it had become completely infuriated. Double dragon attack. Long Chen had used up all his energy on Split the Heavens. Now his last technique was Lei Long and Huo Long. This time, he was a bit smarter. He didn't vainly think of using this attack to kill it. He just hoped for this attack to injure it while he stealthily slipped away with Meng Qi. Lei Long and Huo Long both let out roars. They intertwined as they flew. Endless pressure descended onto the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Their goal was its wings. But the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's true feather once more rose, transforming into runes. It formed a huge spiritual arrow hundreds of meters long, on that shot towards the two dragons. This collision was even more explosive than the last one. It felt like the entire world was crumbling. Long Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and was blown back. Meng Qi might be further away and had the protection of the brilliant feather dress, but she was also sent flying, blood trickling out of her mouth. Long Chen's arms shook. Lei Long and Huo Long had been both automatically returned. He was shocked to find that they were extremely dispirited. This attack had actually ended up exhausting a huge amount of their core energy. The dust slowly scattered. Long Chen stared closely and let out a regretful sigh. 7 colored feathers were scattered throughout the air. The incomparably grand and majestic red-eye sacred blood phoenix was now in a miserable, naked state. The majority of its feathers had been destroyed, revealing its blood-stained skin. It went without saying that the power of the two dragons was too terrifying. It was even stronger than the second form of Split the Heavens. If the attack had directly struck its body, it definitely would have been killed. However, the two dragons' auras were too powerful. To strike someone off guard was essentially impossible. A miserable cry came from the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. That cry was full of hatred and grievance, as well as killing intent. Its wings suddenly shook, and it shot toward Long Chen. As it moved, countless feathers fell to the ground. But now it was truly furious. Even its skin was starting to turn red, and countless runes lit up on it. A terrifying pressure crashed down on Long Chen. He felt like a mountain had fallen on him, and even taking a single step became laborious. Just as his head was rapidly trying to think of something of whether or not he still had any trump cards, a green light covered his body. A scale had appeared over his head. This was the green dragon scale. Originally, it had been lying in the primal chaos space. But when the red-eye sacred blood phoenix had become furious and berserk, when it had activated its bloodline pressure, the scale had appeared. It was still only the size of a palm. Floating in the air, a majestic dragon might spread. That was an arrogant dragon's will that looked down on everything and everyone. The furious red-eye sacred blood phoenix immediately prostrated itself on the ground, and it didn't even dare to move. It was trembling in terror. Long Chen immediately began to laugh crazily. What kind of joke was this? Dragons were the emperors of all beasts. What magical beast would dare to resist them? He cursed himself. When had he become this stupid? To capture magical beasts, he should just bring out the dragon scale. When the dragon might appeared, who would dare to resist? Don't you like to be a badass? Don't you like showing off? You shameless thing, just who are you showing off to? Long Chen rushed right up in front of the red-eye sacred blood phoenix with the dragon scale in his hand. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, but it still continued to cower, not daring to move. Meng Qi was stunned. When did I even provoke you? Didn't you want to kill me? Come and try it again. Long Chen once more kicked it a few times. But these kicks ended up landing on its beak, and its beak was so hard that it was his foot that was hurt. Long Chen, what's going on? Meng Qi ran over. She still couldn't believe her eyes. Hee, we've struck gold. Meng Qi, place the slave mark, said Long Chen. Will it be alright? Meng Qi hesitated. Don't worry, in front of dragon might, it won't dare to resist, said Long Chen confidently. This dragon scale contained true dragon's essence blood. That power was unquestionable. Only then did Meng Qi nod and carefully form a spiritual seal. Using her strongest soul energy, she condensed a slave mark that planted itself in the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. As expected, it merely instinctively struggled a few times, but after that, it didn't dare to move. It allowed Meng Qi's slave seal to land on its soul. "Alright, put away your dragon scale. It's already my housepet." Meng Qi's voice was shuddering slightly. She felt like she was dreaming. She now controlled a housepet on the ancestor level. This was unbelievable to her. Only then did Long Chen carefully put away the dragon scale, but he was still on guard. He was prepared to summon it again at any moment to avoid a sneak attack. Although Long Chen was confident in Meng Qi's abilities, this involved their lives, so he naturally had to be careful. But apparently, he was being overly cautious. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix had been completely terrified. Even after Long Chen put away the dragon scale, it continued to tremble. Meng Qi was constantly using her spiritual strength to comfort it. This was a method beast tamers often used. If a beast tamer wanted a powerful housepet, it was often the master that brought the disciple hunting. The master would beat the magical beast half dead. It would be best if it was on its last breaths. Then the disciple would subdue it, then comfort it. That would make it easier to gain the trust of the magical beast. Although once a slave mark had been placed on it, a magical beast would be forced to listen to its master's orders. A magical beast could still rebel and attempt to kill its master to regain its freedom. But if you were nice to your magical beast and didn't make it go through too much pain, it would come to adapt to its new life and accept its master. However, the red-eye sacred blood phoenix was absolutely terrified. That hadn't just been a bloodline suppression, but also a spiritual suppression. It was completely unable to resist. It only stopped trembling an hour later. It slowly stood up, but it was now in an extremely weak state. After all, Long Chen's saber had cut a long wound on its head. Its feathers had also been destroyed, and it was covered in blood. The worst thing was that when it had activated its bloodline power, the dragon might had completely suppressed it in the most domineering way, which had shaken its core. Hearing Meng Qi's description of its injuries, Long Chen was speechless. To the red-eye sacred blood phoenix, he said, "Really, why didn't you submit earlier? Now we're all in such a state." Currently, Long Chen, Meng Qi, and the red-eye sacred blood phoenix had been injured. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix's injuries were the heaviest, and with its huge body, complete recovery would require an ocean's worth of medicinal pills. "Open your mouth. Eat some medicine to stabilize your injuries." Long Chen helplessly took out a pile of healing pills. There were over 100 pills in this pile. These were things he had stockpiled, but he normally was unable to find a use for them. These were all 9-ring pills, and they could ease its injuries. Furthermore, a magical beast's constitution was powerful. Its innate recovery abilities were also amazing. After that, Long Chen took out a barrel of healing medicine. He and Meng Qi began to apply it to the red-eye sacred blood phoenix's injuries. This way, it would recover faster. After all, in this terrifying place, having more trump cards was better. But this project was too huge. Long Chen's barrel was used up after just applying it on its head. Long Chen was extremely vexed. Hadn't he done this to himself? If he had taken out the dragon scale earlier, he wouldn't have to do all this. Originally, he had been thinking of having Meng Qi place it into her spiritual space and have it slowly heal. But Meng Qi felt extremely sorry for her new housepet, and so Long Chen could only alternate between refining more medicine and applying it. They only finished after half a day's work. Only then did Meng Qi slowly place the red-eye sacred blood phoenix in her spiritual space. "Alright, let's go. There are still those 2 little fellows." Long Chen directly absorbed the 3 corpses into the primal chaos space and rushed off toward the bird nest at the peak of the mountain. Chapter 758 Irreplaceable. Even though the chicks had only just hatched, their bodies were bigger than a house. However, their appearance was truly a bit ugly. There wasn't a single feather on their bodies. They looked like plucked chickens, and an extremely sour scent came from them. "Long Chen, you should keep one of them, and then we should save the other one for Wan. Using beast tamer methods, they'll grow quickly," said Meng Qi. Both Long Chen and Tang Wan possessed their own spiritual spaces for housepets. With the azure scale horned eagle's assistance, their power would rise a great deal. In an intense battle, a housepet could launch a fatal blow if it caught someone off guard. Now, Meng Qi had the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Even if an opponent could block her spiritual attacks, they wouldn't be able to block the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. It could be said that she had immediately become the strongest member of them all. Her power now far surpassed Long Chen. If Long Chen were to fight Meng Qi with the red-eye sacred blood phoenix on her side, he wouldn't even be able to last an incense stick's worth of time. That was the most terrifying aspect of beast tamers. Ordinary beast tamers would control multiple magical beasts, sometimes even dozens. With Meng Qi's powerful spiritual strength, she could control over 100 powerful magical beasts. But Meng Qi had always been cultivating, and so she hadn't had time to capture magical beasts. Otherwise, if she were to unleash 100 Shantian magical beasts in addition to her spiritual attacks, it would even be possible for her to kill a rank 2 celestial. However, Meng Qi didn't like controlling weak magical beasts, because weak magical beasts were just cannon fodder, and the odds of them dying were too high. Meng Qi didn't like that kind of fighting style. She preferred a powerful magical beast that would always stay by her side. She would feel bad about sending magical beasts to their death. Now that she had the red-eye sacred blood phoenix, she was perfectly content. She didn't have any plans of capturing other housepets. And so she wanted Long Chen and Tang Wan to take these 2 azure scale horned eagles. Tang Wan was a wind cultivator, so when combined with the azure scale horned eagle, her attacks would become even sharper. You should keep both of them. When we get back, give them both to Wan. I don't need them. Long Chen shook his head. Currently, the 2 chicks were still in an extremely weak, confused state. Meng Qi could simply lock their souls with her soul energy. There was no need to place a spiritual imprint on them right now. Long Chen. Meng Qi was startled. I have Little Snow, so I don't need any other housepets. Little Snow is my companion who has gone through life and death with me. No one can replace him. Long Chen smiled slightly. Ever since Little Snow had reached the late 6th rank, his cultivation base hadn't progressed in the slightest. Long Chen also knew that sometimes effort couldn't make up for things. Little Snow had already reached his absolute limit. After all, Little Snow had originally just been a 3rd rank magical beast. After a mutation, he had continuously broken through, but now, he had reached a barrier. Long Chen had tried various medicinal pills, but they had all been ineffective. Long Chen had no choice but to accept that Little Snow's cultivation stopped here. But it was as he said, Little Snow was his companion, a companion he couldn't abandon. Back in Phoenix Cry, when he had been chased down by Marquis Ying to some nameless village, Little Snow had only been a foot long. But he had gone through countless dangers to search for Long Chen. That was something Long Chen had never forgotten about. On the cultivation path, Little Snow had also helped him out countless times. He had fought shoulder to shoulder with him, fighting against death. The emotions between them could not be comprehended by others. But you can also have 2 extra housepets, said Meng Qi. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. Meng Qi, forgive my stubbornness, or perhaps you can call it foolishness. Little Snow is enough for me. I have my own power to face the upcoming dangers. Long Chen had also once thought of obtaining a stronger magical beast to assist him. But no matter how he tried to reason it, he still felt that it was a betrayal to Little Snow. He couldn't do it. Although he felt that this kind of thinking was very stupid, he didn't mind. In any case, he had done quite a few foolish things, so an extra one didn't mean anything. While Long Chen and Meng Qi spoke, Little Snow silently cried in his spiritual space. Alright, I won't force you. Meng Qi knew that no one could change Long Chen's decisions once he had decided on something. Furthermore, Meng Qi also felt a burst of emotion. Long Chen's heart hadn't changed at all. Although he was normally a rascal who needed a beating, his emotions weren't fake. Meng Qi sighed. Perhaps it was those emotions that had so deeply moved her. She put the 2 chicks into her spiritual space. At the same time, she gathered the fragments of the eggs. Those egg fragments seemed to be food for them. It seemed they needed to finish eating those fragments before they could eat flesh. The adult must have captured the python as rations. Meng Qi, can you communicate with the red-eye sacred blood phoenix? Asked Long Chen. Beast tamers first learned ways to communicate with magical beasts. Expressing emotions should be no problem. I really didn't expect for its intelligence to be so low. It's even below the average 5th rank magical beast in the outside world. The only thing in its head is craziness and slaughter. Communicating with it is extremely difficult. Perhaps it'll take a long time to completely calm it down, said Meng Qi. Usually, the higher the rank of the magical beast, the higher its intelligence would be, which made communication easier. But Meng Qi found that the red-eye sacred blood phoenix was too berserk, and their mental frequencies were difficult to align. Perhaps it has to do with the environment. The vegetation, insects, and now even the magical beasts are all so berserk. Even a tiny rabbit will crazily attack us if we step into its territory. It really doesn't make sense, said Long Chen. The spirit world's environment was strange. The two of them had been continuously attacked upon arriving. However, when the azure scale horned eagle had been flying, it had crossed many magical beasts' territories, and none of them had even moved. Was this a case of bullying outsiders? This world really is strange. I feel like I'm constantly being stifled, and I can't help feeling nervous and afraid. Meng Qi nodded. Let's rest for a few days. I'll refine some more pills to help the red-eye sacred blood phoenix recover faster. Even if it can't fight, we need it to be able to fly. Otherwise, we'll find it difficult to move an inch here, said Long Chen. Good idea, Meng Qi assented. It really was too dangerous for the two of them to walk in the forest. It would be much safer to fly on the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. In any case, according to the hourglass, this was only the 7th day. They still had time to continue looking for some treasures. This proved Long Chen's suggestion to use an hourglass to be right. Meng Qi found out that according to the hourglass, 7 days had passed, but here, it had only been 1 day. Because they were too nervous, because they had to be constantly on guard, they hadn't sensed the flow of time. Meng Qi had no choice but to admire how dependable Long Chen was, despite how crazy he sometimes was. Long Chen began to refine pills. This time, he refined giant pills because they were more effective. However, refining them was also more taxing. 3 days later, he had refined 98 giant pills. The red-eye sacred blood phoenix had recovered a great deal. The majority of its injuries had healed. Other than the scar on its head being a bit ghastly to look at, the rest of its body looked fine. However, its internal injuries were still very heavy. Its core had been injured by the dragon might, and it would need a long time to fully heal. Long Chen hadn't expected the dragon might to be so powerful. As time passed, his admiration for the dragon expert only rose. Long Chen, the blood phoenix can already fly. What should we do now? Said Meng Qi. She now called the red-eye sacred blood phoenix just the blood phoenix to make it easier. Ask the blood phoenix if it knows anywhere with large trees, the bigger the better. It would be best if it was that kind of tree that can break through the sky. Said Long Chen. Nonsense. How could there be something so exaggerated? Meng Qi rolled her eyes. Long Chen was once more starting to be unreliable. But she still asked the blood phoenix. An incense stick's worth of time later, Meng Qi sighed. The blood phoenix says something about being tired if it flies forward. There's a forest ahead that might be very frightening. Long Chen's expression was odd. This bird's speech really is a pain. What does it mean? It gets tired flying. Does that have to do with how far it flew? The forest might be frightening. What is that supposed to mean? Meng Qi bitterly smiled. There's no way around it. I've only been in contact with it for such a short time, and its intelligence is just too low. It's very difficult for me to understand what it's saying. Fine, then we'll just go in that direction. We'll go slowly and put down markers on the way so we can find the way back. We can also see if we can find some more suitable magical beasts for you. Then you'll really be unmatched. Long Chen smiled. Meng Qi smiled sweetly. While Long Chen had also come to the spirit world for other reasons, in truth, the main one had been for her safety. The two of them jumped onto the blood phoenix's back and traveled according to its memories. As they slowly flew, Long Chen was filled with anticipation. He wondered if he could see that forest divinity again. They had only just advanced a bit when they saw a 7th-rank magical beast. Long Chen asked, "Do you want it?" No, that black tortoise is a bit ugly," said Meng Qi with embarrassment. It really would be difficult for such a magical beast to attract her interest. Long Chen laughed. Such a magical beast really was a bit useless. Would someone really fight while hiding in its shell? What, an 8th-rank magical beast? Meng Qi, quick, put away the blood phoenix. A huge figure suddenly covered the sun. Long Chen was delighted and he hastily prepared the dragon scale. Chapter 759 Mysterious Giant Tree. That was a huge serpent. Its body was over 3 miles long, and it was pitch black. It had a pair of wings on its back, and upon seeing the blood phoenix, it immediately shot over. This was clearly a foraging magical beast. According to the blood phoenix, there weren't such powerful magical beasts on this path. It's the black-scale soaring serpent, said Meng Qi. That serpent had been quite a distance from them, but in the blink of an eye, it had reached them. This was the black-scale soaring serpent's unique ability. It could pierce through the void to launch a sudden attack before its prey could raise any defenses. Long Chen directly took out the dragon scale. It released its dragon might, and the black-scale soaring serpent immediately came to an abrupt stop. It let out a strange cry and actually turned and fled. Hey, where are you going? I still have some things I want to talk about with you. Seeing that the black-scale soaring serpent wasn't completely suppressed and could flee, Long Chen became anxious. He began to shout and chase while holding the dragon scale. Seeing Long Chen chasing, the black-scale soaring serpent's cry became even more mournful. Its voice was full of terror. Suddenly, its two translucent wings shook and its body twisted. It was like it was swimming in the air as it rapidly fled. Hey, I won't hurt you. Let's discuss this. Brother, wait, you dropped your money. Despite knowing that this was a serious situation, Meng Qi couldn't help laughing. This evil person didn't forget to talk rubbish even at this time. Meng Qi only summoned the blood phoenix again once Long Chen was far away. She followed from a great distance because the blood phoenix was afraid of the dragon might. After an hour, they finally caught up to Long Chen. The black-scale soaring serpent was already gone, but Long Chen was cursing, saying something about how the serpent didn't know how to appreciate kindness and how it had lost its chance to serve him. Meng Qi was speechless. Alright, don't get mad. Meng Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the outside world knew that Long Chen had chased away an 8th-rank magical beast, perhaps the world would go crazy. I'm not mad, I just feel like it's a pity. It lost its chance to become famous. If it followed you, its power would shake the world. Isn't that far better than staying in this damn place? Said Long Chen. He might say he wasn't angry, but his tone didn't match his words. He had noticed a certain fact just now. Continuing to activate the dragon might would exhaust the essence blood's energy inside the scale. The green dragon essence blood was what he needed to rely on to cultivate the dragon blood body tempering art. He didn't dare to continue using it. It was because of this that Long Chen was completely infuriated. If only he could have subdued the black-scale soaring serpent, wouldn't he be able to dominate any enemies? Having to watch as that opportunity slipped away, he naturally was irritated. Let's go. Have the blood phoenix fly slower. We can't use the dragon scale again unless we have absolutely no other choice, sighed Long Chen. They no longer could use the dragon scale. In other words, they wouldn't have any chance of subduing a 7th-rank magical beast again. Let alone one on the level of the blood phoenix, even if they simply placed their sights on magical beasts like the azure scale horned eagle or the 9-spike lizard, they would have to rely on special methods. Those kinds of special methods would be too time-consuming. So now, they would not only find it difficult to subdue other magical beasts, but they would also have to be afraid of them. The blood phoenix was still healing, and its combat strength was less than half of its peak state. Furthermore, Long Chen needed to factor in the time to travel back to their original location. He needed to factor in enough time for accidents or being stalled by other magical beasts. Otherwise, they would be stuck here forever. As a result, they were even more nervous. But there was no way around it. Long Chen could only fly around slowly as he searched for larger trees. Whenever he saw a large tree, he would take a few seeds and try growing them in the primal chaos space. He found that although many of those trees possessed greater life energy than his old trees, they were still extremely limited. They hadn't reached the requirements Long Chen wanted. But he still kept those trees in case he couldn't find anything better. Just a slight increase was better than nothing. After flying several more days, the hourglass said that they had already been in the spirit world for 10 days. But he still didn't find any suitable trees. Some huge trees might not possess that much life energy. It was on the 11th day that a huge forest suddenly appeared in front of them. The blood phoenix immediately came to a stop. It told Meng Qi that this was an extremely terrifying place. If it entered, it would be killed. Long Chen was shocked by what he saw. Each of these trees soared into the sky. Each one of them was several miles high. They soared above the clouds and blocked the sun. That made Long Chen think of the forest divinity. But this forest was a bit terrifying. The huge leaves blocked the sun, making the forest appear dark and sinister. Meng Qi, does the blood phoenix know the origin of this forest? Asked Long Chen. Meng Qi tried communicating with the blood phoenix, but after a long while, she sighed. It can't say anything clearly. All it knows is that this forest is terrifying, and if you enter, you will be killed. Even when I asked it about what would kill you, it wasn't able to describe it. Long Chen was speechless. How could a 7th rank magical beast be so stupid? Meng Qi put it away, and the two of them stealthily approached the sinister forest. The two of them appeared incredibly minuscule compared to the forest. Long Chen quickly noticed that things were off. This place was too quiet, practically deathly quiet. A dense aura of death filled the air. Long Chen felt a chill. But he needed these trees, branches or fruits in order to limitlessly duplicate them. The two of them didn't make a sound as they slowly approached. They had completely concealed their auras. They had even closed their pores, afraid of releasing any odor. As they approached, Long Chen realized that these trees were even larger than he had thought from afar. Furthermore, they weren't all one kind, but each one of them was incredibly huge. Long Chen was like an ant in front of them. Long Chen found a pit that was the size of a basket. It looked like a huge walnut, but he was disappointed to find that there was no life within it. It was just an empty shell that he couldn't plant. He didn't continue deeper into the forest. His intuition told him that there was something exceedingly terrifying within the depths of this forest. This feeling made his scalp numb, and he felt a chill in his bones. He had never felt such a terrifying premonition before. The 9-star hegemon body art senses had never tricked him. There had to be something incredibly terrifying within the forest. Even in the face of the 8th rank black-scale soaring serpent, he hadn't felt such a thing, even when he hadn't taken out the dragon scale. And it had to be known that without the dragon scale, the black-scale soaring serpent could kill him in one blow. In other words, whatever was within this forest was hundreds of times more terrifying than that black-scale soaring serpent, or perhaps thousands of times more terrifying. Long Chen had Meng Qi wait for him on the fringe. If something happened, they could immediately communicate spiritually. He climbed to the top of one of the trees. Because it was so tall, the dense foliage blocked his sight, and he couldn't see Meng Qi anymore. But he could still sense her soul. At the top of the tree, he found a large fruit. That fruit was 3 feet wide and shaped like a coconut. Long Chen didn't dare to use his saber. Instead, he gently broke it off with his hands. When he tossed the fruit into the primal chaos space, he was startled to find that the resulting sapling was incredibly large. While it was still just a soft shoot, it had already reached a height of dozens of meters. It only began to harden and mature upon reaching a height of 300 meters. He hastily snapped off a branch and planted it as well. The primal chaos space didn't disappoint him. The branch also began to slowly grow. That relieved him, and then he stealthily climbed down the tree. He saw Meng Qi waiting for him worriedly. She felt extremely uneasy. This forest was too strange. If they stayed here for too long, they would go crazy. Long Chen gently touched her face to comfort her. He pointed to another huge tree and the two of them quietly walked over. Meng Qi once more stayed down to keep watch. This tree was different from the previous one. It was actually covered in azure scales. Since they had arrived here, Long Chen wanted to get as many seeds as possible. These trees were too big, and he didn't have enough time to grow them to their limit in the primal chaos space. He could only tell how much life energy they had in their sapling state. There was no way he could wait longer. Danger was everywhere here. Staying even an extra minute might be fatal. So Long Chen was only planning on getting the seeds from the closest trees before leaving. If the trees he picked had less life energy in them than the others in the forest, he could only resign himself to his bad luck. He definitely couldn't stay here for too long. Long Chen took seeds from 3 more large trees. Then looking around, he saw another kind of huge tree. This tree had natural lines on its leaves that looked like runes. Furthermore, this tree was even larger than the others. It looked 10 times wider than them. Long Chen's heart immediately began to quicken. Originally, he had been planning on leaving now. But now that he saw this huge tree, he couldn't move. In the end, he clenched his teeth and walked over. His greed had won. He began to climb the tree. Once he reached the top, he suddenly found that this tree had no fruits. Was it a male? Helpless, Long Chen looked around. He saw a small branch around the thickness of an arm. He pulled but found that this branch was extremely sturdy. It didn't immediately break. That made him extremely startled. With his current power, he could snap an enchanted weapon with his bare hands. But he was unable to snap a branch. He didn't try any harder. Such a strong branch would cause a loud noise if he broke it with brute force. In this deathly silent forest, that was definitely not good. He stealthily took out Blood Drinker. Blood red light flashed as the branch was cut off. But where it was cut, a red liquid began to flow out like blood. Long Chen's expression completely changed. The large tree suddenly shuddered, and countless branches gathered around Long Chen, forming a cage. Chapter 760 Terrifying Existence. Long Chen's heart shook. Countless branches began to coil around him. Careful, Long Chen, warned Meng Qi through a spiritual transmission. Something was clearly happening down below as well. Time to run. Long Chen threw the branch in his hand into the primal chaos space. With a slash of his saber, he tore through those coiling branches. Red liquid splashed through the air. Long Chen immediately realized things were worse than he had thought. This tree actually possessed its own consciousness. He immediately summoned his lightning wings and rushed away. Suddenly, more branches came for him. This time, it wasn't those slender branches, but branches several meters thick. He also felt a berserk feeling coming from the tree. It wanted to kill him. Long Chen directly slashed his way out of the branches, finally escaping their clutches. Only then did he see that Meng Qi was in danger as well. Countless roots were surging over her, like monstrous serpents trying to devour her. Long Chen broke those roots with a single slash of his saber. Holding Meng Qi, he rushed out of this strange forest. Shockingly, the ground erupted and that huge tree flew into the air. Countless roots came flying toward Long Chen like a heaven-shrouding claw. The thing that shocked Long Chen the most was that following the first tree, more trees began to fly into the air and chase him. He had no idea what energy they were using, but they were actually able to fly. Long Chen felt like the world had gone crazy. Those trees were incredibly quick. In the air, they were like huge, black clouds. Countless roots stabbed toward him. They were clearly several miles away, but those roots seemed to be able to grow limitlessly. They reached him in an instant. Long Chen once more slashed down his saber, breaking those roots. A blood-like substance filled the air. A strange, chilling cry came from the giant tree. Damn it, they really want my life. Long Chen had only just forced back one tree when he saw that thousands of giant trees had filled the air, completely blocking out the sun. Meng Qi had already summoned the Blood Phoenix now. But the Blood Phoenix was unable to throw off these trees with its speed. Then, in front of Long Chen's shocked eyes, these trees merged together. Their crowns combined and their roots intertwined. They transformed into one enormous creature that rapidly chased after them, and their speed actually increased. Long Chen had never seen such a bizarre thing. These trees were actually working like an army. Meng Qi's face was pale. After the trees had merged, their aura had become even more sinister and chilly. But she kept her mouth shut, not wanting to disturb Long Chen. Explode. Long Chen tossed out a ball of flames, and it exploded in front of that monster. The trees let out that strange cry once more. Their branches and roots were immediately ignited. Ashes began to fall from the sky. Although it wasn't a heavy injury, it still made Long Chen feel relieved. As expected, fire was extremely effective against wood. Suddenly, the sky trembled. A terrifying pressure came from the depths of the forest, one that had made it feel like space had frozen. Long Chen immediately felt like some ancient monster had set its gaze on him. An unprecedented feeling of danger filled him. Even Meng Qi was affected. Whatever that thing was, its aura surpassed their imagination. Long Chen, what are we supposed to do? Although she knew she shouldn't ask such a question at this time, Meng Qi couldn't help it. Don't be afraid, have the Blood Phoenix fly as fast as possible. I remember we crossed a huge river on our way here. We should be able to get there fast enough, said Long Chen. No matter how big Long Chen's guts were, in front of something unknown with unprecedented power, he was still on edge. But after walking on the border of life and death for so long, the more dangerous the situation turned out to be, the calmer he became. When running into danger, panic and fear wouldn't save anyone. It would only cause you to die faster. Long Chen had long since gotten into the habit of being cool-headed in the face of danger. Long Chen sensed a terrifying fellow rapidly approaching from the depths of the forest. These trees must have alerted that existence. However, that terrifying fellow was still extremely far. They still had some time. Long Chen constantly released flame spheres to hold back the trees. But he was also starting to get more nervous. That terrifying existence was rapidly getting closer. Long Chen, the river is ahead, called Meng Qi. That river was extremely wide. It was several hundred miles long. The water roared fiercely. Little Snow, come out. We'll release a combined wind flame attack. Don't concentrate the attack, we want the largest scope possible. Long Chen summoned Little Snow. At the same time, a huge flame sphere was circulating in his hand. Long Chen had Huo Long send all its energy into it. The flame sphere was already 300 meters in size, and that was after Long Chen had compressed it as best as he could. Little Snow's white hair stood on end as endless wind energy began to circulate. He immediately released all his power. The flame sphere shot out. Little Snow opened his mouth and also shot out a huge sphere of wind blades. It wrapped around Long Chen's flame sphere and shot forward. The instant those two spheres collided, they rapidly grew, instantly becoming 10 miles wide. Flames erupted, filling everything within 10,000 miles. The entire world seemed like it had been ignited. The trees let out mournful cries upon being enveloped by the flames and wind. After those flames passed, their tree crowns had been completely destroyed, and the majority of their roots had also disappeared. Their trunks were charred black. As for Long Chen, he directly put away Little Snow. Meng Qi also put away the Blood Phoenix. The two of them charged into the river. Once they were in the river, Long Chen spread his divine sense and found a large fish rapidly swimming over to them. This fish was 40 meters long, and its aura marked it as a 5th-rank magical beast. Seeing Long Chen and Meng Qi, it opened its mouth and swallowed the two of them. Control it. Long Chen had Meng Qi take control of the fish. As it swam, Long Chen said, "To the left." Meng Qi hastily sent the fish to the left. A powerful beast appeared in front of them and began to swim over with its mouth wide open. Meng Qi sent the fish directly into its open mouth. The beast hadn't even understood what had happened before it naturally devoured the fish. At that very moment, a terrifying pressure flew over the sky. The beast immediately burrowed its way into the mud and didn't dare to move. Long Chen tightly held Meng Qi. Meng Qi was trembling. That terrifying existence was flying right over them. Even Long Chen was extremely nervous. Whatever it was, that existence had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. He didn't even have the courage to probe it with his divine sense. That terrifying pressure flew by. Then, countless other powerful auras flew over them. They were like locusts, completely innumerable. Those auras only disappeared after over 2 hours. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. How had taking a branch drawn out such terrifying lifeforms? And from what had just happened, it seemed like there was something even more terrifying that was controlling this huge army. Hadn't he just taken a single branch? Did they need to muster such a force? Long Chen couldn't help cursing inside, but he couldn't move right now. Whatever those things above were, they were slowly returning. They obviously hadn't found anything and so were flying back. His heart clenched. He noticed a terrifying divine sense sweeping through the river. At first, it had started in the corner, but now it had reached the beast that they were in. It swept through the stomach of the beast. Long Chen's nerves were stretched taut as he was worried about being noticed. But the divine sense merely swept through that beast's stomach, and it didn't search the fish's stomach. Long Chen relaxed. Thankfully, he had set up 2 layers of protection. Otherwise, they really would have been doomed. That divine sense searched around several times, but it left in the end. The sensation of pressure finally lifted. How dangerous. Meng Qi was still filled with fear. It was close. Perhaps. I really did go a bit too far this time. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He really had been too overconfident. In the future, he definitely couldn't play around like this, or no number of lives would be enough. He finally looked inside the primal chaos space. The tree branch was still there. He stuck it into the soil and saw that the branch began to grow roots. That made Long Chen sigh with relief. Although it had been incredibly dangerous, he had at least obtained this tree branch. If it hadn't worked, he would probably have coughed up blood. The tree which this branch came from was completely different from other trees. Previously, the trees that had come to attack them had all been especially huge. The other trees, whose seeds he had previously collected, hadn't moved. In other words, it was the especially huge trees that were not ordinary. They stayed within the beast's stomach for a full day until the sensation of danger had completely faded. But they couldn't stay any longer as the beast's stomach juices had already corroded the fish to the point of melting it. I'll kill this magical beast, and then we'll leave this place. Long Chen summoned a lightning spear. Chapter 761 Charmingly Beautiful. A bang came from the bottom of the river. Within the muddy river, blood splashed and then rapidly dissipated. Killing a 7th-rank magical beast from inside its body was extremely easy. That was especially true since most water magical beasts were weak to thunder force. So Long Chen easily killed it. However, It was surprising that even Meng Qi didn't recognize it. It was strikingly similar to a catfish with 4 limbs. But beast tamers didn't usually take fish housepets. Other than using them as rations, what were they useful for? After killing it, Long Chen and Meng Qi didn't immediately leap out of the water. They stealthily spread their spiritual strength to probe the situation. Finding that there was nothing strange, they crept ashore. In truth, since Long Chen had the 9-star hegemon body arts intuition, he didn't really need to do this. But he was still afraid. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless anymore. Whatever those unknown existences were, they were far from what he could currently handle. At the same time, he couldn't help finding it odd. How was it that the forest divinity had been so kind and easy to get along with, but now they encountered berserk killers wherever they went? Each living thing here wanted their lives. Long Chen even suspected that this wasn't the spirit world. It was on a completely different extreme from the peaceful and tranquil world he had seen before. Once they stealthily went ashore, they began to race back along the path they had come in. With the spiritual marks they had placed on the way, they didn't get lost. After traveling further and finding that nothing was off, Meng Qi summoned the Blood Phoenix and they continued back to their original location. When they finally saw the spot that Long Chen had destroyed with his flames, they finally relaxed. They could finally return home. This spirit world was too stifling. According to the hourglass, they still had 3 days before it was a month. Meng Qi, let's take a bath together, said Long Chen suddenly. TCH, don't be so indecent. Meng Qi blushed. She hadn't expected Long Chen to make such a rude request. Hee, as my future wife, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Furthermore, we have to completely cleanse our bodies. At the same time, we'll have to destroy our clothes, said Long Chen. Because this place is the spirit world. The species here are completely different from our world. There are definitely all sorts of pollen and even invisible larvae stuck on our bodies. If we return like this, those species might end up destroying our whole world, said Long Chen. What? It couldn't be that terrifying, said Meng Qi. Meng Qi, you're a beast tamer. You've only studied magical beasts and not vegetation. I really am not trying to frighten you. If the vegetation here is brought back to our world, then on the off chance that it can manage to survive in that soil, it will begin to rapidly multiply because it has no natural predators. It could break down the entire ecosystem of our world. Haven't you heard about wild desolate land? That was something that was sealed into a minor world by experts during ancient times. The ecosystem there was so badly damaged by foreign species that those almighty experts were helpless to do anything other than to seal that land away. Each world has its own survival rules. But creatures of different worlds aren't within those rules. It's like a killer was suddenly thrown into a group of peaceful people who don't know how to fight. The results are obvious, so we have to completely cleanse our bodies. I will make a flame barrier to create a space for us. Long Chen smiled naughtily. He took out a large wood bathing cask. It had already been filled with water. Long Chen began to disrobe. Meng Qi hastily turned away. Although her heart had already become completely devoted to Long Chen, her face was still as red as an apple. Suddenly, she let out a startled cry as Long Chen grasped her waist. They jumped into the bath, and Long Chen began to take off Meng Qi's clothes. Don't! Meng Qi let out a sharp cry and tightly held onto her clothes. Long Chen smiled mischievously at the panicked Meng Qi. Meng Qi had always been the warm and calm kind of girl. She gave off a different kind of beauty now. I'll do it myself. Meng Qi blushed bashfully, not daring to look at Long Chen as she slowly removed her clothes. How about I help you? Don't worry, I won't force you. You're my woman, and in this world, no one can make you do anything you don't want to do, myself included, said Long Chen softly. Long Chen knew that Meng Qi was shy, but another reason was that she was afraid Long Chen would take advantage of her. Then she would become someone who broke her promises, and she naturally wouldn't want something like that. Long Chen. Meng Qi trembled slightly. She looked at him with warm and tender eyes. A burst of warmth filled her heart, and she wrapped her arms around Long Chen's neck and gave him a kiss. Long Chen didn't have the slightest wicked thought right now. Meng Qi was like a fairy that couldn't be blasphemed. She was like a flawless jade, so perfect that a person couldn't bear to touch her. He lost himself in the feeling of her lips, in that connection between them. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Qi suddenly escaped from their embrace with a startled cry, her face even redder than before. Cough. Sorry, it was just excitement. However, if I didn't get excited while holding such a beautiful woman in my hands, I definitely wouldn't be a man, laughed Long Chen. He awkwardly shifted, as pointing at someone was rude. Meng Qi, let me tell you a story. Long Chen began to tell a story to relieve the awkwardness. As for Meng Qi, she hadn't recovered from that unique feeling and still couldn't look at him. There was a man who was bathing in a bathtub. Nothing strange happened, but suddenly, the water level began to rapidly rise. Do you know why? Asked Long Chen. Hee, it was because he suddenly saw his beloved woman. Long Chen suddenly began to laugh mischievously. At first, Meng Qi didn't comprehend. But following Long Chen's mischievous laughter, along with what had just happened, she immediately rebuked, "You scoundrel." She slammed the water, and a pillar of water shot at Long Chen. Long Chen was laughing, and as a result, the water surged into his nose and mouth, making him appear incredibly miserable while Meng Qi laughed. Come, let me clean up my wife. Seeing that Meng Qi was no longer so nervous, Long Chen held her hand. Now, Meng Qi didn't refuse him. She allowed him to take off the rest of her clothes, completely revealing her flesh to him. Meng Qi's body involuntarily trembled as Long Chen's hands touched her skin. Her eyes were half closed, and some faint sweat began to collect on her nose. Her gaze was blurred, bashful, and extremely moving. When the final piece was taken off, Long Chen couldn't help being filled with praise. The heavens really did possess supernatural sculpting abilities to make such a beautiful woman. Meng Qi, you really are beautiful, praised Long Chen. His praise caused her to become a bit more clear-headed. Shaking off what had happened, she caressed Long Chen's cheek and asked, Long Chen, back when we first met in Phoenix Cry, did you intentionally put on an act because you wanted to obtain me? Long Chen nodded. Yes, I did it on purpose. I deliberately made you feel guilty and feel pity for me. I used your kindness to seduce you. He didn't hesitate or try to cover up the truth at all. Caressing Meng Qi's face, he looked into her eyes and said, because I know that in this world, no one else can love you more than I do. No one else can devote their heart and soul to protect you like I do. Through the countless battles I fought, whenever I faced death, I always told myself that I couldn't die. Because if I died, then no one else in this would be able to love you the way I do. Long Chen. Meng Qi wrapped her arms around Long Chen and tightly embraced him. Long Chen took a deep breath and did his best to suppress his hot blood. He felt like something hot was flowing through his nose and about to burst. He hastily suppressed it. He now slightly regretted this. He shouldn't have chosen to bathe together with Meng Qi, because she was truly too attractive. At the same time, he had also overestimated his self-control. Wasn't he an idiot? Why had he decided to torture himself? Originally, he had just been planning on helping Meng Qi clean herself off. Now he found that all his energy had to be focused on suppressing his own desires. It was Meng Qi who had to help him clean his body. After a bitter trial, they finally finished bathing. Long Chen circulated the earth flame and used it to scour the space around them before forming a barrier. In this space, there would be nothing from this world to stick to them. They also did a thorough examination of their bodies. After checking with their spiritual strength and confirming there was nothing suspicious, they took out new clothes from their spatial rings. After putting on new clothes, they looked at each other with anticipation. They were finally about to be freed from the feeling of suppression here. They smiled at each other. Although they couldn't take another step in their relationship, bathing together had brought their hearts closer. Meng Qi tightly held onto Long Chen, and Long Chen also wrapped an arm around her. With his right hand, he crushed the world-piercing jade talisman. A spatial portal appeared in front of them. Long Chen jumped in with Meng Qi. Their vision twisted as they appeared in the original mountain valley. Hee, Long Chen, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Long Chen had only just appeared when 4 red-robed experts surrounded them. Chapter 762 Catching a Turtle in a Jar. Corrupt experts. Long Chen's expression changed. These 4 people possessed an extremely powerful aura, one that he had only ever sensed from the Vice Sect Master. Ancestor experts. What a trap. Fury crept across Long Chen's face, and he even ended up crushing the world-piercing jade talisman in his hand. Ha ha ha, yes, a trap. Unfortunately, you realized it too late, laughed one of the corrupt experts. Long Chen, we really put in a lot of effort to deal with you. 4 ancestor experts. You can die without regret. Meng Qi stealthily made some small signs to Long Chen, but Long Chen shook his head. There's no need to waste the effort. They're all foundation forging experts, people on the level of the vice sect master. We have no ability to resist. Meng Qi was startled. She had wanted Long Chen to prepare himself while she summoned the Blood Phoenix to handle them. Even if it wouldn't be able to kill them, both of them should be able to flee. But now that he said this, she had no idea what he was planning. You're pretty smart, little fellow. Yes, if you don't struggle, you won't have to suffer so much. Hehe, come with us without struggling. Don't force us to fight with an amateur at the Xiantian realm, said one of the corrupt experts. Obviously, a foundation forging expert had a foundation forging expert's pride. Experts in this realm were the masters of large sects. That was why they were called ancestor experts, because they possessed the qualifications to start their own renowned sects. So for a foundation forging expert to target a Xiantian rookie was truly a loss of status, especially when it was 4 against 1. It was clearly too much. But the corrupt path viewed Long Chen too importantly now. In the Chaos region, they hadn't killed him, but they had lost 5 sea expansion experts, 9 celestials, and 80,000 elite disciples. Even now, this incident was still a mystery for the corrupt path. And the only one who could resolve that mystery was Long Chen. So the corrupt path didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless now. They had to capture him, thus, they had sent out 4 foundation forging experts at once. Wait a moment, I, Long Chen, am a grand and heroic figure. How can I just allow myself to be taken without a struggle? You have to first agree to one of my conditions, said Long Chen. Conditions? HMPH, what qualifications do you have to discuss those? You want to know who sold you out? Don't bother. The corrupt experts looked at him disdainfully. Long Chen disdainfully looked back. TCH, have your brains been eaten by maggots? I already know who sold me out, so why would I have to ask you? The 4 of them were enraged. His tone was completely unacceptable. One of the more patient ones asked, then what is your condition? They naturally hoped to capture Long Chen alive. Not only did they want his memories, but they also wanted to obtain what he had on him. Just in terms of the physical body, he had to have some sort of secret for him to be so strong. My condition is extremely simple. Kneel on the ground and call me daddy. Then I'll immediately leave with you. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Bastard, you dare to trick us. The 4 of them all realized Long Chen was playing around with them. He had never had any intentions of discussing things with them. Tricking you, you're right, I'll tell you the truth now. I am also a foundation forging expert, so come and test your daddy Long's true power. Long Chen's aura erupted and his divine ring appeared. A powerful pillar of chi soared into the sky. The 4 of them jumped. Long Chen was also a foundation forging expert. Even if he beat them to death, they wouldn't believe such a thing. They all watched with rapt attention, wanting to see whether Long Chen was just trying to act mystical or whether he really had any power. But suddenly, a formation under Long Chen's feet lit up. Spatial power erupted, and the 4 corrupt experts suddenly found that they were unable to move. The world around them twisted. They were horrified to find that they had appeared on a large platform. Countless figures were watching them like they were rare species. Welcome to the Xiantian Dao sect. It really was rude for us to not welcome you at the door. The vice sect master stood in the air, smiling lightly at the 4 of them. Their expressions completely changed. They looked around and saw a sea of people around them. They were the Xiantian Dao sect's disciples. Everything had already been prepared by Long Chen. He had felt that his trip to the spirit world wouldn't be so simple. Therefore, he had borrowed a transportation formation disc from the vice sect master. It had to be known that the Xiantian Dao sect had only had 2 such large-scale transportation formation discs. At first, the vice sect master hadn't even wanted to lend it to him. But Long Chen guaranteed that either he wouldn't use it, or in the case if he did, he would rake in an unimaginable profit. If he didn't use the disc, then it wouldn't use up any of its energy, so there would be no loss. Furthermore, Shui Wuan had also spoken up for him, allowing him to finally obtain it. As soon as they arrived in this world, he had crushed a jade seal. That seal had activated the formation disc as well as the photographic jades on the mountain peaks. Long Chen estimated that if they really did target him this time, there would be some big fish. So he had set up those special photographic jades to project their images on the Xiantian platform. The Xiantian platform was the center of the Xiantian plaza. When the projection had appeared, the disciples there had all been startled. Long Chen was actually surrounded by 4 corrupt ancestor experts. As for when Long Chen had crushed the world-piercing jade talisman in his panic, he had also crushed the jade seal he had used to activate everything. Furthermore, when the jade seal was crushed, the vice sect master received a message. He had rushed over to the Xuantian Plaza to see everything. He had hastily ordered the activation of the Grand Formation, as well as activating the Trapping Formation and Killing Formation on the Xuantian platform. Then he watched as Long Chen calmly talked nonsense with them. He knew Long Chen was stalling for them to set up the formations. But in truth, he had already finished the preparations in just a few breaths' time. Then when the formation disc was activated, Long Chen released his powerful aura to conceal the fluctuations. As a result, the four of them really cooperated with him perfectly. Long Chen and Meng Qi were by the vice sect master's side. He had activated the formation to pull them out as soon as they had appeared. Hehe, you really are idiots. Do you know how united our righteous path is? Did you really think we would harm ourselves? It seems you still don't understand what happened within the chaos region. You idiots really never learn, no matter how many times you're tricked. Long Chen laughed with a pleased expression. The four corrupt experts were completely enraged. His words made them suspect that what had happened within the chaos region had all been planned by the righteous path. Now, they had been tricked once more. You bastard Zhou Tianyi, even as ghosts, we won't let you off. Roared one of the corrupt experts as he began to crazily attack the formation. Zhou Tianyi turned pale and sat on the ground. The Xuantian platform was merely a mile wide. It was usually used by the higher-ups as a place to lecture on the Tao. Many disciples hadn't known that the Xuantian platform was so powerful. The entire Xuantian platform was covered in runes. They formed a powerful defensive barrier that trapped the four of them. No matter how they tried, they were unable to break through it. Activate the killing formation, ordered the vice sect master. Countless flying swords condensed in the air and shot toward the four of them. One of them punched out, destroying a dozen flying words. That caused the monastery head experts' expressions to change. Just one of those flying swords would have the power to kill them, but these corrupt experts were able to destroy a dozen of them with a single punch. Work hard, work hard. You can do it. Long Chen cheered for them as they struggled bitterly. The four of them were fuming with rage. One of them ended up getting distracted and hit by a flying sword. It pierced through his shoulder, bringing with it a spray of blood. Oh, you're bleeding. Is this your legendary first time? Asked Long Chen in shock. Long Chen. Meng Qi finally couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't have Long Chen's thick face, and she hastily pulled him away, not letting him continue to spout nonsense. What? Suddenly, one of the corrupt experts took out a soul banner. But he found that he was unable to activate this treasure item. An invisible energy here blocked his connection to it. Sorry, the rules here are that no one can use weapons above the enchanted level on the Xuantian Plaza, said the vice sect master. His normally stern face was lit up in a smile. It had to be known that the deed of killing four corrupt foundation forging experts along with gathering their corpses and souls would be greatly rewarded by the head sect. In all his years running the Xuantian Dao sect, the number of corrupt foundation forging experts they had cut down was pitifully low. Now four had come at once. If he didn't care about his status, the vice sect master would probably be dancing in delight. This was definitely the Eastern Wastelands branch sect's greatest battle achievement. The disciples watched in shock as the four of them struggled desperately. Finally, after 2 hours, they were killed by the formation. Once they were killed, runes lit up on the formation and gathered their souls and corpses. It would be possible to see some of their secrets through their souls. The vice sect master's smile then disappeared as he turned to look at Zhou Tianyi icily. Zhou Tianyi, you better give me a satisfactory explanation this time. Chapter 763. Would they still have done it? Vice sect master, please spare my life. Zhou Tianyi directly knelt on the ground. He knew there was no way for him to argue his way out of this. The four corrupt experts' souls were in the vice sect master's hands. All he could hope was that he wouldn't be killed. Zhou Tianyi, why would you be so foolish? Not even the lesson from the chaos region taught you anything. You should accept the punishment for your sins, said the vice sect master coldly. Although the chaos region matter had been led by the Pill Tower, the Zhou family had also participated. When the vice sect master had learned about the disturbance within the chaos region, Zhou Tianyi had already made ample preparations and left behind no evidence. If Long Chen's photographic jades hadn't appeared, there would have been no way to prove that the Zhou family had been involved at all. Because the Zhou family had then been forced to sacrifice Zhou Qingyu and her son, as well as paying a huge amount in compensation, the vice sect master had thought that the Zhou family would reserve themselves a bit. Most importantly, he had also warned them all several times during the trials that they could fight, but they had to keep it within the limits. However, Zhou Tianyi had clearly not taken his words to heart. He had actually colluded with the corrupt path. Even if it wasn't to target Long Chen, just the sin of colluding with the corrupt path was enough for him to die 100 times. Vice sect master, please spare me. Disciple was just muddle-headed, cried Zhou Tianyi through tears. He really was afraid now as he didn't want to die. It was always people who were older that longed for life more. Fool, what you committed wasn't a mistake but an absolute taboo. Even the sect master wouldn't be able to protect you. The vice sect master shook his head. Although he was a solemn person, he actually was very soft-hearted. It was precisely because the four family heads had realized his nature that their inner battle became increasingly intense. But today, there was clearly no way for him to let Zhou Tianyi off. Fine, since that's the case, then I won't make it hard on you. I wish to report that it was Shui Yunkong who incited me to do this. What no one had expected was for Zhou Tianyi to suddenly pull in Shui Yunkong. Zhou Tianyi, don't slander others, raged Shui Yunkong. HMPH, Shui Yunkong, if it weren't for you, how could I end up like this? If I'm dying, then don't think about getting to live happily. If it weren't for what you did to the world-piercing jade talisman, how could I have found Long Chen's position? And then how could I leak the information to the corrupt path? I'm sorry to tell you that I recorded our conversation, so you can accompany me in death. Zhou Tianyi laughed crazily and took out a photographic jade. That was a very high-level photographic jade and an extremely expensive one. When it was activated, the fluctuations were practically impossible to sense. Even sea expansion experts were unable to sense it. Shui Yunkong's expression completely changed. He suddenly charged over and snatched the photographic jade away. Right in front of the vice sect master, he destroyed it. Do you think a rotten stone can frame me? You've gone crazy. Shui Yunkong put on an expression of fury. He wanted to display the anger of a person who had been wrongly accused. The vice sect master indifferently watched them and sighed. You've really disappointed me. It seems you've been in power for so long that your heads have rotted. You've even forgotten the Xuantian Dao sect's rules. Did you think you could stand above the rules with your statuses? Anyone who colluded with the corrupt path will be taken in by the law enforcers and soul-searched. Even those who were involved will be soul-searched. Did you think destroying the proof would save you? You really have gotten old, so old that your head no longer works. Where are the law enforcers? Bring them away. Law enforcement disciples came over and icily said to Zhou Tianyi and Shui Yunkong, please. After all, they were two family heads, and so they didn't use force against them. But the law enforcement disciples were neutral within the Xuantian Dao sect. No matter what their statuses were, they still had to listen to their orders, or they would be immediately arrested. Vice sect master, my family head was just muddle-headed in his old age. I wish to take his punishment. Suddenly, Shui Guanji stood out, startling everyone. The vice sect master icily glanced at him. Don't think that a rank 3 celestial is above the Xuantian Dao sect's rules. Even a rank 9 celestial isn't, let alone you. Pray that this matter didn't involve you, or the law enforcement hall's blade will also take your head. The vice sect master was already infuriated because the two family heads had committed such a disgraceful act. As the person in charge, he was also responsible. Then, this pampered brat Shui Guanji had actually vainly thought to use his newfound status as a rank 3 celestial to save Shui Yunkong. That made him even more furious, because he already loathed people like that who thought themselves to be so important. Long Chen and Meng Qi were startled. Although they had been prepared, they hadn't thought that Shui Guanji would advance so quickly. It was also surprising that the vice sect master would actually not give a rank 3 celestial any face at all. Shui Guanji hadn't expected that his advancement would be valued so little in the eyes of the vice sect master. He clenched his teeth furiously. The two family heads were also panicked. They hadn't expected this matter to have blown up this big. Although they normally fought against each other constantly, it was like a chess game. It wasn't a fight to the death. But now the situation was grave. The Ku family head and the Wang family head looked at each other and then walked out and directly knelt in front of the vice sect master. Please be lenient, vice sect master. Although the two of them committed a taboo, they've worked for the Xuantian Dao sect for so long. Even if they didn't make contributions, they still toiled for the sect. Please spare their lives. After all, they had known each other for so long, and they didn't have that many years left. The two of them ended up feeling pity for them, like a fox that grieves when the rabbit is dead. They definitely had to receive a heavy punishment, but as long as it wasn't the death penalty, they would feel better. A generation's family head, that was a dignified position. If they were killed just like this, they really would be unable to accept it. Zhou Tianyi and Shui Guanji looked at the two of them in shock. At this time, these old fellows they had fought against for countless years had actually knelt and begged for leniency for them. They couldn't help feeling emotional. Their hearts also became a bit clearer. Zhou Tianyi suddenly said, "Vice Sect Master, in truth, I was lying just now. Everything was done by me. Shui Yunkong is innocent." Shui Yunkong looked at him in surprise. In that instant, he thought of many things. The resentments and grudges from many years instantly resolved. "This matter truly was done by me," said Shui Yunkong. "Brother Yunkong," said Zhou Tianyi, "say no more. We've fought for a lifetime, so if you die, I won't have an opponent. Let's go together. At least we'll have an opponent on the way," said Shui Yunkong, patting Zhou Tianyi's shoulder. Family head. The Shui family and Zhou family's disciples all knelt on the ground at the same time. "What are you doing? Get up," shouted Shui Yunkong. "Don't make things harder on the Vice Sect Master. A mistake is a mistake. As the family head, I have even more responsibility to face the consequences of my actions." The disciples didn't say a word. There were several of them who quietly sobbed. Long Chen had never thought that things would progress like this. The specter of death had given them a moment of enlightenment. Their resentment from years of fighting had actually disappeared. "Vice Sect Master." Long Chen opened his mouth. In any case, he hadn't taken any loss this time. This matter could end like this. "Long Chen, don't plead for leniency for us," said Shui Yunkong suddenly. "We thank you for the thought. Just this magnanimity of yours has shown us how worthless our lives were. An hour ago, even we definitely wouldn't be able to put aside our hatred after someone had entrapped us like we did to you. We're sorry to you, and we're sorry to the Xuantain Dao sect. Even if the Vice Sect Master agreed to spare us, we wouldn't have the face to continue living. All disciples listen to my orders. No one is allowed to bear a grudge against Long Chen. Otherwise, even in the 9 springs, I wouldn't acknowledge such an unfilial descendant." Shui Yunkong looked at Shui Guanji when he said his final sentence. He was clearly warning him not to do anything. "Brother, let's go," said Shui Yunkong to Zhou Tianyi. Zhou Tianyi nodded. He merely smiled slightly and waved his hand to the Zhou family's disciples before going with the law enforcers. Everyone was silent for a moment. All their hearts were heavy. Even the Vice Sect Master's delight in killing 4 corrupt experts faded. Long Chen sighed. If they had known this day would come, would they still have done what they had done? Was it really true that people could only open their eyes once they reached the end and were about to depart from this world? Was that the only way for them to understand the truth about the world? "Long Chen, now you should be happy." Shui Guanji clenched his teeth. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. Shui Guanji had clearly placed all his hatred on Long Chen. Was he going to target him now? "It's still the same thing. When you want to die, come find me at any time," said Long Chen icily. He brought Meng Qi over to Shui Wuan's side and regrouped with Tang Wan'er and the others. They returned to their camp. Shui Wuan's heart was clearly a bit heavy. After all, that was her uncle who had just been sent to his death. Although she normally hated how her family head was only full of schemes, looking at his back, she felt a bit of pain. No one celebrated, even though Long Chen had returned safely. Long Chen also knew that now wasn't the time to make any large movements. He had everyone continue to cultivate normally. Also, Meng Qi gave Tang Wan'er her new housepets. Long Chen returned to his private room, and his mind entered the primal chaos space. He was going to check his harvests. Chapter 764. That fellow finally returns. There were 4 new large trees in the primal chaos space now. One of them was the especially large tree whose leaves were covered in runes. Although the trees hadn't completely matured yet, when Long Chen tested their life energy, he found that the 3 large trees had over 10 times the life energy of his old trees. But when he tested the runic tree, he was shocked to find that its life energy was absolutely enormous. Furthermore, as he drew out its life energy, it absorbed the soil's energy to replenish itself. Just in terms of life energy, it had dozens of times more than the other 3 large trees combined. That was both startling and delightful to Long Chen. As expected, fortune existed within danger. Long Chen directly tossed away the 3 large trees and his old ones. He began to rapidly plant the runic trees' branches with set distances between them. Thinking of a 3,000-mile primal chaos space filled with this species of towering trees, Long Chen was delighted. He would practically have an undying body. Even if he was injured by a celestial's heavenly Tao energy, he would still be able to recover. After a day of work, Long Chen had planted 3,000 trees within the primal chaos space. It wasn't that he didn't want to plant more, but simply that he only had this much space. Once these trees matured, their crowns would be over 10 miles wide. Growing them too packed in an area wasn't a good idea. Increasing the amount to lower the quality wasn't a good idea. Now, other than one big tree, the rest were all tiny little sprouts. Long Chen knew that his bitter days had come again. Oh, I forgot. Long Chen suddenly recalled that he had 4 magical beast corpses. He directly tossed the magical beast he had killed underwater into the black soil. It finished devouring the corpse in just a few minutes. It was like the corpse had dissolved and endless life energy spread throughout the primal chaos space. The sprouts began to rapidly grow. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 sprouts grew to a height of 300 meters, and they continued to rapidly grow. Long Chen was delighted. It seemed he would need to gather some stronger magical beast corpses in the future. When fighting others, if he exhausted the trees' life energy, he could rely on the magical beast corpses to heal. Those trees grew until they were over 600 meters tall and 30 meters thick. They appeared incredibly majestic, but Long Chen was curious why they didn't possess any of their own consciousness. They seemed like ordinary trees now, but back in the spirit world, it had been filled with a berserk will. It really is strange. These trees had to have secrets he was unaware of. Or was it that the primal chaos space's duplicated trees were different from the originals? After a moment of hesitation, Long Chen also threw the python's corpse into the black soil. As the primal chaos space grew, so did the area of the black soil. It was now 30 miles wide and could even fit in such a large magical beast. Once the python's corpse was absorbed, the trees once more grew, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. But it was still a far cry from the huge, towering forest he had seen in the spirit world. However, in terms of life energy, these trees could already offer Long Chen hundreds or even thousands of times what his original trees could. In the end, he decided to temporarily not use the azure scale horned eagle and 9 spike lizards' corpses. He already had plans for the 9 spike lizards' hide. If he could make some leather armor for the Dragonblood warriors, it would become a powerful defense for the Dragonblood Legion. Currently, he still had a few heavenly Tao fruits, but it wasn't enough for all the Dragonblood warriors to become celestials. Rather than having them advance one by one, it would be better to develop in a low-profile manner while they properly built their foundation. When the time came, they would all become celestials. Right now, Long Chen didn't dare to continue drawing attention, as he was worried about drawing more trouble. The immemorial path was on the verge of opening. It was better for them all to calmly cultivate here. In truth, Long Chen hadn't even been planning on allowing Ji Yuyong and the other captains to become celestials yet. But then, he thought to himself that true experts had to face danger, or they wouldn't be able to grow. He didn't have the right to strip them of those opportunities. Most importantly, they were strong enough. They definitely wouldn't be cannon fodder in the immemorial path. Retreating from the primal chaos space, Long Chen stretched. Little Snow quietly grumbled when he saw Long Chen awaken. Ha ha ha, good, then let's go take a look. Little Snow said that Meng Qi had come to tell Long Chen to go see the Vice Sect Master. The Vice Sect Master had come to see him 2 days ago, but because Long Chen had been in a meditative state, he hadn't disturbed him. In truth, at that time, Long Chen had been hard at work being a farmer. Little Snow, you can stay here. You can play with Sister Meng Qi. Long Chen hugged Little Snow's head. He felt a bit sorry for Little Snow. The majority of the time when Long Chen was out, Little Snow stayed in his spiritual space. He rarely got a chance to accompany him. It had to be known that Little Snow was still young and still very much had a child's temperament. Having him stay in the spiritual space for so long was definitely not good. But luckily, Little Snow's body wasn't extremely large. Ordinarily, he could run around within the camp. As long as he didn't go out, no one would bother him. Long Chen went directly to see the vice sect master. The first thing the vice sect master said was, "How were your gains in the spirit world?" "Not bad. We were lucky and obtained 2 azure scale horned eagle chicks." Long Chen smiled. But he didn't bring up the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Long Chen had also told Meng Qi not to mention it and not to bring it out unless she was forced to. If she was to bring it out, then she had to kill her opponent. The blood phoenix would be her greatest trump card and the greatest assurance of her safety. If an expert wanted to live longer, they couldn't allow others to know their strongest trump cards. No matter how strong the trump card was, once others were on guard and knew how to counter it, it wouldn't possess any threat. In fact, once they came up with a plan to use against your trump card, it would be dangerous for you. Oh, the azure scale horned eagle possesses the ancient dragon eagle's bloodline. It's extremely powerful. Once matured, even a foundation forging expert would have to run if they didn't have a treasure item on hand. Your luck's not bad. But after the vice sect master said that, he felt like he had misspoken. That was because he saw Long Chen's expression had become a bit odd. He immediately realized that with Long Chen's heaven-defying bad luck, perhaps they had run into quite a few twists and turns to make such gains. It could be said that whether it had been to capture magical beasts or to find stronger trees, Long Chen's luck had been extremely lacking. That was especially true when that unimaginably terrifying existence had ended up coming out just because he had taken a branch off the runic tree. How could he accept the praise that his luck was not bad? Long Chen didn't want to discuss this topic any further. What about the Zhou and Shui family heads? They're both dead. Not only them, but 7 monastery heads were also executed with them. A dim light appeared in the vice sect master's eyes. If only he had been more strict, perhaps there wouldn't have been such an ending. A person has to know how to feel reverence and gratitude, or they will have no bottom line to hold back their own depravities. In the end, they'll simply be devoured by their desires and become a walking corpse. Although it's a bit regretful, at least the 2 of them ended up comprehending everything in the end, said Long Chen. The vice sect master looked at Long Chen for a long while before sighing. Even a child can see things more clearly than us old fellows. It really is too ironic. Vice sect master, you overpraise me. I'm just spouting nonsense, said Long Chen hastily. How regretful that their comprehension came too late. I also understood what I should have done too late. The vice sect master shook his head. It could be said that the loss of 2 family heads and 7 monastery heads was a large blow to the core strength of their branch sect. Vice sect master, you're overthinking it. A sect has its own fate just like how a person has their own fate. You can't change someone else's fate. In this world, the only one capable of helping someone is themselves. Using myself as an example, although I might have bad luck that makes it so I have to put in more effort than anyone else, I don't complain. A person's luck is fated. But fate is not something that cannot be changed. It just depends on whether or not you want to fight against the heavens. If you want to change your own fate, you don't only have to struggle against the heavens, but you also have to struggle against yourself. Regretfully, those 2 family heads and 7 monastery heads weren't able to overcome the demons in their hearts and were devoured. Long Chen shrugged. Ha ha ha, well said. Wuan said you were pretty smart. Now I realize what she meant. If your soul didn't match your body, I'd even suspect your body was being controlled by some old demon, laughed the vice sect master. He was surprised to hear that Long Chen's theory was very similar to what the sect master had told him. Although the specifics were different, what they expressed were shockingly alike. Vice sect master, did you have something you needed me for? Asked Long Chen. That's right, you have done a great deed. By killing 4 corrupt foundation forging experts, our Dao sect was gifted a huge reward. As for you, you can choose any treasure item in the Dao sect as your personal reward. Don't blame me for being stingy, as the sect's reward is still in the application process. Once the head sect sends down the reward, you'll be given quite a bit more, said the vice sect master. In truth, killing 4 corrupt foundation forging experts would definitely shake the righteous path. This matter had already been reported, but they had to wait for the higher-ups to approve the reward before it came. The reward for killing those 4 without spilling a drop of blood was definitely immense. But the vice sect master was rather conservative, choosing to only give Long Chen a treasure item for now. But once the reward came, the surplus would be given to Long Chen. Then I'll pick that spear. Long Chen chose that spear for Ji Yuyong. After all, Ji Yuyong was one of the leaders of the Dragonblood Legion, and he needed a good weapon. As for Yu Zifeng, Long Chen decided not to give him such a good weapon so early. The most important thing for sword cultivators were their hearts, not their weapons. On his way back from the Vice Sect Masters, Long Chen was passing through the plaza when he suddenly heard a heaven-shaking roar. He saw a large crowd up ahead. Hearing that voice, Long Chen was startled and delighted. That fellow had finally returned. He rushed over. Chapter 765 Wild Returns. Speak, how did my brother Long die? That furious roar was incredibly imposing. It was like the roar of a god, and it shook the entire Xuandian Dao sect, even echoing several times. Long Chen forced his way through powerful astral winds. Countless disciples cried out in shock and were blown back. He saw a huge fellow over 3 meters tall carrying a bone club in his hand. In front of him was a large crater. At the bottom of that crater was a shocked Zhao Wuji. The lower half of his body had completely disappeared now. He looked at that giant in absolute terror. You won't say, then you're definitely the one who killed Brother Long. I'll get revenge for him. That giant was precisely the long missing Wild. Wild's hair trailed over his shoulders, and he wore beast hide. He had an immense bone club in his hand, one that was 4 meters long and as thick as a man's thigh. Its whole body was like jade, and it was covered in strange lines. It was impossible to tell what beast that bone came from. Wild was releasing killing intent. He seemed like a ferocious tiger, and he simply swung his club down. Whistling winds erupted, and Zhao Wuji was horrified to find that he was completely locked down by a terrifying power. He didn't even have the chance to dodge. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Wild, stop! Long Chen jumped in fright. He hadn't expected Wild to be so terrifying. Zhao Wuji didn't even have the ability to retaliate. Wild hastily stopped his attack. Seeing the person in front of him, he began to sob. He directly charged over and tightly embraced Long Chen. Brother Long, you're not dead, you're not dead. This bastard dared to trick me. Even with Long Chen's powerful physical body, he felt like he was about to be crushed by Wild's huge muscles. At the same time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow had gotten so much stronger, but his intelligence hadn't grown at all. He was still like a child. Yes, your brother Long is still alive. Your brother Long will always be alive and here for you. What happened? Long Chen patted Wild. He really would be unable to endure if this continued for too long. Wild's strength was just that terrifying. Only then did Wild let go. He pointed at Zhao Wuji. I came to find Brother Long, and he asked me who my brother Long was. When I said Long Chen, he tricked me and said you were dead. Just looking at him, I knew he wasn't some good person. When I asked him who killed Brother Long, he refused to say, so I smashed him with my club. As expected, this bastard really isn't a good person. He actually lied to me. Although his story was a bit muddled and unclear, Long Chen could guess the gist of it. Most likely, when Wild had arrived, his huge stature had drawn over all the surrounding people. Then he had most likely asked about him and Zhao Wuji had sarcastically said that Long Chen was dead. As a result, this little joke ended up with him almost dying to Wild. Zhao Wuji had already used the Heavenly Dao recovery to regrow his lower half. But his face was pale as paper. One reason was due to the exhaustion of his core energy, while another was fright. When Wild attacked, there were no spiritual yuan fluctuations, so it was impossible to tell when he would strike. As a result, when Wild's club had landed on him, despite doing his best to dodge, the lower half of his body had still been destroyed. Furthermore, Wild's second attack had come before he could even raise any defenses. If it weren't for Long Chen, Zhao Wuji would be dead. Long Chen was startled by Wild's power. He knew Wild didn't get stronger through cultivation. He didn't even know how to circulate spiritual qi. Even now, he didn't know what the 5 meridians in his body were for. All his power was focused on his physical body. Others couldn't tell his next move through his aura because there were no spiritual qi fluctuations. When someone fought Wild for the first time, they would definitely end up suffering. Where is Senior Kang Ming? Asked Long Chen. He didn't see Kang Ming anywhere. Master Tears began to leak from Wild's eyes again. The surrounding people all looked at this oddly. A giant as powerful as Wild would actually cry so much. What? A bad feeling filled Long Chen. What happened here? Suddenly, the Vice Sect Master's voice rang out. Long Chen jumped. He hadn't expected this matter to end up disturbing the Vice Sect Master. Reporting to Vice Sect Master, this is my brother who only just returned. Zhao Wuji made a joke toward him, but my brother has a child's character, and he's unable to understand that kind of joke. And as a result, well, it really is embarrassing. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. This matter couldn't be blamed on Wild. If someone had to be blamed, then it would have to be Zhao Wuji for having such a wretched mouth. Wild's nature was pure and simple. He believed whatever someone said. The fact that he hadn't killed him should be enough for Zhao Wuji to thank his ancestors for their protection. The vice sect master looked at Wild in shock. He had never seen such a huge person. He was over 3 meters tall and had bulging muscles filled with explosive power. It was like he was a beast in human form. Even the vice sect master felt a great deal of pressure. Wild, greet the vice sect master, said Long Chen. Greetings, vice sect master. It was a good thing Long Chen had taught Wild some simple manners and that he still remembered. That was already amazing for him. Go back for now. Don't cause so much trouble. The vice sect master looked from the large crater to the pale Zhao Wuji. Right now, he had too many things on his mind and no time. He had already realized that Long Chen was a bringer of trouble. Either he found trouble for others, or others found trouble for him. But in the end, he would be the one who handled the aftermath. Only then did Long Chen bring Wild back to their camp. Looking at their backs, everyone understood that the 36th Supermonastery was perhaps about to launch a thorough counterattack. Long Chen was already terrifying enough. Now, there was someone even more terrifying than Long Chen who had almost killed Zhao Wuji with a single smash of his club. Once Long Chen and Wild arrived, the entire Dragonblood Legion cheered and went over to give Wild a hug. But when Ji Yu Yong was hugged by Wild and almost coughed up blood, they decided to change how they expressed their delight. Wild was also extremely happy, so happy that his tears once more flowed. Long Chen felt a burst of emotion. Wild might be a giant, but in truth, in terms of mental development, he was still a child. This child had definitely suffered quite a few hardships on his trip. Once everyone finished celebrating, Long Chen gathered all the Dragonblood Legion to hold a welcoming feast. Even Shui Wuan had come. Shui Wuan had calmed her heart and accepted the changes to the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen asked Wild about what had happened during this time. Wild told everyone a muddled explanation that shocked them all. Although there were definitely problems with how Wild recounted stories, they were able to figure out most of it. When Wild and Kang Ming left the first monastery, they had gone to a wild forest to hunt. This wild forest was truly barren. There were no cultivators at all. But there were plenty of magical beasts. It was said that there were even higher-ranked magical beasts deeper within. Kang Ming had brought Wild there precisely for those magical beasts. This was the best place for Wild to grow. With a Xiantian expert guarding him, Wild would also be safe. At first, Kang Ming directly hunted down Xiantian magical beasts for Wild, and Wild ate as many as he killed. With each day, his power rapidly grew. In less than a month, his power had reached the level of a Xiantian magical beast. Occasionally, when they encountered some weaker magical beasts, Wild could kill them by himself. After 2 months, Wild was entirely capable of hunting by himself. Only when they encountered late Xiantian magical beasts would the two kill them together. Wild's rapid advancement made Kang Ming incredibly excited. In less than half a year, the amount of Xiantian magical beasts that Wild had eaten could form a huge mountain. Others really were unable to understand just what was inside Wild's stomach. It was like a bottomless pit. He could consume 3 Xiantian magical beasts in one go. After half a year, Wild's strength had far surpassed Kang Ming's understanding, and his skin had become a bronze color. His strength was growing greater and greater. The two of them began to place their sights on sea expansion magical beasts, otherwise known as 7th rank magical beasts. But those were naturally just ordinary magical beasts that couldn't compare to the azure scale horned eagle. In fact, they couldn't even compare to the python that the eagle had killed. After all, this world's magical beasts didn't possess pure bloodlines, and their power had fallen greatly. This was also why Long Chen had brought Meng Qi to the spirit world to capture housepets. Most of the pure bloodline magical beasts in this world had already gone extinct. Although their first time hunting a 7th rank magical beast had been dangerous, when Wild released his full power accompanied by Kang Ming, they had still managed to kill it. Hearing that, everyone was shaken. At that time, they had only just entered the Xiantian realm. But Wild had already been capable of killing a 7th rank magical beast. With the flesh of 7th rank magical beasts, Wild's power grew explosively. By then, Wild was no longer interested in Shantian magical beasts. He only treated those as snacks. He started to become picky about his food. The flesh of 7th rank magical beasts simply tasted too good to him. As a result, the two of them entered deeper into the forest in search of more 7th rank magical beasts. But there were few 7th rank magical beasts, and they only managed to find 3 of them. One of them was incredibly powerful. Unable to defeat Wild, it actually fled. While chasing after it, Wild and Kang Ming encountered a group of people. That had been the most painful day of Wild's life. His memories of that day would never be forgotten, because that was the day that Kang Ming had left him forever. Chapter 766 Seclusion Break. The group they had encountered had been experts from the corrupt path. The two sides had started a fierce battle, but they had been startled to find that there were countless experts that continued to surge out without end. Shui Wuan guessed that Wild and Kang Ming had accidentally found one of the corrupt path's strongholds. The corrupt path had many secret strongholds that were hidden throughout the world. The righteous path had fought them for so many years, but they had been unable to locate their true hive. Other than their main stronghold, they had countless others spread around. In truth, these strongholds were all transportation formations. They could transport people from their main stronghold to these smaller ones. That allowed them to stretch their sinister claws all over the land. Most likely, the corrupt path had been thinking of undergoing some kind of operation when Wild ran into them. According to Wild, there had been too many people. They had only been at the Shantian realm, but then, more and more of them had come. In the end, not only had sea expansion experts come, but even experts above sea expansion had come. Although Wild wasn't able to tell their cultivation bases, Long Chen could guess from his story that 3 ancestor experts had actually come. Kang Ming had been killed. At that moment, buzzing had filled Wild's head, and then, he didn't know what had happened afterward. When he woke up, he saw that everyone around him was dead, and the land had been completely destroyed. There were also countless large footprints that appeared extremely frightening. A feeling of indescribable hunger had filled him. He felt like he had no energy at all. In that extremely weak state, he struggled to hunt in the forest to replenish his energy. Kang Ming's death filled Wild with grief for a long time. He had searched the battlefield many times, but he hadn't found his corpse. In the end, he could only try to think of some way to return home. But Wild didn't know his way back at all. He couldn't even tell east from west. Even if he had a map, he couldn't read it. As a result, he could only wander around within the forest, constantly killing magical beasts to replenish his energy. In the end, he finally encountered a group of adventurers who were in a crisis. He killed the magical beast attacking them, saving their lives. They were extremely grateful to him, and so they stopped their adventure and sent Wild to the first monastery. Since the first monastery was still under construction, he had been sent on to the 36th supermonastery. There, the temporary monastery head had finally learned his lesson because his Zhou family head had been killed. He no longer dared to cause any trouble, and he obediently gave Wild an identity badge and sent him to the transportation formation. Thus, Wild arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect. Upon arriving, a crowd had formed around him, as his stature was truly shocking. Someone asked him if he was looking for someone, and Wild obediently said he was looking for his brother Long. When someone else asked him who his brother Long was, he responded that it was Long Chen. As a result, that idiot Zhao Wuji had come and said that Long Chen was already dead. In truth, he was just speaking from anger. But these words had been taken as the truth by Wild. Having just lost Kang Ming, he couldn't hold back his rage. That had resulted in the incident. Shui Wuan was speechless. There really wasn't a single normal person beside Long Chen. This terrifying giant possessed such immense power but was still such a child. Foolish brat, what did I tell you? Your brother Long is the strongest and will never die, said Long Chen. I know, but master, I was afraid. Wild's eyes reddened. Back when he had encountered Long Chen in his starving state on the street, Long Chen had become his only family. No one had ever treated him so well. Later, Kang Ming had become his master, and had raised him like he was his child. That unstinting care had deeply touched him. Then having lost his master, he had been filled with terror that his only family would also be taken away. Alright, let's not talk about that. Where did you get this club? Asked Long Chen. My old club broke in battle. This is something I found deep in a cave. It's just the right size, and it's heavy enough. It's really great. Wild passed the bone club to Long Chen. Long Chen received the club and found that it was extremely heavy. It didn't feel like bone at all, more like cold metal. It looked like it was covered in cracks, but those were actually runic lines that gave off strange fluctuations. This bone is extremely powerful. It possesses natural runes that can be used for activating magical arts. Furthermore, it also seems to be in the midst of absorbing some kind of energy and awakening. Shui Wuan looked at the bone with shock. After all, as a monastery head, she had much more experience than rookies like Long Chen. She immediately saw through the strangeness of the bone. To be able to merge its core runes and essence blood into the bone marrow, and to have countless years pass without its spirituality fading, whatever beast this bone is from was definitely exceedingly powerful. Wild really has a fool's luck, praised Meng Qi. Hearing her praise, Wild laughed foolishly. Now that he was together with everyone, he returned to his simple and honest self. Monastery head, can Wild attend the immemorial path? Asked Long Chen. Of course, all celestial level experts can attend. You don't necessarily have to be a celestial. As long as your combat power has reached that level, you can attend. Furthermore, our supermonastery has quite a few extra spots from your display during the trials. You can even bring in others, said Shui Wuan. Boss. Hearing that, several squad leaders stood up. Obviously, they also wanted to enter the immemorial path. But Long Chen shook his head. You're thinking about it too simply. If those spots really were such amazing things, you wouldn't even be able to get them. Even celestials won't necessarily be able to survive in the immemorial path. If ordinary disciples entered, they really would be less than cannon fodder. That's correct. The danger inside far surpasses your imagination. Even if you were a celestial, you would have to be extremely careful all the time, or you might lose your life, said Shui Wuan. Those squad leaders couldn't help being disappointed. But they definitely wouldn't ignore Long Chen's orders. Don't worry, once we get back from there, we'll definitely bring you all treasures. Don't make things hard on Boss. Boss wasn't even thinking of bringing me in because it's just too dangerous. If any of you died, wouldn't our legion become forever incomplete? Said Ji Yu Yang. Only then did everyone nod. Even someone on Ji Yu Yang's level was someone Long Chen was reluctant to bring in. They didn't have any qualifications to complain. There's still some time until the immemorial path opens. We should focus on increasing our cultivation bases. Especially me, I'm the one with the lowest cultivation base now. Long Chen bitterly smiled. After all this time, Long Chen's cultivation base had only reached the 5th heaven stage. As for the rest of the Dragonblood Legion, even the weakest person had already reached the 8th heaven stage. The majority had already reached the 9th heaven stage, while the captains like Ji Yu Yang had already touched the border of sea expansion. Wild excitedly celebrated with everyone for a long time upon returning, but after a while, he ended up falling deeply asleep. After setting up a room for Wild, Long Chen also began to cultivate. He began to refine pills to increase his cultivation base. Although consuming the Enlightenment Palace pills could also increase his cultivation base, it was just too slow. The majority of the medicinal energy of the Enlightenment Palace pills was absorbed by the star. Less than a tenth of it went to increase his cultivation base. Furthermore, Long Chen had more levels to advance than others. Others could advance upon breaking through 10 levels, but he had 13 levels to advance through. Although condensing the Enlightenment Palace star was important, cultivation base was also important. Shui Guanji and the others were already at the peak of the Shantian realm and had begun to touch the sea expansion barrier. If they all advanced and expanded their qi seas, allowing their spiritual yuan reserves to multiply by over 100 times, then his current superiority would vanish. Long Chen couldn't help bitterly smiling. His cultivation base and power had clearly continued to grow, but he still was unable to get a break. He didn't even have time to take a breath. In order to not be devoured, he could only put his life on the line. Long Chen had no choice but to slow down condensing the Enlightenment Palace star. He decided to increase his cultivation base along with condensing the star. With Huo Long helping him, all Long Chen needed to do was make sure he filled his stomach. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had gone by. Long Chen had consumed so many pills that he had almost vomited. He felt like when he hiccuped, it was medicinal fragrance that came out. But after smelling that medicinal fragrance for so long, he didn't even smell it anymore. Despite his willpower, he felt like he was about to go crazy. But he had truly made some great gains. The Enlightenment Palace star was fully condensed and had undergone the second of the 9-star transformations. His cultivation base had continuously advanced, and now he was at the 9th heaven stage. To advance 4 minor realms so quickly was truly shocking. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid of his foundation becoming unsteady. If it hadn't been for the fact that he really was unable to continue eating pills, he still could have continued advancing. He had to prepare himself to eat pills like they were candy in the future. Once Long Chen left seclusion, he found that Meng Qi and Tang Wan had also returned. During this time, they had been out raising the 2 azure scale horned eagles. They had already reached the 4th rank. Long Chen had no choice but to praise the power of beast tamers. They had actually been able to raise them so quickly. Long Chen thought about it, and he decided to give the 9-spike lizard's corpse to Tang Wan. She could use it as feed for her birds. As for the matured azure scale horned eagle, Long Chen decided to give its corpse to Wild. That child needed flesh. Counting the days, the immemorial path would soon be opening. Long Chen decided to not continue cultivating and relax a bit. After all, having such tense nerves wasn't good for cultivation. Through some small channels, Long Chen learned that there was a pool in the northern part of the Xuantian Dao sect. Within that pool was a kind of precious fish that was incredibly delicious. Long Chen decided to stealthily get a few of those fish for a good meal. Chapter 767 Silver Eye Fish. There was an extremely secluded and peaceful pool in the northern part of the Xuantian Dao sect. But disciples were not permitted to enter this place. However, Long Chen stealthily slipped past the guards. The lake was merely a few miles wide. The water was extremely clear, but it was impossible to see the bottom because it was just too deep. The rumor was that it reached the sea below the ground. But no one was clear what that underground sea was. Within this pool was a certain kind of fish known as the silver eye fish. This fish had no scales and had 3 red patches on its back. In truth, those red patches were its sensory organs. Its silver eyes were unable to see anything. Perhaps it was due to living so deep all the time that their eyes had degenerated. Meng Qi had previously told him that the silver eye fish was rumored to be so delicious that even gods would long to eat it. It also was beneficial to the soul. Long Chen gulped down his saliva. Just thinking about it made him drool. It seemed he was completely different from Wild now. Wild didn't seem to have any taste buds at all. He didn't even care if what he ate was raw or cooked. As long as there was enough energy in it, he didn't care about taste. At first, Long Chen wasn't used to seeing him consuming raw food like that, but now he was getting accustomed to it. Wild ate things too quickly, and if he had to wait for food to be cooked, he would starve. So now Wild normally ate in private. Long Chen saw some shrubbery ahead. He thought this would be a good place to start fishing. Oh, Long Chen had just pushed open the shrubbery when he saw a young maiden fishing in the pool. She turned to look at him. She looked to be 17 or 18 years old. Her hair flowed naturally down to her waist. She had long, shapely eyebrows, and beautiful phoenix eyes. She was extremely graceful and natural, looking just like a child of nobility. From her cultivation base fluctuations, she was also in the Shantian realm. She looked at Long Chen strangely. Long Chen also found it strange that there was someone who would be secretly fishing here like him. Oh, little sister, hello. What a coincidence. Fishing by yourself is so boring, so how about this big brother accompanies you? Said Long Chen. Little sister. That maiden looked at him oddly. She asked, this place is forbidden to disciples. Are you not afraid of being imprisoned if you're noticed? If you're not afraid, why would I be afraid? Long Chen shook his head. Wasn't it just fishing? It wasn't a big deal. Furthermore, they were about to move out to the immemorial path. Who would really be such a pain as to imprison him? That maiden smiled. I'm not afraid because I'm related to the sect master. But you're related to the sect master. Long Chen was startled. No wonder her temperament was so graceful and natural. Was she the sect master's descendant? How coincidental. I'm the same. I happen to be the sect master's niece's nephew's descendant. Although we're not that close, it counts. Long Chen spouted a bunch of nonsense. He took out a fishing rod and began to tie on the hook. Oh, how come I didn't know the sect master had such a relative? The maiden smiled a smile that also didn't seem like a smile. TCH, aren't you just a child still? How could the sect master tell you about such things? Getting back on topic, do you know how deep this pool is? Long Chen hastily changed the topic. Around 6,000 meters, replied the maiden. She didn't continue questioning his status as a relative. That deep, Long Chen was stunned. He looked at his little string. It was less than 1,000 meters long. That was not even close to enough, as the silver eye fish lived at the bottom of the pool. Here, you can use mine. I have plenty of fishing lines here. That maiden gestured toward her coil of string. Long Chen received it and was stunned. 7-star gold silk. This was material that could be used to create soul items. If it was made into a soft armor, its value would be comparable to treasure items. But this maiden was actually using it as fishing lines. She really was rich. Many thanks. Long Chen received the string. After fastening a hook on it, he took out his bait. A burst of fragrance filled the air. What kind of bait is this? Asked the maiden. It's a special bait I made especially for hooking the silver eye fish. I hear that it's blind and relies on the feelers on its back to sense things, and it also uses its nose to differentiate food. This is something I made from the oil of 7th tier magical beasts. It will definitely be able to draw it over, said Long Chen confidently. He gave her some bait as well. It would be rude for me not to reciprocate. You can try my bait. She received it but didn't immediately switch out her bait. That was because pulling out her line was an extremely troublesome thing. Long Chen slowly released his line. But in such a deep pool, it required a long time to reach the bottom. He asked, "How long have you been fishing here? How many have you caught? How's the taste? I come here to fish every now and then. But I don't do it to eat fish, but to calm down my heart. As for the taste, I have eaten it 7 or 8 times. The taste is even better than you think. Once you catch one, you'll know." She smiled. "I've reached the bottom." Long Chen felt his line lighten. He adjusted the height slightly, leaving it 3 meters above the ground. "You're Long Chen." The maiden suddenly took the initiative to speak. "Yes, and you?" "Me, Uyang Chuyu," she replied after a moment's hesitation. "Ah, that's right, why weren't you at the trials?" said Long Chen suddenly. "I'm not strong enough. Even if I'm the sect master's relative, I can't get preferential treatment," she said helplessly. "That's fine. Don't worry, your big bro will look after you in the future. If anyone bullies you, just say my name. I'll immediately come and smack their heads around." Long Chen patted his chest. "Ha ha ha, that's good, keep your promise," she laughed. "Don't worry, with me present, even the 4 heavenly geniuses wouldn't dare to bully you. Don't think that just because you're related to the sect master that everything will be easy. After all, someone with status always has to carefully consider all their actions. Even if it's for you, the sect master will still have to consider how to keep it fair. But me, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll immediately slap them in the face." Long Chen even made a slapping gesture with his hand, causing Uyang Chuyu to smile. Ah, it took the bait, and so fast. Long Chen suddenly felt his line go heavy. He almost ended up being pulled into the water when he was caught off guard. Uyang Chuyu hastily pulled him back, shocked. "It seems it has to be a big fish this time." Long Chen stabilized himself. He was incredibly excited. "Don't send your divine sense into the pool. There are special stones that will immediately exhaust your spiritual strength," warned Uyang Chuyu upon seeing his actions. Long Chen hastily retracted his divine sense. Now he couldn't see how large the fish was, or whether he was pulling up a silver eye fish or something else. The only thing was that Long Chen found that whatever it was extremely strong. "How big were the silver eye fish you caught before?" "The small ones were half a foot, while the large ones were 3 feet. The only reason the pull is so strong is because of how deep they are," said Uyang Chuyu. "No matter how big it is, it couldn't possibly be this strong. This power is on the level of a 6th-rank magical beast." Long Chen was speechless. This powerful pulling force was too strong. If it was anyone else, they would probably be injured by how strong it was. "How about you let me try it?" asked Uyang Chuyu. "It's not a matter of who. Now isn't the time to use brute force. Whatever this thing is, it's constantly trying to dig its way into the ground below. If you use brute force, the string will break. We can only fight a battle of endurance with it. Hopefully the silk can hold on long enough." Long Chen slowly released the line. When he released the line, the pull on the line lessened. He then slowly began to pull it back. This fishing rod was something Guo Ran had made from the fragments of a treasure item. Long Chen had absolute confidence in it. The only thing he was worried about was the silk. After all, he only had 1 strand, and he was worried it might break if it was pulled against a rock or some such. After 2 hours, He felt that whatever he had hooked, its power had weakened. He gradually pulled the line in more and more. Seeing an enormous figure surface in the water, both Long Chen and Yang Chuyu jumped in shock. It was a huge fish 10 meters long. A golden light shone from it, and its eyes were not silver, but gold. In fact, the whole fish looked like it was made of gold. Is this really a silver-eye fish? Asked Long Chen. Yes, it is, but it's a fish king. Heavens, in all my years, I've never eaten a fish king, said Yang Chuyu. Long Chen knocked the fish unconscious with his hand. Pulling it ashore, both of them were incomparably excited. Little sister Chuyu, let's go. I'll treat you to some roasted fish, laughed Long Chen as he patted the fish. Yang Chuyu laughed. Her smile was a bit odd, but Long Chen never noticed. I'll secretly bring this fish away for now, and then we can find a secret place to eat it, said Long Chen. There's no need for all that. There's a nice lawn not far from here with beautiful scenery. And with me present, other than the sect master, no one would dare to make things hard on us. Yang Chuyu waved her hand. That's also good, then we'll cook it right here. Here, I'll leave the fish with you for now. Prepare some good firewood. With this kind of fish, we'll need some peak-grade firewood to match its taste. After handing the fish king to Yang Chuyu, Long Chen went back to get Meng Qi and Tang Wan. Once she saw Yang Chuyu, Tang Wan cried, Long Chen, I really admire you. While catching fish, you also caught a little sister. You really know how to multitask. Wan Meng Qi glared at her. Haha, it's fine, we're all members of the Xuantian Dao sect, so there's no need to be restrained in front of each other. I'm actually pretty happy to hear such a joke. Yang Chuyu smiled. Wow, what a nice smell. At this time, the fish had already been cooked by Long Chen. The fragrance that came from it could make a person go crazy. The four of them began to devour it without leaving any time to speak. This large fish was quickly consumed. In the midst of their feast, space suddenly twisted and the vice sect master appeared. Long Chen and the others were startled, their hearts immediately sinking. This time they had been caught in the act. But the vice sect master merely looked at Yang Chuyu, his jaw dropped as low as possible. Chapter 768 Preparing to move out. The vice sect master looked at the fish-eating Yang Chuyu in absolute shock. Sect master, Long Chen, Meng Qi, and Tang Wan were all dumbfounded. This little girl who had talked and occasionally thrown around jokes with them was actually the Xuantian Dao sect's strongest expert. Long Chen began to sweat, thinking of how he had called her little sister and said he would protect her. He had dared to treat the sect master to a meal. He had dared to say he would protect the sect master. This story was a bit terrifying. You came at just the right time. Long Chen caught a silver-eye fish king, and its taste is definitely unforgettable. You should eat some too. Yang Chuyu gestured to the fish on the cooking rack, meaning he shouldn't stand on courtesy and should eat with them. Cough, I'll pass. I came here to ask you whether or not we should test the flying boat before we move out, said the vice sect master. Yes, that's a good idea. It's been many years since we've used it. You can do it yourself, said Yang Chuyu. But, without your spiritual seal, it's impossible to start the flying boat. Oh, I forgot. Yang Chuyu took out a tablet. Imprinting her spiritual seal into it, she tossed it to the vice sect master. Your subordinate will leave now. The vice sect master immediately turned to leave. Wait a moment, really, the older you get, the thinner your face becomes. Managing the sect doesn't require you to be so serious all the time. Yang Chuyu used her hand to cut off a chunk of fish meat and sent it to the vice sect master. He was clearly a bit uncomfortable, but he still took it. In truth, there were few people who could resist the lure of the silver-eye fish, and the vice sect master was no exception. It was just that he couldn't lower his face to eat together with a bunch of juniors like this. Many thanks, sect master. The vice sect master received the meat and quickly left. Alright, I've also pretty much eaten my fill. This is definitely the best meat I've eaten. Not only was the meat good, but your roasting skills can also be rated as unmatched. Yang Chuyu smiled at Long Chen. Sect master overpraises me, said Long Chen awkwardly. Oh, you're not calling me little sister anymore. It's been many years since someone called me by such an intimate appellation, laughed Yang Chuyu. Long Chen felt his cheeks burning. Being tricked by a beautiful girl, he felt extremely duped. Haha, I won't tease you anymore. I'll leave for now. Remember your promise, if someone bullies me, you have to help me. After saying that, Ouyang Chuyu directly left. Long Chen, Meng Qi, and Tang Wan just foolishly watched as she left. She was actually the sect master. Even we were tricked, said Tang Wan not knowing what to do or say. This is the day where I lost the most face in my life, sighed Long Chen. Don't be so sad. If the sect master wants to change her appearance, none of us could tell. Furthermore, the sect master really is beautiful and nice. With your methods, you might have a shot, laughed Tang Wan. Long Chen glared at her. Do you see my expression? Try and understand what it means yourself. Meng Qi couldn't bear to continue watching them. Don't fight. Although this thing is good, I can't eat anymore. Leave the rest for the others to eat. Only then did the three of them return to their camp. The leftovers were left to Meng Qi to distribute. She was a typical model of a perfect wife, and she handled things in a rigorous manner. There was absolutely no need for Long Chen to worry about anything. They had only just returned when someone came to see Long Chen. That person was Zheng Wenlong. Brother Wenlong, it's been a long time. From your current suave manner, it seems your business has been doing pretty good lately, laughed Long Chen. I suppose. So tell me, Brother Long, what do you need this time? But let me warn you, I've already far surpassed my current credit limit, and I can't give you any more money. Zheng Wenlong got straight to the point. It seemed he was now afraid of being conned by Long Chen again. Don't worry, this time, I don't want anything from you. Instead, I've been pretty well off lately, so I'm actually helping you. Just recently, Long Chen had obtained a large sum of spirit stones from the Shui family, so Guo Ran was no longer lacking money. Furthermore, Long Chen had obtained countless precious medicinal ingredients from the Pill Tower. He directly took out hundreds of thousands of precious medicinal sprouts. Zheng Wenlong jumped in shock. This was an absolutely incredible amount. I temporarily don't need any help, and these medicinal sprouts should be able to help you out a bit. Laughed Long Chen. This really is a supreme style of conducting business. If we spread these medicinal sprouts throughout the various auction houses, the profit will be absolutely shocking, said Zheng Wenlong excitedly. Then that's good. I'll have to trouble you to handle that, said Long Chen. He really was a bit sorry toward Zheng Wenlong because he had caused quite a bit of trouble for him. Just looking at the exhaustion deep within his eyes, he could tell how much pressure he was under because of him. The reason he took out these many precious medicinal ingredients was to repay him. He definitely wouldn't treat anyone by his side unfairly. Previously, he had been poor. But now that he had money, he definitely wouldn't forget to give him his share. Zheng Wenlong was incredibly excited. He told Long Chen that the profit for these precious medicinal sprouts would be so great that even he didn't dare to imagine it. This should be enough to repay his debt, and he would still have a great deal of money left over. Zheng Wenlong asked Long Chen what he wanted to do with it. He could directly give the leftover money to Long Chen, or he could leave the money in the Huayan sect and get interest on it. With this much money, a year's worth of interest would definitely be a shocking amount. Long Chen simply waved his hand, saying that Zheng Wenlong could handle it himself. He also told Zheng Wenlong that he should increase his own position within the Huayan sect. As Long Chen's cultivation base increased, the things he would need in the future would become more expensive. If Zheng Wenlong's status in the Huayan sect wasn't high enough, he wouldn't be able to help him in the future. Previously, Zheng Wenlong had offered a great deal of help to Long Chen, and now, Long Chen was putting a huge investment in on Zheng Wenlong so that he could improve his business, allowing him to rapidly advance in the Huayan sect. Other than medicinal ingredients, Long Chen also gave him the spatial rings he had obtained from the corrupt path that were useless to him. Some of those had come from celestials. The Huayan sect relied on business, and business was about profit. Just like the Pill Tower, they were neutral from the struggles between the righteous and corrupt paths. They would do business with both sides, so the Huayan sect would definitely be able to find a use for the treasures inside those spatial rings. That would also bring in a great deal of profit. Zheng Wenlong immediately got to work, making a list of inventory for Long Chen, but as a result, Long Chen directly kicked him out. How could he care about such details and nonsense? He just had Zheng Wenlong handle it himself. Zheng Wenlong was extremely moved. Although Long Chen had brought him a great deal of pressure, everything had been worth it. The trust Long Chen had in him made him feel like his initial investment had truly been in the right one. After sending off Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen returned to the Dragonblood Legion's camp. He saw that everyone was busy eating. However, They were all smart. They knew that there wasn't much meat to go around, and so with each small mouthful of the meat, they would drink a large jug of wine. Currently, they were already a bit tipsy. Long Chen called out Ji Yuyong and Guo Ran. He directly gave the treasure spear to Ji Yuyong. He didn't know how much he had drunk, but Ji Yuyong actually cried. A treasure item was something any cultivator would long for even in their dreams. Ji Yuyong had never expected that he would obtain one so early. Guo Ran, how are your preparations? Asked Long Chen. Out of everyone, the person he felt the least reassured about was Guo Ran. Don't worry boss, I've already finished forging my golden armor. I've also perfectly added in all kinds of mechanisms. Other than you, no one in the Dragonblood Legion can possibly suppress me. Said Guo Ran confidently. Not bad, not bad. You finally know what it means to be low-key. You're not like before where you decide not to hide anything and think you're a supreme expert. Long Chen nodded with praise. Hehe, this is all thanks to boss. When you fought against the 4 heavenly geniuses, your words deeply touched me. Guo Ran laughed mischievously. What words? Did I say something? Long Chen was startled. He didn't recall saying anything so profound. Guo Ran put on a serious expression and raised his chin slightly, imitating Long Chen. He said, I've gotten tired of your never-ending, unchanging poser act. Long Chen and Ji Yuyong laughed. Guo Ran's imitation really was accurate. Even Long Chen's tone had been imitated perfectly. Most importantly, he even possessed Long Chen's specific arrogance. You couldn't have been practicing such useless things all day, right? Long Chen was speechless. Boss, you're wrong. In all my life, the only thing I hope for is to be able to show off behind you forever. Guo Ran patted his chest without the slightest shame. Long Chen was now truly speechless. But he could understand it. Guo Ran had never experienced the pain that Long Chen had, and so he was a typical hedonistic son of a small family. Perhaps the only value his life would be to show off. 3 days later, all the celestial level experts were gathered. Long Chen once more saw the 4 heavenly geniuses. However, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, and Yu Qianshan clearly held a trace of reverence in their eyes when they looked at Long Chen. As for Shui Guanji, his expression was completely icy, and there was unconcealable killing intent in his eyes. Brother Long, as long as you say the word, I'll kill him with a single smash of my club. Wild was the first one to get irritated. Next time, this is not the time. Long Chen shook his head. Although Shui Guanji had become a rank 3 celestial, Long Chen still didn't need to treat him seriously. In his eyes, he was just a rank 3 heavenly Dao fruit. The others looked at Wild with shock. That berserk energy coming from Wild made them tremble. It was like Wild was a monster that might start killing people at any moment. Even Shui Guanji shivered. He had heard of Wild, but seeing him in person, his expert's intuition told him that Wild posed a fatal danger to him. That feeling was even stronger than the one he got from Long Chen. HMPH, Long Chen, don't let me find you in the immemorial path, or I'll properly settle the debts between us. Although he was a bit afraid of Wild, he still opened his mouth. Idiot, do you see my boss paying the slightest bit of attention to you? If this was the right place, you'd already be dead. I really question whether or not your brains were left in the placenta when you were born, cursed Guo Ran. Suddenly, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted, cutting off their verbal sparring. A huge flying boat appeared above them. Chapter 769 arriving. Everyone hastily shut their mouths. The flying boat slowly descended. It was over 300 meters long, and its entire body was golden. It appeared grand and luxurious, and countless formation runes shone brilliantly over its surface. A red-robed, beautiful and graceful woman descended from the boat. Greetings, Sect Master. Including the Vice Sect Master, everyone hastily bowed. Long Chen also awkwardly followed. Ouyang Chuyu nodded slightly. All disciples can get on the boat now. The time is almost upon us. Long Chen and the others went in according to the Vice Sect Master's signal. Only once they got up did they realize just how luxurious this boat really was. It's actually a treasure item. Guo Ran immediately recognized its level. The top of the flying boat was very spacious, and there were many lavish decorations, some with tea and refreshments on them. It was extremely comfortable. Furthermore, there was even a translucent barrier around the flying boat. Even when flying, they wouldn't feel the slightest breeze. It was both cozy and safe. The disciples found places for themselves to sit. They were all filled with reverence toward the fairy-like woman standing at the front of the boat. In fact, they almost didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at her. This was the Xuantian Dao sect's #1 person. She was someone infinitely close to becoming a king, one of the apex figures in the entire eastern wastelands. Once everyone was up, Ouyang Chuyu activated the boat. It began to slowly soar into the air. Then, the boat trembled and shot forward, looking like a ray of light shooting through the air. The Xuantian Dao sect rapidly shrank in their view until it disappeared in just a few breaths. They were all startled by this speed. Furthermore, it was only getting faster. There's no need to worry. It'll take a few days for us to get to the gathering point. If you all start clamming up now, time will feel like it's passing even slower. Ouyang Chuyu smiled at everyone amicably. But no one dared to speak still, because they were all filled with reverence for her. No matter how brazen they were, they wouldn't dare to be unbridled in front of the sect master. Even Shui Guanji, Zhao Wuji, and the others were all extremely reserved now. In front of an apex figure of the eastern wastelands, they felt an immense amount of pressure. As for Long Chen, he was nonchalant. He had already done something so embarrassing, so doing anything more wouldn't really matter. Sect Master, why do we need to use a flying boat instead of just using transportation formations? Asked Long Chen. Because the place we're going to has 3 spatial storm zones between us. Space is very unstable there, and it's impossible to create a transportation formation that can pass through them. We can only fly, said Ouyang Chuyu. She didn't stand on courtesy. Just like that, she sat beside Long Chen, acting as natural as when she had eaten the fish with him. However, Long Chen was clearly a bit unnatural. He fidgeted a bit and maintained a polite distance. The main thing was that the pressure was too great. Siskoff, Sect Master, what do you mean by storm zones? Asked Tang Wan'er awkwardly. She had gotten too used to calling her sister Junior Sister Wan'er, Junior Sister Meng Qi. You can call me the same thing as you used to. I rather like that kind of appellation. Laughed Ouyang Chuyu. Everyone was startled. It was completely unexpected for Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er to actually know the Sect Master. Furthermore, they seemed very familiar with her. The sect master had always been an extremely mysterious figure. Even their monastery heads hadn't ever seen her. An immense, heaven-shaking battle was once fought in our world. That battle changed the very structure of the world, and the martial heaven continent was split into 5 pieces. Those are the eastern wasteland, the western desert, the southern sea, the northern source, and the central plains, said Ouyang Chuyu. Everyone was shocked. So the 5 regions weren't natural, but the result of an immense battle. Then just what kind of shocking level had that battle reached? That battle happened so long ago that it's almost impossible to trace back. The legends say it was a battle of gods, but as for how trustworthy legends are, it's up to each person's personal judgment. However, that battle was truly terrifying. It happened so long ago that no one can remember it, but there were many places where space was destroyed. Although the world tries to recover, those old wounds left behind scars. As a result, there are many places in this world where space is too unstable to establish transportation formations, explained Ouyang Chuyu. Sect Master, disciple doesn't understand something, said Zhang Wuyan suddenly. Go ahead, Ouyang Chuyu smiled with encouragement. Seeing that Ouyang Chuyu was so easy to talk to, Zhang Wuyan's nervousness lessened a great deal. I want to know, just what kind of world do we live in? What kind of existence is the immemorial path? Everyone else's ears perked up. This was also something that they all wanted to know as well. In regards to the structure of the world, even I am not sure about many things. This world is 3-dimensional, but it is also a flat plane. Perhaps saying it like this is difficult for you to understand, so I'll put it another way. A transportation formation functions by folding space, making it so 2 spots connect, turning the distance between them to 0. But this is on the condition that space is stable, as well as finding the correct spatial node. If you want to know more about that, you would have to go find a formation master, and they would be able to give you a more detailed answer. Even my knowledge about it is limited. So, that is the explanation about how it is planar. But the world is also 3-dimensional. Our world is surrounded by endless planar spaces as well. Perhaps that is too confusing. If I were to make an analogy, our world would be like a bubble, and there are also countless bubbles surrounding us. We're all tightly bunched together. It is also similar to a honeycomb, but we are surrounded by more than just 6 worlds. So don't think this is the only world out there. Furthermore, there are worlds beyond those outside worlds beside us. However, we are isolated by laws from those worlds, so we can't see them. The reason I am telling you all this is because the immemorial path is different from those secret realms you know of. Secret realms are simply the remains of destroyed worlds that exist within the cracks of space. But the immemorial path is its own world, one on the same level as ours. Rumor has it that the immemorial path is a trial left behind from the immortal era. The secrets of becoming an immortal or god are within it. However, that world was wrecked. The damage done to it was even greater than what was done to our world, and it almost completely collapsed. The laws within the immemorial path are incomplete. Once you enter, you may find that your power is sometimes restricted. But fortunately, the laws there are favorable to celestials, and you'll still be able to summon your cries of the heavenly Taos. Everyone turned to look at Long Chen. Shui Guanji and the others had an expression of delight. Ridicule surfaced in Long Chen's heart. These were his companions. Seeing others at an advantage, they were jealous. Seeing others at a disadvantage, they laughed. Suddenly, the flying boat began to rock. Countless runes lit up to form layers of light. The sky turned dark, startling everyone. Ouyang Chuyu said, "Don't be afraid. This is the first storm zone. Space here is incomplete, and we can only barge our way through. We'll be through momentarily." Although Ouyang Chuyu comforted them, people were still a bit afraid. They were suddenly unable to see anything outside the boat. It was like they had been devoured by darkness. Furthermore, the flying boat was rocking intensely, and the barriers of light were also shaking. It seemed as if they might break at any moment. However, the darkness didn't last for long before they once more saw the light. Suddenly, people heard a loud grumbling sound. They hastily turned toward the source to see Wild snoring in his chair. They couldn't help being speechless. Just how confident did he have to be to sleep here? "Sorry, Wild's been extremely tired lately, so he needs to catch up on his sleep," apologized Long Chen to Ouyang Chuyu. After all, it really was impolite for him to sleep right in front of the sect master. But Long Chen knew that this was Wild's way of preserving his energy. Furthermore, Wild had been alone and suffering for so long. His heart was weary. Having found everyone, his nerves instantly relaxed. He needed some time. Ouyang Chuyu merely smiled slightly and expressed that she was fine with it. When her gaze swept over Wild, shock flickered in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Retracting her gaze from Wild, she told everyone, "You're the geniuses of our Xuantian Dao sect. You have your own personalities and opinions. Although I hope for you to be united, that's not really plausible, so I can't be bothered to waste the effort. I'll just warn you this once. Once you enter the immemorial path, no matter who you are, your chances of surviving will definitely not be greater than 50%. This has nothing to do with cultivation base. In fact, stronger experts generally have higher mortality rates. What? Why? Because the stronger you are, the more things you'll be able to see within the immemorial path, things that others don't even have the qualifications to see. The principle is very simple. Those who drown are people who know how to swim. On the one hand, because they are strong, they get conceited and challenge more difficult things. On the other hand, stronger people are more likely to run into stronger existences. And stronger existences cannot be beaten with just luck. So the stronger you are, the more likely you'll fall, said Ouyang Chuyu. Everyone nodded. High risk was accompanied by high rewards. And if you misjudged your abilities, that risk might take your life. To sum up, no matter what opportunities you run into inside, don't think about how you're going to obtain it first, but think about whether you'll have a life to enjoy it. Even if you obtain something, you might not have the power to keep it. That's all I have to tell you. Cultivators are all gamblers. If you win, you can soar and continue to the next bet. If you lose, everything will be over. There will be no chance to make a comeback. After saying that, Ouyang Chuyu no longer said anything. Everyone's hearts became a bit heavy. However, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure. Compared to luck, he was more confident in his strength. 3 days passed. The flying boat finally began to slow down, and a barren land appeared before them. That land was covered with countless experts. Chapter 770 Irritating and Shameless. Long Chen looked down and couldn't help being startled. There was already a huge amount of experts here. From a quick glance, they definitely numbered in the thousands. Each one of them had powerful auras and a certain Dao charm that marked them as celestials. Seeing this many celestials at once was truly shocking. They were all gathered on the desert in many groups. Some groups had dozens of people, while some had hundreds. Those large groups were very imposing. When the flying boat descended, all of them looked over. Ouyang Chuyu led her people off the boat, and dozens of old experts immediately came to receive her. Greetings, Sect Master Ouyang Chuyu. Those elders all bowed extremely respectfully to Ouyang Chuyu. A large group of disciples behind them followed suit. These people were from smaller sects that didn't possess enough power. They needed to rely on the Xuantian Dao sect to get by. To put it more bluntly, they could be considered subordinates. Because they weren't strong enough to fight against the corrupt path on their own, they needed to form an alliance. And the Xuantian Dao sect was naturally the leader of that alliance. Everyone is too courteous. Seeing you all with such rising geniuses is truly gratifying. Ouyang Chuyu smiled as she looked at these disciples. She truly found it a bit unexpected that these smaller sects could raise this many celestials. They had over 400 celestials, so on average, each sect had raised over 10 celestials. Sect Master overpraises us. This generation of disciples truly is the strongest batch we've had in all of history. Hopefully, they can temper themselves in the immemorial path and become true geniuses. It's just that the immemorial path is filled with dangers, and if those fiends from the corrupt path attack, we hope that the heroes of the Xuantian Dao sect can help, said one elder. He actually bowed slightly toward Long Chen and the others. Long Chen and the others hastily returned the bow. But Shui Guanji and the others only lightly nodded. They didn't really take this elder seriously. This elder was only at the peak of sea expansion. His strength was even lower than theirs. Thus, they were indifferent to him. But Long Chen was different. No matter his cultivation base, he was the leader of a sect, and despite his age, he had not hesitated to ask for help from a group of junior disciples. That was something he could admire. In their entire group, only Long Chen's people returned the bow respectfully. Don't worry, if our junior apprentice brothers and apprentice sisters need help, we naturally won't just watch. Shui Guanji nodded. His tone was extremely arrogant. He was clearly speaking as the number one person from the Xuantian Dao sect. Guo Ran was a bit irritated, but a gaze from Long Chen held him back. Long Chen never cared about standing out, because the bird to stand out was the first one to be shot. If Shui Guanji wanted to seek fame, he could. Long Chen was happy to leisurely wait for the opening of the immemorial path. At this time, those disciples from the smaller sects came over to introduce themselves. Their sect leaders had clearly told them about the Xuantian Dao sect's foundation and told them to properly form relationships. Perhaps one of them could save their lives on the immemorial path. Perhaps doing this was a blow to their egos, but the cultivation world's rules were just that simple. Experts were to be respected, and acting friendly toward experts wasn't an embarrassing thing. Those disciples might also be celestials, but their auras were clearly much weaker than the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. This was the difference. Not every sect had so many resources to raise their disciples. These disciples were filled with reverence. In order to suck up to the vanity of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, they asked them a few cultivation questions. These disciples actually benefited a great deal just from the answers. Even Ji Yu Yong and the others were surrounded by people asking for pointers. As for Guo Ran, there was no need to say any more. He had already begun to spout so much nonsense that the people listening felt like they were lost in the clouds. Senior apprentice brother Guo Ran truly is a dragon amongst men. This wisdom is truly amazing. It's just that we can't really understand what you're saying. If you could explain it more in detail, we would be incomparably grateful, said one disciple humbly. Guo Ran had an extremely serious expression on his face, and in a very showy manner, he said, "The supreme principles of heaven and earth can't be explained in just a few words. Only comprehension will allow you to grasp the Tao, and only the Tao can allow you to grasp Godhood. Everything is up to your own opportunities and comprehension abilities. You can't force it." A snicker almost escaped Long Chen's mouth. Guo Ran, who was essentially a blacksmith, was actually lecturing them on the Tao. The thickness of his face was something even Long Chen had to admit defeat in. As for Meng Qi and Tang Wan they were surrounded by a group of women. But what made Long Chen almost cough up blood was that they were actually not talking about proper matters. "Big sister, you're so beautiful, and your skin is so nice. What secret technique did you use? Big sister, your hair is so refined. Where did you buy it from? It really matches your temperament. Big sister, this dress of yours is so decorative. How is it so beautiful? Are these beauty runes?" Long Chen and Wild were in the back of the crowd. Long Chen found a place to set up a chair, while Wild sat on the ground. But considering his size, his head was still on the same level as Long Chen's. "Brother Long, I'm a bit hungry," whispered Wild. "What, did you already finish the azure scale horned eagle?" asked Long Chen. "It only lasted 2 meals," said Wild in an aggrieved manner. Long Chen was speechless. A 7th rank magical beast only lasted him 2 meals. That really was incredible. Even with Long Chen's wealth, it seemed he still might be eaten out of house and home. "Brother, endure it. I don't have anything for you to eat here, but once you're in the immemorial path, there'll definitely be plenty of food for you. How about you go to sleep for now?" Wild closed his eyes. In just a few breaths, snoring sounds came from him. Wild's body was just too strange. Long Chen had never seen such a constitution. He didn't need to cultivate, all he needed to do was eat. And his consumption was also shocking. Whether he was standing or sitting, he would exhaust his energy and quickly grow hungry. Only sleeping allowed him to last longer. Long Chen had inspected Wild's body previously. Currently, almost 90% of his cells had awoken. But there was still a portion that was sleeping. Once he awoke all of them, Wild would definitely become a terrifying monster. But to activate the remaining 10% of cells would require who knew how many magical beasts to enter Wild's stomach. "Excuse me, are you senior apprentice brother Long Chen?" Long Chen was in the midst of pondering when a young maiden appeared in front of him. She appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, and she was clearly shy. He was startled, but then he saw Tang Wan looking over at him with a naughty smile. "I am. Do you need something?" asked Long Chen. "I hear you're the strongest member of the Xuantian Dao sect. Is that true?" she asked excitedly. "What kind of joke is that? The strongest person is currently speaking to your sect leaders. If she heard this, I'll be beaten." Long Chen nervously pointed to Yang Chuyu. That maiden laughed and said, "I was talking about the junior generation." At this time, Meng Qi and Tang Wan along with the women they were talking with, all looked over at Long Chen. Their actions drew quite a few people's attention, and the nearby disciples stopped talking to look. "How could that be possible? I'm not even a celestial. The only reason I could sneak my way in is because I bribed the sect master with a fish." Long Chen shook his head. He couldn't admit such a thing. "You're lying. I heard that during the Xuantian Dao sect's trial, you managed to win against the 4 heavenly geniuses all on your own. You're definitely the #1 member of the Xuantian Dao sect's junior generation," she said worshipfully. Her words immediately caused Shui Guanji and the others' expressions to sink. That was their greatest humiliation. Although no one in the Xuantian Dao sect dared to bring it up around them, they all knew that countless people were discussing it behind their backs. Now that she brought it up, their fury immediately ignited. Long Chen seemed to understand something. Originally, Shui Guanji had acted like he was the #1 member of the Xuantian Dao sect, and he hadn't retorted. But that didn't mean everyone had his kind of magnanimity. This maiden had clearly been used by Tang Wan She had sent her to bring up this topic publicly. Although Tang Wan didn't like it when Long Chen flirted with other women, he was still the grandest hero in her heart. She wouldn't let others take that title away from him. As a result, this maiden's words were a slap in Shui Guanji's face. Didn't he want to act like he was the Xuantian Dao sect's #1 disciple? But even 4 against 1, they had still been defeated. Thinking of that, Long Chen didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It really was impossible to understand a woman's thinking. He was just lucky that time. "If we fought again, he definitely wouldn't be able to last even 100 exchanges against me," sneered Shui Guanji suddenly. His tone was extremely provocative. "You dare to say that my boss wouldn't be able to last 100 exchanges? Idiot, do you know what you're saying? I immediately challenge you to a life and death battle." "Do you dare?" said Guo Ran icily. Ji Yu Yang and the others were all enraged. They didn't mind so much when they were insulted, but they wouldn't hold back once others insulted Long Chen. Hearing Guo Ran's challenge, everyone jumped in fright. Guo Ran had actually issued a life and death challenge against a rank 3 celestial. "Guo Ran, don't mess around," said Long Chen indifferently. He knew Guo Ran was confident in his new armor. He had long since grown impatient to test it out and spread his name. But this wasn't the place. Although he hadn't seen Guo Ran's new armor, Long Chen knew it had to be extremely terrifying. If they fought, perhaps he would be able to suppress Guo Ran, but if it became a life and death battle, then even he wouldn't have any assurance of winning against that little fellow's wretched mechanisms. "Oh, Who would have thought that the Xuantian Dao sect's side would be so lively? Maybe things would be more peaceful if a few were offered as a sacrifice to the heavens. Suddenly, a voice rang out that caused everyone's expressions to change slightly. Chapter 771 Song Ming Yuan Fights. A white-haired crone covered in wrinkles slowly walked over. Her eyes seemed to shine so brightly that no one dared to look at them directly. She carried a simple walking cane. Behind her were dozens of other elders, and behind them was a mass of celestial disciples. It seemed that they numbered over 20 more than the Xuantian Dao sect's side. People from the Remote Heaven Gang. The Remote Heaven Gang was an existence that had started out in the Eastern Wasteland. They had existed here for even longer than the Xuantian Dao sect's eastern branch. However, their true foundation was a far cry from the Xuantian Dao sect. Back when the Xuantian Dao sect had decided to establish a branch sect here, conflicts had erupted between them and the Remote Heaven Gang. However, the result of those conflicts was that the Remote Heaven Gang's core was heavily injured, and they had almost been eradicated. But the Xuantian Dao sect had had no intention of having their branch sect dominate the Eastern Wasteland, and so they hadn't exterminated them. As they had once been the sole ruler of the Eastern Wasteland, once the Xuantian Dao sect had intruded, the Remote Heaven Gang was naturally irritated. But after that battle, they understood just how powerful the sects from the Central Plains were. Thus, they could only swallow their anger. Later, the Remote Heaven Gang's power gradually recovered, but the Xuantian Dao sect's branch had also established its roots by then, and they had grown to the overlord level as well. Both sides minded their own business. However, the Remote Heaven Gang had always been holding back their rage, and so eventually, they began to cause some trouble for the Xuantian Dao sect. However, the branch sect no longer needed to bother with them. All their income came from the head sect in the Central Plains, so the Remote Heaven Gang was unable to do anything to them. The branch sect couldn't be bothered to deal with the Remote Heaven Gang's provocations. So in all these years, their relationship was never very harmonious. The old woman was the newly appointed leader of the Remote Heaven Gang, xianxia. She was also an ancestor expert, but she hadn't wasted her cultivation base or longevity on her looks. That made her combat power even higher. It was rumored that xianxia was an extremely haughty and ruthless person. In less than 3 years of office, she had completely devoured all the smaller sects around the Remote Heaven Gang, turning them into their subordinates. These smaller sects could only rely on them for their protection. But most arrogant of all, xianxia had actually stretched her claws toward those powers that relied on the Xuantian Dao sect. The two great powers had definitely clashed privately several times. But those private clashes were things outsiders were unable to learn anything about. It seemed as if neither side had an advantage. Now that xianxia had brought her people over, her provocation was very clear. The small sect leaders directly pulled their disciples far away. Now that the two enormous existences were clashing, they had to hide further away to avoid being implicated. Ouyang Chuyu also stopped talking with the sect leaders and indifferently looked at the old woman. It seems the Remote Heaven Gang's development these past few years has been not bad. Your power has increased quite a bit, but it seems your temper has also grown. xianxia leaned against her cane, and a cold smile appeared on her wizened face. It's all thanks to your blessing. Just now, I saw that this place was very lively. It almost seemed like a fight was about to break out. Well, there's still plenty of time, so why don't we send out a few of our disciples to exchange pointers? Everyone's hearts shook. This provocation was too clear. I am Zhu Kaifeng, a rank 1 celestial. I wonder which disciple from the Xuantian Dao sect would like to exchange pointers with me. Of course, if you're afraid of death, then there's no need for you to come up. I tend to not know how to hold back, and it wouldn't be good if I accidentally killed you. One of the Remote Heaven Gang's disciples walked up. His gaze swept across the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Light roved around his body, and the skin of his bare arms had strange lines on them. He was clearly an expert amongst experts, and an extremely dense murderous aura came from him. He was clearly someone who had slaughtered his way out of over 100 battles. I'll kill him right now. Ji Yuyong snorted and was just about to go out. Being looked down upon irritated him. None of our people need to do anything. Have you not gotten enough of this kind of senseless game? Long Chen shook his head. If you charged forward as soon as someone provoked you, wouldn't you be an idiot? Did you have a mental disease? To fall for such a plain scheme, Long Chen was practically speechless. But, said Ji Yuyong. No buts. In the future, Don't play this kind of stupid game. Use your head more. Is it worthwhile to fight with idiots? Said Long Chen. Bastard, who did you call an idiot? Before anyone else could say anything, a thunderous roar came from the opposing disciples. Long Chen's words had essentially been cursing all of them. Of course, Ji Hongling was also included in his cursing. Boss, it looks like you made an error. Since they can understand that you're cursing them, they must be comparatively smarter idiots, said Guo Ran with amazement. Guo Ran, don't be rude, chided Tang Wan-er. Guo Ran was speechless. What was this? His boss had been rude, but she didn't say anything. But as soon as he cheered for his boss, she chided him. Liang Chuyu, these are the disciples you raised. It seems they're all a bunch of cowards whose only ability is cultivating their filthy mouths. Don't you feel ashamed to call yourselves a supreme sect? Sneered Ji Hongling. Surprisingly, Liang Chuyu didn't get angry. She amicably smiled and said, having filthy mouths is at least better than having filthy hearts. Suddenly, a clapping sound filled the air. Long Chen was the first to give his praise for her words. Since the sect master was supporting him, he naturally also had to support his sect master. Guo Ran suddenly shouted, yes, exactly. Some people don't just have filthy hearts, they also have filthy faces. And there are such deep gorges on their faces that to wash their faces, they'd need a huge brush. You know, now I realize that the reason a woman cares so deeply about her beauty is because by maintaining her beauty, she can also maintain her beautiful heart. Only someone with a beautiful heart can be kind-hearted instead of being a crazy bitch. Look at our sect master, and then look at you. I really have to admire your courage. If I were you, I would have long since killed myself. Being so ugly isn't your wrong is coming out to disgust others. Beautiful. Long Chen hadn't expected that Guo Ran could say such touching words. He gave him a huge thumbs up. Hee, boss, you overpraise me. It's all thanks to your training. While immersed in the sunlight of your words, my tongue is rapidly growing in skill, said Guo Ran humbly. Are you trying to die? Roared Ji Hongling. Although she knew that she should ignore them with her status, she couldn't hold back. You're the one trying to die. If someone as ancient as you hasn't died, why would we? Cursed Long Chen and Guo Ran. They looked at each other in shock. Each of their words were exactly the same, and even the rhythm and tone had been identical. Even Liang Chuyu couldn't help but laugh inside. These two really were a perfect pair of clowns. In all her years of cultivation, she hadn't encountered even one person like them. Ji Hongling, a grand ancestor expert, was now quivering with rage. Rancor filled her eyes, and if looks could kill, Long Chen and Guo Ran would be dead. HMPH, from top to bottom, the Xuantian Dao sect is filled with brats who only know how to talk. It seems they can only lick the feet of the higher-ups, said Zhu Kaifeng. His words immediately provoked the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. This was not only humiliating them, but also their sect master. One disciple was just about to charge forward when another person pulled him back. Let me. That person was Song Mingyuan. He knew that the disciple he held back had no chance of defeating this fellow. Going out to fight would just be a humiliation for them all. Boss, can I? Asked Song Mingyuan. It's still the old rules, said Long Chen. Understood. Song Mingyuan nodded. Their words baffled others, but the fact that Song Mingyuan would fight relieved all the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Amongst rank 1 celestials, no one could defeat the Dragonblood warriors. They had a murderous aura around them that made others tremble before them. Others didn't know what Long Chen meant by the old rules, but the Dragonblood Legion's members did. They held back their smiles. Those rules were that they couldn't accept any senseless challenges. If they were to fight, they had to kill their opponent as fast as possible. If there were too many people present though, they had to do their best not to reveal their true strength. Seeing Song Mingyuan, Zhu Kaifeng's heart trembled. He was also an expert who had fought against the corrupt path many times. That had tempered his powerful spiritual perception. As soon as Song Mingyuan came out, he felt a terrifying killing intent lock onto him. It was like he was being stared at by a monster. I'll give you one chance to kneel and apologize to the sect master. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today, said Song Mingyuan coldly. His words were arrogant but serious. His words contained his unquestionable confidence. Long Chen smiled and nodded. In truth, while Song Mingyuan and Li Qi's combat abilities weren't as high as Ji Yuyong and Yu Zifeng, they had also found their own confidence, a belief in being undefeatable. Once that kind of confidence was cultivated, their combat powers would be even greater than they ever expected. Long Chen didn't care so much about their talent. What he had been doing his best to raise was that undefeatable confidence. With a solid belief in themselves, then talent wasn't so important. They could always use special resources to change a person's talent, but this kind of confidence was not so easy to build. Arrogant brat, die. Zhu Kaifeng was infuriated. A strange terror welled up from his heart along with a sensation of death. But he roared and immediately activated his heavenly Tao manifestation. Runes filled the air as he charged at Song Mingyuan. A cold light flew and scarlet blood splashed. Those runes disappeared as a saber slashed his body in two. Chapter 772 Sword Offering. Everyone was appalled. Other than a very few numbers of experts, no one else had seen what had happened before Zhu Kaifeng was cut in two. Long Chen smiled with satisfaction. A battle should just be like this, using the smallest price to get the greatest result. Ouyang Chuyu's expression was calm, but inside, she was stunned. Song Mingyuan's attack just now had actually been one of exchanging his life to take a life. When his opponent's weapon had been about to reach him, he hadn't even looked at it. Instead, he had directly slashed his saber at his opponent's waist. That was clearly a suicide attempt. Furthermore, unlike most people who used such a move, he was not bluffing. This kind of exchange was a competition between who had more guts and who was more afraid of death. In this kind of competition, anyone afraid of death would be forced to change into defense. They would be forced into a passive position. But that was not Song Mingyuan's intention. He was clearly going for an exchange of lives. By the point he had struck, it had been too late for Zhu Kaifeng to change his attack into defense. In the end, Song Mingyuan's saber had cut through Zhu Kaifeng's body, while Zhu Kaifeng's weapon had only broken Song Mingyuan's shoulder. Although that attack had reached the bone, it hadn't even severed his arm. Of the people present, only the Dragonblood Legion's people understood why that was so. It was because Zhu Kaifeng had been completely suppressed by how imposing Song Mingyuan had been. When Song Mingyuan had displayed his unquestionable resolve to die with him, Zhu Kaifeng's courage had been completely broken. In that instant, he had wanted to switch to defense. But he hadn't had enough time to do that. As for dying with Song Mingyuan, he also didn't have the courage. As a result, his head had become completely empty. That had resulted in his attack weakening in this conclusion. Zhu Kaifeng might have plenty of combat experience, but he had never seen someone so ruthless as to immediately fight with his life on the line as soon as they clashed. Zhu Kaifeng's body had only just been sliced apart when Song Mingyuan's saber slashed through his head. Blood splashed. An acrid smell spread. A powerful celestial had died just like this, without an opportunity to even use the heavenly Tao recovery. Looking at the indifferent Song Mingyuan, quite a few people were filled with reverence. Boss taught us that as people, we need to understand what respect and gratitude are. You don't have any respect for experts or life, so it was fated for you to lose today. Song Mingyuan merely tossed out a few sentences before returning to his side. It was deathly silent. No one had yet to recover from their shock. It felt like the battle had yet to start before it had ended. Most people hadn't even understood what was happening. They looked at the completely calm Song Mingyuan behind Long Chen in shock. The Celestials from the Xuantian Dao sect's subordinates finally understood why their sect leaders would have them put aside their pride to humbly ask for advice from the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Song Mingyuan had appeared so ordinary before. But as soon as he took action, he shocked everyone. Alright, we've already killed someone and spilled blood. We can continue with the ceremony. What's the next step for our sacrifice to the heavens? I know, you, the old witch, can you start chanting? Guo Ran's voice broke the silence. The people on his side didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he really have to infuriate a supreme expert like Ji Hongling? Ji Hongling's face was extremely dark. She hated Zhu Kaifeng for being such an idiot. He was both stupid and a coward. He was clearly a celestial. Even if both sides had to be injured, he could still use his heavenly Tao runes to heal. It wasn't like he would die, so why did he have to hesitate? It was that slight hesitation that had caused his death. He hadn't just lost his life, he had lost all her face. Originally, the remote heaven gang had entered a golden age with many geniuses. Ji Hongling was already irritated with having to stand on the same level as the Xuantian Dao sect's branch sect. She wanted to suppress them to show everyone that it was the remote heaven gang that was the eastern wasteland's strongest power. Although they had to be worried about the main sect in the Central Plains, after all these years, they had found that the head sect essentially ignored the branch sect. All problems were to be resolved by the branch sect by themselves. And Soji Hongling had planned to use the opening of the immemorial path to suppress the Xuantian Dao sect in front of the Eastern Wasteland's top powers. Then she would begin to pull those powers to her side, strengthening the remote heaven gang. HMPH, Zhu Kaifeng received an internal injury when fighting the corrupt path previously, which is why you managed to win. You suicidal brats, it seems it'll be up to me, Wang Yiping, to teach you what respect is. Suddenly, a thin and tall man walked out. He pointed at them as he spoke, which was extremely rude. It was a naked provocation. Long Chen really was speechless. Had the Righteous Path's disciples spent all their cultivation time on provoking others? Their provocation abilities really were excellent. Just a few words could infuriate someone. Even Long Chen felt some fury. But did provocations have any use against the corrupt path? Could you really hurl enough abuse to injure your opponents? If cursing was effective, wouldn't the corrupt path have long since been cursed to death by the righteous path? This skinny man was a rank 2 celestial. As soon as he came up, he released his cry of the heavenly Taos. 2 different kinds of runes interwove in the air. A loud rumbling like the waves of the sea came from his runes. Boss, probed Guo Ran. The scale's too small. It's not suitable for you to show off, responded Long Chen. Looking at Guo Ran's stifled expression, it was obvious how hard he was holding himself back. Long Chen really understood him too well. But he didn't want Guo Ran to reveal his trump cards so early. The main thing was that there was no point right now. Was he really planning on showing them just to show off? Well, if he continued like that, he could definitely continue living until he was dead. Let me handle him. What Long Chen hadn't expected was for Zhang Wuyan to be the first one to stand out. As soon as she went forward, she summoned her ancestral spirit support. Long Chen was surprised to see Wang Yiping release light from his body that made his body indistinct. It was like he was merged into space, and Zhang Wuyan's attacks were weakened a great deal. Furthermore, even the ancestral spirit's attacks were weakened. Zhang Wuyan has been suppressed. Tang Wan was surprised. She had never seen such magical art. It should be a spatial magical art. He's using spatial strength to weaken her attacks. It also possesses a restrictive effect that makes Zhang Wuyan suffer. Her speed and power are clearly lower. If this continues, she won't be able to gain any advantage at all, said Long Chen. Then isn't this kind of magical art unrivaled? Asked Tang Wan. Spatial strength was something only foundation forging experts and above could control. Foolish girl, there's no such thing as an unrivaled magical art in this world. Just because Zhang Wuyan is suppressed doesn't mean others would be. If it was you, then in less than an incense stick's worth of time, you would be able to cut him into pieces. As for why he can control spatial strength, it seems his heavenly Dao runes were innately special. But compared to an ancestor, this amount of spatial strength isn't worth anything at all, said Long Chen. His voice wasn't loud, but the surrounding people heard it clearly. Ouyang Chuyu nodded inside. As expected, Long Chen was extremely experienced and could immediately see through his opponent's weak points. As for the disciples, they had an urge to prostrate themselves in admiration. Theory is useless, sneered Shui Guanji. Is something wrong with your head? Or is something wrong with your mouth? No wonder my boss slapped you so many times. It seems you still need some more, cursed Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang's cursing caused the surrounding people to be stunned. Could it be that Long Chen had slapped Shui Guanji in the face before? Although they had heard that Long Chen had defeated the 4 heavenly geniuses, that was just a rumor. None of them knew whether it was true or not. But now, they were all shocked. They looked at Long Chen and Shui Guanji, wanting to see the answer from them. You must want to die. Shui Guanji pointed at Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang had touched his most painful scar. Long Chen shook his head. There really was no saving this idiot. Wasn't he just slapping himself in the face? As expected, as soon as Shui Guanji said this, everyone realized the truth. They looked at Long Chen with reverence. Ji Yu Yang, are you a child? Go sit and just watch. Long Chen waved his hand. Long Chen could see that once Shui Guanji had refined the heavenly water pearl and become a rank 3 celestial, his confidence had also greatly risen. Now he was like a wild dog. It was best to stay further away from such a dog. Of course, the other option was to kill it. But you definitely couldn't try talking to it. Suddenly, the land trembled. It was unknown what magical art Wang Yiping had used, but he had completely locked Zhang Wuyan in place, and a palm viciously slammed into her chest. That huge power directly caused her chest to cave in. She wildly vomited blood as she flew back. A few of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples went over to catch her, but she then once more coughed up blood and fainted. That palm had clearly not been as simple as it had appeared. Damn, is she really a woman? Her chest was even flatter than mine, cursed Wang Yiping. Suddenly, he turned to look at Meng Qi and Tang Wan. He lecherously smiled. But you two are not bad. Meng Qi and Tang Wan-er's expressions immediately changed. Tang Wan-er was just about to charge forward when she was held back by Long Chen. Long Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and then turned to Yu Zifeng. I'll leave him to you. Use him as an offering to your sword. Chapter 773 Demon Asura Chuyu. Yu Zifeng was a bit surprised, but then he walked out with a delighted smile. This caused quite the stir. Everyone saw that Yu Zifeng was merely a rank 1 celestial. How was challenging a rank 2 celestial any different from suicide? Long Chen, will Yu Zifeng? Asked Meng Qi worriedly. Don't worry, I believe in him. Long Chen smiled. That smile contained both confidence and pride. In the past few days, he had seen some clues. Now he wanted everyone to bear witness. Ha ha ha, another piece of trash actually came out. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. Wang Yiping was so enraged that he laughed. He felt this to be an insult to him. His runes erupted, and within those runes was a spatial compression. It was the same technique he had used against Zhang Wuyan. But what startled people was that Yu Zifeng didn't release any of his aura, nor did he release his cry of the heavenly Daos. Instead, his right hand slowly grasped the sword on his back. His movements appeared so gentle and slow. In fact, it felt like time had slowed down. Ouyang Chuyu was shocked. She hadn't thought that Yu Zifeng had already. Careful, shouted Ji Hongling suddenly. Yu Zifeng's sword was unsheathed. A ray of light slashed through the air, splitting apart time and space. It was like this slash was cutting through the past and the future. People simply saw the briefest flash of light before everything returned to normal. His sword was sheathed once more. Yu Zifeng's hand slowly left the hilt of his sword. His face was a bit pale, and a trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. But there was a sacred light shining in his eyes. He turned and went back to his position. People didn't even know what had happened. They saw Wang Yiping simply standing there, still looking forward. Suddenly, Wang Yiping fell forward. At the same time, his body split apart. He was split perfectly in half. A clamor erupted. Yu Zifeng's sword had not only severed his body, but it had also severed his soul. Even his heavenly Dao runes were destroyed. This was truly a peerless attack. You vicious brat, die. Unexpectedly, Ji Hongling suddenly attacked Yu Zifeng. A strange power was contained in her voice, and that power came crashing towards Yu Zifeng. Long Chen and Meng Qi's expressions changed. This was a spiritual attack. An ancestor expert had actually shamelessly targeted a Shantian disciple. Even Ouyang Chuyu had never imagined such a thing. Spirit shield. Both Meng Qi and Long Chen activated their spiritual strength to form shields in front of Yu Zifeng. Both of those shields were the same size, but Meng Qi's shield was much, much more condensed. With two bangs, their shields exploded. Yu Zifeng collapsed to the ground. You old bitch, you really are looking to die. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out, one that caused the heavens to shake. An absolutely terrifying pressure erupted, one that made it so no one was able to move a finger. The graceful and amicable Ouyang Chuyu suddenly appeared in front of Ji Hongling and smashed her palm forward. She was truly infuriated. Ji Hongling sneered and extended her own hand. She had long since been looking forward to finding out the power of the Xuantian Dao sect master. What Ji Hongling hadn't expected was for her hand to instantly explode upon coming into contact with Ouyang Chuyu's palm. The sound of bones breaking rang out along with her startled and pained cry. You damn bitch, do you think I'm a pushover? Ji Hongling's shoulder was directly torn off by Ouyang Chuyu. To Long Chen and the others' surprise, runes appeared on the ground. The ground instantly became rock, and there was no damage on it. However, Ji Hongling's blood was wildly spurting. Senior, please show mercy. A long-haired man suddenly shot forward. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. This person was extremely powerful to be able to move through the pressure of an ancestor. Even he had been unable to move at first, and now, although he would just barely be able to move, he wouldn't be able to move as easily as him. Fuck off. If you piss me off, I'll kill you. Ouyang Chuyu directly sent out a kick. People didn't even manage to see what was going on when that long-haired man, who was still many meters away, was sent flying. He vomited blood before fainting. This was absolutely horrifying. The amicable and refined Yang Chuyu had suddenly become a berserk dragon, terrifying to the peak. Fuck, you want to provoke me? Why don't you ask those damn old fellows in your gang just how I gained the name Demon Asura Chuyu? I spent the last 800 years to cultivate my mind and character. It was with great difficulty that I managed to suppress my temper, but you damn old bitch, had to ruin it. I really will kill you. As Yang Chuyu cursed, her cursing became more and more crude and obscene. In the end, even Long Chen was wincing. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were filled with disbelief. This refined and fairy-like sect leader of theirs would actually burst into such foul language when infuriated. Shameless, despicable, damnable little bitch. A loss is a loss, but you still had to act so shamelessly. To harm my disciples in front of me, are you trying to insult me? Pow 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 pow. Even Long Chen, who considered his face-slapping art to be unrivaled, had to admit his inferiority when it came to speed. The sect master's slaps were just too fast. In a single breath, she slapped her over 100 times. Furthermore, the cadence and rhythm were identical for each slap. Long Chen finally learned what it meant for there to be a heaven beyond the heavens. There truly were always more talented people in the world. Were all your years of living wasted? You actually attacked a group of children, so don't blame me for bullying a dog. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Every single bone in Ji Hongling's body was broken one by Yang Chuyu. Her body was completely deformed now. Everyone was appalled. They also recalled how the sect master had reported her name as Demon Asura Chuyu. Asuras were just stories, evil spirits who preyed on bad children. They were the kind of spirits that ate people's flesh, and these spirits only ate the flesh of the living. They liked to see people being tormented. Although Yang Chuyu appeared as beautiful as ever, her actions caused them to shiver. Ji Hongling had already lost her human form at her hands. Long Chen looked from the berserk Yang Chuyu to the dog-like Ji Hongling. He felt a chill. He really had been an idiot. How had he really dared to call her little sister? After an hour, Ji Hongling had essentially become a lump of flesh. She had long since lost any semblance of being human. Yang Chuyu finally tossed her aside. Idiot, let alone you, even those 3 damn ghosts of yours wouldn't dare to fart in front of me. A little junior like you also dares to challenge me. If I hadn't reserved my temperament in the past few years, you would be dead. Count yourself lucky. I'll give these children face and let you off once, said Yang Chuyu icily. Ji Hongling's body began to tremble. Heavenly Dao runes appeared around her, rapidly healing her injuries. She was clearly a celestial. She was absolutely terrified. She realized that her late foundation forging power didn't have the slightest bit of ability to retaliate in front of Yang Chuyu. If she had wanted to kill her, she would have long since died. It could be said that Yang Chuyu had completely shattered her confidence. Thinking of how she had vainly wanted to challenge her, she felt it to be so laughable now. She had originally thought that with her talent, combined with the fact that she hadn't wasted any energy on maintaining her youth and looks, she definitely should have been able to fight evenly against Yang Chuyu. But now she had learned what despair was. Long Chen, check that child. If he's crippled, I'll slaughter this bitch to accompany him, said Yang Chuyu. There's no need to look. He's already crippled. Slaughter her, said Long Chen without the slightest hesitation. Yang Chuyu almost laughed in her rage. Long Chen really was too evil. He actually wanted her to kill Ji Hongling. Killing Ji Hongling wouldn't be anything, but she was still the current leader of the Remote Heaven gang. It wasn't convenient to just kill her like this. Others looked at Long Chen. He actually dared to talk like this to a godlike woman. They had to admire his guts. This is what it meant to be a real man. Don't mess around. Examine him. Yang Chuyu glared at Long Chen. He really is crippled, and in many places. Look, his clothes are crippled in 2 places, and several strands of his hair have been crippled. Meng Qi couldn't bear it and said, Yu Zifeng merely suffered a shock to his soul. There's no major damage. After going through Long Chen and Meng Qi's spiritual defenses, only an extremely small portion of Ji Hongling's attack had managed to reach Yu Zifeng. If it was at a normal time, Yu Zifeng would have easily been able to resist it. It was just that he had been completely focused on displaying the sword intent he had just comprehended. Although its power was incredible, it had overdrafted his spiritual strength. Ji Hongling had seen through that weak point, which was why she had used a spiritual attack. Her best option was to get rid of this terrifying sword cultivator before he could grow. Sword cultivators that had comprehended sword intent were incomparably terrifying. The attack power of those sword cultivators had already escaped the bounds of common sense. At this moment, xianxia was filled with envy. He had obtained the heavenly sword grass, but he hadn't comprehended that ephemeral sword intent. Long Chen had seen clues that Yu Zifeng had begun to emit that kind of sword intent, which was why he had brazenly said to use Wang Yiping as an offering to his sword. That sword offering was to use a powerful opponent as a target, to treat them as his current shackles. Yu Zifeng had broken his shackles in a single blow, allowing his mental realm to rise. However, if he had failed, it would have very likely formed a heart devil. The best target to use as a sword offering was someone incredibly powerful. It was the same old thing, opportunity existed within danger. So for that sword offering, Yu Zifeng had immediately used his full power. Now, he had succeeded. Once he woke, he would find that he had taken his next step. Just as everyone was staring in shock at Ouyang Chuyu, a flying boat flew overhead. Seeing the people on the boat, Long Chen and the others' hearts shook. Chapter 774 Old Friends. The reason Long Chen was so shocked was because each of these people had a 3-inch horn on their head. It was like a rhinoceros horn. The flying boat stopped, and over 50 young men and women walked down. They ignored everyone's strange gazes. In fact, they seemed extremely arrogant and were actually looking at them in disdain. These are the full moon race's disciples. Ouyang Chuyu quietly told them that these people possessed an ancient bloodline. The blood flowing within their bodies contained a powerful inheritance, and that horn on their heads could release their innate divine abilities. They had to be careful around them. "What are you looking at, you inferior bloodline trash?" shouted one of the full moon race's women at the stupefied disciples. Their expressions changed. This was insulting every single person here. She was clearly saying humans were an inferior race. "Don't be rude," the lead elder of the full moon race chided her. He nodded slightly at Ouyang Chuyu in apology before leading his disciples to find a place to sit. His disciples followed him, sitting down and closing their eyes, not even deigning to look at them. "They really are arrogant enough," said Guo Ran irritatedly. "I have a cow horn here. Tie it on your head like them, and maybe they'll start treating you like family," said Long Chen, also irritated. Even with Ouyang Chuyu's countless years of experience, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. She really didn't know what Long Chen's head was filled with. "Don't spout nonsense. They are a powerful race from the ancient era. In order to protect their bloodline purity, they don't form relationships with the outside world. They treat their bloodline as their greatest glory, and insulting their bloodline like that will infuriate them," whispered Ouyang Chuyu. She needed to warn this fearless fellow. Long Chen rolled his eyes, sneering inside. "Tch, what kind of reasoning is this? They can jeer at us, but we're not allowed to mock them. They can infuriate us, but we can't infuriate them. What kind of garbage rule is that?" But he still gave face to Ouyang Chuyu. In any case, if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. He wouldn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. The tension in the air grew following the full moon race's arrival. Ji Hongling had already recovered from her injuries. Although Ouyang Chuyu had been vicious, she hadn't really wanted her life. It wasn't difficult for her to recover with her heavenly Dao energy. "Changkong." Ji Hongling suddenly turned to a disciple beside her. "Disciple is present." This man was the one who had moved through Ouyang Chuyu's pressure when she had suppressed Ji Hongling. He was incredibly powerful. "Once you enter the immemorial path, kill any of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples that you see," whispered Ji Hongling. Her hatred of Ouyang Chuyu had reached a peak. But unable to do anything to her, she had set her gaze on her disciples. "Don't worry, as long as I catch a glimpse of them, I'll kill them. Even that newly advanced rank 3 celestial. I'm confident I can kill him in under 100 moves," said that disciple with a sinister smile. "Be careful of that Long Chen. I feel like he's strange. Other than him, you absolutely must cut down that sword cultivator. If you allow him to grow, he'll be troublesome for us. He's your main target," said Ji Hongling. The reason Ji Hongling had thrown away her face to attack a Shantian disciple was because of Yu Zifeng's terrifying potential. "I understand. I'll definitely give him some special care." He smiled, revealing his teeth, similar to a hidden leopard baring its fangs. On the side of the Xuantian Dao sect, Liang Chuyu was informing everyone about some taboos within the immemorial path. Although she had already said all of it before, she said it again to give them a deeper impression. Other than that, take care of the remote heaven gang's people, especially that fellow called Ji Changkong. When I kicked him, I originally only used 20% of my power, but using a strange magical art, he managed to block a portion of my power. I had no choice but to increase my power in order to send him flying, said Liang Chuyu. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. Liang Chuyu was as close to the king level as possible. Just from seeing how she had completely destroyed the late foundation forging Ji Hongling, it was obvious she was incredibly powerful. But this Ji Changkong was actually able to block a portion of her power. That was truly alarming. If he dares to bare his fangs at me, I'll definitely kill him, said Shui Guanji confidently. Long Chen rolled his eyes. At the same time, he saw ridicule appear deep in Liang Chuyu's eyes. She obviously didn't think Shui Guanji had that ability. After becoming a rank 3 celestial, a problem had occurred with his mental realm. His confidence had grown out of control. However, she didn't say anything to him. She had once more returned to her amicable and graceful self. It was like she was a completely different person from before. While they were talking, several more flying boats descended. They all came from ancient races. Some of them had scales, some had a tail, and there were some that had a third eye. The one that drew Long Chen's attention the most was the race with a pair of wings on their backs. They had eagle-like eyes as if they could see through a person's heart with just a glance. The person at the front was a tall man. He held a golden bow in his hand. The runes on that bow released powerful fluctuations. That man had only just descended from the boat when his gaze swept across everyone. Anyone who was looking directly at him felt a sensation of death fill them. Those people couldn't breathe. He was definitely a supreme expert. That man's gaze paused slightly on Ji Changkong and Shui Guanji before landing on Long Chen. That man suddenly stopped walking and nodded at Long Chen. Not bad, I've run into an interesting fellow. You're a pretty good prey. Everyone was startled. This person was actually so arrogant. As soon as he arrived, he acted so domineering, directly treating Long Chen as prey. Don't think that just because you have a pair of wings that you're so amazing. In truth, all you are is a birdman. Does that have a bird's use? Or perhaps a feather's use? Retorted Long Chen. This person truly was strong. Even Long Chen felt a quiver in his heart. But that didn't mean he had the qualifications to insult him. Courting death. The dozens of experts behind that person immediately raised their bows. Cold arrows pointed in Long Chen's direction. Ji Yuyong and the others were infuriated, and so was Long Chen. He loathed it when people pointed their weapons at him like this. He icily said, I'll count to 3. If you don't put away your bows, I'll make it so you never see tomorrow's sun. 1. Arrogance. That man merely smiled indifferently. 2. Long Chen ignored him. Everyone was startled. They looked at Liang Chuyu, but she didn't say anything. She was just watching with no intention of stopping this. Although Liang Chuyu had warned Long Chen to do his best not to provoke the ancient races, that was because she was worried they would suffer in the immemorial path. It was different now. They were cursing right at them with her present. She naturally wouldn't stop Long Chen from fighting. Although the ancient races were powerful, so what? She was backed by the head sect, and so she wasn't afraid of anyone. On the cultivation path, making concessions was the start of defeat. She also wanted to see just how strong Long Chen was. Long Chen was just about to shout 3, and he was ready to fight and kill all those people. Although that would expose his power, he didn't care that much anymore. He couldn't swallow this anger. Put them away. As a hunter, the joy is in hunting. Killing him here is meaningless. That man waved his hand, and those people put away their bows. But they still icily glared at Long Chen with ridicule and disdain. Boss, let's kill them. They're too infuriating, said Guo Ran. Let it be. Of everyone here now, we don't have that many friends. Revealing our trump cards will allow others to find more openings. People will come up with plans in accordance with our fighting styles. It might be satisfying in the short term, but once we're all in danger, it won't be worth it. Once we're in the immemorial path, there won't be so many watchers. You can kill as you please. Remember, we are a team, and we have to think about everyone. Long Chen patted Guo Ran on the shoulder. His words weren't just to Guo Ran, but also Ji Yuyong and the others. It was a warning. He had always told them that there was no unrivaled magical art in this world. Once your trump cards were exposed, your enemies would come up with a way to handle them. Then you wouldn't be far from death. In order to survive longer, you either had to not let your opponents see your trump cards, or you had to immediately kill your opponents with them. It wasn't just for yourself, but your companions. Brat, remember my name. I am Yu Changhao from the Feather Race. I am the one who will kill you. That man had already walked away when he suddenly turned his head back. I am Long Chen. You should remember it, because I am the one who will pluck off all your feathers and cut off your bird head. Long Chen's final words caused quite a few people's expressions to become odd. It was unknown whether Long Chen was referring to his big head or small head. The disturbance caused by Yu Changhao had only just passed when another flying boat arrived. Seeing the mark on it, Ouyang Chuyu smiled slightly at Long Chen. Your old friends have arrived. Bird is slang for penis. I won't be putting a footnote for every time it's used. Chapter 775 Terrifying Assassin Huang Junmo. This flying boat actually had over 100 celestials on it. That was an extremely terrifying number. It was the most powerful group that had arrived. Each of them was wearing a fiendish mask. It was made of blood-colored essence metal and was extremely detailed. A dense bloody air came from them, one that made people's hair stand on end. It was like they were staring at a group of fiends. The Bloodkill Hall. Long Chen was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected that the Bloodkill Hall was so powerful that they had more than triple the celestials of the Xuantian Dao sect. These people were no ordinary experts. Long Chen was extremely familiar with their auras. There's no need to find it odd. When it comes to resources, other than the Pill Tower and the Huayan sect, the next richest power is these assassins. They are spread through every corner of the continent. All they care about is money. As long as you have enough money, you can buy anyone's life. The accumulated wealth of the Bloodkill Hall is definitely beyond your imagination. Furthermore, the disciples they raise are all tools for killing. With their special methods of raising their disciples, there's no need to question their strength. Don't look down on them. Although they're infamous, and although they've been surrounded and annihilated countless times in the past, they always come back stronger than ever. Their foundation isn't any weaker than any supreme sect. In fact, it might be even greater, warned Ouyang Chuyu. Their hearts shook. It was unexpected that the Bloodkill had such a solid foundation. Previously, they had thought them to just be some degenerate assassins. These people carried swords on their backs, but their swords were extremely slender. In terms of length, they were similar to regular swords, but the width of the sheath showed that they were thinner. The person at the front also wore a mask, but his mask was covered in lines. The others behind him also had such lines, but most only had 3 to 5 of them. His mask was covered in lines. There had to be over 100 of them. Ouyang Chuyu said, I didn't expect for such a terrifying figure to have arisen in the Bloodkill Hall. What do you mean? Asked Long Chen. Those masks are a display of their glory. Each time they assassinate someone a whole major realm above them, the Bloodkill Hall will add a line to their mask to show their power, said Ouyang Chuyu. Heavens, doesn't that mean this person has assassinated over 100 sea expansion experts? Cried a disciple. That's not all. I've heard that 100 lines is the limit. Each mask will only have 100 lines. But his mask has 137 lines. Those extra 37 lines represent an assassination that was almost impossible to accomplish, said Ouyang Chuyu with profound meaning. Almost impossible to accomplish. Could it be? Yes, it's to assassinate sea expansion celestials. In other words, he has killed 37 celestials that had reached the sea expansion realm, said Ouyang Chuyu. They were all appalled. The Xuantian Dao sect's monastery heads were sea expansion experts, but not one of them was a celestial. It was said that celestials that had reached the sea expansion realm would be sent to the head sect. But this man had actually killed 37 people on that level. Even Long Chen was shocked. Our eastern wasteland doesn't have that many sea expansion celestials. This person should have gone to the Central Plains, or perhaps he was originally from the Central Plains and came here for the opening of the immemorial path, said Ouyang Chuyu. Long Chen was shocked. That was very likely. He had heard that the Central Plains was the true stage of geniuses, a land full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In comparison to the eastern wasteland, one was a flourishing city, while one was a desolate village. Someone in the city wouldn't be able to claim himself to be anyone special, but in that village, they would be a peerless genius. And without so many competitors, it might be easier to obtain priceless treasures and opportunities. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen worriedly. They all knew what had transpired between Long Chen and the Bloodkill Hall. Perhaps there would be a bloody battle as soon as they encountered each other. The only elder in the Bloodkill Hall's group wasn't wearing a mask. His robes were gray, and his face was stern. He led his people forward. When they passed by the Xuantian Dao sect's people, the man with the lines on his mask suddenly stopped and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled oddly. Was he really so lacking in character? The only people who came to find him were those trying to find trouble for him. Why weren't there any suck-ups trying to become friends with him? Long Chen, that man's voice was incredibly icy, and it gave people chills. I'm not lending money, said Long Chen directly. That man ignored Long Chen's reply and icily said, you shouldn't have blasphemed the god. The immemorial path will be your burial ground. It's still too early to say that. We'll see, said Long Chen. Although Yang Chuyu had said that this person was extremely terrifying, he wasn't afraid. The feeling of mortal danger that this person gave him was on the same level as Yu Changhao and Ji Changkong. But after so many years of fighting his way through his troubles, Long Chen had built up his confidence. As long as it was someone in the same realm, he refused to lose. This confidence was something built from the corpses of countless experts. Ha ha ha, interesting. Another powerful prey. It seems the immemorial path will be extremely marvelous this time, said Yu Changhao suddenly. Everyone was startled. This Yu Changhao was truly arrogant. After provoking Long Chen, he had actually provoked a terrifying assassin. Yu Changhao, correct. I've always wanted to meet you to learn whether you are really as powerful as the rumors say. Unfortunately, I never got the mission to kill you, and I couldn't break the Bloodkill Hall's rules. But there's one thing you said right. The immemorial path will definitely be extremely marvelous this time, said that man. Ha, don't bother. Your assassination arts are just a joke in front of me. Report your name, or I won't even know the person I'll kill in the future, said Yu Changhao. Huang Junmo. Remember this name, because it's very likely you'll be killed by the person with that name. Huang Junmo indifferently tossed out some words before leaving. His people found a secluded place to sit. Following Huang Junmo's arrival, it was like a shadow had been cast over everyone's hearts. These assassins were just too terrifying. By the time you sensed their arrival, you would already be dead. How do you feel, Long Chen? Asked Yang Chuyu. Under pressure. Long Chen obediently nodded. He truly was under pressure. Although he was confident in not being defeated, he wasn't confident in gaining victory. This was his first time encountering such powerful opponents. Although they hadn't exchanged blows, just from his intuition, he knew that Huang Junmo, Yu Changhao, and Ji Changkong were all terrifying fellows. Although Ji Changkong had used some secret technique to keep his power hidden from the other two, he hadn't been able to hide it from Long Chen. Furthermore, it wasn't just them. Amongst the ancient races, there were several powerful experts. Long Chen sensed 8 people who could be rank 3 celestials. Adding on the power of their bloodline inheritance, they would be extremely powerful. Perhaps it won't be as simple as just being under some pressure. There are already 2 experts who have publicly said they will take your life. Has the thought of accepting your death crossed your mind yet? Sneered Shui Guanji. You idiot water pipe, are you trying to get yourself killed? My boss has always been too lazy to bother with you, but you still continue to spout your shit. Is it addicting to have shit come out of your mouth? If you really want to die, I'll immediately fulfill your wish. Guo Ran finally couldn't bear it any longer. If Long Chen hadn't said that he couldn't fight here, he would have long since summoned his armor and killed this idiot. His mouth was too detestable. Shui Guanji, do you not feel like you're becoming more and more excessive? Do you believe me when I say I will immediately strip you of your right to participate in the immemorial path? Even Yang Chuyu was angry now. Shui Guanji had actually not given her any face and insulted Long Chen right in front of her. That was already extremely rude to her as the sect master. As for Long Chen, while he was also unruly, he always kept it within the proper limit. He had never given her an uncomfortable feeling. But Shui Guanji really was hateful. She didn't want to chide her disciples in front of everyone, but this brat had far exceeded her tolerance. Shui Guanji also felt like he had gone too far. If he infuriated the sect master and lost his right to participate in the immemorial path, he really would not even have a place to cry. Sect master, please calm down. Disciple was just joking with Long Chen. Disciple knows his wrongs. Shui Guanji hastily bowed in apology. Although she knew that Shui Guanji fundamentally did not really know his wrongs, Yang Chuyu didn't bother with him. Shui Guanji had already been afflicted by a heart devil. No one's words would be able to get through to him. It was best for him to just self-destruct somewhere else. Once Shui Guanji had shut his mouth, Long Chen began to talk to the people by his side. Meng Qi, Wan Ji Yuyong, Zifeng, and Guo Ran, you can move about freely in the immemorial path. You all have the power to protect yourselves, so I'm not really worried about you. As for Ming Yuan and Li Qi, you two are a bit weaker. Guo Ran, give them both a tracking device, and give another one to Wild. As long as they're within a few thousand miles from each other, they'll be able to regroup. As for Wild, he gets lost too easily, so he probably won't be able to understand. You two should do your best to find Wild as soon as possible. That way, it'll be much safer with the three of you together. Wild is strong, but he needs you two to look after him as well. You'll be making up for each other's weak points. Guo Ran handed 2 devices to them, and he also clipped one to Wild's waist. Wild was still fast asleep. Over 10 more flying boats came over. More and more experts had gathered. Suddenly, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted, and so was the ground. Ouyang Chuyu waved her hand, creating a transparent barrier to protect her people. Up in the air, a huge vortex appeared. It looked just like the mouth of a beast that wanted to devour all of heaven and earth. The spatial gate has appeared. Chapter 776. Enemies often cross paths. Everyone was calmly sitting and adjusting themselves to maintain their peak states when rumbling filled the air. Light erupted, and endless primal chaos raged in the air. A huge portal appeared. This portal continuously opened and closed, like the mouth of a beast. This is the entrance of the immemorial path. Because of the transformations in the world, the entrance is damaged and unstable. You have to enter quickly. But before that, let me tell you again, once you're in, be careful, and even more careful. Warned Ouyang Chuyu. Long Chen and the others nodded. They knew that Ouyang Chuyu was saying this so that the rather conceited fellows didn't vainly throw their lives away inside. Everyone sprang into motion. The Feather Race's people were the fastest. Their wings flashed, and they were like a ray of light as they directly shot into the spatial gate. That speed was absolutely incredible. Those birdmen really are fast, praised Guo Ran. Everyone prepare yourself. Wild, wake up. Wild, there's meat, shouted Long Chen. Meat, where? Wild had still been sleeping when Long Chen told him to get up. But as soon as he heard there was meat, he shot up so quickly that everyone jumped. They were speechless. The meat's inside there. Other than that, listen. Long Chen pointed to the gate and also told Wild not to run too fast. He had to give time for Li Qi and Song Mingyuan to find him. After that, and saying goodbye to Ouyang Chuyu, Long Chen led his people toward the gate. Ouyang Chuyu had said that this gate was damaged and that they would all be individually sent to random places. In other words, it was very likely that if 2 people tried to enter while holding hands, space might directly tear them apart, and in the process, their individual bodies might also be torn apart. So they could only resign themselves to their fate. The most terrifying thing was that this spatial gate was unstable. If something unexpected happened during the transportation, you might get lost within the chaotic flow of space. Within that chaotic flow, there were countless spatial storms. Even treasure items would be instantly destroyed inside, let alone a person. If someone entered it, there would be no chance of surviving for them. So everyone was nervous about entering. Currently, the Feather Race, the Bloodkill Hall, and the Remote Heaven Gang had already entered. Brothers, I wish you all luck. Once we're inside, let's completely flip the world, laughed Long Chen. He stepped in. As soon as he did, he felt terrifying spatial fluctuations. Normal transportation formations were like sitting in a carriage traveling smoothly over a flat road. Although it was slow, it was very steady. As for good transportation formations, they felt like flying through the air, and were both fast and steady. But here, it was like a carriage was traveling as fast as possible over a path filled with potholes. It made Long Chen feel like heaven and earth were spinning around him, and he almost vomited. Long Chen didn't know how long he had flown through the spatial channel, and after spinning so much, he couldn't even tell what direction was up or down. Eventually, he crashed into a small mountain. That mountain was directly blasted to smithereens. Long Chen patted the dust off his body and viciously spat on the ground, spitting out the mud and dirt in his mouth. How was this a transportation? It was more like he had been shot out of a cannon. Only now did he have a chance to appraise his surroundings. This was also a barren land, but rugged boulders of stone were everywhere, looking like a maze. Looking up, he saw a single sun in the sky. The environment was about the same as his world. But there was a strange and ancient feeling to this place. This is the immemorial path. Where's the path? Long Chen jumped onto a high boulder and saw that this kind of land stretched into the distance. There were large mountains that blocked his line of sight, and he rushed over to one of them. He found one aspect of the immemorial path which was different from his world. His divine sense was greatly restricted here, to the point where it didn't even go as far as his sight. It could only stretch a few dozen miles. Furthermore, he found that the primal chaos bead was automatically circulating to absorb some kind of unknown energy within the immemorial path. They said that the immemorial path contains the immortal era's secret to reaching immortality and godhood. Is that secret related to the aura here? Long Chen was lost in thought as he examined the primal chaos bead. The primal chaos bead was something he had obtained in the Julie secret realm. Back then, even before entering the Julie secret realm, he had felt a summoning just from hearing its name. After obtaining it, he had confirmed that it was what had been summoning him. He still knew far too little about the primal chaos bead. It not only possessed its own world, but was also able to offer him an unending source of life energy. It had also helped him subdue the earth flame. Furthermore, it could absorb the heavenly Tao runes from the fallen celestials to create heavenly Tao fruits. All of that was incredibly miraculous. Now, it had begun to automatically absorb some unknown energy within the immemorial path. That made Long Chen even more curious about the primal chaos bead. After traveling for 2 hours, Long Chen arrived at the peak of a mountain. This mountain was completely barren without even a single blade of grass. It practically looked like a rock. But it was huge, and so standing on the peak, he had a wide view of his surroundings. But before Long Chen could look into the distance, he suddenly found another person standing on the mountain peak. Moreover, this guy had also been about to look around. Long Chen, ha 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 ha, today's the day of your death. That person was delighted and surprised to see him. Enemies really do often cross paths. Long Chen looked at Shui Guanji and couldn't help smiling. Long Chen, you caused my family head to die. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. Tell me, how do you want to die? Shui Guanji's face was twisted with killing intent. It was like he was a hunter looking at his prey. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Shui Yunkong's death had been his own fault, and it was something unrelated to him. Even though Shui Yunkong had come to a moment of enlightenment right before his death, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. A blood-red saber appeared in Long Chen's hand. He raised it toward Shui Guanji. You'll be the one to die today. Haha, what an ego. I'll let you see a rank 3 celestial's power, what true power is. Cry of the Shui Guanji's sneer was cut off as a lightning spear suddenly pierced through the back of his chest. The lightning runes crazily devoured his life. Shui Guanji looked at the lightning spear piercing through his chest. He turned back, but then suddenly felt a chill at his neck as his head was cut off by Long Chen's saber. During a battle, you actually dare to get distracted. Do you think I don't exist? Long Chen leaned against his saber, shaking his head. The lightning spear's runes lit up, and Shui Guanji's body was blown to pieces. The lightning spear transformed into a lightning dragon that returned to Long Chen's arm. Shui Guanji was horrified. He had never dreamed that after becoming a rank 3 celestial, he would end up in such a situation against Long Chen. Idiot, did you think I would fight you as foolishly as when we were on the Netherworld Heaven staircase? I was just testing you all at that time to see how strong a rank 2 celestial really was and to see your techniques. To tell you the truth, I really am not proficient in fighting. I'm only proficient in killing. The difference is that the former is just a stupid clash of power, a competition of who has more trump cards and who can look more graceful when fighting. But the latter is much simpler. It is to use the simplest method and the smallest price to cut down your opponent. I've clearly grasped all your trump cards, while you don't even know how many trump cards I have. Did you think you could crush me easily just because you got stronger? I really admire your imagination. A long time ago, I told you that if you wanted to die, you could find me. Now you should believe it, said Long Chen to Shui Guanji's severed head. Shui Guanji's body was destroyed, and with just his head, there was no way for him to use the heavenly Tao recovery. Even a rank 3 celestial was unable to reform their entire physical bodies quickly. So he had now become Long Chen's prey. In truth, Shui Guanji was definitely an idiot. When Long Chen had seen him, Shui Guanji had stood still with his arms clasped behind his back, but Long Chen had stealthily had Lei Long slip into the ground. While he had been talking with Shui Guanji, Lei Long had gone around him. Next, Long Chen had used his saber to draw his attention. By using a weak, ordinary saber attack, he had caused Shui Guanji to look down on him. As a result, he had fallen for it. In truth, even if he had fallen for it, with his power, he could have used his heavenly Tao energy to force Lei Long out of his body. Although that would have exhausted his core energy, he still would have had some ability to fight. But what even Long Chen found inconceivable was that Shui Guanji had actually thought there had been someone behind him, and he had turned back to look. So Long Chen hadn't hesitated and had helped him see that there really was no one behind him. I heard that you once killed a rank 2 celestial from the corrupt path. I really wonder whether that celestial was a pig, said Long Chen disdainfully. With this kind of intelligence, it really was a miracle that Shui Guanji had managed to live this long. Had fate decided that he had to die by his hands? Long Chen, I don't want to die. I'm willing to have you place a spiritual seal on me and become your servant. With just ahead, with death imminent, Shui Guanji finally knew what terror was. You don't have the qualifications to be my servant. We're all busy, so you can go now. The sooner you die, the sooner you'll reincarnate. Long Chen slowly pointed a finger. No. Please. A lightning arrow pierced Shui Guanji's head. It not only destroyed his head, but it also destroyed his soul. A generation's genius had fallen. Within the primal chaos space, a new heavenly Tao fruit was born, one with 3 marks. Hehe, a rank 3 heavenly Tao fruit. Good stuff. Long Chen laughed. It seemed he really could obtain many things from the immemorial path. Even if he just relied on killing people, he would make plenty of profit. After dealing with Shui Guanji's corpse, he tossed his spatial ring into the primal chaos space. He could go through it when he had time. At this moment, Blooddrinker flashed and sent him a message. Chapter 777 Feather Race Expert. Long Chen looked at Blooddrinker in surprise. Its spirit had actually sent him a message. This was his first time connecting on this level with Blooddrinker's spirit. But that message was extremely unclear. The general meaning was that it was in a special state and was preparing to completely absorb all the Phoenix blood black gold. Then does that mean I can't use you during this time? How long will it take for you to recover? Asked Long Chen. After a while, Blooddrinker once more sent him a spiritual message, saying that the Phoenix blood essence gold could only recover its physical damage and that its spiritual damage would require much more spiritual strength in order to heal. In order to heal its physical body, it would require between a few months to a year. It couldn't be sure, but it told Long Chen that once its physical body was healed, it could work with Long Chen to release even stronger attacks. It was just that it couldn't be disturbed during this healing process, so it needed Long Chen's opinion. You can go ahead, don't worry. Long Chen decided to allow Blooddrinker to enter seclusion to heal. Although he needed Blooddrinker, in the long term, it was best for it to increase its power. Blooddrinker entered the primal chaos space and once more stabbed into the Phoenix blood black gold. Long Chen could see energy being rapidly absorbed by it. He helplessly searched in Shui Guanji's spatial ring. He found a saber inside, but it was a Zanmadao, not an ordinary saber. Its blade was narrow, and it was too light. It was very similar to a longsword. Long Chen frowned slightly. Using this kind of blade would require more finesse and technique. But he didn't like that kind of flashy fighting style. What he liked was to directly hack his saber down and crush his opponents with pure power. However, this was a middle-grade enchanted item. If he used Split the Heavens with it, the effect would be greater than using a lightning or flame blade. He placed the Zanmadao on his back. The feeling really was different. But it could be used to confuse his opponents. When he fought, their attention would very likely be drawn to the saber. They wouldn't know that in truth, it would mostly just be used to pose. Patting his hands, Long Chen finally had a chance to appraise his surroundings. In the distance, he saw several figures rushing around. But they were too far, and he wasn't able to see their clothes or appearances. According to reason, they should be disciples attending the immemorial path. He also rushed off. Looking in one direction, he saw footprints. That should be a path. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. The immemorial path would be open for a year. But what was different from the Julie secret realm was that when the time was up, they wouldn't need to find any spatial gates to leave. They were outsiders, and the immemorial path had placed a marker on them. They would be transported out automatically to where they came from. Even if they wanted to stay in the immemorial path, they couldn't. Long Chen saw several figures ahead that were just standing still. He only realized that they were watching a battle once he passed by them. In the distance, 2 disciples were fighting a corrupt expert. The corrupt expert was an expert spear wielder, and even 1 against 2, he was still suppressing them. Although he didn't know why these 2 righteous disciples would fight with a corrupt disciple here, he did see 4 righteous disciples just watching. Long Chen had an urge to slap these spectators to death. Even if the righteous path had to always fight against each other, when there was a common enemy, they should unite against them. How had these people reached this level of stupidity? The corrupt disciple was truly powerful. His attacks were decisive, and his physical body was extremely powerful. A sea of spear images completely enveloped the 2 disciples. Suddenly, the corrupt disciple forced one of them back, and his spear directly pierced toward the other. That person was appalled. There was no way he could dodge this attack. A large hand appeared and caught the tip of the spear. The corrupt disciple was startled. No matter how he tried, he was unable to pull his spear back. This person was Long Chen. Pushing the spear forward, an immense power surged toward the corrupt disciple. Before he could even realize what had happened, his own spear's hilt pierced through his chest. But what astonished everyone was that when the spear pierced his body, a powerful force directly blew his body to pieces. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The 2 of them were delighted. Long Chen was startled, and then looking carefully at them, he saw their robes marked them as disciples from the small sects that had come to greet the Xuantian Dao sect previously. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. If it weren't for you, the 2 of us would never have been able to return, thanked one of the 2 disciples. Long Chen nodded. Looking at the spectators, he coldly shouted, "If you don't want to die, then fuck off." Those people's expressions changed and they hastily fled. They didn't know how they had infuriated this person, but from what he had just done, they could see that if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as turning his hand. "What happened?" asked Long Chen. "I was rather unlucky and encountered that corrupt disciple. Just when I was in an extremely desperate moment, senior apprentice brother Wan came to help me. That was the only way I managed to survive for so long." That person looked at the senior apprentice brother Wan beside him gratefully. Long Chen nodded. As members of the same sect, being able to risk your life to save each other shows that you care about your relationships. However, your fighting style is garbage. That corrupt disciple was powerful, but if the 2 of you had been willing to risk your lives, you would have had a 90% chance of defeating him. Unfortunately, you didn't have that courage, which is why you almost died. Since you can fight shoulder to shoulder, you should trust each other. You should be able to put your lives in the other person's hands. One of you should put his life on the line, while the other makes up for any openings. That would be better than just fighting your own battle. I was able to save you this time, but that doesn't mean someone will still be there to save you next time. If you still can't comprehend what I'm saying, then you should just dig a hole and hide in there until the year's up." Long Chen turned and left. During that critical moment, neither of them had been willing to abandon the other to escape. If he hadn't seen that, he wouldn't have wasted time saying nonsense to them. But a person could only help someone for a time. Long Chen couldn't save the entire world, nor was he the kind of person who would want to. "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. We understand." The 2 of them looked at each other and immediately comprehended something. Long Chen randomly waved his hand to them to express that he heard them. He continued on his way. Up ahead, the land was no longer so barren. Instead, there was a huge mountain range filled with greenery. Towering trees soared into the sky, and thick vines coiled around them. Even before he arrived, a dense spiritual chi assaulted him. That density was almost like it had become liquid. This really is a good place. The density of spiritual chi here is tens of times greater than in the Xuantian Dao sect, said Long Chen with shock. It had to be known that the Xuantian Dao sect had the support of spirit-gathering formations. That was what made its spiritual chi so dense. But here, in this ordinary mountain range, the spiritual chi was unbelievably dense. 7 Fire Essence Grass. Long Chen instantly saw a 7th-tier medicinal ingredient beneath a large tree. In the outer world, this kind of grass was extremely rare. He hadn't expected to see dozens of stalks of it here. He had just been about to go pick them when his heart shook, and he hastily dodged to the side. An arrow flew right by Long Chen. The ground erupted, leaving a crater hundreds of meters wide. You were actually able to dodge my hidden arrow. No wonder the junior master would be interested in you. Up in the sky, a man with a pair of azure wings and a bow in his hands icily looked down on Long Chen. Obviously, the arrow had come from him. Long Chen patted the dust off him. He indifferently said, "Birdman, do you know? This arrow of yours has brought a calamity upon yourself." This person was from the feather race. They had an innate pair of wings on their backs that allowed them to fly in the air and made their speed incredible. They were extremely powerful. Normally, only sea expansion experts could reach the realm of transforming spiritual chi into wings. As for using runes as wings, only rank 2 celestials were capable of that. Compared to ordinary celestials, they possessed a large advantage. Even a rank 2 celestial's runic wings would only allow them to float in the air. When compared to the wings of the feather race, they weren't even close to the same level. That was why the feather race looked down on people in the same realm. What boasting! Originally, you should have been left to the junior master, but since you've angered me, I've decided to kill you. An idiot like you isn't fit for the junior master to personally kill. The feather race expert raised his bow, and suddenly dozens of arrows shot toward Long Chen. Their speed was incomparable, and they came at crafty angles. They sealed any directions Long Chen could dodge, but just when those arrows were about to reach him, Long Chen vanished. The feather race expert was startled. His divine sense had clearly locked down Long Chen, but Long Chen had suddenly disappeared from his senses. Long Chen used the netherworld ghost steps to dodge the arrows and directly appeared in front of the feather race expert. A large hand came for his face. What kind of joke was this? If someone wanted to use spiritual strength to lock down another person, the former would require at least twice the spiritual strength of the latter. Let alone this feather race expert, even Meng Qi wouldn't be able to do that to Long Chen. The feather race expert's jaw was broken from Long Chen's slap. Even an ordinary slap from Long Chen wasn't something normal people could endure. The people I loathe the most are you poser birdmen. Fuck, how dare you be even more of a poser than me? Today, I'll strip you of all your bird feathers. A pair of lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back. He suddenly went to grab the feather race expert's neck. Chapter 778 Beheaded. Thunder Force inherently possessed a void-breaking ability. There was practically no spatial resistance. The feather race expert's head was still muddled from being slapped, but suddenly seeing that Long Chen had arrived right in front of him, his wings lit up. Long Chen was surprised. He had tried to grab the feather race expert's throat, but he had missed. He was already hundreds of meters away with his bow nocked. Cloud-splitting arrow. A huge arrow pierced through the air. It practically reached Long Chen the instant it left the bowstring. This arrow was covered in runes. Long Chen was a bit startled. As expected, the feather race's name was not for nothing. Even such an ordinary celestial was able to condense their heavenly Tao runes into their arrows to give them incredible power. It was similar to Yu Qianshan's technique. Split your bird clouds, snorted Long Chen. Light danced over his fist as he slammed it into the arrow. In front of the feather race expert's appalled gaze, his powerful arrow was blown apart by Long Chen's fist. Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit injured. Impossible. Receive another one of my attacks. The feather race expert roared furiously, and he continuously shot out arrow after arrow. All of them enveloped by his heavenly Tao runes. This kind of attack was something ordinary celestials would need to use their full strength to block. If they could block a single one of them, that would already be impressive. To block 3 in a row would be essentially impossible. The experts from the feather race had an innate advantage over others. With their wings, they possessed both great speed and could get a terrain advantage by shooting from the air. However, he was rather unlucky to have run into Long Chen. His terrifying arrows were smashed apart one by Long Chen's fists. Powerful explosions rocked the land. Because they were fighting in the air, quite a few people in these mountain ranges came to watch. Heavens, isn't this person from the feather race? Who would be so brazen as to challenge one of them? Are they suicidal? Wondered some people. Before entering, their sect leaders had all warned them not to provoke anyone from the feather race. If they offended other experts, they could always flee. But against the feather race, there was no way to run. Damn, isn't that Long Chen, the #1 disciple of the Xuantian Dao sect, a demon-class genius who even suppressed their 4 heavenly geniuses? Although Long Chen didn't possess much fame, the feather race's Yu Chenghao had challenged him before the immemorial path opened with all of them watching. And Long Chen hadn't taken his challenge lying down. Even up against the feather race's junior master, he was still so valiant. Also, Even the Bloodkill Hall's Huang Junmo had said he would personally kill him. So it was a given that he had drawn quite a bit of attention. Long Chen's fist smashed apart the final arrow. He icily looked at his opponent. In truth, he was just probing him, wanting to learn the Feather Race's style of fighting in preparation for handling Yu Changhao. His opponent was a bit pale now. He had shot out dozens of his Heavenly Dao-empowered arrows. Now, his Heavenly Dao energy was running low, while Long Chen still seemed so relaxed. That made him a bit afraid. He finally realized why someone as powerful as Yu Changhao would be interested in him. HMPH, you have some ability. Only like this do you have the qualifications to die at the hands of the junior master. Count your blessings. After saying this, the Feather Race expert actually fled, turning into a ray of light. He had only flown a few hundred meters away when he suddenly realized that there was a person in front of him with lightning wings. Wasn't that Long Chen? I've already said that your arrow brought you a calamity. Did he really think he could just shoot him and then flee once he was unable to win while spouting such arrogant words? Such a good thing couldn't possibly happen. Long Chen pointed his finger toward the birdman. Due to how hastily he was fleeing, the Feather Race expert was unable to come to a complete stop in time. A destructive lightning arrow pierced through his body. He didn't even have a chance to scream before his body directly exploded into a bloody mist. Within that bloody mist were many feathers. He died. Just like that. The spectators were all stunned. Someone from the powerful Feather Race was unable to receive a single blow from Long Chen. It was no wonder Yu Changhao and Huang Junmo would challenge him. This kind of power was horrifying and far beyond their comprehension. After killing him, another Heavenly Dao fruit appeared in the primal chaos space. Now that his cultivation base had increased, he didn't need to go destroy Celestial's Heavenly Dao runes. Once they were killed, their Heavenly Dao runes would be automatically absorbed by the primal chaos space. This was excellent. Even if he couldn't find anything else, just getting over 300 Heavenly Dao fruits would satisfy Long Chen. Thinking of himself leading a Dragonblood Legion where all 360 members were Celestials, he was filled with anticipation. This Long Chen has provoked a calamity. Yu Changhao definitely won't let him off. TCH, that Yu Changhao is too arrogant. Long Chen was right, they really are just a bunch of birdmen. Don't they like to call themselves the ancient races? They're just a bunch of hybrids. Shut up, even if you don't want to live, don't bring us down. After killing his opponent, Long Chen examined the spectators watching him. He didn't notice anyone he recognized. It seemed the sect master's words were correct. The immemorial path was truly vast, and no one knew where others were teleported to. Although he was a bit worried about Song Mingyuan and Li Qi, they couldn't entirely rely on others to live in the cultivation world. They needed to rely on themselves. He ignored the gazes of these people and went on his way. Previously, Ouyang Chuyu had explained some taboos to them, but she hadn't given them a map. Ouyang Chuyu's reasoning was extremely simple. Whether it was the righteous experts or corrupt experts, they all had maps. If you wanted one, you could snatch one whenever. Back then, Long Chen hadn't really understood. This sect master of his really was too lazy. She hadn't even prepared maps or even given them directions. Later, after being in contact with her for longer, he had realized that Ouyang Chuyu was different from most leaders. She liked to let nature take its course, and she didn't like interfering with the matters of disciples. In her opinion, experts should grow in the wild. Those that were raised in a fence weren't true geniuses. At first, Long Chen had found that a bit odd. But he did admire Ouyang Chuyu's viewpoint. It was fated for experts to experience all kinds of trials. Only then could they truly release their light. Sometimes, helping someone with good intentions might end up irrevocably harming them. Obviously, after Ouyang Chuyu had managed to control her temper, she had also managed to attain a much higher level of enlightenment. On his way, Long Chen found quite a few high-tier medicinal ingredients. After passing through several mountains, he noticed more and more people around, and many of them were people he didn't recognize. They were wearing the Righteous Path's robes, but they hadn't entered from the same entrance as him. Ouyang Chuyu had said that the Eastern Wasteland had 2 entrances available to them, and she had chosen the closer one. He supposed these people were the ones that came from the other entrance. They looked at Long Chen oddly, because they didn't sense any aura of the heavenly Daos coming from his body. In other words, he wasn't a celestial. Brat. Suddenly, a large fellow blocked Long Chen's path, looking at him disdainfully. Fuck off. Don't waste my time. Can't you do proper things? Next time you get in my way, I'll slap you to death. Long Chen knew what this idiot was planning with just a glance at his eyes. In the eastern wasteland, Long Chen might have some fame, but that fame was mainly that he had the ability to fight celestials without actually being a celestial. So unable to sense Long Chen's heavenly Dao aura, they recognized who he was. Many celestials refused to accept the rumors. They felt that Long Chen was blaspheming the dignity of celestials. That person had come out to test Long Chen, but as a result, he was knocked unconscious by his slap. This group of people really had to have something wrong with their brains. They didn't use their time to explore, to find treasures, or even to kill enemies. Instead, they came to find trouble for him. If Long Chen's mood wasn't so good, he'd have directly smashed apart his head. In truth, Long Chen had really had an urge to do just that. Even if it wasn't for anything else, just a heavenly Dao fruit made it worth it. But Long Chen restrained that kind of desire. He couldn't use greed as an excuse to kill people. Otherwise, he would no longer be Long Chen. After slapping that person away, Long Chen suddenly saw 4 people rapidly rushing across the land. They were wearing the corrupt path's robes. The foods come. Long Chen was delighted and he suddenly appeared in front of them, roaring, "These mountains were opened by me, these trees were planted, damn it, can't you wait for me to finish talking?" Long Chen had only just started talking when the 4 corrupt experts released their cries of the heavenly Daos and attacked him. The person at the front was a large man whose fist shone with a bronze light. Without even looking, Long Chen also sent out a fist. As a result, half of that person's body was smashed to pulp. The other corrupt experts were stunned. Long Chen once more let out a punch, and that injured man didn't even have a chance to speak before his head was blown apart. Currently, Long Chen's 4th star was growing stronger with each passing day. Long Chen consumed medicinal pills like candy, constantly feeding it energy. He already had the ability to kill ordinary celestials with just brute, physical power. Furthermore, one benefit of only relying on his physical body was that there were no spiritual yuan fluctuations, which made it so his enemies were unable to instinctively predict what he was doing. This was also another reason Long Chen's slapping arts were so effective. You're Long Chen?" one of them asked in horror. "Oh, you actually know my name." Long Chen was a bit surprised. "Run." The other 3 celestials didn't even think about it before turning tail and fleeing in 3 different directions. Chapter 779 Mysterious Rune. "Since you've come, don't leave." Long Chen sneered. He didn't feel the slightest unease when facing corrupt experts. With 3 pointings of his finger, 3 lightning arrows shot out. 2 of them had barely managed to get anywhere before they were pierced by those lightning arrows. If those were just ordinary thunder force, their heavenly Dao runes would have been able to completely block them. But Long Chen's thunder force came from tribulation lightning. Thus, their bodies were directly blown apart. As for the other one, he was the last one Long Chen pointed at, and with a supreme effort, he managed to dodge. But although he had dodged Long Chen's lightning arrow, he wasn't able to dodge his saber. His head was directly cut off. In truth, these 3 were actually very strong. The instant Long Chen had pointed the 3rd finger, he had sensed that his opponent had realized and would be able to dodge. So he had directly used the netherworld ghost steps to cut his head off the instant he dodged his arrow. "Long Chen, you're already number 1 on our must-kill list. Shui Yu will definitely kill you." The final corrupt expert only had a head left. He already knew that he was dead, so he sinisterly roared at him. Long Chen directly slashed apart his head. He didn't particularly care about his threat. In any case, many people wanted to kill him, so how could he possibly keep track of all their names? His Zanmadao let out a crisp sound as he returned it to its sheath. It was an extremely pleasing sound. Now Long Chen realized why sword cultivators liked to slowly return their swords to their sheaths after killing their opponents. It really was a good feeling. Yes, perhaps to put it another way, it was posturing. The righteous expert that Long Chen had slapped unconscious now crawled up from the ground. He had just managed to see Long Chen killing the 3 corrupt experts. When Long Chen's saber returned to its sheath, that sound was like a hammer pounding on his heart. He finally understood that he had just returned from the brink of hell. Patting his hands, Long Chen felt greatly satisfied with his journey in the immemorial path so far. Here, he didn't need to care about any rules. Even righteous experts, if they provoked him when he was in a bad mood, could be killed without a care. 3 heavenly Dao fruits. That signified another 3 members of the Dragonblood Legion that could become Celestials. Long Chen's mood became extremely cheerful. With a thought, he went through the 3 spatial rings he had just obtained. He took out a map. Damn, really? Looking at the map, Long Chen's expression changed. He saw that there were countless blocks on the map. If all those blocks were joined together, they would form one huge path. He saw an area filled with little sesame-sized spots that had been marked with a special color. They were the spots that people could be transported to from the entrance. Long Chen did a quick count and saw that there were actually thousands of such spots. He quickly found his own spot because the corrupt expert had already marked it for him. Now it's a bit troublesome. The chances of Songming Yuan and Li Qi finding wild are a bit low. They really can only listen to fate, sighed Long Chen. This map clearly showed that the immemorial path was a jigsaw puzzle. Between each piece was an abyss. The map even showed that some abysses could not be crossed. He carefully looked through his current location. He suddenly saw there was an abyss not far to his right, so he began rushing in that direction. After over 2 hours, he saw the abyss. It was pitch black and emitted a chilling aura. It was like the open maw of a magical beast. The abyss was only a few dozen miles wide. Summoning his lightning wings, he began to fly over it. He kept his spiritual yuan in its peak state, ready to handle anything unexpected at any time. But nothing odd happened. The spatial fluctuations only became a bit stronger once he reached the center. It was like he was moving through the water, but it didn't stop him. Crossing the abyss, he arrived at a thick forest mountain range. Examining the map, he saw that this was also a small area. Right now, he was still at the edge of the immemorial path. He crossed 5 more abysses. He finally arrived at a comparatively larger region. The map showed that this was the true entrance to the immemorial path. Only once he crossed this place would he have truly entered the immemorial path, a place filled with treasures and trials. It was rumored that the immemorial path was something ancient experts had to go through if they wanted to become an immortal or god. However, the immemorial path was too huge. Just the entrance was millions of miles wide. It was split into many pieces, and his current location was just one of such areas. Here was a huge stone pillar hundreds of miles long that was collapsed on the ground. It was broken in several places. Standing in front of it, Long Chen felt himself to be as minuscule as an ant. The pillar had countless carvings on it. There were azure dragons, divine phoenixes, as well as beasts that he had never seen before. Although the stone pillar was already fractured, it still emitted a powerful might. Within Long Chen's mind, a possible scene appeared, a huge pillar propping up the sky with endless carvings of grand and imposing dragons and phoenixes. Just how amazing must the immemorial path have been before it had been destroyed? He saw that the ground was inlaid with huge bricks dozens of miles long and with an unknown thickness. They were all covered in dust. There were broken eaves that were as big as mountains. Those golden days were no longer present. Everything was bleak. It felt like the broken pillar on the ground was trying to say something, but no one could understand it. It looks like the legends really were true. Back in the immortal era, people really were able to cultivate to immortality and ascend through the heavens. Otherwise, there would have been no way to construct such a huge path. This is definitely the style of immortals and gods. He looked at the huge stone pillar and felt its majestic aura. A single fallen pillar was comparable to a huge mountain range. He really didn't believe that mere humans were capable of constructing such a superstructure. Flying on the pillar, he looked over his surroundings. He saw what should have been the top of a huge gate. There should have been 2 huge pillars holding that up and some huge board with immemorial path written on it. But Long Chen didn't see any such board. As for this upper part of the gate, he was only seeing a portion of it. He had no idea if the rest of it had fallen into other areas or had disappeared into the abyss. Long Chen walked up to the broken roof of the gate. There were 3 roof tiles, but they were already covered in cracks. Seeing roof tiles that were over 100 meters long, Long Chen was filled with awe. He didn't know what material these tiles were made of. Picking up a small broken piece, he found he was unable to crush it. Its hardness was even greater than treasure items. Furthermore, they seemed just like ordinary tiles and not even made of metal. Maybe some kind of energy was supporting them that made it so he couldn't break them. Long Chen went all out, but he was still unable to break a palm-sized piece. That made him suck in a cold breath. Just what kind of power could have destroyed the entire immemorial path? Had it really been a battle of gods? If there were really gods, Why would they fight here, a trial land for disciples? Long Chen couldn't figure it out. But this scene was truly shocking. He realized just how minuscule he was. In front of this power, he was as weak as an ant. It could truly cause a person to weep in despair. Could it be that this is the kind of power required to stand at the peak of the martial path? A bitter smile of powerlessness surfaced on Long Chen's face. The expert who had been fleeing with him as a baby had told Long Tianxiao that Long Chen shouldn't try to find his origins until he reached the peak of the martial path. In the beginning, from the huge river that was formed from the expert's slash, Long Chen had thought that the expert had merely had a Xianxian cultivation base. But now that he was at the Xianxian realm, he still hadn't reached the realm of even learning what the Tao transformation was. In order to protect Long Chen, that person had isolated himself from fate, choosing to transform himself into the Tao. Only later had Long Chen learned that when a celestial reached the sea expansion realm, they would be able to refine themselves and return to the heavenly Taos, erasing a portion of the karma relating to them. Someone who had at least been a sea expansion celestial had actually been just a servant, and had sacrificed their entire existence to save him. Long Chen felt almost suffocated when he thought of his origins. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen pushed aside those thoughts. As his parents' son, he definitely couldn't retreat just because of some difficulties. That wasn't his style. Jumping off the gate, he saw that there was a large design on its sharp corner. Because it was too big, he couldn't get a good look at it from up close. He retreated into the distance to get a good look. This seems to be a rune. Although I can't understand it, I'll record it for now. Long Chen took out and activated a photographic jade. Suddenly, the photographic jade exploded. Long Chen was stunned as this was too bizarre. He couldn't recall such a thing ever happening before. He took out another one, and as soon as he activated it, it exploded again. Long Chen grew more suspicious. He carefully looked at that diagram. Taking out a beast hide, he was just about to draw it when he realized that despite clearly memorizing it, his head was blank. He had no memory of what that diagram looked like. There's definitely something strange here. Long Chen stared closely at the diagram, once more memorizing it, and then he rapidly raised his brush to draw it. But his brush had only just touched the paper when his hand stopped. His memories had disappeared again. You won't let me remember you. Then I'll just draw you while I look at you. Long Chen stared at the diagram, and his hand began to move. He had just lightly touched the paper when his brush exploded, and Long Chen let out a pained groan. He almost collapsed on the ground. Chapter 780 Obtaining the Rune. Long Chen felt piercing pain in his head as though it was about to explode. As for the beast hide and brush in his hands, they both exploded. Strange energy was blocking Long Chen from remembering the diagram, and it also refused to allow Long Chen to record it. There's definitely something wrong here. Whatever this diagram is, its origin must be extraordinary. Long Chen held his head in pain. Looking at the diagram, his gaze became even more fiery. Although he didn't know what this diagram could be used for, his intuition told him that anything that could be carved at this location was definitely not some random picture. There had to be some secret behind this. I must think of some way to get it. Long Chen clenched his fists. This kind of mysterious diagram was something he had to obtain. But he couldn't copy it with a brush or record it with a photographic jade. His memory of it also disappeared in the blink of an eye. What was he supposed to do? His head was still hurting intensely. He hadn't yet recovered, and this was him. If it was someone with weaker spiritual strength, their soul would probably have instantly dissipated. Let's try it. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. With his gaze on the diagram, his mind entered the primal chaos space. He gathered a few medicinal ingredients. According to the diagram in front of him, he began to plant their seeds. Buzz. Incomparable pain racked his head while a terrifying kind of energy charged into the primal chaos space through some unknown means. Long Chen turned pale. If the primal chaos bead was destroyed, he really would be screwed. Suddenly, the primal chaos bead trembled and an incomparably powerful pressure descended. The encroaching energy was instantly blown apart. Not only that, but the pain in Long Chen's head also disappeared. Long Chen was delighted. The primal chaos bead had actually suppressed it. He hastily used seeds to replicate the diagram. Because he was using his spiritual strength, he finished replicating it in just an instant. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Long Chen was startled to see that the huge diagram on the corner of the gate actually exploded. A supreme power sent Long Chen flying. It was with great effort that Long Chen managed to stabilize his body. He saw that the corner of the gate had disappeared. It was like it hadn't been able to endure the primal chaos bead's force. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. Just what was the primal chaos bead? Not only had it been able to resist the diagram's power, but it had even caused it to explode. Just now, he had been too nervous, but now that he thought back to what had just happened, it seemed as if the primal chaos bead had been provoked and so it had automatically released its own power. He hastily looked inside the primal chaos space and saw that everything was calm. That made him relax. The diagram he had made of the seeds was still present. In order to make it more dependable, Long Chen tried to draw the diagram. This time, everything was normal. No outside force tried to stop him. Once he had drawn the diagram, he carefully looked at it. It was an irregular octagon. 8 paths converged toward the center, and at the center, there was a small spot. It looked as if 8 things were converging at the center. Is this an image of a woman's breast? Long Chen looked at the dot and was a bit bewildered. But the outer edge was octagonal, not circular, so that probability was low. The main thing was that Long Chen was now too sensitive to this kind of thing after obtaining the blouse before. He found that even without the diagram in front of him, he could remember it. It was extremely curious. Putting the diagram away, he decided not to try investigating it further since he couldn't understand it. He suddenly found that more and more people were appearing where he was. There were 5 people here now, and they were all rank 2 celestials. 2 of them came from the corrupt path, while 2 came from the ancient races. One had a horn on their head and was clearly from the full moon race, while the other had red scales on one arm, so Long Chen didn't know what race he was from. There was also another one who was just wearing ordinary human robes. When that person saw Long Chen, he was a bit surprised, but he still amicably nodded toward him. Obviously, since they were the only 2 ordinary humans, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with the 2 ancient race experts and 2 corrupt experts. Long Chen also nodded back to him. Looking at the 2 corrupt experts, he hesitated a moment and decided not to attack them. Instead, he continued onward. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill them, but that he didn't want to fight while others were watching. In any case, he had endless enemies waiting for him. There was no need for him to get anxious just because of 2 rank 2 celestials. Those 2 celestials were clearly a bit nervous. They were tense and on guard as they stared closely at Long Chen. They only relaxed when they saw Long Chen turn and leave. That caused the righteous disciple and the 2 ancient race experts to be startled. They hadn't expected that they would be so afraid of Long Chen. What they didn't know was that Long Chen had already become the pinnacle figure of the corrupt path's must-kill list. The corrupt path had long since sent down orders that rank 2 celestials and below were not to attack Long Chen, because there was no chance of them winning. In order to kill Long Chen, the corrupt path had sent out 2 exceedingly powerful figures. So the other corrupt experts would all retreat in front of Long Chen. Although the corrupt experts were famed for their cruelty and viciousness, they followed the higher-ups' orders without the slightest hesitation. It could be said that while Long Chen's fame wasn't so high in the righteous path, he had long since become the most dangerous threat to the corrupt path. That was because the danger that came from Long Chen didn't just come from his combat strength. The most dangerous thing about him was his scheming ability. This was something that had started back in the Julie secret realm. The corrupt path had suffered many times under Long Chen's hands, and they had lost more geniuses to him than they had in the past 100 years of the righteous and corrupt battles. Furthermore, 4 of their foundation forging experts had been slaughtered. That careless loss had shaken the entire corrupt path. At the same time, they finally realized that they had fallen for the righteous path's scheming. They linked together the loss in the chaos region with the loss of 4 foundation forging experts. It was too obvious. In truth, they were wrong. It wasn't that the righteous path had tricked them, nor had they tried to trick them. They really had wanted to cooperate with them to get rid of Long Chen. It was just that the corrupt path was already infuriated and refused to listen to a word from the righteous path any longer. No matter who tried to communicate with them, they would all be slaughtered without exception. Long Chen had used his own efforts to completely destroy any diplomatic ties between the righteous and corrupt paths. Even Long Chen hadn't realized that he had such a great ability. Following the large, broken path, Long Chen continued forward. Ancient ruins appeared, ruins that were battered and crushed. It was unknown how many years had passed for it to be so full of such desolate air. But considering how huge the ruins were, it should be the first place that ancient disciples had stopped to adjust themselves to the immemorial path. Perhaps this place had been used to get disciples adapted to the environment. Passing through the ruins, a smooth path appeared before him, but after several miles, the path ahead was severed by an abyss. Long Chen decided to give up on this path and just continue forward. This place was just the entrance of the immemorial path. Other than the gate, he hadn't found anything of value. If he wanted to understand the immemorial path, if he wanted to find opportunities, he would need to go deeper. Oh, an abyss suddenly appeared before Long Chen. But this abyss was different from the one before. It was over 100 miles long, and space was constantly twisting. Long Chen sensed great danger from that distorted space. He randomly flung in a low-grade enchanted sword. When it struck that distorted space, it directly exploded. I can't pass here, I'll have to go around. Long Chen shook his head. Although his physical body was strong, he had no intention of trying to barge through here. He would rather find another path. The immemorial path was like a broken jigsaw puzzle. If he couldn't advance from ahead, he could just go around. It was just that he didn't know how far he would have to detour. But even if it was far, it was better than taking this risk. That was especially true since there was nothing to entice him to take this risk. It was definitely not worth it. Long Chen began to travel along the edge of his current block. He found another spot where the abyss was much narrower and he didn't feel that sensation of danger. Long Chen felt like he was traveling through a maze. It was extremely infuriating, but he was also helpless to do anything about it. After a while, a large mountain range appeared in front of him. It was mostly covered in shrubbery instead of trees, and the land had plenty of small mounds on it that made it look like a cemetery. These mounds are placed according to a set pattern. They aren't natural. Is this place a trial? Long Chen hastily looked at his map. As expected, he saw a faint color here. If he hadn't looked carefully, he wouldn't have noticed. It seemed the corrupt path's disciples were extremely crafty and didn't want people to notice this spot even if they managed to steal their maps. The immemorial path was huge, and it was unknown how many trials and ancient secrets it was hiding. Some places had been found, but the majority were still secrets waiting for someone to find them. Even if a trial region had been found, there were only a few people that were capable of finding the secrets. Within it, this place was filled with unknowns and dangers. Stepping onto this land, a desolate air of death assaulted him. It was extremely uncomfortable. After just a few steps, he noticed that there were already footprints here. He followed these footprints to a certain hill where he could see a large cave around 30 meters high. There were 2 large fangs at its entrance that made it look like a mouth. There were 3 large words written above the entrance. They should be immortal characters, but Long Chen didn't recognize what they meant. Although he didn't know the meaning of them, he knew this place should be a trial region. He carefully walked into the cave. Before he could get used to the dark, a sword stabbed toward Long Chen's back out of nowhere. Blood splashed. Chapter 781 Enemies inside the ancient cave. A body had been pierced and blood flowed out. But what was doing the piercing was a lightning spear, not a sword. In an instant, a person in a mask had appeared behind Long Chen. Long Chen didn't look back. Still holding the lightning spear, he icily said, "You might be able to hide in thin air, but you can't hide from my senses. Your assassination arts are just a joke in front of me." Suddenly, the lightning spear shook, and the assassin from the Bloodkill Hall exploded before they could make a sound. Putting away the lightning spear, Long Chen continued forward. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen hadn't even looked at the person. Ever since coming into contact with the Bloodkill Hall's assassins, Long Chen had lost count of how many times they had tried to assassinate him. Now, he could feel it whenever assassins from the Bloodkill Hall approached him. So even though these assassins could suppress their auras, their heartbeats, their breaths, and their killing intent, they were still unable to escape the senses of the 9-star hegemon body art. So for them to think that they could assassinate Long Chen was an immense joke. Long Chen advanced several hundred meters into the cave. Eventually, he arrived at a well-lit area that was like a den. There were 8 caves he could go into now, and each of them had an immortal character written above their entrance. But Long Chen didn't recognize the characters. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked in, he became the focus of 6 corrupt celestials. Those 6 people all possessed powerful auras, and they surrounded him. Long Chen, one of the corrupt experts, was like a dried-up corpse. His eyes were deeply set, and he looked like a zombie that had crawled up from the underground. Long Chen immediately realized why that assassin hadn't entered here. He had most likely entered here, but then seeing the 6 people in front of him, he had retreated. The Bloodkill Hall was neutral just like the Pill Tower. They accepted business from the righteous path and the corrupt path. So they weren't allied with the corrupt path. He had left before the 6 of them could sense him. As a result, at that time, he had encountered Long Chen walking in. That assassin really was unlucky. After dodging 6 hungry wolves, he had been slaughtered by a fierce tiger. You're not running from me. Then that must mean you're quite the figure. Are you that fellow called Shui Yu? Asked Long Chen. He sensed a great deal of pressure from this corpse-like man. HMPH, a great man like Shui Yu doesn't need to personally kill you. Today, I'll bury you here. The corpse-like man suddenly took out a staff of mourning. Countless strips of scarlet cloth were tied around the top. As soon as the corpse-like man took out his weapon, countless runes erupted like a volcano. There were actually 3 different runes. Rank 3 Celestial. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected that one of them would be a rank 3 Celestial, and his aura was actually much stronger than Shui Guanji's. Die. The corpse-like man's mourning staff smashed down like a bolt of lightning. Long Chen snorted and smashed his fist at it. He wanted to test this person's skills. But the instant his fist touched the mourning staff, the red cloth on the staff suddenly stretched out like snakes, wrapping Long Chen completely before he could do anything. Ha ha ha, this is the existence at the top of the must-kill list, the figure that shook the entire corrupt path. He's just trash. Die. The corpse-like man laughed heartily. This weapon of his was no ordinary weapon. It was a high-grade enchanted item, and it was a corrupt weapon. This weapon could absorb the souls, blood, and flesh of the people it killed. Those things were condensed to form the scarlet strips of cloth. Normally, those strips of cloth were completely ordinary, but once they attacked, they could instantly coil around someone and crush them to death. Each strip of cloth had absorbed the flesh and spiritual strength of countless people. They were incredibly powerful, and it was essentially impossible to tear them apart with physical strength. Once they were activated, a person would immediately be crushed to a pulp. Boom! Just as the corpse-like man was about to kill Long Chen, the cloths wrapped around him exploded. Long Chen's entire body was surrounded by lightning runes. How close! What a strange attack! This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a strange weapon. The instant he had been wrapped, he had circulated his Thunder Force to protect himself. Thunder Force possessed quite an advantage over corrupt weapons. Taking advantage of his shock, Long Chen immediately launched an attack. A fist covered in Thunder Force smashed toward the corpse-like man. The corpse-like man hastily used his staff to block. As a result, both Long Chen and the corpse-like man were forced back a few steps. Long Chen was startled. He once more shot forward. The other corrupt experts also recovered from their shock and joined the battle. These 5 were all rank 2 Celestials and incredibly powerful. It was no wonder they would want to kill him here. Get back, he's mine. Suddenly, the corpse-like man shot forward, his runes surging like a sea around him. A fierce aura caused the air to rumble, and the ground beneath his feet began to shudder. The most terrifying thing was that his aura contained a dense aura of death. Behind him, his runes actually formed an illusory mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Chaotic emotions of resentment resonated with heaven and earth. The scenes of countless people dying miserably flashed within the mountain and sea. They were crying, they were begging, they were screaming. They were filled with a thirst for life and a fear of death. Are those the people you killed? Icy killing intent surfaced within Long Chen's eyes. Correct. They were all people I personally killed, and I only killed them after endless torment. That was the only way to gather enough resentment. Hee, do you feel their terror, their rage, their powerlessness, and their thirst? Hee, yes, those are the emotions they were feeling right before their deaths. You'll quickly also become one of them. Your death will make me even stronger. The corpse-like man laughed sinisterly and excitedly. He was like a hunter looking at his prey. Good, I really have to thank you. In the future, when I encounter people from the corrupt path, I really won't have to feel bad about slaughtering them. You're all a pack of brutes. Heaven and earth rumbled. The entire cave shook as Long Chen's full strength erupted. The lightning runes on his fist surged as he once more attacked. The corpse-like man smashed his mourning staff at Long Chen. But this time, the scarlet cloths on it had already been destroyed, and it was just a simple smash. As a result, the corpse-like man was blown back and smashed into the wall. In terms of brute power, when Long Chen went all out, the corpse-like man simply wasn't his match. The other 5 corrupt experts all attacked upon seeing the corpse-like man at a disadvantage. Die. Long Chen's roar was like thunder shaking their ears. A lightning blade appeared in his hands, and he slashed it mercilessly upon the 5 of them. Lightning erupted. The 5 of them were all rank 2 celestials, but Long Chen hadn't held back at all. This was different from when he had fought against the 4 heavenly geniuses in the Xuantian Dao sect. This attack didn't just contain his power, it also contained endless killing intent. The 5 of them were also sent flying and vomited blood. Long Chen sighed inside. If he had Blood Drinker, this attack would have at least heavily injured them if not killed them. As soon as he forced the 5 of them back, the corpse-like man once more came charging at him. Ghost devours spirits. The corpse-like man suddenly opened his mouth, and a blood arrow shot out. The blood arrow split into 4 bloody mists that surrounded Long Chen. Those 4 bloody mists were like 4 evil ghosts. Long Chen felt a chill. There was definitely something off about this attack. He was just about to retreat when the corpse-like man coldly shouted, "Explode!" The 4 bloody mists exploded into blood-colored runes that enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen hastily circulated his thunder force to destroy these runes as he retreated. Those blood-red runes emitted black smoke upon encountering his thunder force, but quite a few of them still managed to break past the thunder force's blockade to land on Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly shivered. It felt like several ice cubes had forced their way into his body. And as those ice cubes melted, a corrosive kind of energy rapidly spread throughout his body. He immediately felt his body become weak, as if he had just gone through some immense battle and no longer had any energy. Ha ha ha, let me see how you struggle now. This attack of mine is no ordinary attack, but a curse. Although using this attack exhausted 90% of my curse energy and all the resentful spirits I've gathered, your life is still worth the cost. The corpse-like man was gasping for breath. Obviously, that ghost devours spirit attack of his came with a heavy price. But there was still a sinister smile on his face. Die. The corpse-like man once more smashed his morning staff at Long Chen. He was aiming for Long Chen's waist because he wanted to first cripple him before killing him. Long Chen's smile was icy. He admitted that he really had ended up falling for this attack. But if his opponent thought he could kill him just like this, he was far too arrogant. He raised his hands. Surrendering has no use. Just die. The corpse-like man disdainfully looked at Long Chen as he raised his hands. Double Dragon Destruction. Chapter 782 Shui Yu. Following Long Chen's shout, Lei Long and Huo Long flew out. They rapidly grew larger as they intertwined, looking like 2 dragons piercing out of the ground and the heavens. This action happened incredibly quickly. The corpse-like man had been extremely confident in his Ghost Devour's spirit curse, and he had thought that Long Chen would be powerless to retaliate. But his confidence had become the death of him. The 2 dragons directly caused his body to explode, and they continued forward, directly roaring toward the remaining 5. Lei Long and Huo Long were too large, and they almost filled the entire cave. The 5 of them had no chance to flee, and they could only resist with their full strength. The 5 of them instantly exploded. Even the incomparably sturdy cave was blown wider. The corpse-like man only had a head remaining. Suddenly, 2 runic wings appeared on that head's back, and like a butterfly, it began to fly away. Long Chen's saber sliced that head cleanly in 2. But then an illusory figure shot out. That was the corpse-like man's soul. If he could bring his head away, he would be able to survive. He had heard that as long as rank 3 celestials were given enough time, they could regenerate a full body from just a head. But now the head had been destroyed. The corpse-like man could only flee with his soul. His soul would at most be able to survive for 24 hours in the outside world before dissipating. So within the next 24 hours, he would have to find a suitable body to possess. Stay behind. Long Chen snorted and waved his hand. A lightning arrow shot at the soul. The corpse-like man's soul suddenly shouted, "Lord Shui Yu, save!" Regretfully, before he could finish shouting, the lightning arrow pierced through his soul. Lightning was the bane of all souls. His soul instantly exploded into runes. Those runes had only just appeared before they dispersed, being absorbed into the primal chaos space. Long Chen was delighted. He had gained yet another rank 3 heavenly Dao fruit. Suddenly, his heart shook. A sensation of terrifying danger caused his hair to stand on end. Without even thinking about it, he dodged to the side. A ray of light pierced his shoulder, bringing with it a spray of blood. He slammed into the wall and hastily looked in the direction of the attack. There were over 10 people who had arrived, all of them from the corrupt path. The person at the front was a handsome long-haired man. He wore a golden crown and violet robes. His gaze was like two sharp blades stabbing into Long Chen. The most terrifying thing about him was his pitch-black third eye on his forehead. It looked as if it could devour all of heaven and earth. Truly worthy of being Long Chen, ranked number 1 on the must-kill list. Even under the Ghost Devourer's spirit curse, you were still able to kill Qi Luo. Long Chen, although we're enemies, I really have to admire you, said that man. They had just entered from the entrance and so had blocked the only exit for Long Chen. The people standing beside him looked in shock at the broken weapons and bodies on the ground. Although they hadn't seen the battle, just the remnants and the leftover heavenly Dao auras in the air were enough for them to tell the scope of the previous battle. You are Shui Yu. Long Chen slowly stood up. In truth, he was extremely alarmed. Just now, he had checked what had injured him. It had just been the wind from a pointing of Shui Yu's finger. It was an incredibly ordinary attack but was able to pierce his body. Although he was weakened and couldn't use the divine ring or 4-star battle armor any longer, his physical body was still comparable to enchanted items. But the wind from a finger attack could injure him. That was enough to prove that Shui Yu's power was much greater than he had expected. Correct, I am Shui Yu. I've long since heard your great name. But regretfully, you're currently under the Ghost Devourer's spirit curse and are in an extremely weak state. You don't even have half of your power available to you. Killing you is too boring, said Shui Yu. If you want a fair fight, you can just give me the antidote, said Long Chen. Shui Yu shook his head. Firstly, the Ghost Devourer's spirit is not a poison, but a curse. There is no antidote. If you want to resolve it, you simply need to wait for its effect to pass. But although this curse won't take a person's life, it has a long period of effect. It would take at least 7 days, and I can't wait that long. And secondly, although you're strong, you haven't reached the point where you can stand on the same level as me. Even if you were in your peak state, you wouldn't be able to receive even 10 attacks from me. It's not worth it for me to wait. So, I'm very sorry to tell you that you're just a dog in my eyes, and you don't have much value at all. Only the fact that you're first on the must-kill list makes you worthy of me killing you. Shui Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, and his tone incredibly arrogant. It was like he was a king looking down on a beggar. Although his words were a bit malicious, Long Chen didn't get angry. That was because he didn't have time to get angry. This Ghost Devourer's spirit curse was too vicious. It was like poison had spread throughout his blood, bones, and basically every single cell in his body. He had tried to use the primal chaos space's life energy to heal it, but he had found that it was useless. He was now in a great crisis. This man in front of him was extremely powerful. If Long Chen was in his peak state, he wouldn't be afraid of him. Although he was a very strong rank 3 celestial, Long Chen's confidence was that as long as it was someone in the same realm, he wouldn't need to be afraid of them. Sorry, but my time is precious. I don't have time for you to feel terror or panic. Your physical body's not bad, so you can be refined into a puppet. To be my puppet is your life's greatest glory. Shui Yu reached his hand toward Long Chen's throat. Although it was just a simple movement, it blocked every single path of retreat for Long Chen. Just this random movement clearly showed how much experience he had. This move had clearly reached the point of perfection and had no openings. It could be seen that Shui Yu's fame was not unearned. He was a true expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. Long Chen's Zanmadao came out of its sheath, directly slashing toward Shui Yu's wrist. His placement and timing were perfect. Even if Shui Yu dodged, he wouldn't be able to escape the range of the saber. But if he forced his way through, he would lose the exchange. The reason he hadn't released his heavenly Dao runes or even his aura was because he wanted to capture Long Chen with technique. He had his own pride, and even if he had to kill a weakened Long Chen, he would disdain using his aura to suppress him. Oh, Shui Yu was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that Long Chen's saber techniques would be so refined. He could tell that Long Chen also hadn't released his aura and was competing with him in terms of pure technique. Shui Yu's palm bent slightly, and the instant his wrist was about to touch the saber, he strangely used his finger to flick the back of the saber and direct its slash elsewhere. Just like that, he managed to escape the blockade of the saber and continued reaching toward Long Chen's throat. But just when he thought that Long Chen would have no time to change his move, Long Chen's saber borrowed the rebound strength to slash toward Shui Yu's throat. He also hadn't released his aura. In fact, he hadn't used his spiritual yuan. Shui Yu was now truly startled. He shot backward, dodging the saber. His movement technique was incredibly bizarre. He had only just dodged Long Chen's slash when the tip of the saber pierced toward his throat. He was shocked, not expecting that Long Chen's slash was actually a feint. The instant he dodged it, Long Chen changed his slash into a thrust. Shui Yu slammed his palm into Long Chen's saber, knocking it out of his hand, shattering it. The Zanmadao was widely known for the sharpness of its point. It was, actually somewhat similar to a sword and relied more on agility. Shui Yu had struck it in its weakest spot, and after all, it was just an enchanted item. Thus, it instantly shattered. Long Chen was forced back a dozen steps. Not far behind him was the wall. But he looked disdainfully at Shui Yu. Looking at his own palm, Shui Yu was infuriated. In terms of technique, he had lost. If he hadn't used his spiritual yuan in the end, he would have been injured. This was a humiliation that he couldn't accept. As expected, you really didn't last 10 moves. Long Chen smiled lightly. He had to admit that Shui Yu was a terrifying expert, but when it came to combat experience, no one had more than him. His combat experience was something he had accumulated through risking his life. Even though the corrupt path was famed for their viciousness, Long Chen didn't believe that they would really throw their geniuses into crisis after crisis and have them either survive on their own or perish. Who cared if they were talented? He had trampled countless geniuses on his path. He had paid far more than anyone. Was the smooth and level path of a genius so amazing? Long Chen's words were a slap in Shui Yu's face. He had previously said that Long Chen wouldn't even be able to last 10 moves against him even in his peak state. But now, Long Chen had forced him to use his spiritual yuan in just 3 moves. It could already be called his loss. TCH, hopefully you can still say such things once I draw out your soul. Departed spirit restriction. Countless blood-colored runes lit up on Shui Yu's hands. The entire space was covered with his runes, and a terrifying pressure descended. It was like space was about to be compressed. This should be something similar to a spatial magical art. Long Chen's heart shook. As expected, Shui Yu was incredibly powerful. He was actually able to use spatial strength. But he didn't have the time to be shocked. As those runes compressed, the space around him also compressed. Soon, he wouldn't even be able to move. At this moment, he was incredibly weak. His only abilities unaffected by the curse were Huo Long and Lei Long's combined attack. Heaven Netherworld Divine Shield. Sensing the aura of the 2 dragons, Shui Yu was startled. He could no longer continue compressing space, and a blood-red shield appeared in front of him. This was a world-rocking collision. The entire cave shuddered and almost collapsed. When the dust finally scattered, the corrupt experts were all dumbfounded. Chapter 783 Peak Trial Cave. The dust scattered, revealing that Long Chen had already disappeared. They were all stunned. There was only one entrance to this place, and they had completely sealed it. Not even a fly could have gotten past them. He entered a trial cave. Shui Yu looked towards one cave. He sensed the slightest bit of leftover aura there. That aura contained the Ghost Devourer's spirit's curse energy. He entered a trial cave. Heavens, he entered the peak trial cave. That's somewhere even you can't enter, cried one of the corrupt experts. My guess is that he doesn't even recognize the immortal characters on top of the caves. There were 2 low-level trials, 3 middle-level trials, 2 high-level trials, and only 1 peak-level trial, but he actually chose the peak one. HMPH, he's definitely dead, said another corrupt expert. Even the sect master solemnly warned you to only choose the high-level trial. As for the peak-level trial, Long Chen has 0 chance of surviving. How regretful. His body and soul were wasted just like that, and without his head, there's no way to exchange it for a reward, sighed another one. They all looked at Shui Yu as he was their leader. Now that Long Chen had entered a trial cave, he would be the one to decide what they should do. Shui Yu said, these trial caves flowed down from antiquity. The outside looks broken, but there are still treasures inside. 2 generations ago, one of our seniors found a divine elixir within the lower level trial. When he brought it back, the elders appraised it and said that it was an extremely famous divine mortal molting elixir. This elixir was something created through formations that drew out the most primal energy in the ground. A single drop of that divine elixir was diluted 1,000 times and then given to ordinary disciples. Those ordinary disciples then completely transformed. Not only did their strength grow, but their talent also improved. Their spirit roots also advanced a level. You were just ordinary celestials before, but your foundations were excellent, so you were bestowed with a bottle of that diluted divine elixir. That's the only reason you managed to become rank 2 celestials. This divine mortal molting elixir is our secret. The senior from 2 generations ago only found this place by accident. He was fighting here, which destroyed some of the terrains and revealed this entrance. That senior was only an ordinary celestial, but his luck was good and he entered a low-level cave. When he left, he marked down this place and also copied the immortal characters here. Back then, our entire eastern wasteland's corrupt path was shaken. The next time the immemorial path opened, we sent 18 of our strongest disciples here. They were all at least rank 2 celestials, and 2 had reached the 3rd rank. As a result, only 1 disciple managed to survive, and that was because he entered the wrong cave. He entered the low-level cave beside the middle-level one. Thus, he was the only one who managed to bring back some divine mortal molting elixir. The others all died inside. The trial caves are filled with multiple mechanisms, and the final test is a fierce beast. According to the elders, those beasts should be nourished by some special formation that makes their longevity almost limitless. After the immemorial path was destroyed, no one looked after them, and so they managed to break past their original limits to become even more powerful. To be safe, you should all choose the low-level trial caves. They had already figured out that once you entered, you couldn't leave. If you tried, a powerful force would block it. If you pushed it, you would be injured by that mysterious force, and you could even die. The corrupt path's elders guessed that even though there was no one looking after these trial caves anymore, a portion of the formations inside must still be functional and in use. Furthermore, once they entered from their current location, each trial cave would be split into another 8 caves. They were also split into 2 low-level, 3 middle-level, 2 high-level, and 1 peak-level trail. You could choose the difficulty most accustomed to you. Each of these trial caves only permitted 2 disciples to enter. In a bit, there should still be some more people coming. 2 of you stay behind and guard the entrance. As soon as any outsiders come, kill them. This trial region can't be allowed to be leaked. This place isn't too far from the entrance of the immemorial path, and too many people came this time, so some people will likely show up. Furthermore, I saw the Bloodkill Hall's insignia on one of the corpses' robes. Those fellows are a bunch of irritating hyenas. They can follow people's auras, and their concealing arts are too strong. If you notice any of them, you have to immediately kill them. This matter concerns the prosperity of the corrupt path, so don't get careless, warned Shui Yu solemnly. This trial region was first noticed by the corrupt path. If they could keep it secret, it would bring unimaginable benefits to the corrupt path. Yes, several of them hastily assented. They were all people that had followed Shui Yu for a long time, and they were powerful rank 2 celestials. Shui Yu also treated them as loyal followers to be raised. He often gave them pointers. It could be said that they were peak existences amongst rank 2 celestials. Which one are you going to choose? Asked one of them. Shui Yu looked at the peak trial cave. His heart was moved slightly, but he shook his head in the end. I'll be choosing the high-level cave. The trial caves here were very strange because a person could only enter once. Even if you succeeded, you would be forced back if you tried to enter another trial cave. That was this place's law. In other words, Shui Yu would only have one chance, but he still suppressed his desire and entered the high-level cave. Let's go. Leaving behind 2 people is enough. Once the others arrive, you can also enter. Shui Yu waved his hand and entered the cave beside the one Long Chen had entered. The others went directly for the 2 low-level caves. Once Long Chen entered the cave, he immediately found that something was wrong. The space behind him had been completely sealed. With each step he took, the space behind him would become untraversable. There was no way for him to retreat. Right now, he was under a curse, and his body was extremely weak. His current combat ability was less than half of his peak state. Against someone like Shui Yu, he had no chance of winning. All he hoped was to stall long enough for the curse to dissipate. Then once he had recovered, he could have an all-out fight against Shui Yu. Shui Yu might be strong, but Long Chen wasn't afraid. In fact, he made him feel intense battle intent. He was looking forward to having a real fight with a real expert. He knew that Shui Yu's power was beyond his current comprehension. The blood-red runes he had released weren't heavenly Dao runes, but some magical art. It was usually only the Sea expansion experts that could use magical arts. That was something related to the amount of spiritual yuan a person could use. Only once the Qi Si's spiritual yuan was plentiful enough could it keep up with the immense exhaustion of a magical art. But Shui Yu was able to use a magical art so easily. At that time, he hadn't even released his manifestation. That magical art was an ordinary attack to him, but it had still forced Long Chen to the point of using the double dragon destruction. It was a good thing that Long Chen had improved upon the double dragon attack he had used in the Xuantian Dao sect. Back then, when Lei Long and Huo Long's bodies came out, they couldn't control their own power. Once they attacked, they would use up all the power they had. They were like spendthrifts, not holding back at all. Even if Long Chen only wanted them to kill a mosquito, they would release their full power. Although it was extremely powerful, it would use up all their accumulated power. It might be satisfying, but he wouldn't be able to release a second attack for a while. Later, Long Chen had changed this attack. He sent a portion of his spiritual yuan into their energies so that he could control their power while their true bodies stayed in his body. It could be considered a joint attack between them. Although that kind of power wasn't equal to the full strength of their true bodies, it was already enough. Just the fact that it could kill a rank 3 celestial and 5 rank 2 celestials showed its power. Of course, the fact that this attack had managed to kill the rank 3 celestial was also lucky. It was because he had underestimated Long Chen, thinking that he wouldn't be able to release such an ultimate move while being in a cursed state. But the other 5 rank 2 celestials hadn't been careless. Even when using their full strength, they had been killed in one shot. It was because Long Chen had improved upon this attack that he had managed to escape with his life. Otherwise, in his weakened state, he would have been powerless to resist Shui Yu's magical art. However, after using the double dragon destruction twice, Long Chen found that with his current spiritual yuan, he would barely be able to release the attack once more. Long Chen carefully advanced. The cave was completely straight, and the walls and floor were covered in runes. He tried punching it, but not even the slightest bit of dust fell. But that wasn't strange. The entire immemorial path had crumbled. The fact that this secret cave had been able to survive proved that it was extraordinary. Furthermore, they had fought so intensely within it. If it had been an ordinary mountain, it would have long since collapsed. He advanced slowly. This cave gave him a feeling of immense pressure. Although he didn't feel any danger yet, he definitely wasn't feeling anything to be happy about. After an incense stick's worth of time, the path diverged into 8. Long Chen was startled. He looked around and decided on one path randomly. What he didn't realize was that the immortal character above the path he chose was the same as the one above the trial cave he had entered. Chapter 784 What the fuck? As soon as he went through that path, he saw his surroundings grow brighter. Long Chen was delighted. Had he reached the exit? For there to be light ahead was a good thing. But when Long Chen reached a spacious region, his hair suddenly stood on end. This was a large room over a mile long. It was practically a plaza but filled with golden boulders. Those boulders were covered in decorative designs, each of which was dozens of meters. In truth, those designs were strange runes. Below each of the boulders were 8 long, furry legs. When Long Chen appeared, the boulders suddenly shivered. Long Chen felt his scalp go numb, and goosebumps covered him from head to toe. Hidden ground gold spiders. Long Chen thought of a book that Meng Qi had given him. That book had been called A Record of Ancient Magical Beasts. Looking at the spiders, bodies that were sparkling like gold, he recalled a terrifying magical beast recorded within it. The hidden ground spider was its descendant. Its bloodline stretched back so far that it was impossible to trace. Looking at these hidden ground gold spiders' size and runic fluctuations, it was possible to see that they had reached the 6th rank. Long Chen did a quick count and found over 30 of them. They now slowly got up and began to come toward Long Chen. Their fierce mouths were quivering, secreting golden liquid. That liquid was poison. It didn't even need to be injected into the body. As long as you came into contact with it, your body would rapidly corrode. Long Chen instinctively took a step back, but a strange energy suddenly pushed him forward. Suddenly, one of the hidden ground gold spiders shot toward Long Chen. Long Chen randomly took out a spear from his spatial ring. That was a middle-grade enchanted item. Currently, he could only use it. It was a good thing that it was heavy enough. He smashed it onto the spider's head. But Long Chen was startled to see sparks fly. Although the spider was blown back, it wasn't killed. Furthermore, he felt his own hands go a bit numb. A 6th rank magical beast was only at the Xiantian realm. In the outside world, Long Chen could kill them with a wave of his hand. But now, a full-strength blow was unable to even injure one. Although he was under a curse, the main reason was that the hidden ground gold spider was an ancient variant. This result shocked Long Chen. This meant that these hidden ground gold spiders could all be compared to rank 2 celestials. Was that supposed to mean that the ancient geniuses had been strong enough to completely dominate all these beasts? What Long Chen didn't know was that the trials here all had formations present. If the formations had remained in perfect condition, there would have only been one magical beast here. But as time passed, the formations had slowly weakened. The laws here still prevented them from leaving, but they had begun to reproduce in large numbers. Furthermore, they possessed incredible longevity. Normally, they were in a state similar to hibernation, and so they used up very little energy. They could entirely rely on the energy coming from the formations to survive forever. There was no way to retreat. Long Chen could only clench his teeth and fight. Forcing back 3 spiders at once, Long Chen felt his arms ache. His spear almost left his grasp. This was because he was under the curse. The more power he used, the weaker he would feel. He was immediately caught in a crisis. Long Chen continued to fight with his full strength, but one spider's leg still pierced his shoulder. Their fur was like steel, and even his powerful physical body wasn't able to resist. A bloody hole was opened in his shoulder. A disgusting stench immediately began to come out of the injury. What a vicious poison! Long Chen's heart shook. He hastily circulated the primal chaos space. He drew out the life energy within the huge trees from the spirit world, and his injury instantly healed. He was startled. These strange trees were truly powerful. They were able to instantly heal him and remove the poison. Furthermore, it hadn't taken any effort at all to heal such an injury. And he found that these trees didn't have any spiritual fluctuations. They were completely different from the one he had encountered in the spirit world. Although their shape was the exact same, they didn't possess any consciousness, nor did they possess such a fiendish air. They were no different from ordinary trees. After repeatedly blocking them, Long Chen finally couldn't endure any longer. His spear was blown out of his hand. Long Chen cursed inside. If it weren't for this damn curse, he would have trampled over these spiders. Although each of them was comparable to a rank 2 celestial, they were nothing to him. Due to their size, he only had to handle 3 of them at a time. The other 30 of them would be unable to reach him. If he was in his peak condition, he could easily kill them one by one. But under this curse, he couldn't break their defenses. It was truly infuriating. In truth, magical beasts were similar to humans in that there were ordinary magical beasts, and there were elite magical beasts. Different bloodlines represented different levels of power. That was similar to the human race's celestials. Celestials could fight across realms against ordinary experts. Magical beasts were the same. Each one of these hidden ground gold spiders was capable of killing ordinary 7th rank magical beasts. Long Chen could be counted as an elite from the human race. But this group of hidden ground gold spiders could be considered elites amongst elites in the magical beast world. Their bloodlines were pure, and their defense was strong. Their combat power was absolutely monstrous. Dodging one of their fangs, Long Chen took a deep breath. His arms lit up. Lei Long, Huo Long, cut them down. 2 roars erupted. Lei Long and Huo Long shot out of Long Chen's arms. This time, Long Chen had summoned their true bodies. A lightning dragon and a flame dragon burst their way through the pack of spiders. The entire plaza was enveloped by flames and lightning. With Long Chen's encouragement, Lei Long and Huo Long released all their power, slaughtering every single hidden ground gold spider. Those spiders let out terrified cries. A charred smell filled the air, one that would make a person vomit. Lei Long and Huo Long roared to their heart's content. Their huge bodies shot back and forth until all their energy was used up. Long Chen's order had been to not hold back. The 2 of them immediately released all their power crazily. Lei Long wreaked havoc. Brilliant lightning surged out of it as it moved. Those spiders instantly turned numb and paralyzed when it touched them. The runes on their golden bodies were actually able to resist a portion of the thunder force, and they weren't immediately killed. But Huo Long was different. Earth flames were the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, and they were the bane of all creatures. The hidden ground gold spiders let out berserk cries as they were instantly ignited. Their bodies were covered in fur, and that fur was instantly turned to ash. Their huge bodies also began to combust. Compared to Huo Long, Lei Long was unable to break through their defenses. Earth flames were born from the land and capable of burning all things. They were innately an existence that could destroy anything. That was a bit different from the nature of lightning. The hidden ground gold spider's runes were able to block a portion of the thunder force, but they were unable to block an earth flame's ability to ignite all things. With Lei Long paralyzing them, they were unable to resist or even flee. The large plaza was filled with white smoke. Long Chen almost collapsed from the smell. The smoke contained poison. Even with the primal chaos bead's antitoxin abilities, he still felt extremely unwell. He hastily consumed an antitoxin pill to relieve that feeling. His nose was filled with the scent of the medicinal pill, which blocked quite a bit of the stench. Lei Long and Huo Long wreaked havoc for a full incense stick's worth of time. The only things left in this plaza were charred corpses. They had all been killed. The thing that made Long Chen laugh and cry at the same time was that those two fellows seemed like they hadn't gotten to vent their emotions in a long time. Despite the fact that all their enemies had been killed, they didn't stop. If Long Chen hadn't summoned them back, they would have continued. Those two seemed like children who hadn't played enough. But Long Chen could sense that they definitely had gone overboard. Their energy had already reached rock bottom, and they were beginning to overdraft their energy. They really didn't know what moderation meant. Prying open one of the spider's heads, he found a dazzling, almost golden crystal core. Hee, this is a treasure. Although its body was huge, its crystal core was only the size of a baby's fist. This was the place where all its essence was gathered, an endless source of dark energy. Whether it was for alchemy or forging, it would be a peak treasure. The dark attribute was extremely rare. Added to a weapon, it could make it harder to notice and give it a corrosive effect. Most importantly, if this crystal core was imbued to a weapon, it could give it the ability to cut through the air without any sound. You would be able to kill someone without them even noticing. If Guo Ran saw it, he would definitely jump in excitement. It was regretful that their poisonous fangs had lost their toxicity after being burned by the earth flame. The poison would no longer possess a great threat to experts, so he could only give up on it. Long Chen obtained 33 crystal cores. That was quite the harvest. He was just about to continue moving forward when the ground beneath him trembled. The ground began to bulge and then erupted. An enormous figure appeared in front of Long Chen. Chapter 785 Peak Grade Divine Mortal Molting Elixir. When that huge figure appeared, the rest of the ground began to sink, increasing the space. But that large figure continued to take up more and more of it. The huge room was completely filled by it. Compared to it, Long Chen was just an ant. It was a huge hidden ground gold spider. Its skin was actually covered in scales, and each scale contained a rune. It looked as if it had been made of gold. As soon as this huge spider appeared, it began to shrink. It shrank to the point that it was only 3 meters tall. Its two golden eyes stared closely at Long Chen, giving him goosebumps. This is absolutely impossible. Long Chen roared inside. This was a 7th-tier magical beast, and one on the level of a beast king. It could be compared to the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Let alone now, even in his peak state, he wouldn't be a match for this hidden ground gold spider king. Long Chen's luck really was lacking. This trial cave was just the first level of trials for the ancient disciples. Thus, its difficulty wasn't actually too high. The strongest guard of this place was originally just an early 7th rank magical beast. But with the crumbling of the immemorial path, there was no one to look over this place. That magical beast had actually begun to reproduce on its own. Originally, with the laws of this place, it would be unable to continue cultivating. The early 7th rank was its absolute limit. But its children also then began to grow and reproduce. This Spider King was one of those descendants. Because of the laws and the formations present, they wouldn't starve to death. Although their cultivation speed would be lowered, they could still grow. As for this Spider King, it had actually raised its own children and then consumed them once they got strong enough. With this kind of assimilation method, it managed to break the restrictions of this place. After all these years, it had reached the peak of the 7th rank. If it weren't for this cave's suppression, it could have even broken through to the 8th rank. This kind of ancient breed was extremely terrifying, and their growth limit was extremely high. As long as it was given enough time, it could even break through to the 9th rank. But after reaching the peak of the 7th rank, this Spider King had stopped consuming its children and begun cultivating underground. Now, Long Chen had awoken it. As soon as it appeared, it charged at him. Long Chen was appalled. In his current state, not even 100 lives would be enough to go against this fellow, which could be even more powerful than the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Don't move, shouted Long Chen. The Spider King was actually extremely obedient and instantly stopped moving. It glared at Long Chen, not daring to move. To be more accurate, it was staring at the fist-sized scale that Long Chen was holding. It was clearly extremely apprehensive toward it. Let me tell you, my status is incredibly high, and if you're smart, you'll immediately leave while you can. I don't want to have you as a steed, shouted Long Chen. Long Chen was holding the dragon scale, but he wasn't releasing the dragon might. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare to. Last time, he had exhausted all the non-core energy within it. If he activated the dragon might again, it would exhaust its core energy, and that might cause the purity of the essence blood within it to drop. If that affected his ability to cultivate the dragon blood body tempering art, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Even facing that many hidden ground gold spiders, he still hadn't activated the dragon might, all because he couldn't bear the consequences. But in front of this Spider King, he had no other choice. However, he didn't activate the dragon might. He wanted to see if he could scare it away first. He trusted that if he did activate the dragon might, he could subdue it into a housepit. Although that thought was enticing, it wasn't worth it. His intuition told him that what the dragon expert had left him was definitely a priceless treasure. He couldn't take any chances with it. Unless it was an absolute last resort, Long Chen wouldn't activate the dragon might. But Long Chen was surprised to see the Spider King was actually quite smart. It didn't dare to move. Get back, get back. Don't infuriate me. Let me tell you, if I get angry, I'll even beat myself. Long Chen slowly began to walk forward while holding the dragon scale. The Spider King was extremely apprehensive toward the dragon scale. As Long Chen advanced, it retreated. Long Chen was delighted. It was working. He didn't go too far against the Spider King. He slowly detoured around it. But he continued to face the Spider King, on guard against any sudden attack. The Spider King just watched as it allowed Long Chen to go past it. It didn't attack. It was clearly too afraid of the dragon scale. Once Long Chen got to the end of the room, a light barrier appeared in front of him. With no other choice, he could only choose to enter that light. What Long Chen didn't expect was that this light barrier was no transportation formation. It was just ordinary light that seemed to be acting like a door. Once he was through that door, he saw a pool in front of him. The pool was 30 meters wide, and the water had practically reached the limit. Any more and it would begin to overflow. Above the pool was a stalactite. Just as he entered, he saw a drop of liquid drip from the stalactite and into the pool. He saw runes on the roof, and he could clearly sense some strange energy condensing at the stalactite. Fragrance cleared his mind as soon as he entered. Even with the curse, he felt relaxed. Long Chen slowly walked over to the pool. Looking away, he saw that this was truly the end of the cave. This pool should be the final reward. Am I supposed to take a bath here? This water should be extraordinary. Perhaps I'll gain some unimaginable benefits from bathing in it. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He took off his clothes and was just about to step in when he paused. He had just noticed a cup at the bottom of the pool. It was half a foot tall, and it was perfectly below the stalactite. Could it be that this water isn't to be bathed in, but to be drunk? Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. In truth, this water that Long Chen was seeing was the divine mortal molting elixir. Furthermore, it was the highest grade of it. This divine mortal molting elixir was a priceless treasure for Xianxian disciples. The Xianxian realm was fundamentally the foundation of transforming a Haodian body into a Xianxian body. During this process, a person's spiritual qi was transformed into spiritual yuan, and the body's impurities were expelled. It was a complete transformation. But this process was not so easy. Relying purely on your own power, it would be impossible to accomplish it perfectly. In the end, quite a few impurities would remain within your body, and that would affect your future cultivation. This divine mortal molting elixir was created through a formation that extracted the most primal energy in the ground. It allowed a person to completely purify their bodies, allowing their physical bodies to reach a flawless level. Only when the body was flawless would the world's Xianxian spiritual qi be able to enter without any hindrances. Ordinary divine mortal molting elixir could cleanse a person's body and allow them to sense the heavenly Taoes better. Many of the corrupt path's rank 2 celestials had actually been rank 1 celestials that had advanced through the use of the elixir. As for the elixir in front of him, it was peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir. It was different from the elixirs in the other caves. This peak-grade elixir would be counted as a priceless treasure even in ancient times. It took several months to gather a single drop. The other caves had a bowl at the end as their final reward. When that bowl was filled, the elixir would flow down to the earth and return to its source. But this peak-grade elixir was too precious, and so, back in that era, if no one passed the peak trial for too long, they would gather the elixir and leave behind only the cup. In other words, a person would only be able to obtain a cup after passing. The pool of elixir here had been accumulating for countless years. It had filled up the entire pool, which was what had caused Long Chen to assume this place was for bathing. If those ancient experts learned about this, then even dead, they would roll in their graves and curse him. Long Chen carefully took out a drop and swallowed it. As soon as it entered his mouth, he found that it didn't go through his throat but actually spread throughout his body. As it spread, he felt a refreshing feeling. Wherever the elixir passed, impurities would be forced out of his pores. Long Chen was delighted. He hastily took out a bowl and drank a dozen bowls in one go. That refreshing feeling completely filled him. He felt so relaxed that he might melt. After just a bit, impurities covered his entire body. They were disgusting, but they delighted Long Chen. This liquid was absolutely miraculous. His body had gone through the cleansing of heavenly tribulation. He had thought there were already no more impurities for him to expel. But now these many impurities were forced out. That was absolutely divine. But then, later Long Chen realized that these impurities were very likely the accumulated pill toxins from consuming too many pills. After all, even with his special constitution, he really had consumed a ridiculous amount of pills. Long Chen was delighted. This liquid was an absolute treasure, and he hastily began to pour it into some wooden buckets. This kind of liquid definitely couldn't touch metal, or it would lose its effect. He filled over 100 barrels, not even leaving a single drop. It was fortunate he had enough wooden barrels that he normally used to store some medicinal liquids. Only then did Long Chen sit, completely satisfied. A dozen bowls had completely expelled all his impurities. He felt incredibly refreshed, and when he drank another few bowls, he found that there was no longer any effect. That meant his body had truly reached its peak. Suddenly, an explosive sound came from his body. His powerful aura shook the cave. He had actually advanced to the 10th heaven stage. As expected, there really are 13 levels for each realm. Long Chen muttered to himself. The only thing that made him dejected was whether it was this divine elixir or his advancement. Neither had allowed him to break free from his curse. He didn't feel like he was surging with energy because of his advancement. I wonder whether those fellows have scrammed yet. I'll go take a look. Long Chen looked around and saw there was no exit or transportation gate. He could only return by his original path. Chapter 786 Conning People. When he left the Barrier of Light, the first thing he saw was the hidden ground gold Spider King. It immediately raised its guard and glared at Long Chen. Long Chen once more took out his credentials. The dragon scale was his credentials that said he could pass. As expected, the Spider King immediately tensed and retreated. It was too afraid of the dragon scale. Long Chen laughed mischievously. This protective talisman felt too amazing. He slowly went around the Spider King. When he reached the tunnel, he found that the strange energy that had prevented him from going back had disappeared. In other words, he could return. In truth, Long Chen didn't know that as soon as he had entered the place with the final reward, the formations present had acknowledged it as a pass. However, normally, those who passed had either killed the defending magical beast or gone through other mechanisms. There definitely hadn't been anyone who had passed like he had. He carefully walked out. Once he was about to reach the exit, he suddenly heard voices and stopped. As expected of Lord Shuiyu, you actually managed to pass the high-level trial and bring back high-grade divine mortal molting elixir. Praised a corrupt expert. It's just regretful that there wasn't too much of it. The rest of it flowed underground. But at least I almost got 1,000 drops. That harvest really is great. Shuiyu's voice floated out. 1,000 drops. That counts as a great harvest. Can your 1,000 drops compare to my 100 barrels? Long Chen sneered inside, but his sneer also contained envy. He didn't know that what he had was peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir. Did you run into any dangers inside? It really was dangerous. There was an early 7th rank magical beast hiding inside, a bloodthirst wolf. It was restricted by my magical arts, but I still suffered a slight injury before cutting it down, said Shuiyu. Long Chen was startled. As expected, Shuiyu was extremely powerful. That bloodthirst wolf was also an ancient breed that was extremely powerful. It just hadn't reached the level of the hidden ground gold spider king or the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. However, to be able to kill it in exchange for just a slight injury was extremely impressive. "What about you?" asked Shui Yu. Only 7 people managed to return from over 10 people. Some people came in later and entered the middle grade trial, but none of them returned alive. "That's fine. Life and death are up to fate. If they didn't survive, that just means their lives weren't hardy enough," said Shui Yu. "That Long Chen entered the peak trial cave. He should have long since died. What should we do?" Long Chen's eyes enlarged. Only now did he realize he had entered the peak trial cave. No wonder there had been a peak 7th rank magical beast waiting for him. Thinking of his luck, he had an urge to curse the heavens. But then thinking about it, he couldn't be mad. If he hadn't entered the trial of absolute death, how could he have obtained that much divine mortal molting elixir? "We can all rest for a bit. Protect me while I try out the high-grade divine mortal molting elixir. I want to see if I can break through the barrier and reach the 4th rank. HMPH, if I could become a rank 4 celestial, the eastern wasteland's righteous path will be turned into a river of blood," said Shui Yu grandly. Then the sound of a bottle opening rang out. Long Chen wasn't able to see anything, and he also didn't dare to use his divine sense. But he knew this bastard should be drinking the divine mortal molting elixir. Long Chen wasn't a celestial, and so he hadn't realized that it was so helpful to celestials. But hearing that Shui Yu wanted to use it to advance to the 4th rank, he jumped. "All right, let me help you." Long Chen smiled coldly. Even in his current state, he definitely couldn't allow him to do as he pleased. That wasn't his style. This was the most sullen he had ever felt. This curse made Long Chen feel like he was impotent. It was like he had the energy but not the means. He clearly thirsted for a battle, but couldn't. Now seeing Shui Yu want to break through here, if Long Chen didn't give him a little gift, would he still be Long Chen? Long Chen turned back. When he reached the fork, he actually realized he had forgotten which path he had gone into. He had to rely on scent to find his original path. He quickly found the hidden ground gold spider king. "Brother, let's go. Your big bro will bring you for a stroll." Long Chen took out the dragon scale and began to walk toward the spider king. The spider king was a bit confused to see Long Chen come and go like this. Having been isolated here for so long, its intelligence couldn't possibly be much higher than the other spiders. But that fear toward the dragon scale was something instinctual from its very core. Long Chen began to urge it toward the exit. It retreated in that direction, and it also raised its 2 front legs, taking on an attacking posture. But Long Chen ignored that. Such a low-intelligent magical beast would immediately attack if it really meant it. For it to take on an attacking posture just meant it was afraid and wanted to intimidate him. At this time, Long Chen stopped moving. If you got too close, a magical beast would think you were launching an attack. It would definitely attack him then, and Long Chen didn't want that. As expected, when Long Chen stopped moving, the spider began to retreat. Long Chen slowly advanced. As a result, it slowly retreated out of the exit. It was just that the process was extremely slow. "All right, guard me. I'll begin refining the divine mortal molting elixir," said Shui Yu solemnly. "Yes, don't worry. Currently, the only ones in that large room were the 7 rank 2 celestials and Shui Yu. There were also 2 others hidden by the entrance. Their mission from the very start had been to guard this place. If anyone entered, they would immediately kill them." Shui Yu nodded. With 7 rank 2 celestials here and 2 rank 2 celestials guarding the entrance, there definitely wouldn't be anyone to disturb him. Shui Yu consumed half of the high-grade divine mortal molting elixir he had obtained. Maintaining a hand seal, he was just about to enter a meditative state when the sound of movements came from one of the caves. A 3-meter spider retreated out of that cave. It looked as if it had been made of gold. Hidden ground gold spider. It's actually so small. One of the rank 2 celestials directly unsheathed their sword, and sword chi slashed at the spider. This attack was extremely powerful. It could one-shot ordinary celestials. But when it landed on the spider's body, it didn't even leave a mark. Of course, this was the Spider King that Long Chen had forced out. Its attention had been entirely focused on the dragon scale, and so it actually hadn't noticed them yet. But now that someone attacked it, it immediately went crazy. After being forced back by Long Chen repeatedly, it had long since reached its limit. However, it had always been too afraid of the dragon scale to attack. When that person saw that his attack hadn't caused any damage to the spider, he was appalled. The 3-meter Spider King's body suddenly grew 1,000 times. It was like a golden mountain, and one of its huge legs stabbed toward them. What? Even Shui Yu's expression changed. Now that it had grown, it immediately released the aura of a peak 7th rank magical beast. In the cave, it had shrunk because it hadn't had enough room. Only once a magical beast had reached the peak of the 7th rank could it control the size of its body. Now, it no longer had any more misgivings. It would slaughter all these people that had angered it. "Retreat!" shouted Shui Yu. They all rushed away, but one fellow was a bit too slow. There was no way for him to dodge, and with a roar, his runes erupted around him. He raised his weapon to block. That powerful rank 2 celestial was killed in one blow. Furthermore, the spider leg continued forward, piercing a large hole in the wall. How terrifying! Long Chen was hiding within the cave as he watched. The Spider King had finally released its true power. A rank 2 celestial was like an ant in front of it. Seeing them fleeing in such a panic was truly satisfying. TCH, Shui Yu, didn't you want to bully me while I was cursed? And you still had to act like such a poser, even more of a poser than me. Then, you shamelessly used power to suppress me. Now you should know what it feels like to be suppressed. Long Chen felt incredibly refreshed, even more refreshed than before. But although Shui Yu was startled, he was still a peak expert. He immediately saw through the Spider King's power. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why it had appeared here. "All of you get back. Don't fight it head on," Shui Yu shouted, having the others retreat. He had already realized that other than him, no one else could even block a single attack from it. They would all die if this continued. However, before they could retreat, a huge net fell over their heads. That was naturally the Spider King's web. It was incredibly quick and came without any warning. Furthermore, its scope was too great. Even Shui Yu was caught by it. Not good. Shui Yu's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that this web had a poisonous liquid dripping off it. He hastily formed a hand seal, and a ray of light shot out of his third eye. It pierced a hole through the web, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. He shot out of the opening. Miserable screams rang out behind. When Shui Yu looked back, his expression completely changed. Chapter 787 Yama King Blood Curse. The other corrupt experts instantly began to corrode upon coming in contact with the web. That corrosion speed was appalling. In an instant, half of their bodies disappeared. "Hurry and activate the Heavenly Tao recovery," roared Shui Yu. "We can't." That guy died before being able to finish his sentence. His body had turned into a pile of rotten, liquefied flesh. Even his bones were like mud. 3 others also collapsed in the same manner. They all died miserably under the web. The remaining people were pale. They hadn't touched the web with their weapons, which had allowed them to survive for the moment. The liquid on the web would automatically explode into poisonous mist when it suffered an attack. Previously, those people had all died to that poison. The ones still alive had formed a domain with their Heavenly Tao runes to block the web, but they were still trapped. The web was rapidly compressing around them, and their domain was shrinking by the second. No need to be afraid. I'll save you. These people were Shui Yu's subordinates, and he couldn't just watch as they died. His third eye once more lit up. His attack should be able to easily cut apart the net. What? But suddenly, space trembled. A sea of gold appeared in the air. The gold waves roiled tumultuously and came crashing toward Shui Yu. He immediately turned pale. As for the hidden Long Chen, he also jumped in shock. That gold sea was actually a mass of fist-sized scales. The scales were octagonal and possessed strange lines on top of them. These were naturally the hidden ground gold Spider King's scales. Those scales had originally been stuck to its body, so Long Chen had assumed they were its defensive armor. He had never expected that they could be used as an attack. Tens of thousands of scales left the Spider King's body and flew toward Shui Yu and the others. Even space was being torn apart by this attack. Long Chen's hair stood on end. This attack covered all of heaven and earth. Thus, it was impossible to dodge, and Shui Yu had to take it head on. Looking at those rapidly spinning scales, Long Chen knew that he would have to use the second form of Split the Heavens to block it, and even so, he knew that his chances of surviving wouldn't be high. Shui Yu's expression changed several times. He could no longer bother about his trapped people. With a furious roar, 3 colored runes formed the face of a fierce fiend behind him. At the same time, a spot of light appeared within his third eye. Blood devil possession, devil eye destroys the world. The fiendish face behind Shui Yu instantly merged within his body. His other eyes closed, only his third eye remained open. A bloody light shot out. The light was incredibly bright. It released an incredibly destructive aura as it pierced toward the Spider King. The ray of light collided with the scales. The entire cave trembled intensely, and a portion of it began to collapse. Long Chen was startled. Shui Yu's attack was definitely not any weaker than when he went all out using the second form of Split the Heavens. In fact, it might even be stronger. The Spider King let out a strange cry. It was sent flying and crashed into the wall. As for Shui Yu, he was pale as paper. That was his strongest attack, but he had only been able to block a portion of the scales. The other corrupt experts had long since disappeared from this world. The thing that horrified Shui Yu the most was those scales that had been struck by his attack. They hadn't been destroyed and they once more returned to the Spider King's back. Furthermore, his attack had merely left behind a faint mark on the Spider King's head. There was no injury at all. That made Shui Yu's hair stand on end. The Spider King suddenly shrieked furiously. It had clearly reached a berserk point and was releasing all the sullenness Long Chen had given it onto Shui Yu. Whether it was humans or magical beasts, they all liked crushing the weak. Hee, amazing, truly amazing. Long Chen cheered for Shui Yu inside. His own sullenness at being cursed evaporated. Shui Yu took a deep breath upon seeing that his attack hadn't caused the slightest injury to it. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. Ancestral heroic spirit, hear your descendants call. The bloodline stretches through eternity, the spirit reaches through time immemorial. Shui Yu began to solemnly chant. Long Chen was startled. A blood-red mist began to float out of Shui Yu's body. Long Chen saw that the mist wasn't runes, but actual blood. Shui Yu was actually sacrificing his essence blood to release a supreme attack. Following his chanting, the blood mist around him grew denser. In the end, it took on the image of a fiend. That was a 30-meter fiend with a horn on its head, red hair, and 2 black holes as eyes. Its mouth was holding a dagger, and it appeared incredibly lifelike. Long Chen had never seen such a thing before. Even Zhang Wuyan's ancestral spirit had just been a blurry illusory figure. But this thing was like a real person. Long Chen could even feel a dense aura of death from its body. Yama King blood curse. Shui Yu roared. The originally handsome Shui Yu had now become like a desiccated corpse. It was like there wasn't the slightest drop of blood within him now. Following his shout, the fiend behind him extended its hand and cut off its own tongue. Black blood flowed out. Shui Yu rapidly formed hand seals. That black blood formed an image filled with a dense aura of death. Long Chen felt an icy chill from head to toe. He had never seen such a terrifying attack. It wasn't just Long Chen. Even the Spider King began to shiver. It sensed an immense threat. Die, you monster! Shui Yu roared furiously. With a final hand seal, the black image transformed into a ray of light. The Spider King hastily went to dodge the black light. But the black light seemed to have its own life, and no matter how it tried to dodge, it was still struck by the black light. The thing that Long Chen found bizarre was that the black light instantly shattered upon striking the Spider King's head. There wasn't any damage or shockwaves. But the Spider King began to crazily shriek. Its legs were in a panic. The ground was being heavily damaged, and the cave was shaking. Long Chen was really worried the cave would collapse. Because the cave had runes supporting it, it was extremely sturdy. But if it really did collapse and he was buried down here, perhaps he really would only be able to wait for death. The Spider King struggled a few more times, then its body suddenly went still. Long Chen was horrified to find that it was already dead. That was too terrifying. That was a peak 7th rank magical beast. Even if its head was smashed, it wouldn't die just like this. Fuck, it's another damnable curse. Long Chen immediately realized that this was a death curse. It was different from the weakening curse he was under. Even a peak 7th rank magical beast's immense vitality was unable to block this curse. Then just who would be able to block it? Thinking of that, Long Chen's scalp turned numb. This kind of attack was too terrifying. It was a good thing that using this curse took a long time, thus, it would be easy to interrupt it or run. Otherwise, if he saw Shui Yu in the future, he would have to flee as far as possible. Shui Yu was panting heavily. At this time, 2 people rapidly approached him. Lord Shui Yu, are you alright? Those 2 corrupt experts were the ones sent to guard the entrance. They were guarding against people who lucked their way here, and so they had managed to escape the disaster. Everything had happened too quickly. By the time they arrived, everything was over. Anyway, a battle of this level wasn't something they could participate in. "I'm fine," said Xueyu. However, that was clearly not true. His face looked so pale that he seemed dead. That Yama King blood curse had obviously come at an immense price. Even his third eye was tightly closed with blood dripping out of it. One of the corrupt disciples hastily handed him a handkerchief. Xueyu took it and wiped away the blood. "My devil eye received a backlash from using the Yama King blood curse. But having killed an ancient hidden ground gold spider king, it's worth it. Its crystal core is a priceless treasure and can be embedded into a treasure item to increase its grade. Furthermore, its scales are natural enchanted items with innate runes. Even if you aren't a soul cultivator, you would be able to use them. You too can also keep a few for yourself. Many thanks." Those two corrupt experts were delighted as material for enchanted items was rare. These scales were definitely priceless treasures. The others all dead, it can only be said that their lives weren't hardy enough. Luck is also a kind of strength. "When you follow me in the future, I definitely won't let you lose out," said Xueyu. Now that his subordinates had mostly died, he needed to raise a new batch of them. These two were not his subordinates, but they were also from the corrupt path. Hearing this, the two of them went wild with delight. Following an expert with limitless potential, they would definitely be able to walk further as well. After saying that, Xueyu walked over to the Spider King's corpse. He had only just reached it when a sharp light pierced toward his back. A sharp blade pierced a chest. An immense power caused that flesh to explode. Chapter 788 A Fair Fight. Long before Xueyu had killed the Spider King, Long Chen had made his preparations. He had stealthily crept below the spider's fangs. His guess was that Xueyu would first go to extract the crystal core. A peak 7th rank magical beast's corpse wasn't something that just any spatial ring could store. That was especially true with the scales on its back. Those had runes on them that made them natural soul items. They would need spatial rings at least on the soul item level to store them. But those kinds of spatial rings were exceedingly rare. Soul items were usually only used by soul cultivators, and soul cultivators had their own spiritual spaces for those items. Then they could directly bring them out in battle, and when not in battle, they could nourish them with their souls. As expected, Long Chen's guess was right. Xueyu went directly to the Spider King's head. Long Chen hid his aura as much as possible and stealthily attacked Xueyu from behind. In order to conceal his killing intent, Long Chen had self-hypnotized himself, making him think that he wasn't killing someone, but simply stabbing the air. This was Long Chen's first time being an amateur assassin. Everything had gone so perfectly. But when the tip of his blade was 3 inches from Xueyu's back, he failed. Xueyu had sensed him. In that instant when Xueyu sensed him, Long Chen didn't hesitate. His blade was like lightning, piercing into his body. When it stabbed into his chest, he didn't hold back his power. His energy erupted. Blood splashed. But what startled Long Chen was that despite him clearly stabbing Xueyu, when his blade pierced the body, Xueyu's body had strangely switched with one of the other corrupt disciples. The person Long Chen killed in the end was just a rank 2 celestial, and the true Xueyu had appeared where he had been. He glared at Long Chen with fury and shock. "Long Chen, you're not dead." His response was a saber that was still covered in blood. The other corrupt disciple hastily attacked Long Chen. He knew that Xueyu was in an extremely weak state, and he needed to protect him. Long Chen's saber instantly exploded upon colliding with the corrupt expert's weapon. That saber had just been an ordinary weapon. Enchanted items innately possessed their own murderous aura. He didn't know how to reserve that aura like the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. If he had used such a weapon against someone like Xueyu, he would have been sensed immediately. But in the end, he had still failed. Furthermore, this failure still confused him. He still didn't know how Xueyu had done this. An ordinary weapon would naturally explode upon colliding with an enchanted item. The corrupt expert was startled. He hadn't expected that Long Chen's weapon would be this useless. His follow-up moves immediately became useless. Long Chen had long since expected this result. A lightning spear appeared in his left hand and stabbed toward his enemy's chest. When it came to combat experience, even the fierce corrupt path's experts couldn't compare to Long Chen. His speed in adapting and changing moves had reached a supreme level. Thunder rumbled. Originally, he had thought that his attack would be able to kill his opponent. But the result was different from what he had expected. It only left a large hole in his opponent. Only then did Long Chen recall that Lei Long and Huo Long had used up all their energy in the cave previously. They had less than a tenth of their power, and the curse on him still hadn't faded. This attack hadn't killed his opponent. Suddenly, little snow appeared behind him. A sphere of wind blades smashed into the opening on the corrupt expert's chest. That corrupt expert didn't have the slightest ability to resist. He died. The current little snow didn't have the ability to kill ordinary celestials, let alone rank 2 celestials. But the opportunity had been set up perfectly by Long Chen. From the explosion of his weapon to switching to a lightning spear to little snow's attack, everything had happened without the slightest hesitation. Long Chen didn't even need to make a strategy. Everything he had done had happened so instinctively. The corrupt expert was blown into a blood mist. In his weakest state, he couldn't possibly endure little snow's attack. Long Chen turned to Shui Yu and indifferently said, "I'm under a curse, and your power has also dropped. Now we can have a fair battle." After saying that, Long Chen put little snow back into his spiritual space. His opponent was Shui Yu. Who knew what techniques he still had up his sleeve? He didn't want little snow to be in danger. A spear appeared in Long Chen's hand. It was what he had used against that pack of hidden ground gold spiders. Its weight was not bad. Without a better weapon, this was the best option. Shui Yu suddenly took out a pitch-black sword. Long Chen's spear collided with his sword, causing a powerful explosive sound. Both of them were forced back a dozen steps. "Hee, I have the advantage in terms of physical strength, and you have the advantage in terms of weapon. Now we're on a level playing field. Let's have a fair fight." Battle intent surged within Long Chen. Shui Yu's black sword was definitely a treasure item. His wrist was actually a bit numb from that collision. That wasn't from Shui Yu, but from that sword. In terms of weapon, Long Chen was actually at an immense disadvantage. Long Chen was truly startled inside. Shui Yu was incredibly powerful. His trump cards came out one after another. If he was in his peak state, then the treasure item would be able to release even greater power. If he was capable of truly activating a treasure item, then perhaps he would be able to kill Long Chen. Shui Yu didn't say anything. His black sword danced in the air as he fought an intense battle with Long Chen. Both of them had profound combat experience. Shui Yu was clearly an expert in using a sword. His sword attacked and defended as he pleased. He possessed thousands of sword forms for offense and defense, and his sword arts were extremely refined. But Long Chen's spear also danced in the air. Although Long Chen didn't normally use a spear, he knew this kind of long weapon was suited to attacking. As power was more important, he didn't bother using so many fancy techniques. He competed purely in power. But Long Chen was startled to find that Shui Yu's strength, technique, and experience had all reached the point where he could find no weaknesses. He was definitely an expert forged through slaughter. Long Chen smashed the spear into Shui Yu's sword. The ground shook intensely, and dust flew into the air. A lightning and a flame dragon suddenly flew out. Seeing that Long Chen could still use this technique now, Shui Yu was horrified. He hastily spat blood onto his sword. A black barrier appeared around him. Just as Shui Yu went all out blocking the 2 huge dragons, they vanished. Shui Yu's expression changed, and he hastily dodged to the side. A spear pierced his back, leaving behind a bloody hole. Originally, Long Chen had intended on killing him with this blow. Leaving him alive would bring trouble to the people by his side. Shui Yu was just too powerful. Those 2 dragons had just been a feint. They were too weak to menace Shui Yu at this time. But Shui Yu hadn't realized that fast enough, and thinking that Long Chen had still had such a trump card, he had fallen for it. The last bit of his exhausted essence blood had been squeezed out. Using the cover of the 2 dragons, Long Chen had activated the netherworld ghost steps to appear behind Shui Yu. If he was in his peak state, Shui Yu would have managed to easily block it. But his physical strength had greatly fallen, and his spiritual perception had also blurred. Long Chen's sneak attack had succeeded. But even if it was a success, Shui Yu's body was extremely strange. The power of Long Chen's spear was actually greatly weakened upon entering Shui Yu's body. It was like ignited gunpowder was suddenly put out with water. Otherwise, Shui Yu would be a corpse now. But even so, there was now a large hole in Shui Yu's back. Not much blood flowed out, as he was almost out of blood. Despicable. Shui Yu looked from the injury to Long Chen. The only thing in his eyes was killing intent. Despicable. When this word comes from your mouth, don't you find it satirical? What qualifications do you have to say that? You, Someone with great status actually took advantage of when I was cursed to fight me. In a competition of technique, you lost, and in your fury, you tried to use a magical art to kill me. Although you're in a weakened state now, so am I. Our power is about the same. Furthermore, you are holding a treasure item. For me to use some tactics is considered despicable. Hehe, previously I thought you were a genius. Now I realize you're an idiot. Long Chen pointed his spear at Shui Yu, battle intent overflowing from him. He shot toward him. Although Long Chen was under a curse and tired to death, he still forced himself to continue. He knew this was his best opportunity to kill Shui Yu. If he didn't kill him, he would have to worry in the future. Shui Yu's sword slashed onto Long Chen's spear. Shui Yu was blown back dozens of meters. He suddenly spat blood upon his sword once more. That sword began to buzz. Long Chen tightly clenched his spear, ready for an attack. There was definitely something strange with that sword. Count yourself lucky today, Long Chen. I don't have enough essence blood now, and my spiritual yuan is exhausted. Otherwise, I would have many techniques available to kill you. You wouldn't even be able to last 10 moves. But you'll only be lucky this once. Next time, I'll personally cut off your head. After saying that, Shui Yu suddenly formed a hand seal, and that black sword actually shot off into the distance, carrying him along. Long Chen couldn't help being stunned. Shui Yu truly had many trump cards. He sighed. In the end, he still let him get away. It really was dejecting, but he didn't have that much time to feel regret. He hastily put the Spider King's corpse into the primal chaos space. He then went through the battlefield, picking up the corrupt expert's weapons and spatial rings. Then he quickly left. This definitely wasn't a good place to stay too long. Chapter 789 Indigenous Aboriginals. Once he left the trial caves, Long Chen carefully continued forward. He passed through 2 more regions and saw a rather large block ahead on the map. This place was already a bit off from the main path, and there shouldn't be any opportunities within this place. The reason Long Chen had chosen here was to avoid other experts. After going through so many immense battles while cursed, he was already exhausted, whether it was physically or mentally. This curse was just too hateful. This kind of weakness, exhaustion, and negativity made him feel like he had some disease that wouldn't go away. That feeling could make a person crazy. Long Chen swore that he definitely wouldn't play around with this kind of damnable thing again. Last time, it had been his mistake. In truth, while that person had been using this curse, there had been time for Long Chen to interrupt him. Or perhaps he could have summoned Lei Long to isolate the runes outside his body. Of course, the Yama King blood curse that Shui Yu had used was much more terrifying. Long Chen felt like such a strange move wasn't something that could be blocked. Most likely, he would have to directly interrupt him or directly flee. After all, even a peak 7th rank magical beast had been cursed to death. How was he supposed to block it? It really was too regretful that he hadn't managed to kill Shui Yu this time. He had just been lacking ever so slightly. In the future, he probably wouldn't have such a good opportunity. Once they encountered each other again, it would definitely be a true world-shaking battle. But Long Chen wasn't afraid. It was only because he had been cursed that he had been at such a disadvantage. In his current weakened state, Long Chen no longer continued to run around randomly. He found that circulating his qi was becoming more and more tiresome. If he encountered an expert in this situation, it really would be problematic. There was a vast forest ahead. According to reason, such a place shouldn't have any trials inside it. Cultivators wouldn't be interested in this place. Long Chen entered and found an extremely hidden cave. Confirming that no magical beasts were living inside it, he set up a camp inside. Under this loathsome curse, Long Chen couldn't do anything. He just directly began to consume Enlightenment Palace pills. After 3 days of eating, the Enlightenment Palace star shook slightly. Its body once more grew a bit as it entered the 3rd star transformation. That filled Long Chen with anticipation. Only when each star had reached the 9th star transformation would he be able to summon the true next level divine ring and battle armor. 3 days later, he felt his body suddenly lighten. The feeling of being sickly faded all at once, and he felt full of strength. It was like a misophobic person had finally gotten a chance to wash off all the mud on them. That kind of feeling made Long Chen have an urge to cry. The feeling of his strength returning was too good. Now, the curse had disappeared. But Long Chen had gained experience in the corrupt path's techniques. When he encountered such people in the future, he would definitely have to pay any price to cut them down as fast as possible. Punching a few times, Long Chen confirmed that his strength had returned. Furthermore, because he had reached the 3rd star transformation, his strength had clearly increased. Long Chen took out the map. He saw that he had currently deviated from the main path and would need to correct his direction. After passing over 2 mountains, he suddenly saw 2 figures rushing ahead. He was startled, and he hastily hid himself behind a large tree. Those 2 were celestials, but Long Chen was startled to see that they were extremely young. They looked to be 15 or 16 years old. There was 1 man, and 1 woman. They wore strange clothes in a style that he had never seen before. Those 2 youths were clearly panicked as they fled for their lives. There was a layer of light covering their bodies. Long Chen saw that that light wasn't some secret technique, but more like a curse that was exhausting their energy. Big brother Xiao Fei, run! I'll block them. The woman suddenly stopped. What kind of joke is that? How could I possibly let you block them for me? Raged the man. He pulled her, continuing to flee. At this moment, Long Chen saw 5 figures rapidly getting closer. They were wearing the Corrupt Path's robes, but they were all just ordinary rank 1 celestials. The young woman was so panicked that she cried, now that the immemorial path was opened, we're restricted and can't release our power. If this continues, neither of us will be able to get away. Stop wasting words. Even if we have to die together. If I let you block them for me, then even if I live, it would be a life worse than death," said the young man firmly. Their speed was clearly slower than the 5 corrupt experts. It was obvious they couldn't get away. The young man suddenly stopped running and took out a sword, placing himself in front of the woman. The woman also took out a sword. Long Chen looked and saw that their swords were simply low-grade spirit weapons. The quality wasn't very good. He was curious. These 2 were so young, but had already reached the Xianxian realm and were rank 1 celestials. How could they bring out such broken weapons? Were their sects really so miserly? Ha ha ha, our luck really is excellent. We've actually caught 2 aboriginals. Catch them alive and we can exchange them for treasures from their clansmen. Laughed one of the corrupt experts. The man's nothing, but we can try out the woman. To play around with an aboriginal here is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, said another. You damnable invaders, die! Roared the youth. A ray of light slashed toward them. His sword struck incredibly quickly. The image of a 3-petal flower appeared from his sword. That sword flower seemed both real and illusory. It was a sword technique Long Chen had never seen before, but it was extremely refined. However, he still sighed. This was just a flowery attack. It looked good but had no substance behind it. The youth's movements were too rigid. With just a glance, he could tell he didn't have any real combat experience. That corrupt expert's weapon directly charged toward the man's head. He essentially ignored the sword flower. When it came to combat experience, that youth was incredibly lacking compared to the corrupt experts. One of the corrupt experts released a single attack to force him to retreat. As for the young woman, she was startled and hastily went to interrupt the corrupt expert's attack. But even with the 2 of them together, they were still repeatedly forced back. The corrupt expert clearly could have defeated them in just a few moves, but he wasn't in a hurry to win. Instead, he was forcing them to counterattack. Long Chen was interested. He also wanted to see just how terrifying these aboriginals were. Why was it that everyone, whether it was Shui Wuan or Ouyang Chuyu, would repeatedly warn him to be careful of the aboriginals? The corrupt expert forced them back over and over again. One of them had already activated a photographic jade to record the battle. They had obviously obtained something from their fighting style. Bastards! The young man saw that they were being recorded and suddenly slashed his sword toward the young woman's neck. Long Chen was startled, but he then understood that he wanted to kill the young woman to avoid her being humiliated. He was clearly ready to kill himself as well. Hee, how could it be so easy to die? Sneered the corrupt expert. His sword suddenly slashed and broke apart the young man's sword. One of his allies also sprang into motion, and they rapidly subdued the 2 of them. They really are weak. One of them spat on the ground disdainfully. If we weren't restricted by the immemorial path, how could you possibly beat us? The young man was captured. He was infuriated and filled with hatred. He seemed like a captured wolf that was prepared to bite its captors at any moment. Ha, it's okay. We don't want your lives. What we want is to exchange your lives with your clansmen for the things we want. However, before that, we'll need to have some fun. Little miss, so sorry. If you feel pain, Please go ahead and scream to your heart's content, haha. That corrupt expert directly began to disrobe. Brute. The young man roared furiously. His veins bulged and his eyes almost tore out of their sockets. But he was being held back by two corrupt experts and couldn't escape. Suddenly, one of the corrupt experts viciously slapped the youth in the face. That powerful force directly broke his face. Blood poured out and his handsome face was completely deformed. But he ignored it and continued to struggle with his full strength. The woman was also struggling, but she was being controlled by two powerful corrupt celestials. Her struggling was useless. Tears flowed down her face. Hey, by taking off your pants, are you trying to see if yours is bigger than mine? That man was in the midst of taking off his pants and had yet to reveal his privates. However, as the lazy voice rang out, his body suddenly stiffened and he hastily turned back. At some unknown point, a black-robed, handsome man had silently appeared beside them like some specter from hell. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. There was a lazy smile on his face, a smile that was quite warm. Combined with his handsomeness, both men and women would like that kind of appearance. But those 5 corrupt experts immediately felt their hair stand on end. It was like a bucket of ice water had fallen on them, and they felt so cold that they began to quiver. The man taking off his pants didn't dare to move. He was filled with terror. The young man and woman managed to escape from their captors and run to the side now. The corrupt experts completely ignored them, looking in terror at that man, stuttering. Long. Chapter 790 Red Spider Lily Nectar. Cold light flashed and blood splashed. That corrupt expert that had been taking off his pants was cut in two, and then with a turn of Long Chen's wrist, the upper half of his body was blown into a bloody mist. Long. This is your daddy Long Chen. What's the point of just repeating Long? Asked Long Chen impatiently. As soon as Long Chen had arrived, he had used his killing intent to lock down the 5 of them. That was why they were quivering, not daring to move. As long as they moved, it would immediately bring a killing blow from Long Chen. Toward corrupt experts, Long Chen's principles were simple. If he saw 1, he would kill 1, if he saw 2, he would kill 2. He wouldn't feel any guilt or burden. He had already realized the essence of the corrupt path. They believed in the corrupt god and that the weak were accessories to the strong. The strong could do anything they wanted, and they used the weak as their cultivation tools. The majority of their cultivation techniques were related to slaughter. Due to what they were taught from a young age, their humanity had already been eradicated. They were tools for slaughter now. Killing them wouldn't bring him any guilt. Everyone's very busy. Do you want me to do it, or will you kill yourselves? Long Chen lazily rested his saber on his shoulder. That saber was a high-grade enchanted item. It was something he had found from the rank 3 celestial spatial ring. It was similar in size to Blooddrinker. Although it was a bit lighter, Long Chen was most suited toward this kind of weapon. The 4 celestials were pale. Long Chen was the corrupt path's number 1 person to kill. It seemed there was no one in the corrupt path that didn't know him. The higher-ups had warned them all that rank 2 celestials and below were to run as soon as they saw Long Chen, because they had no chance at all. Only rank 3 celestials would have the ability to fight him. As for winning, perhaps only Shui Yu had that ability. So the task of killing Long Chen had been given to Shui Yu. The higher-ups didn't have favorable opinions of the other rank 3 celestials' chances against Long Chen. It could be seen just how important the corrupt path viewed Long Chen. His priority level had reached an unprecedented level. He was acclaimed as the genius who posed the greatest threat to them in the current age. Don't act so sad. The number of experts you have killed has reached far beyond the thousands. As for when you started cultivating, back then, you already slaughtered countless innocent commoners. Why are you so unwilling now that it's your turn? Asked Long Chen disdainfully. From the very start of their cultivation, the corrupt path relied on disciples killing each other to bring out the elites. It was very simple. The disciples that lived were elites. Then those elite disciples, under the guise of a trial, would initiate battles against the righteous path. They would launch attacks on commoners, using their blood and souls to raise their own cultivation bases, weapons, and techniques. It tempered their instinct to treat other people's lives as stalks of grass and also to make them unafraid of death. But there wasn't really anyone unafraid of death. The brave front they put on was for others to see. When death came for them, they would be no different from those commoners. Although they had slaughtered countless people, that was other people's lives. Seeing others struggle, they enjoyed their despair. But when death came for them, they were the same. They would be panicked, terrified, and unwilling. So with Long Chen's powerful killing intent, they didn't feel the slightest hope of being able to flee. But despite knowing they would die, they still felt such a longing for life. Even living an extra breath felt like such a wondrous thing. Since you want to live so badly, why were you so apathetic toward killing others? Long Chen's expression was icy. He slowly raised his saber, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. His killing intent actually began to condense into a solid form. The distant man and woman were shocked. Although Long Chen's killing intent wasn't targeting them, they felt themselves to be ants in front of a death god. Do you know, those people you killed had fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and also their lovers. To protect their family, despite knowing they would die, they still charged forward toward your butcher knives. Did you think about this day back then? For some unknown reason, seeing that these four were still unwilling to lose their lives despite knowing they had to die, Long Chen's fury soared. He thought of his first righteous and corrupt battle. Many of those who had followed him to charge into the corrupt path's army hadn't survived. He thought of how the corrupt path had massacred everyone in the cities they had passed. Mothers holding children, husbands holding wives, sons and daughters standing in front of their aged parents. Scene after scene appeared in Long Chen's heart. Since they were so apathetic toward other people's lives, they should be apathetic toward their own lives as well. He was infuriated to see them be so voracious for life. Die. Long Chen slashed his saber. A massive saber image whistled toward them, and a powerful chi wave blocked out the world. No. 4 people turned into bloody mist. That saber had not only been shocking powerful, but it also contained Long Chen's fury. These bastards with their mistaken beliefs had muddled the entire world. Not having a belief was scary, but having a mistaken belief was even scarier. After killing the 4 of them, Long Chen took a deep breath and forced down his fury. He wasn't a god, and he had no way of changing this. He could only work hard on protecting the people by his side within this chaotic and troubled world. The young woman and man were pale. They looked at Long Chen as if he was a god. Those 4 celestials hadn't had any ability to retaliate in front of him. Long Chen slowly walked over to the 2 of them. The young man was afraid, but clenching his teeth, he stood in front of the young woman. He icily stared at Long Chen. His intent was obvious. Even if he had to die, he had to die while protecting his companion. These aboriginals viewed the disciples as invaders. They were enemies with deep enmities stretching back countless years. There was no way to resolve those enmities. He didn't once think that Long Chen would let them off. In fact, he felt that Long Chen was even more sinister than the previous 5. Long Chen walked up to that youth and patted him on the shoulder. Little fellow, you're not bad. As a man, you have the same style I had back when I was young. Looking at this youth, Long Chen recalled a scene of him standing in front of Chu Yao. He felt a bit emotional. At that time, he had also been so young, so immature. Now, several years had passed. He had always tried to maintain his original heart. But looking at this young man and woman, he recalled many memories and couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Time passed. People aged. It had already been 3 years since he had left Phoenix Cry. He was already 19 years old. But during those 3 years, he had experienced far, far too much. His appearance might be young, but his heart was already tired. He no longer had the kind of feeling a youth had. Perhaps that was the price of growth. You aren't going to kill us. The young man looked at Long Chen, bewildered. It was the woman who opened her mouth and spoke with a trembling voice. I have no reason to kill you. Long Chen shook his head. I don't believe you. You definitely have some sort of plot. Said that young man. All right, I can give you proof. Then you'll believe me, said Long Chen helplessly. What proof? They were startled. Long Chen raised his saber and took on an attacking posture. Once I kill you, you'll believe I don't have any plot. Don't, cried the 2 of them hastily. It's just a joke. No need to make such a fuss. All right, I've wasted quite a bit of time. I'm moving on. Otherwise, all the good stuff will be eaten by a bunch of pigs. Long Chen smiled slightly. Putting away his saber, he brushed his hands off and turned away. Excuse me. Big brother, please wait a moment, said the young man after a moment's hesitation. Do you need something? Long Chen looked back. The youth once more hesitated, but then he clenched his teeth and said, I'd like to ask you for some help. Help? Are you stupid? Or are you stupid? We're enemies. Long Chen was practically speechless. This child really was crazy. The fact that Long Chen hadn't killed him was already his good fortune. But now he actually wanted his help. Big brother, you're really handsome, an unrivaled hero, eh? Get to the point. Cough, let me explain. We came out this time in search of a medicine called the 7-star red spider lily nectar. I'd like to ask Big Brother to help us. If you could, I will be endlessly grateful, said the young man. 7-star red spider lily nectar. One of your people's soul has been torn, asked Long Chen. How? How did you know? The two of them were startled. Of course Long Chen knew. Although that nectar had quite a few uses, the greatest one was in healing a torn soul. It had an almost miraculous healing effect in that regard. If my guess is right, a sea expansion expert must have lacked spiritual strength when attacking Foundation Forging. When they forcibly tried to condense the immortal platform, it resulted in failure, and their soul was torn, said Long Chen. Although Long Chen hadn't reached that realm, after talking with Shui Wuan and Ouyang Chuyu, he had learned many things about that realm. From their shocked expressions, he knew his guess was right. He was quite surprised. There were quite a few powerful existences amongst these aboriginals. Yes, you're right. One of our tribesmen failed while attacking the Foundation Forging realm, resulting in a tear in her soul. Each day, she has to suffer immense pain. I beg Big Brother to help us. That young woman seemed to not have so many thoughts, and before the man could stop her, she blurted out everything. Chapter 791 Conflict once more arises. Long Chen nodded. The pain of having one's soul torn was definitely not something ordinary people could endure. The 7-star red spider lily nectar was the only thing capable of quickly stopping the pain. It was very reasonable for them to be looking for it. Originally, he wanted to refuse. But looking at their imploring expressions, and especially since they had taken this risk to help heal someone, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Furthermore, he saw that the strange light on their bodies was weakening them. Otherwise, they would have been able to flee from those 5. Fine, I can accompany you for a stroll. Hopefully it won't take too long, because I still have things to do, said Long Chen. Don't worry, Big Brother, that 7-star red spider lily nectar is right within these mountains. It should just require a bit of time, said the one man excitedly upon seeing Long Chen agree. Just now, Long Chen had killed 4 celestials in one blow. They hadn't even been able to resist. Furthermore, from their terrified gazes, it was obvious that Long Chen was an absolutely terrifying figure. If Long Chen helped them, they would have an absolute assurance of safety. Since he had agreed, Long Chen followed them back to their original location. According to them, there was a nearby mountain valley that was guaranteed to have the lily. Big Brother, I'm Xiao Fei, and she is Xiao Yu. Dare I ask Big Brother's name? Asked the young man. Big Brother Long Chen, the mountain valley is up ahead. If it weren't for the invaders' sorry Big Brother Long Chen. The young man realized he had misspoken and hastily apologized. It's fine. Long Chen shook his head. He didn't mind if they called him an invader. If it weren't for them, you would have already obtained it. Asked Long Chen. You really were unlucky then. This place is quite a bit off the main path. There shouldn't have been anyone here, but in this large of place, you still managed to run into them. That kind of bad luck can count as heaven-defying. Hee, you can't put it like that. Didn't we also run into you? That means our luck is not bad, laughed the woman. She had already recovered from her shock and fear. Long Chen looked at the light coming from their bodies and wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words in the end. He didn't want to ask about their secrets. That was taboo. In truth, Xiao Fei saw Long Chen's actions, and after a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth to explain. We've arrived. Let's split up to look for it, but don't go too far. Everyone remains within sight of each other. If you run into anything dangerous, let out a shout. Long Chen cut him off. Xiao Fei was grateful. Long Chen was trying not to make it hard on him. After all, this related to the Aboriginals' secrets. If he explained it to an invader, he would be considered a sinner. The 3 of them entered the mountain valley and spread out. They stayed within a few miles of each other so Long Chen could handle any sudden changes. The 7-star red spider lily nectar was actually a dewdrop condensed from the lily. Once this liquid was condensed, it would rest on the pistil of the flower for 7 days. After 7 days, it would naturally fall and land on the ground. The essence in the dewdrop would be absorbed by the earth. Then it would be reabsorbed by the lily. 3 months later, a new dewdrop would form. The cycle continued to repeat endlessly. The red spider lily went from 1 star to 7 stars. 7 stars was the peak, a 7th-tier medicinal ingredient. It had already gone almost extinct in the outside world. Long Chen traveled several miles, and he quickly found a 3-star red spider lily. But it was useless. One reason was that it hadn't condensed a dewdrop, and another was that if it hadn't reached the 7-star level, its dewdrop would be useless. He pulled the 3-star red spider lily into the primal chaos space. He was just about to see if he could make it grow to the 7-star level when Xiao Fei's startled cry rang out. Long Chen hastily shot over, his saber appearing in his hand. But when he arrived, he didn't even see a ghost by Xiao Fei's side. He hadn't encountered any attack. Seeing him completely fine, Long Chen rebuked, "What are you shouting for? You made me think something happened." Xiao Fei reddened and he apologized, "Sorry, I was too emotional. I saw a 7-star red spider lily nectar." He pointed to a 3-foot-tall lily. There was a thumb-sized dewdrop on it. That dewdrop sparkled like a jewel. It reflected their 3 images perfectly like it was crystal. "This is amazing," cried Xiao Fei, but he quickly realized that Long Chen was just staring at the dewdrop, lost in thought. What was he thinking? He gently pulled on him. "Big brother Long Chen, what is it?" The 7-star red spider lily is actually a branch of the paramita flower. As there can be up to 7 starry spots on its leaves, it received the name of the 7-star red spider lily. Although it isn't the true paramita flower, as long as the flower remains undamaged, the dewdrop will undergo a perpetual cycle of reincarnation. It contains the essence of life. When you stand on top of the petal, looking at the ground, you will be full of fear because you'll feel like landing on the ground signifies death. But a few months later, the dewdrop's essence will be reabsorbed, and the red spider lily will condense the dewdrop again. Would you still be you? Or would you no longer be the old you? For some unknown reason, Long Chen felt endless emotion when he looked at that dewdrop. It felt like he had suddenly reached a higher comprehension of the true essence of life. If a red spider lily had 10 stars, it would be called the flower of reincarnation, the paramita flower. It was said that the true paramita flower would bloom for 1,000 years. Then its flower would wilt, and its leaves would grow. The blossom and the leaves would forever cycle, never to see each other. For some unknown reason, Long Chen was filled with pain and sorrow as he looked at this lily. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. This was a 7-star red spider lily, not the paramita flower. It only had a slight relationship to the paramita flower. Its flower and leaves were completely different. But Long Chen couldn't help feeling grief. Is it the pill god memories? Long Chen's heart was heavy. Ever since he had awakened those incomplete pill god memories, their effect on him had lessened, as his cultivation base had increased. But today, he felt an emotion that was difficult to describe. He felt extremely sad. He still understood far too little about the pill god memories and the 9-star hegemon body art. Touching his spatial ring, he took out a small bamboo straw. It was a special straw that could isolate the outside world's aura. It was the best tool for storing medicinal liquid. Long Chen carefully extracted the dewdrop and gave it to Xiao Fei. "Thank you, big brother Long Chen." Xiao Fei was endlessly grateful. Long Chen smiled slightly. He was just about to say something when he smashed his fist behind him. Long Chen's fist struck a spear. The entire ground trembled. A powerful qi wave directly sent Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu flying. Long Chen was startled. This attack had contained incredible power. Without even thinking about, his saber slashed behind him. Only now did he have a chance to see his ambusher. It was a tall man with a powerful aura. He was clearly startled, not expecting Long Chen to have managed to block his attack. Sea expansion celestial. Long Chen was startled. This aura of his was as vast as a sea. But some kind of strange law was suppressing it. Long Chen's saber was like berserk lightning. Its angle was perfectly the most difficult angle for the man to block. It was too late for him to block with his spear. He suddenly used his arms to knock aside the saber. Boom! The large man's sleeves were torn apart and sent flying. Long Chen's saber shook. It had actually been blocked by his arms. Long Chen was startled. What kind of person could use just their bare arms to block his attack? But then he saw the arm protectors he was wearing. But although that person managed to block, he still wasn't able to resist Long Chen's immense power. He lost his balance and was sent flying. Long Chen shot after him. His afterimage suddenly blurred as he appeared behind the large man. His saber once more slashed down. "Big brother Long Chen, don't." Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu both shouted in panic. But it was too late. Long Chen was just too fast. His saber was already slashing toward that man's back. The man was like a shooting star. He slammed into the ground and continued for several miles. The entire mountain valley shook and half of it collapsed. He vomited a mouthful of blood, but he didn't die. Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu both sighed with relief. They were pale with fright. There were over 10 people by their side now, and their leader was a woman in her late 20s who looked vigilantly at Long Chen. Next time, can you shout faster? Long Chen swung his blade, a bit speechless. When those two had shouted, Long Chen had realized the situation had turned sour. But it had been too late to stop his attack. So at that moment, he had reversed his saber, using the back of it to send that person flying. Otherwise, he would be dead. Xiao Fei patted his pounding heart. Just now, he really had been terrified. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. Even a sea expansion celestial couldn't last a single breath against him. Just who are you? What's your goal in getting close to Xiao Fei? The lead woman asked icily, staring cautiously at Long Chen. Man Zhu Sha Wa equals red spider lily. Bai Wa equals paramita flower. In Chinese, Bai Wa is another way of saying red spider lily. Paramita is literally, other side, getting to the other shore. The most popular concept of paramita is that the mundane life is a sea of bitterness, and paramita involves crossing the sea to reach the other shore, which is normally done through enlightenment. Chapter 792 Going to the Xiao tribe. Big Sister Ling, Big Brother Long Chen isn't a bad person. Xiao Yu hastily tried to explain. What do you understand? These invaders are all extremely bad people. They use all kinds of sinister schemes. He might be able to trick you too, but he can't trick me. The woman waved her hand, cutting her off. I still haven't told you two off yet. Who said you could run out like this? Do you know how worried everyone was for you? I know, Sister Ling. We were looking for the 7-star red spider lily nectar for Aunt Qing. Xiao Fei lowered his head. You'll soon be 16 years old. When will you grow up? That nectar is something you might spend months looking for without finding it. Furthermore, this is the absolute worst time to look for it. I know you don't want to see your Aunt Qing in pain, but during this time, if something happened to you, wouldn't you just make Aunt Qing feel even more pain? That woman rubbed Xiao Fei's cheek a bit tenderly. HMPH, how many times have we told you? The invaders are all despicable and shameless schemers. How could you be so stupid as to trust them? The man who had been sent flying by Long Chen now arrived in front of Xiao Fei, furious. Big Brother Long Chen isn't a bad person. Xiao Fei didn't retort the woman's words, but he immediately became enraged when this man spoke. What do you understand? Invaders are enemies, and how could enemies be good people? Shouted the man furiously. Don't use this kind of tone. Xiao Fei is the future inheritor of the tribe. Pay attention to your status. That woman immediately came up to protect Xiao Fei upon seeing him curse Xiao Fei so furiously. HMPH, someone without a head will only cause trouble for others. How can someone who can't even understand the big picture be the tribe leader? Furthermore, his talent can only count as average in his realm. Are people really supposed to be convinced by that? Snorted the tall man disdainfully. Xiao Ji Yu, you go too far. Raged the woman. How did I go too far? I just have this temperament. You know me, said the large man Xiao Ji Yu obstinately. How dramatic. Truly a good drama. Long Chen finally interrupted their argument. Well, please continue with your drama. I still have stuff to do, so I'll leave first. Little brother, goodbye. Long Chen waved his hand to Xiao Fei and turned to leave. Hold it, leave your life behind first. Shouted Xiao Ji Yu. Everyone immediately surrounded Long Chen. Half of them had reached sea expansion, and most importantly, they were all celestials. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and icily said, I didn't kill you just now because of Xiao Fei. If anyone wants to block me now, then don't blame me for starting a slaughter. Sister Ling, don't do this. Big Brother Long Chen saved our lives, and he also helped us find the 7-star red spider lily nectar. Look, Xiao Fei was appalled to see that a battle was about to erupt, and he hastily showed that Sister Ling the nectar. He gave everyone a quick recount of his experience with Long Chen. Are you telling the truth? Asked a startled Xiao Ling. Of course it's true. Don't fight, we're all on the same side, said Xiao Yu. Everyone stop, ordered Xiao Ling. Following her shout, the majority of the people came to her side. Only 3 people continued to surround Long Chen, and one of them was Xiao Jiyu. Xiao Jiyu, what do you think you're doing? Xiao Ling's expression sank. This Xiao Jiyu was becoming more and more unbridled. He was clearly going against her. HMPH, have you forgotten our ancestors' rules? Invaders are enemies that absolutely can't be trusted. Are you planning on violating the ancestors' rules? Shouted Xiao Jiyu. He had no intention of giving up. Long Chen's attack just now had humiliated him. Although Long Chen had spared him, Xiao Jiyu wasn't grateful. He still wanted to work together with everyone to kill him. Long Chen didn't say anything. He just watched. If any of them dared to attack, he would kill them no matter what anyone said. He definitely couldn't indulge such people. I don't need you to teach me the rules. He saved Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu, so he is a benefactor of our Xiao tribe. To forget gratitude is also forbidden according to the ancestral teachings. This matter can't be handled by me, nor can it be handled by you. The tribe leader will naturally make his decision. Right now, we should go back. As fast as possible. Don't make me turn hostile against you. Xiao Ling's expression became increasingly stern. Her position was clearly the highest here. HMPH. Xiao Jiyu snorted and retreated with the other 2. But he still kept a close eye on Long Chen. You are Long Chen. Xiao Ling's expression became slightly more gentle. There's no need to waste the time. I only saved them because I saw that they didn't abandon each other even in the face of death. There's no need to thank me. I just do whatever I want. Now, I want to leave as I have many more things to do. I really don't feel like watching your melodramatic internal fight. Long Chen shook his head and was about to leave. Big brother Long Chen, don't leave. Follow us back to the tribe so we can thank you, said Xiao Yu sincerely, pulling on his sleeve. I appreciate the thought, but there's no need. I really have things to do, so I can't tarry any longer. Long Chen politely escaped her hold. Seeing that Long Chen refused to go back with them, Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei were a bit disappointed. Xiao Jiyu suddenly sneered, I just knew he had to be scheming against you too. He's afraid of being exposed, so he doesn't dare to come. Leave your shallow provocations for children. It's embarrassing to look at, retorted Long Chen. As expected, wherever there were people, there were idiots. Long Chen, I can use my head to guarantee your safety. Our Xiao tribe has its own pride, and we definitely won't harm someone who has helped us. Furthermore, I trust that you came to the immemorial path in search of opportunities. Well, who understands the immemorial path better than us, the people who live here? Said Xiao Ling. Long Chen was moved by that. That was true. The map he had obtained was something created through generations of experts that had entered the immemorial path. But these indigenous people had lived here for countless years. They definitely had to have a greater understanding of this place. If they told him a few good secret locations, wouldn't he have made a huge profit? But he was still a bit hesitant. If they didn't have any good intentions, then wouldn't he be sending himself to the tiger's den? However, looking at Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu's expectant gazes, as well as Xiao Ling's righteous manner, it seemed they were trustworthy. Well, as long as he ignored that idiot Xiao Jiyu, they seemed trustworthy. It seems it really is difficult to refuse hospitality. If I continue to decline, I would become someone who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Long Chen smiled. Although it was a bit risky, he trusted his intuition. People unafraid of death were normally more trustworthy. Great, big brother Long, once we get back to the tribe, I'll treat you to some wine, laughed Xiao Fei excitedly. Although his size was no longer so small, his manner was still quite childish. Only Xiao Jiyu looked at Long Chen a bit disdainfully upon seeing him agree. But he didn't say anything. They crossed 7 blocks. Long Chen didn't sense anything, but Xiao Fei and the others' auras began to grow as the halos of light around their bodies faded. Ha ha ha, we finally escaped that damnable suppression. Long Chen, do you believe me when I say that I can now crush you with a single fist? Xiao Jiyu suddenly laughed and pointed at Long Chen. Xiao Jiyu, Long Chen is our guest. If you dare to be so rude again, don't blame me for becoming hostile. Shouted Xiao Ling. It wasn't just Xiao Ling who was infuriated now. The other experts were also dissatisfied. One of the other sea expansion celestials icily said, Xiao Jiyu, pay attention to your status. Don't go too far. Xiao Chang, it seems that with your mid-sea expansion power, you don't have the qualifications to criticize me, sneered Xiao Jiyu. But, he didn't continue making things hard on Long Chen. He just continued traveling with them. Perhaps she felt a bit apologetic, but Xiao Ling took the initiative to say, all the indigenous people are normally fine and won't suffer any suppression except perhaps in some trial regions. But when the immemorial path opens, the laws of the immemorial path change. Other than near our homeland where we have special formations, we will receive a heavy suppression. Long Chen nodded. He hadn't expected there to be such a secret. Although he had guessed a bit of it before, for Xiao Ling to be so sincere, it seemed he had made the right choice in coming. They once more advanced for a while when Xiao Ling suddenly stopped and apologetically said, Long Chen, I'm sorry, but the rest of the way is a secret of our tribe. Please wear this blindfold, it will isolate your divine sense. I hope you can understand why we need to do this. Long Chen looked at Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu. They nodded, so he smiled and received the blindfold. Since he had chosen to trust them, he would trust them to the end. This blindfold had strange runes to block his divine sense, but they weren't aware just how strong his spiritual perception was. With his vast spiritual strength, this blindfold was unable to completely block his divine sense. Just relying on a bit of spiritual strength that could slip through, Long Chen could see everything. After 2 more blocks, a new group of people appeared. Upon seeing Long Chen, they didn't say anything. After a bit more, a transportation formation appeared. Once it activated, Long Chen found that he had appeared within a huge tribe. Chapter 793 Punishment. The blindfold was taken off. Although Long Chen had seen everything, he still put on an act and looked around carefully. This was a flat grassland, and the emerald grass spread far into the horizon. There were some large tents further away, looking like stars sprinkled around a large plaza. At the center of the grassland was an ancient altar. Before Long Chen could examine that altar, a huge group of experts surrounded him. There were hundreds of them, and they were all celestials. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. What was going on? Did celestials just sprout out of the ground here? It seemed that every member of the Xiao tribe was a celestial. In the outside world, amongst a million cultivators, there might not even be a single celestial. But here, they were all celestials. An invader. These people all glared at Long Chen, seeming to want to bite him to death. It was like he was the person who had killed their fathers. 7th Elder, don't be impetuous. I'm bringing him to see the old tribe leader, said Xiao Ling. It seemed Xiao Ling's status amongst these people was a bit special. Although that elder was displeased, he still nodded to one person. That person immediately rushed off. Being stared at by hundreds of blade-like eyes was extremely uncomfortable. Long Chen even started to feel regret for coming. Don't be nervous. These uncles are actually all good people. They just have a great deal of enmity with the invaders. You're different. Xiao Fei comforted Long Chen. HMPH, how is he different? Invaders are all violent and shameless. Each time they come, they'll undergo a slaughter of us. What do you children understand? Shouted a man from the crowd. Xiao Gu's gaze suddenly focused on that man. He cast him a certain look, and that person immediately understood. He took off his boot and threw it at Long Chen. I'll beat you damn invaders to death. Long Chen's expression sank. He definitely wasn't able to endure such humiliation. Even in front of powerful enemies, he couldn't endure it. He was just about to take out his saber, but Xiao Ling was even faster than him. She caught the boot and viciously flung it back into that person's face. Xiao Ming, when did you become someone else's dog? Someone looks at you, and you go to bite someone, shouted Xiao Ling furiously. That person hadn't expected that Xiao Ling would actually interfere. As a result, he was struck by the bottom of his boot, and the smell made him almost faint. In truth, he didn't know that he had just brushed up against the gates of hell. If it hadn't been for Xiao Ling, he would already be dead. Xiao Ling, you would fight your own tribesmen for an invader? Just where do your loyalties lie? Xiao Jiyu was specifically waiting for this moment. He was finally in the right. Long Chen really couldn't keep watching anymore and sent out a slap. Xiao Gu's square face was struck perfectly. Xiao Jiyu shot out like a cannonball. People tried to catch him, but Long Chen's slap hadn't left them with any ability to help. Although these people were celestials, they hadn't summoned their heavenly Dao runes. That made their power limited, and as a result, Xiao Jiyu smashed through them. Even Xiao Ling was stunned. She had never imagined that Long Chen would be so brazen as to strike Xiao Jiyu here. She could strike someone because these were her tribesmen. Whatever happened, they could discuss it later. But Long Chen was an outsider. People already hated him. Now, he had truly provoked a disaster. As expected, despite her shouting, everyone else furiously charged at Long Chen. Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu were both stunned. They had never expected matters to reach this point. Long Chen snorted. His saber was already in his hand. Although this wasn't going according to the plan, it was impossible for him to accept such a humiliation. The only way he could accept such a thing was if he was dead. Seeing killing intent condensing around Long Chen, Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu turned pale with fright. A shout rang out. It wasn't very loud, nor was it very domineering. It was an extremely dignified shout. But it was this shout that caused all of them to stop. Instantly, it became so quiet that it was possible to hear the drop of a pin. Young people must guard against pride and impatience. Pride will bring envy, temper will bring rage, and it will be impossible to make correct decisions when overcome by anger. How many times have I told you this, but you still don't mature at all? Two elders walked over. They were both white-haired and covered in wrinkles. But their bodies were still tall and straight like ancient cedars. One of them was holding an ebony cane. There weren't the slightest fluctuations coming from him, but he gave off a mountain-like pressure. The other elder walked behind him. His eyes were completely white. He had no pupils at all. Old tribe leader. Everyone hastily bowed. The cane-carrying elder nodded. Looking at Long Chen, shock flashed within his turbid eyes, but they quickly returned to calm. Tribe leader, what happened is... Xiaoling hastily began to explain about how Long Chen had saved Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu, and then even helped them find the 7-star red spider lily nectar. After hearing the story, the elder nodded and comforted the slightly apprehensive Xiaoling. Good child. You're not inferior to any man when it comes to your conduct. Does our Xiao tribe have any little people who don't know how to repay gratitude? Seeing that the old tribe leader wasn't angry and actually complimented her, Xiaoling was relieved. She hastily said, Long Chen, this is our old tribe leader. Greetings, senior. Long Chen cupped his hands and bowed slightly toward this person. Many thanks for helping my Xiao tribe's people. This old man will remember this favor, said the tribe leader. Because he had gotten closer, Long Chen now saw an air of death around the elder. His longevity was clearly near its end. He might fall at any moment. This was something he saw only because of his proficiency in the Pill Dao. You have a good vision. I still have some affairs to handle before I can go. The old tribe leader saw Long Chen's shocked expression and smiled. But turning to look at his people, his smile disappeared and he coldly said, Xiao Fei, as the future leader of the tribe, how could you be so impetuous as to go out during such a dangerous time? You made Xiaoling go searching for you with so many people. Do you realize that your actions brought danger to every one of them? Toward the end, his voice became an icy shout. Xiao Fei's actions had clearly infuriated him. Everyone was silent for a moment, not daring to say anything. But Xiao Jiyu had a hard-to-notice smile on his face. Xiao Fei knelt on the ground, but he stubbornly said, Old tribe leader, I don't want to be the tribe's heir, nor do I have the ability to. You can call me selfish. You can say I don't know how to handle things. I, Xiao Fei, accept my punishment. Xiao Fei didn't confess to anything, nor did he try explaining, nor did he bother asking for leniency. His eyes were completely calm as he looked at the old tribe leader. You. The old tribe leader looked at the obstinate Xiao Fei and didn't know what to do. In his eyes, Xiao Fei looked too similar to his deceased father. Old tribe leader, although Xiao Fei was impulsive, he had good intentions. Now, we've obtained the 7-star red spider lily nectar, and the Xiao tribe didn't suffer any loss. It's best to have the merit cancel the punishment, implored one tribe elder. He was just lucky this time. To have his companions risk death just because of a selfish whim is a trait unsuitable for a leader. If our tribe allowed such a person to lead us, wouldn't that terrify us all? How many of us could accept such a thing? Xiao Jiyu was the first to retort. At the same time, there were also quite a few other young disciples who stood out. They obviously didn't look favorably upon Xiao Fei. That was because Xiao Fei wasn't very strong. He could only count as average within his generation. It wasn't enough to convince them. With this many people retorting, Xiaoling wanted to say something, but anything she could say would be useless. As a tribe's leader, the first requirement was the power that convinced everyone that they should be the number one figure. The next most important requirement was to be calm, steady, and experienced. Xiao Fei didn't meet any of those requirements. Xiao Yu also couldn't say anything. She wanted to beg for leniency, yet she knew doing so would be useless. TCH. Just as quite a few people were hurling abuse, a snicker rang out. Everyone looked toward the source of that snicker. It was from Long Chen. "What are you snickering about?" raged Xiao Jiyu. "Naturally, I'm snickering about you idiots. I look down on you hypocritical saints the most," sneered Long Chen. "What do you think you're talking about? This is our Xiao tribe's matter. An invader like you has no right to speak," shouted Xiao Jiyu. Killing intent erupted from him. It could be said that after Long Chen slapped his face, his hatred for him had been carved into his bones and engraved in his heart. "Your Xiao tribe, so you know that you're a member of the Xiao tribe. I actually thought that you were an invader. To want to beat your own people to the brink of death for the slightest mistake, your Xiao tribe's people really know how to play around. I must say, your skin is even thicker than mine," sneered Long Chen. "You," raged Xiao Jiyu. "Young friend, do you have any suggestions?" asked the old tribe leader politely. "You want to hear them?" asked Long Chen. "All right, then I'll properly discuss this with you." Long Chen walked over to Xiao Fei in front of everyone's gazes. Chapter 794 Challenge. Seeing Long Chen standing out, Xiao Yu was both grateful and afraid. It was unexpected that the person to speak up for Xiao Fei would be an outsider. Xiao Ling had a complicated expression. Long Chen was the first one from the outside world permitted to enter the Xiao tribe in all of history. She didn't know whether what she had done was right or wrong anymore. "Big brother Long Chen." Xiao Fei was stunned. "Get up when you speak." Long Chen arrived in front of Xiao Fei. "I committed a mistake. I should be punished." "A mistake? What mistake?" asked Long Chen. "Originally, I thought you were a man, which is the only reason I saved you. But now I find that you're a coward. You really disappoint me." "I'm not a coward," exclaimed Xiao Fei. "Did you think that just because you could fight against enemies unafraid of death that you're not a coward? Did you think that just because you didn't abandon your companion that you weren't a coward? But you say your decisions were wrong just because someone criticized you. How are you not a coward? You risked your life to gather the 7-star red spider lily nectar to save someone. You couldn't bear to see someone close to you suffer the pain of having their soul torn. Let me ask you, if you had to choose again, would you do it again?" asked Long Chen. Xiao Fei was stunned, but then he nodded. "As long as I can stop Aunt Qing from suffering that pain, then even if I had to die, I would be willing. If I had to choose again, I would make the same decision." An uproar erupted. It was unexpected that Xiao Fei was actually so obstinate. He didn't feel any regret. "Xiao Fei, you are the future leader of the tribe. If you ignore the big picture, you will bring danger to the entire Xiao tribe. You aren't suited to leading the tribe," said the old tribe leader. Xiao Fei shouted, "I never wanted to lead the tribe. I don't have any great ambitions or goals. Ever since my father died, you all started looking down on me. The only one who always took care of me was Aunt Qing. But the rest of you treated me as a tool that had to cultivate all out every day. It's been 10 years already. I've long since had enough. If it weren't for Aunt Qing always looking after me, encouraging me, I'd have long since gone crazy because of you. Just because my father was the tribe leader, why do I have to be the next tribe leader? Did you ever ask me if I wanted to? Did you ever ask me what I wanted? I'm just an ordinary cultivator. Must you force a chicken into becoming an eagle? You're the selfish ones. Do you know what it's like to go all out cultivating but still be thrown into the distance by your peers? Do you know how many times I thought about taking my own life? There are so many geniuses in the tribe. Pick one of them. Why does it have to be me? Only Aunt Qing understood me, protected me, and loved me. If I want to die for her, what does it have to do with you? If I die, then I die. Did I ask you to save me? I just wanted to save Aunt Qing. I just want her to not have to suffer. If I had to die, I'd be willing. It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Fei became more and more emotional as he spoke. Towards the end, years of grievance began to spill out. Everyone was silent. 10 years ago, Xiao Fei had just been a child. Thinking of how everyone had looked at him with such disappointment and resentment as he didn't improve, it truly was a bit unfair. But what other way was there? He was the tribe leader's son. Originally, the old tribe leader had already given up his position. But then the new tribe leader had died in battle. And so the old tribe leader had no choice but to take up the mantle again. That was why everyone called him old tribe leader instead of tribe leader. Long Chen patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. "A man should be manly. What are you crying about? Crying is for the weak. The strong are the ones who make others cry. Since you were born a man, You have to understand that you were born to be a man capable of supporting heaven and earth. Suffering and grievances are your trials. Only once you pass those trials can you become strong. Weak people don't get strong just because they want to. They have to have a reason to get stronger. Wipe away those things in your eyes. Don't start bawling because of a little grievance. You're a man. Grievances have to be stuffed inside. Yes, big brother Long Chen. I'll listen to you. Xiao Fei wiped away his tears and stood up. For some unknown reason, having Long Chen by his side gave him endless confidence. He trusted that Long Chen's words were correct. Long Chen definitely wouldn't trick him. At this time, the Xiao tribe's experts were all silent. More people were starting to walk out from the interior of the Xiao tribe. They tightly surrounded them. Long Chen looked at those people and said, Xiao Fei is still a child. Although I'm not sure why you're all pushing him so hard, if my guess is right, his body must be special. He should possess immense potential, which is why you're pushing him to be your tribe leader. Everyone was surprised by his words. Many of them were startled, not understanding what he was saying. They turned to look at the old tribe leader and the elders. The old tribe leader nodded slightly. Yes, Xiao Fei possesses an immense energy within him. Once it's activated, his accomplishments will very likely surpass the previous tribe leader. He would become the strongest expert born from our Xiao tribe since the immemorial path was sealed. Unfortunately, he sighed. The other elders were also somber. They naturally had their own secret troubles for them to force Xiao Fei to work so hard. Currently, Xiao Fei was just a rank 1 celestial. If he was unable to awaken as a rank 3 celestial by the time he was 16, he would forever be a rank 1 celestial. Within the immemorial path, there was the remnant spiritual chi from the immortal era. The children here would automatically awaken as celestials by the time they were 9 years old. But normally, they would only be rank 1 celestials. Amongst 10,000 people, perhaps only one person would awaken as a rank 2 celestial. As for Xiao Fei's father, he had been a terrifying rank 3 celestial. Xiao Fei was his only son, and within his body flowed his father's blood. A terrifying energy was hidden within him, and once it was activated, he would also become a rank 3 celestial. The third rank was the limit for these indigenous people. They suffered under the laws of the immemorial path, and so they were unable to break through to the fourth rank. But as time passed, Xiao Fei grew older, and there was still no sign of his awakening. That energy within him was dormant. That made the higher-ups of the tribe extremely worried. So they had increased the pressure on Xiao Fei more and more. They hoped he would awaken that energy under their pressure. Now, Xiao Fei was already 15 years old. They no longer hoped he could awaken as a rank 3 celestial. Just becoming a rank 2 celestial would make them happy. In truth, all these elders cared deeply about Xiao Fei. That was why they were so angry that Xiao Fei would suddenly disappear to go gather the 7-star red spider lily nectar at such a time. They were afraid of something unexpected happening to him. Since you don't want to be the future tribe leader, then fine. The old tribe leader is present. Let's choose a new successor, said Xiao Jiyu suddenly. His intentions were obvious. Amongst the junior generation, he was the strongest. Although they were all rank 1 celestials, the only one who could slightly suppress him was Xiao Ling. But there was no precedent of a female tribe leader in the Xiao tribe. There's no need for that. You don't have the qualifications, said Long Chen disdainfully. What nonsense. How do I not qualify? Raged Xiao Jiyu. Firstly, you're impatient, hot-tempered, and tyrannical. You like to conduct yourself according to your temper, which is the typical style of a tyrant. Secondly, you are selfish and apathetic to anyone else. Xiao Fei is the last generation's tribe leader's son. Even the old tribe leader has said that the previous tribe leader died in battle. Xiao Fei is so pitiful, but you still hit him when he's down, fighting for his position. Thirdly, a tribe leader should possess a benevolent heart, a heart for the tribe, a heart to protect the tribe to their death. Xiao Fei is willing to throw away his life for his family. Do you have that courage? Fourthly, and this is the most important one, you're not strong enough. Compared to Xiao Fei, you are greatly lacking. Long Chen shook his head contemptuously. The first 3 points were well said. Everyone had been nodding inside, feeling that Long Chen's words were correct. But his last point was doubtful. Xiao Jiyu was a late sea expansion expert, and he was a rank 1 celestial. Furthermore, his combat power was also excellent. Was Long Chen getting things backward by saying Xiao Jiyu was weaker than Xiao Fei? The old tribe leader was silent. He just calmly watched. As for the white-eyed elder by his side, he hadn't said a word from the start. His eyes didn't even move. It was as if he was truly blind. Bullshit. How can I be weaker than him? If you can't accept that, then let's have a fight right now. The loser doesn't have the qualifications to be the tribe leader, sneered Xiao Jiyu. His words were quite smart. It wasn't very realistic for him to suggest that he become the tribe leader just because he won. But once he eliminated Xiao Fei from the competition, then there was no one else more qualified than him in the junior generation. The tribe leader position would still be his. Furthermore, this suggestion wasn't objectionable. I never wanted to be the tribe leader. If you want that position, you can take it. Said Xiao Fei. Little brother, this time you're wrong. The tribe leader position is like a peach. Even if you don't eat it, you can give it to others. That's called magnanimity, but if someone wants to snatch it from you before your offering, then the flavor changes. Then it's not magnanimity, but cowardice. Furthermore, even if it's for no one else, I'm sure your Aunt Qing also has great expectations for you. She has definitely been looking forward to the day that you succeed the tribe leader position and bring the tribe to glory, said Long Chen. When Long Chen mentioned Xiao Qing, Xiao Fei's eyes reddened. He clearly cared deeply about Aunt Qing. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll go all out." Xiao Fei walked over to Xiao Jiyu, overflowing with battle intent, startling everyone. For Xiao Fei to fight Xiao Jiyu was just asking to be humiliated. Ha ha ha, good, then let me see just what you'll use to go all out against me, laughed Xiao Jiyu. Xiao Fei had only just taken a few steps when he was held back by Long Chen. What are you doing? I'm going to go all out against him. For Aunt Qing, I'll be the tribe leader, said Xiao Fei. What's the point? You can't beat him. Long Chen shook his head. Xiao Fei was befuddled. Just now, hadn't he encouraged him? Why was he pouring ice water over him now? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say any more to that child. To Xiao Jiyu, he said, "It seems you didn't understand what I meant when I said that you were weaker than him. In this world, there are two kinds of power. One is your own strength, and one is outer strength. Xiao Fei's own strength isn't as great as yours, but he has outer strength." Outer strength? Asked a confused Xiao Jiyu. Hee, that outer strength is me. Long Chen lazily smiled and patted himself on the chest. Chapter 795 Mysterious Riddle. It was unknown if it was because the Xiao tribe had been isolated from the outside world for so long, but they didn't really understand Long Chen's words. Long Chen continued, "Xiao Fei is one of you indigenous people, and you're all mortal enemies with us outsiders. But his courage to fight and not abandon his companion while being chased down won him my admiration. So I helped him, and he became my brother. When my little brother has difficulties, as the big brother, I naturally can't just watch. So, I will take Xiao Fei's place in this battle. I'm sure you have no problem with that, right brother?" Big brother Long Chen. Xiao Fei hadn't expected Long Chen to look after him so much. His eyes reddened. In the entire Xiao clan, there were few people who would treat him so well. "Don't do anything embarrassing. Men should be men. I helped you because you reminded me of my younger self. However, my situation was 10 times worse than yours. I can help you once, but next time, you'll have to help yourself. Men can only rely on themselves after all." Long Chen patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. Looking at Xiao Fei, Long Chen felt like he was looking back at his younger self. Although their ages were a bit different, the extent of his plaintive misery was similar to his. One was pushed by his family, and one was pushed by his environment. That feeling was like they were a dog being trapped in an alley. That kind of feeling of having no way out was something that could only be understood through experience. Ha ha ha, fine, I've long since found you unlikable. Since you want to take Xiao Fei's place, get over here. Laughed Xiao Jiyu, a sinister light shone in his eyes. Previously, Long Chen's slap had almost broken his whole head. The pain was one thing, but that humiliation could make a person crazy. When Long Chen first developed his divine face slapping art, he hadn't made it with any intention of killing people. It was a move specialized toward dealing with those arrogant people who liked to cultivate by looking down on others. After so long, it had reached the divine level. Its killing power didn't lay in physical pain, but in ruining that arrogant heart. Long Chen wouldn't easily bring out this face-slapping art to use against just anyone, but some people were just too hateful. Long Chen couldn't even help himself. "Don't, Long Chen. Xiao Jiyu is a late-sea expansion expert, and he can release his full power here. He's completely different from when you first encountered him, warned Xiaoling. Long Chen smiled slightly toward her to express his thanks and then turned toward the old tribe leader. Will you allow me to take Xiao Fei's place to fight? The old tribe leader hesitated. For an outsider to participate in this kind of battle was extremely inappropriate. He had saved Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu, and if he was injured from this, their Xiao tribe would become people who repaid gratitude with enmity. He was just about to open his mouth when the white-eyed elder said, "Young people can play around with themselves." The old tribe leader no longer hesitated upon hearing that. Then let's switch locations. This isn't the right place for a fight. Very quickly, Long Chen found himself being brought to a wide space. It was an extremely simple and ordinary land, but it was definitely far enough. He could fight to his heart's content here. Looking at Long Chen, the old tribe leader bitterly smiled to the elder beside him. Old brother, don't let them play around to the point that my Xiao tribe ends up infamous for being ungracious. I don't have that many years left, and I want to be able to face the ancestors in the future. Don't worry, my heaven eyes are not for nothing. These past few days, I've been feeling uneasy, feeling like something was about to happen. But despite careful calculations, I didn't learn anything. I then suddenly had an impulse to come and see you to reminisce about the old days. But now that this person has appeared, I finally understand that the reason I came was because fate brought me here, said the white-eyed elder. The old tribe leader was startled. Fate brought you here, you mean you've been drawn into this? Doesn't the Heavenite tribe cultivate the secret arts to peer into the heavens? How could you be drawn within the scope of the heavenly Taos? The Heavenite tribe possessed an ancient inheritance. Those who cultivated the Heavenite art all needed to blind their own eyes. That was because the Heavenite tribe's people believed that the eyes were the things that tricked people the most. The things they saw were just an appearance, and it was easy to be misled. They took on the position of spectators in the world. The Heavenite tribe's experts could divine fate, so their position was extremely high. But they rarely divined anything for other people. That was because they considered themselves people outside the heavenly Taos. They couldn't interfere in the matters of the heavenly Taos, or they would invoke karma. That karma would definitely come at a price. The heavenly Taos, everyone says that they cultivate the Tao, but by the end, they don't even know what Tao they're cultivating. How could we vainly discuss the heavenly Taos? My Heavenite tribe is just a branch from the ancestors. The cultivation technique we have is incomplete, so our skills are limited. You've overestimating me. According to my understanding, escaping from the heavenly Taos is like a chess piece that jumps off the chessboard, only to find that they are a chess piece on an even larger chessboard. This chess piece might have clearly seen its original chessboard, but it's unable to see the bigger chessboard. So no matter how we cultivate, we're all on that chessboard. When I saw this youth called Long Chen, I suddenly thought of a certain thing. Do you still remember that legend? Asked the elder. Are you talking about the words your Heavenite tribe's ancestor left behind before ascending? Asked the old tribe leader. The white-eyed elder nodded. Yes, right before the old tribe leader ascended, he left behind 4 lines. The dragon swims through the mortal world, the immemorial revives, lightning breaks the sky, the end of the 10 worlds. Although the ancestor ascended countless years ago, no one managed to comprehend the true meaning behind his last words. That ancestor was someone who personally witnessed the destruction of the immemorial path. His last words have to have some meaning. Furthermore, the legends say that the ancestor was in the midst of divining something when he hurriedly recited those lines and completely ascended away. The old tribe leader quietly recited, "The dragon swims through the mortal world, the immemorial revives, lightning breaks the sky, the end of the 10 worlds. The dragon swims through the mortal world. The dragon swims through the mortal world." Long Chen. The old tribe leader was startled. Did that line really refer to Long Chen? It's too early to say anything now. It could just be a coincidence. But when the ancestor ascended, he was extremely hurried. He didn't leave behind any clues. Even after all this time, no one understands the meaning. As for this Long Chen, it's true that he came a bit out of nowhere, but there's nothing strange to it. To put it according to my Heavenite tribe's viewpoint, understanding the past from the consequences is easy. It's predicting the consequences of the past that is difficult. There are thousands of possibilities. A single change can bring forth countless possibilities, said the white-eyed elder. Then are you saying that Long Chen's arrival here is due to the unseen hand of fate? I wouldn't dare to say something like that so early on. So we should just continue watching. If Long Chen really is the one the ancestors' words foretold, then he is also the key to solving the riddle of his final words. The white-eyed elder looked at Long Chen. Countless red strands condensed within his eyes, slowly forming red pupils. Long Chen and Xiao Jiyu were looking at each other. In the distance, Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu were tightly clenching their fists. They were nervous for Long Chen. Here in their homeland, Xiao Jiyu would be able to release 100% of his strength. Xiao Ling was also worried. She had never expected things to reach this point. This was completely out of her prediction. She had thought that since Long Chen had saved Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu, and especially since Xiao Fei was the future tribe leader, he would be rewarded by the tribe with some compensation and perhaps some help regarding the immemorial path. In the end, everyone would be happy, and the Xiao tribe wouldn't owe him anything. But now, for Xiao Fei, Long Chen was actually fighting their Xiao tribe's strongest junior generation member. Things had progressed completely out of her control. Long Chen, now I'll return the humiliation you've given me 10 times. But don't worry, I won't kill you. That is our Xiao tribe's pride, ha ha ha. Sneered Xiao Jiyu. Within his generation, other than Xiao Ling, there was no one else that could fight him. So he always considered himself as the future leader of the Xiao tribe. That was also why he continuously suppressed Xiao Fei. As for the higher-ups, they silently accepted his actions in order to motivate Xiao Fei and see if he could awaken his latent power. Unfortunately, Xiao Fei's potential continued to remain dormant after all this time. Their hopes for him were growing remote. During this time, Xiao Jiyu had raised his reputation in the tribe and was already the junior generation's leader. So of course his pride was provoked back when Long Chen had almost killed him. The suppression of the heavenly Daos had weakened him, and if it hadn't been for Xiao Fei's shout, he would already be dead. That was his greatest setback. Then, upon returning to the tribe, Long Chen had slapped him in the face. That had destroyed any bit of his remaining pride. Although he couldn't kill Long Chen with the old tribe leader present, he had already thought things through. He would completely humiliate Long Chen. He would make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. A sinister light shone in his eyes. He could already see the scene of Long Chen kneeling and begging him. Just looking at Xiao Gu's sinister smile, Long Chen knew exactly what he was thinking. He sneered, "You can also be at ease, because I also won't kill you. After all, I disdain killing petty people like you." His words immediately caused quite a few people's expressions to change. He was intentionally provoking Xiao Jiyu. If Xiao Jiyu accidentally killed him, then the Xiao tribe's name would be tarnished. As expected, Xiao Jiyu immediately became enraged. His aura erupted and the space behind him trembled. An illusory scene of a 30-mile sea appeared. A projection of the Qi Sea. Only a celestial could summon such a clear projection. That sea was a reflection of his true Qi Sea. It was the specific manifestation of a sea expansion expert. When their full strength erupted, their Qi Sea would also surge, forming a link with heaven and earth, giving them the greatest possible strength. An ordinary Shantian expert's Qi Sea would only be a few dozen meters wide. But once they reached sea expansion, through constant expansion, they could increase that by tens or even hundreds of times. Naturally, an increase in the size of the Qi Sea represented an increase in spiritual yuan. In the Shantian realm, due to a lack of spiritual yuan, it would be difficult to release powerful moves. But sea expansion experts could release those moves easily. Now, Xiao Jiyu had released his aura, and runes began to surge around him, scouring heaven and earth. His spear pierced toward Long Chen. Recall that Long equals dragon and Chen equals dust as in the dust of the mortal world. Chapter 796 Incomparably Domineering. Seeing Xiao Gu's erupting aura, Long Chen was filled with battle intent. This was his first time fighting a sea expansion celestial. The Bloodkill Hall's Huang Junmo had managed to kill dozens of sea expansion celestials. That was enough to prove that he was a terrifying expert. Now, facing Xiao Jiyu, Long Chen's battle intent was provoked. This was a test for him. This would allow him to learn the difference between him and Huang Junmo. Although he had exchanged blows with Shui Yu, neither of them had been in their peak state. That battle didn't count. One reason he was fighting Xiao Jiyu was because he was an idiot who kept targeting him, and another reason was for Xiao Fei. But the main reason was to test his own power. His divine ring erupted into existence, causing a resonance between heaven and earth. A powerful aura soared into the sky, shaking the land. Everyone, including the old tribe leader and the white-eyed elder, was shocked. They had never seen such a technique. Split the heavens. Facing a sea expansion celestial, Long Chen immediately started fighting all out. A saber image tore into the sky. It was like space was being torn apart, and raging chi waves erupted as it slashed down on Xiao Jiyu. Break! Xiao Jiyu roared, and the sound of the raging sea waves came from the manifestation behind him. Boom! An immense explosion erupted when his spear struck that saber. Just the sound wave caused some people to almost faint. This caused those tribesmen to be startled. This place might appear simple, but there were ancient formations present that restricted the shockwaves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have them fight here. But even so, enough of their power still went through the formations to shake the weaker disciples into turning pale and retreating. What a terrifying will! Does he walk the undefeatable Tao? The old tribe leader was startled. Although he was near his death, his vision was still sharp. He saw the undefeatable will that came from deep within Long Chen. In front of that will, it was like all worlds would have to lower their heads to him, as if the 9 heavens and 10 lands would have to crawl beneath his feet. It was terrifying, but the undefeatable Tao was also something impossible to tread to the end. After all, just who could manage to reach the level above the heavens? Its aura is similar, but it's different. That isn't a will to stand above the heavens, but a powerful desire to exterminate all worlds, said the white-eyed elder. From the start, the red light in his eyes had been focused on Long Chen. The old tribe leader was startled. The Heavenite tribe's people rarely looked at people with their naked eyes. As for this old man, he was an exceedingly terrifying figure. He was actually unstintingly using up his core energy to activate his heaven eyes to keep watch on Long Chen's movements. He clearly viewed him importantly. Looking at the domineering Long Chen who appeared godlike under his divine ring, Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu's eyes shone with worship. With his powerful will surging out of him, each one of Long Chen's movements, whether it was the single glance or a single hair flying in the wind, appeared exceedingly domineering. Let alone 2 youngsters like Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu, even the tribe elders had never seen such a domineering person. Just watching him fight made them feel like their blood was boiling. The only person who didn't feel that way was Xiao Jiyu. Not only that, but his blood didn't feel hot at all. His heart became icy cold. As soon as he exchanged blows with Long Chen, he felt like he was no longer fighting a human, but a supreme god. He was completely suppressed by Long Chen's imposingness and was unable to fully release his power. Long Chen's gaze was like a sharp blade icily staring at Xiao Jiyu. His saber was still locked against his spear. You only have this little ability. You're much weaker than I thought. Long Chen frowned. Xiao Jiyu was intimidated by his will and had become timid. He was actually such a coward. Bullshit. Don't think that you can look down on me, Xiao Jiyu. Roared Xiao Jiyu furiously. Long Chen's words were like another slap in his face. His fury caused him to forget his trepidation. He increased the power of his spear, wanting to send Long Chen flying. But even when wielding his saber with one hand, Long Chen was immovable. No matter how Xiao Jiyu tried, he wasn't able to budge him. Xiao Gu's fury soared. Although it was just one move, he was immediately suppressed. Thinking of his big words, he roared, his veins bulging and his power leaping again. Following Xiao Gu's increase in power, the ground beneath them started to crack, and the cracks rapidly spread. Heavens, what level of power is this? Even the formations are losing effect. The junior generation of the Xiao tribe were all shocked. Big brother Long Chen is too strong. Xiao Yu covered her mouth, filled with worship. The image of this domineering Long Chen was deeply imprinted in her mind now. She would never be able to forget it. The ground was constantly shaking as their auras grew stronger and stronger. The disciples instinctively retreated further and further away, feeling an intense danger. But Long Chen still wasn't moving. He was still using only one hand. No matter how the ground crumbled, no matter how Xiao Jiyu struggled, he was still steady. Long Chen's cultivation base had reached the 10th heaven stage of Shantian, and the Enlightenment Palace star had reached the 3rd transformation. His power had exceeded his own expectations. This Long Chen hasn't even summoned his heavenly Tao runes yet. He's shockingly powerful, cried the old tribe leader. Someone like him isn't able to condense heavenly Tao runes. And even if he could, he would disdain using that move. His Tao is different from everyone else's. Even though I've cultivated my heaven eyes to the 4th realm, I still can't clearly see his Tao. This means he walks an extremely unorthodox path. Such a person will either be destroyed by the heavenly Taos, or destroy the heavenly Taos. There's no third option. The red light in the white-eyed elder's eyes suddenly grew to a frightening brilliance before he suddenly closed his eyes. 2 streams of blood flowed out. It's fine. It's just regretful that not only am I unable to see his past, but I am also unable to see his future. I even ended up with a backlash and won't be able to use these eyes for a while, said the white-haired elder calmly. He then laughed, but, hee, this is a good thing. The more mysterious this Long Chen's origins are, the more likely he is related to the ancestors' words. Perhaps he'll be able to solve that riddle. To gain that in exchange for losing these eyes for a few decades is worth it. As the white-eyed elder spoke with the old tribe leader, Xiao Jiyu had finally reached a berserk point. He was unable to accept this reality. Divine Sea, return. The Qi Sea manifestation behind Xiao Jiyu suddenly flowed back into his body. His manifestation disappeared, but it was like a volcano was erupting within Xiao Jiyu. Long Chen was startled. An immense power sent him flying. So Sea expansion celestials actually had such a technique. Although he had never seen this move before, he instantly understood its purpose. While the Qi Sea's manifestation was outside, it was like a separate body. The projection was used to absorb energy from the outside world. That way the Sea expansion expert would theoretically have access to an inexhaustible source of energy. But another purpose of this manifestation was to bring it back into the body, and any energy that had been absorbed and stored within it would instantly enter the body and allow the user to release an immense power. Xiao Jiyu had done this, allowing him to release unprecedented power. But the flaw of this move was that he had lost access to that inexhaustible source of energy from the outside world. Furthermore, once he used this move, there was no way he could bring out his manifestation again in the short term. Originally, Xiao Jiyu had been planning on having an immense battle against Long Chen and slowly showing his powerful techniques. But then he had been suppressed in the beginning, and nothing he had tried had managed to reverse the tides. So he had been forced to use his final technique. Xiao Gu's wings shook and he went after Long Chen. Countless spear images shot out from his spear. There were tens of thousands of spear images that filled the entire sky. A terrifying pressure caused space to tremble. 1,000 spears pierced the soul. Those spear images actually began to superimpose, condensing into his original spear. That spear's aura immediately shot up. Now it's troublesome. Xiao Gu's mastery of this move has actually reached such a level. Furthermore, with his divine sea manifestation returning within him, this attack will one-shot Long Chen. The old tribe leader was extremely startled. He hadn't expected that Xiao Jiyu would actually be able to reach the major mastery level of this technique with just the talent of a rank 1 celestial. There was no choice but to admit that he really was a genius. Don't worry, there definitely won't be any problem. If even I couldn't see his past or future, how could he die so easily? Said the white-eyed elder calmly. His eyes were still closed. At this moment, the final spear image finished merging into his spear. Xiao Jiyu roared and his spear pierced through space. With endless killing intent, it stabbed toward Long Chen. The instant he released this move, all the spectators felt a chill. Looking at this incomparably terrifying spear, battle intent soared out of Long Chen. He slowly raised his saber. His spiritual yuan instantly passed through 18 acupuncture points, and saber chi soared. Split the heavens too. Chapter 797 7-star sea lock. Even the sun lost its brightness in front of that saber. Its aura was one that enveloped all of heaven and earth. The experts from the Xiao tribe were all appalled. It wasn't just that saber's aura that was shocking. The most terrifying part about it was that it contained a will to shatter the restrictions of heaven and earth. In front of that will, anyone would feel like an ant. The saber image and spear image collided, and space let out a strange sound, a sound like something was shattering. Following that, a horrifying pressure descended that caused everyone's expressions to change. Long Chen and Xiao Gu's power had already surpassed the limit of what the barrier could tolerate. Their auras broke past the formations and charged forth. Any Shantian disciples would be directly crushed apart by it. It was at this moment that 2 of the Xiao tribe's elders took action. Runes flickered into existence, forming a huge barrier around everyone. Gale winds whistled past the barrier. The winds were like blades, and everyone winced whenever they clashed against the barrier. The 2 of them who had formed this defense were ancestor experts. However, even they were unable to block the piercing sound from that attack. The dust scattered, revealing Long Chen standing with his saber resting on his shoulder. His divine ring was still behind him, making him look like a god overlooking the rest of the world. There was a huge gorge in front of him, and at the end of that gorge was Xiao Jiyu, who was miserably crawling up, wildly vomiting blood. His spear had been completely destroyed. Everyone was silent, having never expected that someone as powerful as Xiao Jiyu would be so cleanly defeated. From the start, Long Chen had only used 2 moves. The first move had suppressed Xiao Jiyu, and the second move had defeated him. Everything had happened so quickly that it felt like it hadn't even started before it had ended. As expected, upon reaching the 10th heaven stage, my spiritual yuan has increased immensely. Not only has split the heavens increased in power, but I also don't have to kneel like a dog after I use it, thought Long Chen. While cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art, the differences between the first 9 heaven stages weren't so great. But after the 10th heaven stage, each level was practically a qualitative change. Just now, his usage of the second form of split the heavens had been twice as strong as when he had previously used it, and it had only used up 40% of his power. Most importantly, he hadn't even brought out the 4-star battle armor. He had wanted to test out this move before using that, but he hadn't expected that Xiao Jiyu would be defeated just from this testing move. In truth, Long Chen had forgotten one thing. He had drunk over 10 bowls of peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir within the trial cave, allowing his body to reach a flawless point. His power had unconsciously risen a great deal. Xiao Jiyu coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. This attack had almost caused his body to break apart, and his internal injuries were extremely heavy. But as a celestial, he could still heal these injuries by sacrificing his core energy. However, while he could recover from his injuries, he couldn't recover his spiritual yuan so quickly. He had already used his trump card of returning his Qi projection within him. Therefore, he wasn't able to summon the manifestation of his Qi again for a while. Without that, what was he supposed to use to fight Long Chen? This time, Xiao Gu's defeat was absolute. There was nothing he could say against him. Looking at Long Chen, he took a deep breath and said, "I've lost." Long Chen nodded. "Not bad. You actually admitted defeat instead of trying to find a bunch of excuses or cursing. You can still count as a man." Others didn't feel anything when he said this. But Xiao Jiyu felt a chill inside. Just now, he really had been thinking about cursing him or finding an excuse. Then he would provoke the tribe's fury and borrow that fury to kill Long Chen. But then seeing Long Chen's calm face, he felt that to be a bit frightening, so he just obediently admitted defeat. "Xiao Jiyu, you're too narrow-minded. If you were the tribe leader, the entire Xiao tribe would be affected by your attitude, and they would start viewing everyone else as beneath them. If you were a true expert, then that would be one thing, because you could subdue all the surrounding powers to satisfy your desires. Perhaps then you really could lead the Xiao tribe to an unprecedented glory. Regretfully, you will never be able to become a true expert, because you don't know what makes a true expert," said Long Chen lightly. No one said anything, not even the elders. Only Long Chen's words continued to echo. Xiao Jiyu was infuriated upon hearing Long Chen say that he would never become an expert. But he quickly suppressed his fury. "Xiao Fei, come over here." Long Chen beckoned. Xiao Fei hastily ran over. He looked at Long Chen with worship. In his eyes, Long Chen was a god. "Close your eyes," said Long Chen. Although he didn't know what he wanted, Xiao Fei obediently closed his eyes. Long Chen pressed his finger to Xiao Fei's forehead. Xiao Fei's body immediately stiffened and became completely motionless. "What? Long Chen, how dare you kill him?" Everyone saw that Xiao Fei's spiritual aura completely vanished. In this world, only dead people didn't have spiritual auras. Just as everyone was about to go all out against Long Chen, the old tribe leader shouted, "Shut up. Just watch. Xiao Fei is fine." Only then did everyone halt. But they still found that they were unable to sense Xiao Fei's soul. They couldn't help being bewildered. The old tribe leader might not have much time left, but his vision wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. He knew that Long Chen had used some sort of special technique to seal Xiao Fei's soul, making him enter a state of quasi-death. Although he didn't know what he was doing, he felt that Long Chen wouldn't be so stupid. Not even an idiot would be so stupid as to kill a tribe member here in their homeland. Long Chen's actions caused Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling to jump in fright, but they also believed that Long Chen wouldn't harm Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was standing motionless. Long Chen's gaze swept over the Xiao tribe's people. In the end, his gaze landed on the elders. The reason Xiao Fei was unable to awaken the energy within him isn't his fault, but yours. You were the ones who mislead your disciple. Those elders' expressions sank. This Long Chen was truly too arrogant. He didn't even give them any face. There's no need to look at me like this. I rarely say anything wrong, because I don't like slapping my own face. Long Chen turned to look at Xiao Fei. Perhaps you don't want to accept what I just said. Then I'll let you properly see what the requirement to be an expert is. Long Chen pressed his finger 7 times around Xiao Fei's dantian. The old tribe leader couldn't help but cry, the 7-star sea lock. What is he doing? He's helping Xiao Fei activate the energy within him, said the white-eyed elder. But, to activate it, the first requirement is to activate the dantian. Why would he seal Xiao Fei's dantian instead? Asked the old tribe leader. Who knows, but I'm confident Long Chen is definitely trying to activate the energy within Xiao Fei's dantian. As for what method he's using, no one knows. This Long Chen is very strange. Although he's young, his realm is frighteningly high. There are no openings in any aspect of him for me to see through. He's a monster. I've never seen such a youth, sighed the white-eyed elder. The Heavenite tribe's strongest aspect was their ability to judge a person and see their past and future. Sometimes, they would help some tribes pick out disciples with immense potential. They practically never misjudged anyone. The white-eyed elder's status was particularly transcendent in his tribe. He had inspected countless people in his life, but he had run into a wall with Long Chen. Although I feel like a bit of a poser like this, I still advise you all to watch carefully. This might bring you endless benefits. After saying that, Long Chen began to circulate his spiritual strength. Xiao Fei's quasi-dead soul began to slowly revive. Black clouds shroud the sky in darkness. A storm of rain pours down. Millions of invaders are pouring into the Xiao tribe, bloody blades in their hands. Long Chen's soft voice resounded throughout their ears. Their hearts shook. As Long Chen spoke, they were drawn into a scene. The Xiao tribe was covered in black clouds releasing a torrent of rain. They could feel a bone-chilling iciness. They saw countless fierce invaders smiling sinisterly as they charged toward them. They were horrified and they hastily looked up. They saw that the sun was still burning brightly above them. There were no clouds at all. What profound spiritual strength, exclaimed one of the ancestor elders. Even he didn't have such robust spiritual strength. At the same time, they all realized Long Chen was using a hypnotic art on Xiao Fei. But Long Chen's spiritual strength was so powerful that even they were affected. The enemies are very fierce and strong. We can't stop their merciless slaughter. We can only watch as our tribesmen fall one by one. Xiao Fei's body began to shudder. Terror and fury surged out of him. The elders have fallen. The old tribe leader has also been killed. Sister Ling also died to protect everyone. Xiao Yu took a saber to protect you. Her blood still dyes your clothes scarlet. Her eyes are full of longing. No, Xiao Fei suddenly let out a heart-rending cry. Blood flowed out of his mouth from clenching his teeth too hard. The old tribe leader and the white-eyed elder finally nodded, realizing exactly what method Long Chen was using to activate the energy within Xiao Fei's dantian. Chapter 798 Reward. No, I'll kill all those brutes, roared Xiao Fei. His veins were bulging, his face twisted, and blood kept leaking out of the corner of his mouth. His gums had been split from clenching his teeth so hard, but he didn't notice. His whole body was trembling, but he was unable to move. It was like he was in a nightmare. Kill. What will you use to kill them? The enemies are so strong that even the elders weren't able to stop them. Do you think you, a rank 1 celestial, can stop them? You are just an ant in front of those invaders. You don't have the slightest ability to resist. Blood has dyed the land, and corpses litter the ground. Their eyes are full of unwillingness. The only ones left are you and Aunt Qing. Aunt Qing is heavily injured and on the ground. She looks at you with worry. Long Chen's soft voice resounded throughout. Although they knew he was using a hypnotic art, Long Chen's spiritual strength was too strong. Even though he wasn't focusing on them, they were infected by his voice. The scene of the Xiao tribe's destruction appeared in front of them. The Xiao tribe's warriors all erupted with battle intent, fury soaring in their eyes. Some disciples even automatically activated their cries of the heavenly Taos. Long Chen's hypnotism was just too strong. Some of the weaker disciples had to be held back by other experts. Chaos raged. They had never experienced such a thing. Even wide awake, they were hypnotized. It was obvious just how realistic the illusion Xiao Fei was under was. As Long Chen spoke, scene after scene played in Xiao Fei's head, spurring his emotions. Everything was incomparably real to him. Don't come here, Xiao Fei suddenly shouted, his arms opened. From his posture, it seemed like he was protecting Aunt Qing behind him. You're doing your best, but you're still too weak. You're unable to defeat your enemies. You can only watch as the evil invaders get closer and closer to Aunt Qing. Seeing Xiao Fei move, Long Chen's eyes brightened. His voice became even softer. No, you can't hurt Aunt Qing. Xiao Fei crazily roared, his arms waving through the air as if he was fighting back enemies. Do you want to get stronger? Long Chen's voice suddenly changed. He sounded holy and divine now, and absolutely unquestionable. I want to get stronger. I want to kill all of them. Xiao Fei continued to crazily swing his arms. There is a treasure house within your dantian. If you open it, you'll immediately become stronger, strong enough to kill all these powerful enemies, strong enough to protect your Aunt Qing, said Long Chen. I can't open it. I've tried for 10 years, but it still won't happen. What am I supposed to do? Roared Xiao Fei, his voice full of pain and panic. Long Chen sighed and turned to look at the old tribe leader and the elders. Those people all felt a burning sensation on their faces. In these past 10 years, they had always been pushing Xiao Fei to get stronger. As a result, it had caused a heart devil to form within Xiao Fei, and he had no hopes of opening his dantian anymore. That had added another layer of locks over his power. That made them turn red to the tips of their ears. They were filled with regret. If it weren't for that extra lock, Xiao Fei could have very likely awakened his energy just now from Long Chen's guidance. They hated themselves for being too inflexible, for being so hidebound. If they had tried the method Long Chen was using, perhaps Xiao Fei would have long since awakened his power. Now seeing that Xiao Fei had failed at this step, they had an urge to find a hole and bury themselves. Long Chen's previous ridicule hadn't been wrong. It was their fault. They had misled their disciple. Long Chen also hadn't expected Xiao Fei to have a heart devil at such a young age. Now it was a bit more problematic. But since things had reached this point, he definitely couldn't give up now. You couldn't open it before, but that doesn't mean you can't open it now. Quickly, Aunt Qing's life is in your hands. A trace of urgency entered Long Chen's voice. He needed to test whether or not the suppressed energy within Xiao Fei could be released. I want to save Aunt Qing, roared Xiao Fei. He tried to connect with his dantian. But after several failures, Xiao Fei's aura began to turn chaotic. Long Chen, Xiao Fei will end up crazy if this continues, warned one elder. Shut up, Long Chen shouted coldly. If it weren't for them having given Xiao Fei such a powerful heart devil, why would he have to do so much work? If he doesn't succeed, what about his face? Finding excuses wasn't Long Chen's style. Xiao Fei, I am Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly changed tones again. Brother Long, save me. Xiao Fei was delighted to hear Long Chen's voice. His chaotic aura slowly calmed down, and the signs of him growing bedeviled faded. I can't help you. The only one who can help you is yourself, said Long Chen. There are no buts. Do you trust me? Asked Long Chen. Then good. Listen carefully. There is immense power within your dantian. It is heavily locked right now and can't be opened. But with so many enemies before you, you must open it. That's the only way you can protect Aunt Qing. The ways you tried to open it before were wrong. Now I'll teach you the correct method. Insert your spiritual strength into your dantian. Use the same method you used to try to open it before, but for the last step, switch your left and right spiritual hands. Concentrate. Feel your energy constantly condensing. Condensing until all that energy is within your hands, said Long Chen. The elders couldn't help being stunned. The method they had taught him was wrong. The crucial point lay in the final point. Big brother Long Chen, it's still not working, said Xiao Fei. Very good, Xiao Fei. You've already condensed 100% of your energy. But to activate your potential, you need to condense 120%, said Long Chen. 120%? How was that possible? Everyone was stunned. If you don't know where that energy comes from, look back at Aunt Qing behind you. She's looking at you with worry, but also encouragement. She isn't worried about her own life, but yours. Are you really willing to let her fall to the hands of your enemies? Let your fury rage. You are a man. Show your domineeringness. You can release your greatest power when you want to protect the people you care about. Show your fangs. Release your roar. Make the mountains crumble beneath your feet. Make your enemies' souls dissipate. To protect Aunt Qing, you feel no fear inside. What are you still waiting for? Explode with your power. Open the seal. Long Chen's voice grew louder and louder. It resonated with heaven and earth. It was like the roar of gods, and everyone present was infected by it. Their blood began to boil, and battle intent surged out of them. Seal, open. What startled everyone was that Xiao Fei suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely scarlet like the eyes of a devil. His roar shook the heaven. This is the revival of the ancestors' bloodline. The old tribe leader shot up, his body trembling. Xiao Fei's runes surged out of him. They were like huge rivers surging into the dome of the sky. A terrifying pressure descended. Every member of the Xiao tribe, other than the old tribe leader, knelt on the ground, looking at him excitedly. Long Chen thought they were being grateful to him, but then he realized they had been affected by this bloodline inheritance. Runes of 3 colors formed a huge image behind Xiao Fei. That image was a bit indistinct, so it wasn't possible to see what it clearly was. The tribe diagram. It's actually the tribe diagram. The old tribe leader was so moved that tears began to flow out of his old eyes. Don't get too excited, or it'll shorten your lifespan, advised the white-eyed elder. Hehe, Xiao Fei has awakened as a rank 3 celestial, and he's also revived the long-lost tribe diagram. Even if I died right now, I'd be happy, said the old tribe leader. He was unable to suppress his excitement. Your enemies are annihilated. You can sleep. When you awaken, everything will be in the past and seem like a dream. When you awaken from your dream, everything will be very normal. You'll find that everyone in the tribe is alive. Aunt Qing is by your side. They're all looking after you, said Long Chen softly. Xiao Fei's furious aura calmed down, and he slowly closed his scarlet eyes. He collapsed into Xiao Ling's arms. Long Chen, you're our Xiao tribe's greatest benefactor. Please accept this. Xiao Ling actually knelt just like that toward Long Chen. It wasn't just Xiao Ling. Long Chen was startled to see even the old tribe leader kneel. Long Chen hastily ran forward and pulled the old tribe leader up. You're shortening my longevity, complained Long Chen. In truth, he very much disliked this kind of etiquette. Other than parents in heaven and earth, how could you kneel to anyone else? The old tribe leader saw through Long Chen's intentions and said, we must kneel to express our gratitude. You don't know just how much you've done for our Xiao tribe. You must accept this gratitude. No, you should all get up. I only kneel to my parents. As for heaven and earth, haha, let's not talk about that. Xiao Fei is fine, and I'm also very busy. To tell the truth, I urgently need a detailed map of the immemorial path and any areas with value, laughed Long Chen. He found that his face was becoming thicker by the day. He directly asked for the benefits without feeling the slightest embarrassment. Ha ha ha, how could just a map express our Xiao tribe's gratitude? Long Chen, stay for a few days so we can properly thank you, laughed the old tribe leader. Chapter 799 Secrets of the Immemorial Path. Long Chen stayed behind. The gratitude the Xiao tribe felt toward him could no longer be expressed with words. Even Xiao Jiyu had respectfully came up to Long Chen and apologized. Although he was a narrow-minded person and intolerant, as soon as someone suppressed him, he wouldn't cause any waves. Furthermore, he was still a member of the Xiao tribe. The tribe's glory was his glory. Perhaps he would become a capable subordinate to Xiao Fei in the future. Following this, the Xiao tribe entered a state of celebration. Long Chen found it curious that so many women and children suddenly appeared in the Xiao tribe. Xiao Yu told Long Chen that each time the immemorial path was opened, they would send away some of their people, leaving behind only the stronger ones. They had only been called back now that Xiao Fei had awakened as a rank 3 celestial so that they could all celebrate. The next day, Xiao Fei woke up. He looked refreshed and radiant, no longer appearing like his previous weak and feeble self. Even his gaze had become sharper and contained a slight domineering aspect. At the same time as Xiao Fei came out, a woman in her 30s also followed. She was the one Xiao Fei called Aunt Qing, and the one he viewed as close as a mother. She had already used the 7-star red spider lily nectar to temporarily suppress the pain of her soul, and so she had awakened from her semi-conscious state. When she had learned of what had happened with Xiao Fei, she had come out with him to express her thanks. You're too courteous, Aunt Qing. This was all thanks to Xiao Fei. And don't criticize him, he's a man now, one capable of bearing the responsibility of his own actions. Long Chen smiled. It's true, Aunt Qing. Big brother Long Chen said I'm a man, so you don't need to scold me anymore. Xiao Fei followed up. When Aunt Qing had first learned that Xiao Fei had risked his life to relieve her pain, she had been gratified and enraged. First, she had scolded Xiao Fei viciously, but then she had softened. Aunt Ching, you failed to attack Foundation Forging, but your immortal platform is still there. I'll refine some pills for you that will allow you to directly reach Foundation Forging, said Long Chen. Really? Do you know alchemy? Asked Aunt Ching. A bit, laughed Long Chen. That's great, our Xiao tribe will have another ancestor-level expert, said Xiao Fei excitedly. However, because you'll be relying on medicinal energy to make up for your failure, your power will be a bit lacking compared to those who flawlessly advanced. Furthermore, the Foundation Forging realm is different from other realms. Once there's a flaw, it can't be fixed. It's very likely you'll never be able to advance to the king level, said Long Chen. You don't need to worry about that. The immemorial path has its own laws. The people here cannot advance to become kings, said Aunt Ching. Long Chen was startled. How was it that the immemorial path was so strange? It was clearly its own world, so why were there such strange laws that didn't allow people to progress? Long Chen, the old tribe leader is calling for you, said a disciple from the Xiao tribe respectfully. Long Chen was an honored guest of the Xiao tribe now. Even elders would bow when they saw him and treat him respectfully. Long Chen still wasn't used to it. Following that disciple, he arrived at the old tribe leader's residence. Within a large room, the old tribe leader and the white-eyed elder were sitting on a blanket. Please, sit, the old tribe leader smiled. Hee hee, one of my strong points is not standing on courtesy, laughed Long Chen. Just like that, he sat. Please don't be offended by my eyes. I have an illness and can't open them, explained the white-eyed elder. You're too courteous. By closing your eyes, you'll seem more amiable, said Long Chen humbly. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. He had become stupid again. The white-eyed elder bitterly smiled. Are you cursing us in a roundabout way, saying that we look sinister with our eyes open? Long Chen was about to explain when the old tribe leader said, Don't be nervous. We don't treat you as an outsider. We just want to chat and learn about the outside world's situation. Speaking of which world do you come from? Long Chen was startled. Which world? I don't really know. Then what is the main landmass of your world called? I've heard that it's called the Martial Heaven Continent, said Long Chen, unsure. The Martial Heaven Continent should also have been affected by that battle. It should be broken, correct? Asked the old tribe leader. I'm not too sure. I've heard that it was originally one piece, but later it was broken into 5 pieces, said Long Chen. He didn't know much about this topic, as he hadn't reached the level where he could come into access with that information. The Martial Heaven Continent gave birth to quite a few famous figures before the immemorial path crumbled. Those brilliant figures were peak existences in their realm. They left behind illustrious records. If you could continue to the end of the path, you would see a huge stele with their names carved into it. Only the strongest experts had that qualification. Regretfully, now that the path is broken, you can't reach the stele. You can only look at its projection from afar, sighed the old tribe leader. Can you tell me more about the immemorial path? In truth, I'm actually very curious about it, said Long Chen. Of course, I called you here just to talk about that. But the story is a bit long. The old tribe leader began to tell Long Chen secrets that gave Long Chen an immense fright. He hadn't expected the immemorial path to have such shocking origins. The immemorial path was originally its own world. But during the immortal era, top experts changed it into a trial region. It was connected to 8 surrounding worlds, and Long Chen's Martial Heaven Continent was one of them. That shocked Long Chen immensely. 8 worlds' top disciples were actually sent here. Then just how shocking had the immemorial path been back then? But according to the old tribe leader, the immortal era had been an extremely glorious age. It was said that the immemorial path was built by true gods, and the secret to becoming an immortal or god was within this world. But later, an immense battle had been fought. The immemorial path had shattered. Because it had been too long, the details of that fight were unknown. It was rumored that it had been a battle of gods and devils. The old tribe leader said that their Xiao tribe had just been one of the troops sent to guard the immemorial path back then during ordinary times. They were in charge of one of the trial regions and maintaining order. But after that immense battle, everything had changed. Their connection to the outside world had been lost. And the thing that made them despair was that anyone at the king level or above had their vitality rapidly stripped away, and they died in just a few years. Then, the most alarming thing was that whenever the immemorial path was opened again, they found themselves under a curse, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. Those people who came saw them and tried to force them to tell them the secrets of the various trials. They also forced them to hand over the Yuan spirit stones that were only available within the immemorial path. Those Yuan spirit stones were different from the outside world's spirit stones. They contained the most primal energy from the very beginning of the birth of the world. In other words, the aura of primal chaos, which was sometimes called Yuan spirit energy. Yuan spirit stones were priceless treasures in the outside world. The spiritual qi within them could not only allow someone to rapidly cultivate, but it would also allow them to comprehend the world's most core energy, allowing them to get closer to the Tao. They were treasures that sea expansion experts would long for in their dreams. Long Chen actually hadn't heard of Yuan spirit stones before. That was enough to prove how exceedingly rare they were on the martial heaven continent. According to the old tribe leader, once the core of a world was damaged, it would be impossible for it to birth new Yuan spirit stones. The core of a world was actually the first portion formed during the birth of the world. It was like the embryo of a baby, and it was where the purest energy was hidden. Once the core was damaged, the world would use all of its energy on repairing the core, which made the spiritual qi in the land sparser. As for Yuan spiritual qi, it was absorbed by the world to the point that not the slightest wisp of it remained. Thus, there was no way to condense Yuan spirit stones. Hearing that, Long Chen was incredibly shocked. It was no wonder all the indigenous people of the immemorial path awakened as celestials. It was because of that Yuan spiritual qi. In the immortal era, the spiritual qi of the world had been condensed to the peak. Any cultivator with the slightest talent had the ability to ascend. According to the old tribe leader, those weren't rumors, but the truth. Long Chen was extremely curious just what kind of battle could cause worlds to shatter and injure their cores. If they were capable of injuring the core, then wouldn't that mean they were capable of destroying the entire world? Just what level of power was capable of that? But the old tribe leader knew very little about that immense battle, as it had happened too long ago. Many things were unknown, and if they weren't sure, they wouldn't add in their guesses. After passing through countless mouths, facts could become rumors and rumors could become fact. The true history had been completely submerged by those who only knew how to run their mouths. Those people truly were amazing. They stood at the front of the streets, crying out their truth with such passion and intensity that it was like they had personally witnessed all of it. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, Long Chen had seen many such people. Thinking themselves erudite and wanting to stand in the spotlight, they threw out shocking facts that drew people's attention. The old tribe leader's narrative was based only on absolute fact. From him, Long Chen learned the general origin of the immemorial path. As for some unclear aspects, it would be up to Long Chen to find the truth. Later, why did the Aboriginals become mortal enemies with the disciples who came to take the trials? Asked Long Chen. This was the question he was more concerned with. Chapter 800 Yuan Spirit Stones. When Long Chen raised this question, the old tribe leader sighed. The cause of conflict is always due to profit. In pursuit of the greatest profit, people are capable of committing all kinds of crimes. When the immemorial path was shattered, the aboriginals of the path had essentially been abandoned. They had been sent to guard this place since the beginning of the immemorial path. They had taken root, giving birth to generation after generation, and kept the order of this place. But their inheritance could only count as average. Once the immemorial path crumbled, they immediately lost what they depended on the most. With no one to look after them, these aboriginals panicked. After centuries of chaos, they finally came to accept that they were trapped, sealed within the immemorial path. They had lost all contact with the outside world, but just as they had begun to gradually accustom themselves to this new life, trial takers from the outside suddenly appeared again. That delighted them originally. They had thought they would finally be able to communicate with the outside world again. But they had never imagined that those trial takers would brandish their butcher knives against them. They slaughtered them to take the Yuan spirit stones they possessed. Because of the change in the world, they received a powerful restriction in the immemorial path. As a result, the invaders' slaughter was disastrous. Some tribes were completely destroyed. Back then, they had been furious. They hadn't understood why those disciples would want to kill them. They had tried to communicate with the trial takers. But the only response had been their icy and bloody blades. In that first encounter, the aboriginals suffered immense losses. But that had just been the start. That battle had lasted for a year. Several years later, another batch of trial takers had entered. They came from a different continent, but they also brought slaughter. If they saw aboriginals, they killed them and crazily snatched their resources. The aboriginals were finally completely infuriated. An immense war was fought, and both sides took heavy losses. This kind of situation repeated over and over. Sometimes it would be a few years before a new group of people came, sometimes it would be decades. By this time, they no longer viewed them as trial takers, but as invaders. At some unknown point, the aboriginals had noticed a kind of ore that could block the power of the restriction the world placed on them. They excavated that ore and built altars out of it. When the immemorial path opened, they would activate those altars and have their tribesmen hide within their range. When the immemorial path closed, they would deactivate the altars and be free to roam around. This was why Xiao Jiyu and the others' power was so heavily restricted outside but was restored to normal here. In all these years, you've never managed to properly communicate with anyone. Long Chen frowned. This matter was extremely strange. Why would they want to kill these aboriginals? Was it really just for the Yuan spirit stones? Or was there some other goal? We've tried, but regretfully, each time ends in disappointment. Furthermore, one time was extremely dangerous, an invader won our trust. As a result, he colluded with others to destroy the altars of several tribes. That caused. Well, I don't need to say it, sighed the old tribe leader. He clearly felt gloomy about this topic. Even with his death imminent, he wasn't able to accept this. No wonders the aboriginals would hate the invaders. Both sides are like fire and water with such a complicated relationship. But I'm curious. From the first time I heard of the immemorial path to when I entered, my seniors didn't mention any enmities with you. They just told me I had to be careful of you, that you were the most terrifying enemies in the immemorial path, said Long Chen. That's because the invaders never care about the history of the victims. Furthermore, after so much time had passed, not even your seniors would necessarily know about this kind of matter. But there is one thing that's for sure. Each time the immemorial path is opened, a pack of red-robed people will deliberately come to slaughter us aboriginals. They are both merciless and vicious. Furthermore, they have special tools to break our altars. They're the existence we abhor the most, said the old tribe leader. Red robes, didn't that refer to the corrupt path? Could it be that the corrupt path knew something others didn't? Long Chen wondered to himself. He faintly smelled the scent of a scheme. Everything had happened so abruptly and it simply didn't make sense. There was no logic to it. But those matters had happened so long ago that there was no proof to be found to reveal the truth. To solve this riddle was far too difficult. The old tribe leader continued telling him about the past. After inventing the altars, the aboriginals had also constructed various transportation formations between them as well as secret lairs. The women and children who had appeared had come from one of those hideouts. If the Xiao tribe was destroyed, those women and children would survive to continue their bloodline. Once these hideouts and transportation formations were constructed, the tribes would be able to help each other as soon as they were attacked by invaders. As for Xiao Fei's father, he was the previous tribe leader, and he had fallen in battle against invaders. Back then, Xiao Fei's father had already reached foundation forging. But the altar had been destroyed during the battle, and so his power had been greatly restricted. After bringing down several powerful invaders, he ended up dying on the battlefield. Long Chen nodded inside. Perhaps the only ones who could kill a rank 3 celestial who had reached foundation forging, even with his power greatly restricted, would be experts on the level of Shui Yu, Yu Chenghao, and Huang Junmo. Furthermore, they would have to first advance to see expansion. The fact that Xiao Fei's father had been able to fight such experts with his power restricted showed how powerful he had been. He was worthy of being acclaimed as the Xiao tribe's #1 expert. Furthermore, from the old tribe leader, he had heard that the heavenly Daos here were extremely strong. The stronger the person, the more restricted their power would be without the protection of the altar. It was no wonder the aboriginals would need to hide from the invaders despite having so many experts. The heavenly Daos restricted them to the point that their lives were in constant danger. Following the battles, more and more people died, and so the hatred on both sides grew deeper. As a result, the invaders treat us as prey, while we also treat them as prey to be killed, said the old tribe leader. In order to get stronger, the aboriginals began to explore the various trial regions. Those places had immense rewards inside, and they understood the immemorial path better than anyone else. It was just regretful that their disciples weren't strong enough. Their disciples might be celestials, but they were just rank 1 celestials. Many of the better trials were too difficult, and attempting them would just be suicide. Furthermore, anyone whose cultivation base was greater than the Shantian realm would be sensed by the laws and killed. Rank 2 celestials were rare amongst them. As for someone like Xiao Fei who had the talent to become a rank 3 celestial, they were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. That was why they had so eagerly hoped for Xiao Fei to awaken his power. When the immemorial path was closed, they would send some disciples in search of trials and resources, and other disciples in search of Yuan spirit stone deposits for excavation. Long Chen, this map contains detailed markings about all the trials we know of. Both the difficulty and what you'll find inside are indicated. But no one knows what rewards you'll get for passing. It'll be up to your own luck. The old tribe leader handed Long Chen a map. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. This map was incredibly detailed, and the greatest thing was that it was a map of the complete immemorial path. Oh, the immemorial path isn't just a single line. Long Chen was startled. The immemorial path wasn't a straight path. It had the shape of a cross. Yes, the immemorial path has the shape of a cross. The greatest trials are at the center, and it is where the secrets to reaching immortality or godhood lie. However, the place has been destroyed. The center is the true core of the immemorial path, but there is divine energy that prevents anyone from entering, said the old tribe leader. No one can enter. No one at all, asked Long Chen. That place took the most damage, and there are strange laws that destroy anyone that gets close. Long Chen immediately thought to himself that it would be too stifling to not go there. When he had the time, he would definitely go and take a look. Long Chen, this is just a token of our Shao tribe's appreciation. The old tribe leader handed him a spatial ring. Long Chen looked inside and jumped. Are these Yuan spirit stones? Inside the spatial ring, there were countless fist-sized spirit stones. They were shining brightly, but they weren't see-through. There was some yellow energy circulating within them. That was the world's purest energy. This is 100,000 Yuan spirit stones. It's 90% of what our Shao tribe has accumulated over the years. Long Chen, you can't decline, said the old tribe leader. This is definitely too much. I can't accept it. Long Chen hadn't expected to be gifted this much. No matter how thick his face was, he couldn't accept basically all their money. Long Chen, you must take this. First of all, for us, only foundation forging experts can use these Yuan spirit stones, while we only have 3 foundation forging experts. The remaining Yuan spirit stones we have are enough for us to get by for many years, and once the immemorial path closes, we'll once more go in search of mines. There's no need for you to worry about it. The old tribe leader patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Long Chen was moved, although he had helped Xiao Fei awaken, and so he had assumed the Xiao tribe would give him some kind of reward. He hadn't expected it to be so great. In fact, it was too much for him to accept. With Xiao Fei awakening as a rank 3 celestial and awakening his bloodline, as well as the ancestral diagram, we don't know how else to thank you, said the old tribe leader. Then I'll shamelessly accept, but you must accept a small gift from me as well. Long Chen also fetched out a spatial ring and gave it to the old tribe leader. When he looked inside, it was his turn to be startled. Chapter 801 Magical Arts. These are some weapons and medicinal pills I gathered. Please accept, said Long Chen. This is really too much. The old tribe leader didn't know what to say. Touched by the old tribe leader's generosity, Long Chen naturally couldn't be stingy. He had directly filled this spatial ring with all the enchanted weapons he had gathered. From the old tribe leader, he had learned that they had exceedingly few weapons and medicinal pills, because the aboriginals did not possess alchemy or forging inheritances. Furthermore, they had just been some ordinary guards originally. To put it more frankly, they had just been workers, and they had relied entirely on resources from the higher-ups to cultivate. Once the immemorial path had crumbled, although they had been able to obtain some cultivation techniques and secret arts within some trials, they hadn't obtained any legacies on alchemy and forging. As a result, they had very little in that regard. Later, they had been attacked, and both sides had treated the other as prey. The invaders had placed their sights on the Yuan spirit stones the aboriginals had, while the aboriginals needed the invaders, weapons and medicinal pills. The invaders could only stay for a year in the immemorial path. That 1 year was too precious for them, so they had to focus all their energy on the trials. If they tried to go searching for Yuan spirit stones, then time might be up before they even found a good vein. So the outside world's disciples had 2 goals, passing the trials and plundering the aboriginals. The other sects, Elders had definitely explained everything clearly to their disciples. But Ouyang Chuyu hadn't. She had let them enter and see things for themselves. Ouyang Chuyu was very much a leader who liked her people to be independent. She always let her disciples do what they wanted, believing that experts were tempered through endless trials. The more you gave them, the more resources you thrust upon them, the less it would benefit them. So other than the must-have things, she hadn't given any of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples anything. She liked Long Chen's character. He was fearless and a maverick. And it was precisely because she liked him that she didn't concern herself with him. As soon as Long Chen had entered, he had used Shui Guanji's blood to open the prologue of his journey in the immemorial path. He had killed many people on his journey, and he had obtained many things. He now had hundreds of enchanted items and mountains of medicinal pills. 99% of those were from killing people. Although the old tribe leader had lived for countless years, he was still shocked by Long Chen's capital. He had never seen this many resources. Although giving Long Chen so many Yuan spirit stones would make the Shao tribe a bit hard-pressed for money in the upcoming days, compared to the grace Long Chen bestowed upon them, it was absolutely nothing. Now that Long Chen gave him his own gift, the old tribe leader felt that they were even more precious than the Yuan spirit stones. That was because they didn't lack Yuan spirit stones in the immemorial path. Don't refuse. I don't like beating around the bush. If you don't accept, I'll have to return your Yuan spirit stones, laughed Long Chen. Alright, then I'll represent the Shao tribe to thank you, said the old tribe leader gratefully. These things are just trash to me. In the future, I'll get more and more. But Yuan spirit stones are different. I'm the one who's getting the most profit out of this trade, laughed Long Chen. His words were correct. To Long Chen, those things were garbage. Although he still needed to equip the Dragonblood Legion, that wasn't something urgent. In the immemorial path, was he lacking enemies? Just how many days had he been inside? He had fought many battles, and as for weapons, he would get too many to use. As for medicinal pills, they were true trash. Long Chen usually only ate medicinal pills that he personally refined, as those were the most effective. But these pills were still priceless treasures to the Shao tribe. Long Chen, I'll have to leave for now to make proper arrangements for these medicinal pills and weapons. Later tonight, I'll open our Shao tribe's treasury for you. You can see if you are interested in any of the magical arts there. Old brother Mu still has some things he wants to say to you, so you can chat. The old tribe leader left, leaving behind only Long Chen and the white-eyed elder. Senior, you wanted to talk to me about something. Long Chen felt a bit odd sitting alone with this elder. He always felt him to be extremely strange. This is my identity plate. Take it. If you need help from any aboriginals, then you only need to show it and they'll immediately do their best to assist you. The white-eyed elder took off a jade plate he carried on his waist and handed it to Long Chen. Long Chen received it. He saw runes around a single eye in the center. That eye had a mysterious image carved into it. It seems senior's status is truly extraordinary, said Long Chen. If just a jade plate could win him the trust of the aboriginals whom he should be mortal enemies with, then his status must be truly shocking. However, he didn't sense the slightest cultivation-based fluctuations from this elder. Even right in front of him, if he didn't look at him with his eyes, he wouldn't be able to sense his existence. It was like he wasn't even a part of this world. The aboriginals are pitiful existences that were abandoned. I hope that you can look after them to the best of your ability, said the white-eyed elder. Senior overestimates me. I'm just a trial taker, and amongst the other trial takers, I have countless mortal enemies. Who knows whether I can even protect myself? Long Chen bitterly smiled. What kind of joke was this? How did he have that much ability? Of just the ones he knew, there were 4 peak experts, Shui Yu, Huang Junmo, Yu Changhao, and Ji Changkong. Just Shui Yu had forced Long Chen to the point that he had used up all his power. Just protecting himself was troublesome enough, let alone all the aboriginals. Long Chen never promised to do things he couldn't do. That's fine. All I'm asking is for you to do your best. I don't have any evil intent, laughed the white-eyed elder. However, his smile contained a profound meaning. Seeing that the white-eyed elder had nothing else left to say, Long Chen stood and said his goodbyes. For some unknown reason, he felt an uneasy feeling while sitting with the white-eyed elder. When he came out, he saw that Xiao Fei had long since been waiting for him. He pulled Long Chen to their treasury of magical arts. The Shao tribe's magical art treasury wasn't as secret as Long Chen had imagined. It was just within an ordinary room. Because the Xiao tribe didn't have any outsiders, these secret tomes could be freely read by anyone. However, these magical arts all had cultivation-based restrictions, and people below certain levels were strictly forbidden to read through them. Trying to use a magical art before you were ready could easily cause injury, and perhaps even cause you to become bedeviled. Big Brother Long Chen, these are all the magical arts our Xiao tribe have gathered over the years. There are 23, and you can see if there are any suitable to you, said Xiao Fei. The current Xiao Fei had already become a rank 3 celestial. Although he was still in the Xianxian realm, he was stronger than sea expansion experts. At the same time as he was excited, Xiao Fei also felt an emotion that he couldn't describe toward Long Chen. From other people, he had learned of how Long Chen had activated his power despite being restricted by his heart devil. In his eyes, Long Chen was no longer a human, but a god. Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy. He went through the magical arts one by one. He couldn't help being excited. After all, magical arts were usually only things that sea expansion experts could use. But when he had exchanged blows with Shui Yu, he had found that despite him being in the Xianxian realm, Shui Yu had still been able to easily activate magical arts. Raging Flame Prison. Long Chen's eyes brightened. This was an exceedingly powerful magical art. Big Brother Long Chen, this magical art is something only flame attribute experts can use, reminded Xiao Fei. Aren't your words a bit stupid? Which alchemist doesn't use flames? Long Chen was speechless. Xiao Fei came to a sudden comprehension. But this couldn't be blamed on him. The immemorial path didn't have any alchemists, and so he didn't know anything about them. Long Chen immediately began to study it. He directly sealed the contents of the tome into his memories so he could slowly study it in the future. In just a couple of hours, Long Chen had sealed all the magical arts into his memory. He was delighted to find that quite a few of them were exceedingly powerful, and once they were used, their power could be limitless. Big Brother Long Chen, do none of them pique your interest? Xiao Fei was disappointed, because Long Chen only briefly looked through all of them. He hadn't gotten engrossed and studied even a single one. Foolish child, I've already memorized all these magical arts. I can slowly study them in the future, said Long Chen. You memorized them all. Xiao Fei jumped. These magical arts were recorded through graphics, not words. Just looking at them would require a large amount of spiritual strength. An ordinary person would exhaust their spiritual strength by just looking through one of them once. So a single magical art would normally take months to learn. But Long Chen had just used a couple of hours to memorize all of these magical arts. Despite how much Xiao Fei worshipped Long Chen, he couldn't believe it. Long Chen smiled and didn't bother explaining. He had no interest in the other battle skills they had here, so he left. He directly went to say goodbye to the old tribe leader. The old tribe leader had long since been prepared for that, but Xiao Fei, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Ling clearly were reluctant to part with him. Big Brother Long Chen, you really can't stay for a few more days? Begged Xiao Fei with red eyes. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder. Even staying a few days wouldn't change the fact that I have to leave. Even if I stayed for a year, we would still have to part. You're already a rank 3 celestial now. Work hard on cultivating. Don't bother with the laws of the immemorial path. Rules were made to be broken, and targets are made to be exceeded. Just because others couldn't doesn't mean you won't be able to. Heaven and earth are just a cage, and as long as you are strong enough, you can break them to win your freedom. Long Chen's meaning was that Xiao Fei shouldn't resign himself to the limits of this world. He should have the courage to fight against the laws here. In truth, he was saying these words for himself, because that was what he always had to do. Long Chen's solitary figure slowly faded in front of the gazes of every member of the Xiao tribe. Eventually, he completely disappeared. Chapter 802 Guo Ran's Golden Yong Finger. Leaving the Xiao tribe, Long Chen's heart felt heavy. Who would have thought that saving a person would have drawn on so many things? Although he had given the Xiao tribe all those weapons and medicinal pills, Long Chen still felt that he owed the Xiao tribe an immense debt. Yuan spirit stones had essentially gone extinct from the world. They were things that could only be found on the immemorial path. Yuan spirit stones contained the most primal energy of the world. Compared to the spirit stones Long Chen used, they were on a completely different level. On the martial heaven continent, just how many spirit stones would you have to offer to buy a single Yuan spirit stone? Long Chen didn't even know if it was possible. Furthermore, he had also learned many magical arts. Those were priceless treasures. He had obtained far too much during his trip to the Shout tribe. As he advanced, he quickly left the wilderness and reapproached the main path. He held an incredibly detailed map of the immemorial path. The map didn't just show the blocks, but also places impossible to cross. Due to it, Long Chen quickly found the closest part of the main path. Furthermore, all the trials on the path were marked. The one he had previously entered had been called the Mortal Molting Trial. He also finally learned what the Divine Mortal Molting Elixir was. But he learned it was only useful to the trial takers and useless to the aboriginals, so the old tribe leader had declined to take any. Pausing, Long Chen took a close look at the map. He saw that the closest trial was marked with an insect symbol. Insect Island. Just what kind of trial is it? Long Chen was startled. The old tribe leader had told him that they had been in charge of guarding a certain trial before the immemorial path had crumbled. But after that immense battle, countless people had died, and the ground had been broken. Some trials had directly fallen into the abyss and forever disappeared. The majority of the trials were still present, but many of the original guards had disappeared during the battle. That battle's scope exceeded the limits of the human imagination. According to the old tribe leader, their records said that their ancestors hadn't seen anyone fighting. All they had seen was the sky constantly tearing. Lightning had shaken the land, and stars had collapsed. Divine rays had pierced through the void. It had truly been an apocalyptic battle. Afterward, the immemorial path was fragmented, and some trials had fallen into cracks. But the old tribe leader sternly warned Long Chen that he absolutely could not go into the abyss. That battle might have occurred countless years ago, but there was still remnant divine energy in the abyss. If you entered, your soul would be directly destroyed. Long Chen quickly found the quickest path. But he needed to cross 7 regions to get there, because there was an abyss that was too large to cross, blocking his way. As soon as he reached the main path again, he began to sense people secretly watching him. They should also be trial takers that were carefully advancing. They didn't dare to be careless. But there was no need for Long Chen to care about those people, as they were just weak rank 1 celestials. Their caution was because they had no confidence, and they weren't hiding to attack him. Long Chen ignored them as he advanced. He crossed through 3 blocks and passed a mountain. There was a wide open space ahead. He suddenly chuckled. He saw a group of people, and within that group, he saw a figure that was an extreme poser. Yes, it was Guo Ran. Long Chen found a place with good feng shui to watch. He hid himself, watching as Guo Ran faced over 10 corrupt experts. Behind Guo Ran were 2 women whose clothes had been torn. Those robes marked them as members of the righteous path. They were pale, obviously having been injured. Guo Ran stood in front of them, his chest puffed out, looking like someone who didn't fear heaven or earth, as if the heavens were his junior. TCH, he was clearly trying to act like a hero saving beauties. Those 2 women were just ordinary celestials, but they were facing 13 experts from the corrupt path. One of them had a powerful aura and was clearly a rank 3 celestial. According to reason, these women shouldn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of them. How had they been injured? But after just a moment's thought, he understood. The corrupt path's people were just that monstrous. They clearly wanted to assault these women. They were playing a game of cat and mouse to tire them out. That was the only reason these 2 had lived to encounter Guo Ran. Brazen corrupt idiots, it's broad daylight, you're still not kneeling in the presence of your daddy. Guo Ran shouted furiously, pointing at the corrupt experts in front of him. Long Chen almost laughed. In the beginning, he had thought that Guo Ran had been pointing out the broad daylight as a reference to their terrible actions. But it was actually just to be a poser. Amazing, truly amazing. Those corrupt experts had originally encountered a group of righteous disciples. They had immediately attacked them, and with only 7 people on the righteous path's side, the men had been killed, and they had been preparing to use those 2 women. Before using them, they would have a different kind of fun. They had allowed them to run, then caught them, groped them, and then allowed them to continue. They had enjoyed that game very much. They would continue until they were too weary to continue, or perhaps until they gave up. Then after using them, they would kill them. Furthermore, the women that they used would always have their heads cut off to use as a commemoration. These 2 had already been about to give up in despair. But then they had encountered another righteous disciple. The thing they found inconceivable was that despite him clearly being a rank 2 celestial, his aura was incredibly weak, almost weaker than a rank 1 celestial. But this fellow seemed to be suicidal. Despite being so weak, he had cursed these people without the slightest fear. In fact, he looked at those corrupt experts contemptuously. That made them wonder. Anomalies could result in abnormal results. Those that could enter the immemorial path were the major sects, best disciples. There wasn't one useless fool. Guo Ran's flashy display had actually temporarily subdued the corrupt experts. As for the two women, they were incredibly excited to see someone come out to save them. But then seeing his cultivation base, their hearts sank. "Report your name," shouted the rank 3 celestial icily. Guo Ran laughed. "Ha ha ha, stand steady. Try not to collapse once you hear my name. My grand name is reputed, my reputed name is grand, a bloody blade shakes the world, the mighty eastern wasteland's #1 handsome man, Long Chen." All the corrupt experts involuntarily took a few steps back, looking at Guo Ran with shock. Long Chen's brother, Guo Ran. Guo Ran patted himself on the chest arrogantly. "You little fucker." One of the corrupt experts finally couldn't bear it anymore. Long Chen's name had truly frightened them. Thinking of the possibility that Long Chen had disguised himself, their hearts had risen into their throats. But then it wasn't. They felt humiliated, and one of them immediately charged forward to tear Guo Ran apart. "Die." Guo Ran disdainfully pointed his finger. A golden light shot out, and that corrupt expert didn't even have a chance to react before being struck. The golden light pierced the corrupt man's body. It was unknown what happened inside him, but his body instantly exploded into a bloody mist. "Idiots, if I had no ability, how would I be qualified to follow Boss Long Chen?" said Guo Ran disdainfully. A powerful enemy was killed with a single blow. Those two women behind him were stunned. So this Guo Ran was actually a deeply hidden expert. They were both startled and delighted. "Did you see it? That was my Jade Tree Wind Misty Unrivaled Max Instant Flash Kill Golden Yong Finger. I developed that technique all on my own, and it's unique within the whole Eastern Wasteland," claimed Guo Ran. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. "Shameless, truly shameless, too shameless. What golden Yong Finger? That was clearly a spring-loaded arrow. Because there were no spiritual yuan fluctuations, only the activation of a mechanism, added on the short distance and the suddenness, the corrupt disciple hadn't even understood what had happened before dying. Although he hadn't seen it clearly, Long Chen knew this had to be a new concealed arrow Guo Ran had developed. Its killing power was truly impressive. It actually contained an explosive effect. Other than admiring Guo Ran's new invention, he also felt far inferior to him in terms of the thickness of his skin. Even the rank 3 celestial was intimidated now. The thing that made Long Chen speechless was the fact that they now believed Guo Ran's words. Guo Ran looked at them disdainfully, filled with pride. He had held himself back for too long outside. Now, he finally had a chance to show off. "You rank 1 celestials, just kill yourselves. Only rank 3 celestials are qualified to have me personally kill them," said Guo Ran indifferently, clasping his hands behind his back. The two women were stunned. He was actually so strong that he thought he could kill them all. Courting death. The rank 3 celestial finally couldn't bear it any longer. Countless runes surged out of him, and a terrifying pressure descended. The black spear in his hand stabbed toward Guo Ran with boundless killing intent. The black spear emitted an ear-piercing sonic boom. That power could easily shatter mountains. This was a rank 3 celestial's true power, a power that could practically one-shot rank 2 celestials. Long Chen smiled slightly. Guo Ran liked to be mysterious all the time. Previously, when he had asked Guo Ran to show him some of his moves, he had stubbornly refused. Now he wanted to see just how this fellow had developed. The two women were appalled. They were clearly affected by the corrupt expert's power. His attack could easily kill them. Suddenly, a metallic sound rang out explosively. A golden hand firmly caught the black spear. Chapter 803 Golden Battle Armor. Everyone was shocked. In the blink of an eye, Guo Ran had turned into a golden armor monstrosity. The armor looked absolutely seamless, as if it had grown on top of him. It emitted an absolutely terrifying aura. The rank 3 celestial spear was caught so easily by Guo Ran's metallic arm. Let alone them, even Long Chen was startled. Long Chen could clearly see that the instant Guo Ran had caught his opponent's spear, all his runes on his armor had flashed. That spear's energy was instantly absorbed. Although he didn't know what was going on, it seemed that this little fellow had truly made great gains on the Xuantian Dao sect's netherworld heaven staircase. That weapon forging diagram he had obtained had clearly benefited him immensely, allowing him to gain a much more solid foundation and to comprehend a greater level of the ethereal crafting's secret record. Those runes were actually able to consume an opponent's spiritual yuan. Such runes were too abnormal. It was no wonder he was so brazen now. He had the power to back it up. Girls, get further back. I wouldn't want you to get splashed with blood. Guo Ran turned his head to look at the two of them. Those two now saw that Guo Ran's helmet had a pair of golden wings, and there was even a sinister-looking horn on his forehead. His voice was metallic now, and it was truly chilling. The two of them hastily turned and fled. As for the rank 3 Celestial, he was absolutely startled, and he tried to pull back his spear. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to bring it back. The two of them were in a deadlock. Then Guo Ran suddenly let go, and the rank 3 Celestial was caught off guard. He blew back, hastily stabilizing himself. The instant he let go, a golden saber appeared in Guo Ran's hand. It actually had the exact same form as Long Chen's Blooddrinker. His saber slashed down on the dumbfounded corrupt experts. They had never seen such a monstrous person. Furthermore, Guo Ran's attack style was definitely lacking morals. It was the same as Wild's. Because of his armor, his own power was multiplied over 100 times. He didn't even use any spiritual yuan. Others weren't able to sense any mental or spiritual lock from his attack, and so they were unable to instinctively predict what he was doing. They could only judge with their eyes. But without sensing those fluctuations, relying on only eyes would cause them to react one step slower. Everything happened too suddenly, and the 11 of them didn't even have a chance to retreat. Their endings were extremely sorrowful. Although Guo Ran's cultivation base was garbage and his aura was almost weaker than even a rank 1 Celestial, Long Chen had given him quite a few special medicinal pills. With so much special attention, Guo Ran's physical strength had been greatly improved. There was no way for him to compare to someone like Ji Yuyong, but physically, he was much stronger than other rank 2 Celestials now. When his armor multiplied his power by 100 times, there was no way these people could resist. Their weapons instantly shattered, and they were blown to pulp. A long gorge appeared in the land. Guo Ran rested his golden saber on his shoulder and icily looked at the stunned rank 3 Celestial. He appeared incredibly domineering. Long Chen was speechless. He hadn't expected this signature move of his to have been copied so perfectly by Guo Ran. His act was incredibly marvelous and delightful to watch. You should bring out your full strength while you still can, said Guo Ran coldly to the rank 3 Celestial. Guo Ran was completely covered in his armor, but where his eyes should be, there were 2 black gems. It was unknown what runes he had carved onto them, but they looked similar to eyes. From those 2 gems, he had an even wider range of view than with his own eyes. Bastard, I don't believe I can't break your damn tortoise shell. Raged the rank 3 Celestial. Blood chi soared out of him. A blood-colored mark lit up on his forehead. His appearance suddenly changed, becoming as sinister as a ghost, and his aura leapt. Black mist came from his spear. He had fully activated this enchanted item. A terrifying pressure shook the air as he smashed it at Guo Ran. Guo Ran simply raised his saber. When the black spear collided with it, sparks flew and the land crumbled. The ground sank a great deal. Long Chen nodded. Guo Ran truly was a prodigy. Through his armor, his power was definitely amazing. Guo Ran began a fierce battle with the rank 3 Celestial. Golden light flashed and whistling winds erupted. It was extremely imposing. The thing that Long Chen found curious was that this time, Guo Ran's armor was much more flexible than before. His actions were very natural without any of the rigidity of the armor. It was like his armor was a part of him. It was no longer as inflexible as back in the Julie secret realm. Furthermore, he had also imitated Long Chen's saber techniques. With his crazy slashes, the rank 3 Celestial was unable to do anything to him. However, armor is armor. It can't possibly be as agile as the physical body. There are still flaws in his moves, but when you factor in his immense power and flawless defense, it makes up for it. Although Guo Ran's armor was extremely startling, it was still armor. It restricted a person's agileness. However, this armor allowed his power to greatly increase. It was made of the treasure item fragments Long Chen had given him, thus, it was incomparably sturdy. Sometimes the rank 3 Celestial spear would slip past his saber to strike him, but it merely left behind the slightest mark. There was essentially no damage. You bastard, all you. Rely on his outer power. If it weren't for this damn tortoise shell, could you receive a single one of my attacks? Raged the corrupt expert. In terms of power, he was evenly matched with Guo Ran. But in terms of defense, he suffered greatly. When his attacks struck Guo Ran, there was no damage. As for Guo Ran, he ignored his attacks to hack his saber at him. It was an absolutely shameless method of fighting. The rank 3 Celestial had tried several strategies, but he had still been unable to break Guo Ran's defense, infuriating him so much that he roared in rage. But he was helpless. Fuck, what do you mean a tortoise shell? How dare you humiliate my grand invention? Raged Guo Ran. He suddenly raised a hand, and countless holes appeared. Seeing those holes, the rank 3 Celestial's hair stood on end. A sensation of death instantly filled his heart. Without even thinking about it, he turned tail and fled. Hundreds of black lights shot out like lightning. They instantly reached him. Although he had condensed a runic shield at the first instance to protect himself, the corrupt Celestial was still pierced. Hundreds of sharp needles pierced his body. Even a rank 3 Celestial's physical body wasn't able to block such high-speed needles. Those were no ordinary needles. They were treasures Guo Ran had exhausted a great deal of effort to forge. Normally, he was extremely unwilling to use them. That was because of the armor-breaking runes he had carved onto them. Those runes would lose effect after one use. In other words, he had just lost these hundreds of needles in this one attack. Forging these was no easy task. It would probably take him over 10 days to forge them again. If the corrupt Celestial hadn't cursed his armor for being a tortoise shell, he wouldn't have wasted them. Bastard, just wait. The rank 3 Celestial was covered in blood now. He immediately began to heal, but he knew that staying behind didn't have any benefits. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood onto his hand, and drew a diagram in the air. Celestial Corrupt Blood Shield. That image merged into his body, and he instantly turned into a ray of light, arriving 100 miles away in an instant. Guo Ran was stunned. It was already too late for him to catch up. He could only watch as he fled, and he couldn't help but curse. However, he was helpless. Just wait. Next time, I'll smash apart your stupid tortoise shell and tear your corpse apart. The rank 3 Celestial didn't forget to furiously shout to release his anger as he hastily fled for his life. Suddenly, a saber image slashed down. That saber image was incredibly powerful, and it directly blew the corrupt Celestial to pieces. We're all busy, so who has time to wait for next time? A lazy voice rang out and a figure appeared in Guo Ran's line of sight. Ha 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 ha, boss. Guo Ran was delighted. He had never expected Long Chen to appear now. Little fellow, you're quite the show-off. Even I've been surpassed by you, said Long Chen. Hee, boss, I don't deserve that. Showing off while standing behind you is my greatest goal, laughed Guo Ran. If you really had wanted to kill him, I trust that he wouldn't even have had the ability to run. You really are strong now. Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. He understood Guo Ran far too well. Hee, yes, you're right. Killing him isn't anything difficult. But it would waste several months of my work. I'm too unwilling. I'm saving that for a bigger stage. Guo Ran laughed mischievously. As expected, this fellow was truly sinister. He was leaving behind his trump cards to con even more people. This kind of planning was truly laudable. Let's go. I'll bring you to the trial regions, said Long Chen. Hee, I can finally fight alongside boss. Where did those two girls go? They left just like that. Guo Ran saw that those two women had completely disappeared. They had completely abandoned him. That was completely immoral. Let it be. Did you hope those two would give their hearts to you? Long Chen was speechless. He pulled Guo Ran over to the insect island. Chapter 804 Corrupt King Devil Empress. Boss, how many battles have you fought since entering the immemorial path? Asked Guo Ran expectantly. No battles. They were just some small-scale scuffles, said Long Chen. You, I fought many battles, probably dozens. I don't even know how many corrupt idiots I killed. In any case, I've killed 11 rank 2 Celestials. I'll leave these spatial rings with you. If it weren't for your generous help, I wouldn't have been able to create my golden armor. After spending so much money, I'm finally getting a return. I'll quickly return all your investment back, laughed Guo Ran as he took out a mass of spatial rings. Although Long Chen hadn't haggled with him about anything and had always given him whatever he needed, Guo Ran knew that this golden armor of his was the result of Long Chen practically throwing money at him. Even he had to feel ashamed. Now he could finally return the favor. Long Chen looked at those spatial rings and shook his head. You should just give them to Sister Yu when we get back. She's the one in charge of our financing. Just looking at these things gives me a headache. Originally, the Dragonblood Legion's finances had been left to Tang Wan. In the beginning, she had felt her position to be very refreshing and novel, and so she had enjoyed it. But then she found that she didn't have the patience for it, and in the end, that task had been handed to Qing Yu. One reason was because Qing Yu was an extremely attentive person, and her personal relationships in the Dragonblood Legion were all very good. Another reason was that Tang Wan wouldn't have to hear her nagging all day. Ever since Qing Yu had taken over the finances, she had become busy all day. Furthermore, she was extremely earnest with her work, and she was always meticulous. It had been a very long time since Long Chen had had a long, proper conversation with Qing Yu. Hee, boss, to tell you the truth, all the money I spent really made me worry all day long, said Guo Ran. Don't say useless words. Do brothers need to say so much? Yes, boss, now that I can make my own money, I'll definitely get the most out of this golden armor. I won't disappoint you, swore Guo Ran. Did you encounter anyone we know during this time? Asked Long Chen. I encountered a few people who are relying on our sect. I did help them when they needed it. But as for our own people, I didn't encounter a single one. However, I did hear one thing. The remote heaven gang's Ji Changkong had a fight with sister-in-law Meng Qi, said Guo Ran. Don't call her sister-in-law Meng Qi in the future, and definitely don't say sister-in-law Wan. Their faces are too thin. Just calling them sister is fine. Did Ji Changkong die in the end? Asked Long Chen. Heavens, how did you know? When I heard it, I thought it would be sister Meng Qi who would be in danger. TCH, that's a joke. In the entire Dragonblood Legion, Meng Qi is the strongest. For Ji Changkong to challenge her is just suicide, said Long Chen indifferently. Boss, you really are evil. Sister Meng Qi had such a terrifying trump card, but you didn't even tell me. What was the result? Did Ji Changkong die? No, but he did lose half of his life. I heard that when he blocked Sister Meng Qi back then, his words were so crude that she was completely infuriated and summoned a terrifying magical beast. As a result, Ji Changkong met a tragedy. He was suppressed like a dog, and half of his body was destroyed. If he didn't use a secret art to flee in the end, he would have been killed right then and there. Just what housepet is that for it to be so terrifying? Asked Guo Ran curiously. Hee, a 7th rank Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix, laughed Long Chen. Damn, you two really are evil. Isn't that a descendant of the Divine Phoenix? When its sacred blood is activated and its true feather attacks, I hear it can even challenge Foundation forging experts. Cried Guo Ran. A 7th rank magical beast corresponded to a sea expansion cultivation base. Ordinary sea expansion experts could be easily slaughtered by people like Long Chen and the others. Magical beasts were inherently stronger, and the Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix was a descendant of the Divine Phoenix. With its bloodline power, its power might even surpass a rank 3 celestial in the same realm. For Ji Changkong to fight the Red-Eye Sacred Blood Phoenix was like a rank 3 Shantian celestial fighting a rank 3 sea expansion celestial. The fact that he could escape alive was already exceedingly lucky for him. Then isn't Sister Meng Qi unrivaled in the immemorial path? Asked Guo Ran excitedly. Are you joking? A single powerful magical beast isn't enough to dominate the immemorial path. I personally watched someone curse a magical beast on the Blood Phoenix's level to death. Just thinking of Shui Yu's Yama King blood curse gave Long Chen a sense of unease. That curse was too terrifying. To have Guo Ran reserve himself a bit, Long Chen told him about his encounter with Shui Yu. He couldn't lose his senses and start challenging anyone, or he would lose out. Heavens, you encountered Shui Yu. And you almost killed him. Boss, you really know how to live a life, said Guo Ran worshipfully. You know Shui Yu. Long Chen was surprised. I heard about him from some corrupt experts. In their Eastern Wasteland's corrupt path, there are 2 supreme geniuses. They are their future leaders. One is called the Corrupt King, while the other is called the Devil Empress. The Corrupt King is Shui Yu. He is acclaimed as an undefeatable heavenly genius, and ever since joining the corrupt path, anyone who has exchanged blows with him has died. But since you almost took his life, I'd say that you're the undefeatable heavenly genius, said Guo Ran. Originally, he had been thinking of warning Long Chen to be careful about the corrupt path. He hadn't expected that Long Chen was already acquainted with that expert and had almost taken his life. It was just a coincidence. If we were competing in terms of combat abilities, it's still unknown who would defeat who. But he is definitely the most terrifying opponent I've encountered so far. I trust he has many shocking trump cards that he hasn't used yet. Long Chen felt a great deal of pressure toward Shui Yu's inexhaustible trump cards. Shui Yu was a truly peerless expert. That's right, who is that devil empress? Asked Long Chen. All I know is that her name is Leng Yuyan. Apparently, she is so beautiful that birds fall out of the sky and rivers flow backward. Her fierce methods cause even devils to shudder, ghosts to cry, and gods to weep. She's just as famous as the corrupt king, said Guo Ran. Birds to fall out of the sky and rivers to flow backward. Can beauty do that? Said Long Chen contemptuously. Cough, my meaning is just that her beauty is indescribable. Don't be so picky. You know I'm not very learned, said Guo Ran awkwardly. If she's just as famous as Shui Yu, she should also be an expert on that level. Long Chen frowned. Just Shui Yu was terrifying enough. Now a Leng Yuyan had appeared. That made him feel like the pressure on him had increased once again. Moreover, the corrupt path was his mortal enemy. The two of them were traveling as they talked. They eventually arrived at a dried-up riverbed. The ground was covered in cracks, a ghastly sight. The riverbed continued endlessly. Long Chen finally realized why this place was called Insect Island. Before the immemorial path had crumbled, there must have been a lake here. There are people up ahead, said Guo Ran suddenly. Long Chen looked to see quite a few people rushing forward like them. They were actually also moving toward Insect Island. From their robes, there were both righteous and corrupt disciples. There were also some disciples from ancient families. They were independent existences of their own. It was just that they were incomparably arrogant and rarely interacted with the rest of the world. Boss, we should hurry up. Otherwise, the treasure will be taken by others, said Guo Ran worriedly. Grow a brain. Insect Island is a trial region. Although I don't know the exact details, you definitely have to pass the trial to get the reward. It's not a matter of who gets there first. Furthermore, the fact that they're scouting ahead for us is a good thing. They can test the waters while we watch. Long Chen slowed down with Guo Ran. But Long Chen was a bit surprised to see more and more people as they went deeper in. He hastily took out the map he had obtained from the corrupt disciples. He immediately found why there were so many people here. This place had long since been marked by everyone. He had forgotten to check this map with the map the Shout tribe had given him. If he had known this many people were coming, he would have chosen a different spot. With this many people, he wouldn't just have to worry about passing the trial, but also about being attacked by others. It was a waste of time and effort. But since he was already here, he decided to continue. The other reason he had chosen Insect Island was because the Shout tribe's leader had specifically told him that it was very strange. Their people were only able to observe it from the outside. They didn't dare to enter, because it was a trial that cursed them heavily. Eventually, a mountain appeared. That should be the so-called Insect Island. But the lake had disappeared, so the island had become a mountain. Long Chen hadn't expected it to be so large. From the outside, it looked to be several thousand miles wide. But it was completely desolate, and there wasn't a single blade of grass growing on it. Looking at that desolate island, for some unknown reason, Long Chen felt a bit uneasy. He kept feeling like this island was strange. But since he had already come here, he had to go in and at least take a look. When Long Chen and Guo Ran stepped onto the island, they saw several corpses. They looked like the corpses of corrupt experts. Their weapons and spatial rings were gone. After traveling some more, they found more corpses. This time, their robes were from the righteous path. As before, their weapons and spatial rings were gone. After passing a ridge, they saw two more people. But they were alive and healthy. They raised their weapons icily at Long Chen and Guo Ran. This area is ours. If you're smart, you'll immediately scram. Chapter 805 Killing Full Moon Disciples. These two people had a short horn on their heads. Long Chen recognized them as the members of the Full Moon race. The Full Moon race was an ancient race with immense power. Their skin was like bronze, making them much more powerful than average cultivators. Before entering the immemorial path, Long Chen had seen them, but he found them to be exceedingly arrogant. They actually looked down on the human race. In fact, they practically didn't even look at them. These two were clearly intending on stopping them from entering deeper. They were securing this area for the Full Moon race. The entire immemorial path is my area. You two should scram, said Long Chen. Just looking at these arrogant fellows infuriated him. Previously, these people had been incredibly irritating, but Long Chen hadn't had any conflict with them. So they hadn't fought, but now that they were pointing their weapons at him, being tolerant didn't have any meaning. Courting death, the two of them were enraged. They were people from an ancient race. Thus, they inherently looked down on regular disciples like him. Both of their spears struck like poisonous vipers. Although they were just rank 1 celestials, their power was comparable to rank 2 celestials. 2 golden hands caught their spears. It was Guo Ran. In his opinion, such minor figures weren't worth his boss personally taking action. Just as Guo Ran was about to send them flying, Long Chen directly pointed his finger. 2 lightning arrows pierced their heads, directly killing them in body and soul. They fell to the ground, their eyes still full of shock. Boss, you. Even Guo Ran was stunned. They were experts from an ancient race. Now it was troublesome. Remember, no matter who it is, as long as they want your life, you have a reason to kill them, no matter their status, said Long Chen lightly. But there's no buts. If you don't dare to attack them just because of their background, if you're afraid of the consequences, your enemies won't think that you're magnanimous. Instead, they'll think you're weak and easy to bully. That will bring you even more trouble. To such people, you have to be even more tyrannical. Kill each one that comes, kill until they're afraid, kill until they don't dare to become enemies with you. Don't you still remember Huo Wafang? Instead of restraining myself, if I had killed him the first time I encountered him, would Yi Ziqiu and Lu Fang'er have died? Said Long Chen coldly. Guo Ran's heart turned icy. Thinking back of that miserable battle at the end of the Julie's secret realm, it was like he could see Lu Fang'er and Yi Ziqiu dying in front of him. So remember, enemies are enemies. Don't vainly think that being nice will make them allies. That will just push you further into despair. You have to be stronger than experts, more vicious than vicious people. Don't vainly think about talking reason. That's just the display of the weak. You need to learn how to make it so others want to talk reason with you, said Long Chen. As he spoke, over 10 full moon experts appeared. Obviously, the disturbance here had drawn them over. When they saw those 2 corpses, they roared furiously and charged at them. Kill them all. Long Chen waved his hand. Guo Ran felt his scalp turn numb. This boss of his was too vicious. They were part of an ancient race. But he could only listen to his boss's orders. He summoned his golden armor and slashed down with his saber. Those full moon experts were horrified to find that this golden monster completely suppressed them in terms of power. With a single saber, they were all sent flying. While they were flying through the air, black needles struck them as quick as lightning. Bloody mist filled the air as they were almost all killed. The only one to survive was a rank 2 celestial. Relying on his powerful body, despite being pierced into a sieve, he remained alive. He was just about to flee when Guo Ran's saber mercilessly fell on him. He was directly cut in 2. That rank 2 celestial died just like that. After killing them, Guo Ran didn't feel the slightest happiness. Instead, he was incredibly worried. Boss, won't this bring more trouble? What trouble? At most, the full moon race will learn about this and hunt us down. What else could happen? If we retreated this time, then we would have to retreat the next time and so on for all eternity. The good resources will be taken by others, and we'll lose any chance of getting stronger. At that time, we won't even die to the full moon race before we die to weaker enemies. Those who block us are essentially killing us, so there's no need to be merciful. As for trouble, do we care about more trouble? When do we not have to deal with trouble? Relax. Even if you provoke gargantuan trouble, I'll be there. And if I can't handle it, the worst case is that all of us brothers die together. 18 years later, we'll rise once more. We can die, but we can't lose our undefeatable will. Since we've chosen this place, we absolutely can't retreat. Once we retreat, there'll be no more hope for us. In the future, our entire Dragonblood Legion will walk the undefeatable path. We can die, but we can't admit defeat. Each one of the Dragonblood warriors is my brother or sister. If one person causes a disaster, we'll handle it together. So you don't need to be afraid. Anyone who dares to provoke you can be directly killed. Our Dragonblood Legion might not provoke trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble. No matter who it is, even if their daddy is a god, we'll still kill them if they provoke us, said Long Chen solemnly. I understand, boss. Guo Ran nodded. Today, he finally truly understood Long Chen's thinking. He admired and worshipped him even more. Ever since he had encountered Long Chen had risen like a shooting star. But no matter how strong he became, he still maintained his core heart. Guo Ran was Long Chen's earliest follower. Now, His cultivation base had reached the late Shantian realm and he had become a rank 2 celestial. He had gained immense strength and the world had opened up to him. His heart had unconsciously changed. He had begun to care more and more about what he had. He wanted to enjoy his current accomplishments. As a result, he had begun to fear losing what he had. Now he had to remember his original heart. Long Chen nodded. Guo Ran was also smart. Although he was too ostentatious, his comprehension skill was still quite great. He patted Guo Ran's shoulder. Since he understood, then there was no need to say anything more. They continued forward and quickly found a hole in the ground. It seemed to have only just been dug. They were digging a well. Wondered Guo Ran. What well? They should be digging for treasures. Long Chen rolled his eyes. Digging for treasures. Guo Ran didn't really understand. From the Xiao tribe, I learned that Insect Island is a huge trial region. It is split into hundreds of levels, and there are force fields protecting them. But the Xiao tribe could only watch from a distance. There are powerful formations that prevent them from entering. But according to them, this Insect Island was once a verdant forest. Now, there's not even a single blade of grass. Isn't that curious? Apparently, each trial on Insect Island has a Bonathorn bloodmoth protecting it. If you want to obtain the treasure, you must defeat it. But now the island is completely desolate, and there are no signs of the Bonathorn bloodmoths. Their guess is that because there were no guards, the Bonathorn bloodmoths consumed all the resources on the island, completely destroying this place, and most likely they went to other places to reproduce. Looking at this desolate island, Long Chen paused before continuing, but I still feel like there's something off here, I just can't tell what. Then what are we supposed to do now? Asked Guo Ran. Wait a moment, I'll investigate with my divine sense. Long Chen sent his divine sense underground. He followed the hole the full moon experts had dug. Once he reached 300 meters, Long Chen's heart shivered. Underground, it was like there was some chaotic honeycomb. Some unknown energy had pierced countless crisscrossing and intertwining tunnels. Furthermore, he also saw broken caves and formations. Oh, there's something. Long Chen suddenly saw a jade case 3,000 meters deep. Despite being buried in mud, he still sensed it. These fellows must have some kind of method to sense underground treasures. This hole is right over the treasure. There's actually such a method to hunt for treasures. Then let me check their spatial rings. Guo Ran was delighted, and he hastily began rifling through the spatial rings from the corpses of the full moon experts. There's no need. My divine sense can cover several miles, which is greater than any item they could have. First of all, let's start excavating and see what's inside. Long Chen was just about to take action. There's no need for you to do anything, boss. Let me. Guo Ran took out a drill. The drill was 3 meters long and gave off a cold light. Guo Ran sinisterly laughed. Ever since that time I bitterly dug in the first monastery, I just knew we'd run into this kind of situation again. So I developed this supreme drill. The drill's runes lit up. It began to quickly whirl, bringing with it an ear-piercing sound. It began to pierce through the ground like it was made of paper. In front of Long Chen's stunned gaze, in just 2 breaths, the drill reached the jade case Long Chen had indicated. He's just saying that the worst case is they all die and that they'll reincarnate, becoming adults in 18 years, and once more being who they were. But to be clear, this is kind of an expression, and readers should not take this to mean that cultivators can reincarnate with their memories. Chapter 806 Dying with Eyes Open. Opening the jade case, a disgusting scent erupted. Long Chen and Guo Ran both jumped in fright, thinking that it was poison. They hastily shut their pores and shot back. Only then did they get a good look at what was inside. It was a fist-sized egg, but there were countless speckles on it, and the disgusting scent was coming from them. Is this a housepet's egg? Guessed Guo Ran. Most likely. It's just that it's been too long. Long Chen was speechless. That was unlucky. Throw this egg away, but the case should be a treasure. Alright, Guo Ran really didn't want to touch this thing. But since Long Chen said so, he went over and threw out the egg. Fuck, you pig. Long Chen suddenly fled upon seeing Guo Ran toss the egg beneath his feet. The egg immediately grew in size upon leaving the case. It grew to several meters long, and it exploded upon striking the ground. A fecal green liquid erupted like a bomb. Guo Ran was immediately splashed by it. A nauseating scent crashed over him. Despite sealing his pores, he still felt like he was about to vomit. This egg had existed for no one knew how long. That kind of scent wasn't something just anyone could handle. It was fortunate that Long Chen had fled fast enough, or he would also have been splashed. Seeing Guo Ran just foolishly standing there, he cursed, "Hurry up and start washing yourself." Only then did Guo Ran react. He took out a bucket of water and began to crazily scrub. Even once he was clean, that disgusting stench didn't let up. "Boss, you couldn't warn me." Guo Ran switched his robes, but that stench was still present. "Are you a pig? Would a housepit's egg be just the size of a chicken egg? That case has huge runes on it. Are you blind? Even if you are, can't you sense the spatial fluctuations? TCH, I almost got pulled in because of you, and you still want to grumble at me," said Long Chen without the slightest mercy. Without several days, there was no way that scent would disappear. Now even Long Chen was affected. Traveling in the world while closing all the pores and sense of smell was essentially cutting one's spiritual perception in half. Doing it for a while might be acceptable, but doing it for too long was just courting death. Heavens, it really is a treasure. I have a huge use for these runes. Guo Ran suddenly saw the runes on the case, and his eyes lit up. He had definitely thought of another forging mechanism. TCH, put it away. Let's go. Long Chen brought Guo Ran away. Long Chen found quite a few deep holes in this area. But those holes were from a long time ago. It seemed quite a few experts had searched this island before, which disappointed him. Perhaps there weren't many chances of obtaining any treasures here. There's a jade case here. Long Chen paused, sensing a jade case. Without wasting a moment, Guo Ran began digging. As Guo Ran dug, Long Chen looked around and couldn't help but grumble. According to reason, since this place was a trial region, it should have been like a cage that trapped the insects inside. The insects should have been like the hidden ground gold spider, unable to escape. But now, not only were there no Bonathorn bloodmoths, but the entire island was wrecked. The trial caves had been excavated, and all people could do was dig for treasure here. Had that battle back then destroyed the formations of this island? But Long Chen still kept feeling like something was a bit off. "Hehe, boss, here you go." Guo Ran smiled mischievously and handed the jade case to Long Chen. "TCH, do you think we'd be so unlucky as to obtain another stinky egg?" Long Chen rolled his eyes. But although his tone was disdainful, he kept the case far away and used his spiritual strength to open it. When the case was opened, there wasn't the slightest disgusting stench. Instead, it was the scent of a perfume permeating the atmosphere. There was a pearl inside. The pearl was the size of a baby's fist. Its entire body was like jade. Spiritual chi revolved around it as it shone beautifully. A dense scent of perfume came out of it, one that was extremely relaxing to smell. "Boss, give it to me. I can use it to mask some of the scent coming from me." Guo Ran was delighted. This was just what he needed. "You can't. This is a 7th rank 9-color Elk's Needon. It's incredibly precious to female cultivators. The essence inside it can allow a person to maintain a youthful appearance forever. If you were to waste such a natural treasure, then Tang Wan'er would definitely cut you into pieces if she learned of it. Furthermore, I'd also be implicated by you," laughed Long Chen. "Really, this thing is so amazing. It has the same effect as the legendary everlasting appearance fruit?" asked Guo Ran. "When it comes to effect, it definitely can't compare. That everlasting appearance fruit can be directly consumed. But I'll have to first extract the essence within this Needon and make it into a pill. You know how much women like their beauty. So many of them are willing to even sacrifice their longevity and even their cultivation base. My guess is that if the sect master didn't care about her looks, she might have already long since stepped into the king realm," said Long Chen. "Then why don't you refine a few everlasting face pills and give me some?" "Hehe, you know, hehe, you understand," said Guo Ran. With that wretched expression on his face, it seemed there really would be no one who wouldn't understand what he intended. "Don't worry, the essence within this Needon is enough for me to refine several furnaces of pills. I'll only need 1 furnace of pills for my beauties. If you have the ability, you can take all the rest. I want to see just how many beautiful girls you can seduce," laughed Long Chen. "Hehe, I won't use those everlasting appearance pills to seduce them. Seducing women must be done through charisma and strength. I'm just preparing for the future. If there comes a beautiful woman who admires me, and we're just lacking a little bit of fire between us, who could resist once I send her an everlasting appearance pill?" laughed Guo Ran mischievously. "Guo Ran, have you ever thought of what kind of woman you want?" asked Long Chen suddenly. "How should I put it? My requirements aren't high. As long as they don't loathe me, It's fine, said Guo Ran. Ah, this requirement of yours is actually quite high, said Long Chen. Fuck, boss, you're evil. Why must you always mock me like this? It's unendurable. Guo Ran had an urge to cry, but no tears came out. Hee, don't be like this. Your brother is just joking with you. Furthermore, aren't you also quite handsome? Why must you set your requirements so low? Comforted Long Chen. The main thing is that my eyes are too small. Women don't like men with small eyes. Guo Ran hung his head dejectedly. Who said that? Small eyes have their own benefits, said Long Chen supportively. Really, what benefits? People with small eyes, no matter how they die, won't die with their eyes open. Alright, let's stop talking and just keep moving. In truth, Long Chen was also very excited to obtain the 9-color Elk's Needin. He always felt like he greatly owed his beauties. Now he finally had a chance to send each of them a gift. They would definitely be incredibly delighted to gain the ability to retain their youth forever. Continuing forward, Long Chen kept his spiritual strength spread out while Guo Ran was in charge of digging. They quickly found 7 more cases. 3 of them contained weapons that had reached the middle grade enchanted level. But they were made through exquisite craftsmanship which made them much stronger than average weapons at that level. They also obtained a secret tome that contained a water element magical art. It was directly stored in a spatial ring since it was essentially useless to them. They also dug up another stinky egg, but with their experience last time, they handled it much better than before. There were also 2 pills that were even more trash. Although medicinal pills were precious, after all this time, those pills had lost their medicinal energy and were no more than shriveled lumps of garbage. As they got deeper, Long Chen saw many powerful people. Some were from the righteous path, some from the corrupt path, and there were also many experts from the ancient races. They were in groups, sometimes with more than 10 people. They held strange tools as they searched for something. Long Chen saw that those had to be tools to find treasure, which was why the previous people they had killed had been digging right over a jade case. After all, there weren't many people who had spiritual strength as powerful as Long Chen and could explore hundreds of meters underground. And even if someone could, they would only be able to last for a few breaths before running out of spiritual strength. Long Chen saw that these people came from every direction of the island, and they were all powerful figures. They were all in groups. Long Chen's group of 2 was actually the weakest. Those groups were all carefully searching while on guard against enemy attacks. The groups maintained a certain distance from each other. But Long Chen saw that quite a few people had begun to place their sights on him and Guo Ran. Some of the ancient race groups had several rank 2 celestials amongst them. It had to be known that the ancient races possessed bloodlines that made them unrivaled in the same realm. Long Chen ignored them for now as he continued searching with his divine sense. He quickly found another 2 cases. Just as Long Chen and Guo Ran pulled up the second one, a group of people surrounded them. Hand over all the treasures you've obtained and we'll spare your lives. Chapter 807 Magical Art, Raging Flame Prison. Boss, how could it just be a pile of ashes? Guo Ran was speechless as he looked inside the case. It should be some medicinal ingredient that rotted after all this time. It's impossible to even tell what the original medicinal ingredient was, sighed Long Chen. How depressing. Guo Ran put away the case. At least the case was a treasure. Bastards, I'm talking to you. Hand over your treasures, and we won't kill you. Long Chen and Guo Ran were completely ignoring them, causing this group to be infuriated. The 2 of them looked over this group. They looked the same as humans, but their hands were like eagle claws with sharp hooks at the end of their fingertips. They actually only had 4 fingers. That strange appearance was a sign of an ancient race. There were 13 people, and 3 of them were rank 2 celestials. Their auras were extremely powerful. Hand over your treasures, and we'll spare your lives, said Long Chen indifferently. What? Those eagle claw ancient race experts were even more enraged now. Die. One of the rank 2 celestials directly sent his claws at them, manifesting runes which caused a harsh whistling. Guo Ran slashed with his golden saber. What startled him was that sparks flew, and he was actually knocked back a step. Idiot, now do you understand just how strong we are now? We can tear apart enchanted items with our bare hands. It's too late for regret now, sneered the clawed expert as he pressed his attack. Guo Ran was truly startled. As expected, each ancient race possessed its own powerful inheritance. These claws were this ancient race's greatest weapon. Suddenly, a A thunderforce-covered hand caught the ancient race expert's domineering claw. The sound of bones breaking rang out along with his mournful cry. Tear apart enchanted items, just with your flimsy chicken claws. Long Chen shook his head. Seeing how powerful those claws were, Long Chen had wanted to test whether they really were as strong as they said they were. And the result of his test was that these claws were just for bragging. Yes, they were comparable to enchanted items. But they still weren't true enchanted items. They relied entirely on runes to increase their power to receive Guo Ran's saber. But under the suppression of Long Chen's lightning rushing hand, they were really no different from chicken claws. Attack together. Seeing one of their rank 2 celestials be injured, the rest of them realized that they had kicked an iron plate today. But due to their long-standing pride, they wouldn't allow themselves to lose out. Almost instinctively, they charged. Guo Ran was just about to summon his complete armor when Long Chen waved his hand. Space twisted as endless runes condensed in the air. Waves of heat surged into the sky. Long Chen's spiritual yuan erupted. Those runes formed a prison that caught all the eagle claw enemies. The earth flame's energy poured forth as berserk flame energy ignited them. The 300-meter flame prison tightly bound them. Countless runes danced within the prison, and whatever those runes touched instantly ignited. In just a moment, all of them were set afire, trying to escape with their lives on the line. But when they touched the edge of the prison, it was like the flames on their bodies ignited again. The flames on them roared to a new level. Noticing members of an ancient race target Long Chen's group of 2, quite a few people had looked over. Now they were all appalled. This flame prison was actually so terrifying. Even Long Chen was startled by its power. This magical art he had obtained from the Xiao tribe was actually so powerful. Magical arts were different from battle skills. Battle skills relied on circulating the energy within the user, condensing it together to release the greatest power. The principle of a battle skill was like stopping a river and storing up water before suddenly releasing it all. But magical arts relied on activating the energy within heaven and earth. A person's energy was just to connect to it. It was like a detonator activating explosives. However, after activating heaven and earth's energy, that vast energy had to be properly controlled by spiritual yuan. Normally, only sea expansion experts could use magical arts, because Shantian experts didn't have the spiritual yuan to control it. Using one would just cause their bodies to explode. As an alchemist, Long Chen's comprehension and control of flame energy were extremely high. He quickly learned to control this move. But he still hadn't tried it before. So now that he did, he was shocked by how powerful it was. Activating the raging flame prison required condensing a special rune within the body. When the rune was fully formed, hand seals activated it, and spiritual strength released it into the world. When the prison first formed, it would instantly draw over all the flame energy around it and condense it into its runes. Then the next step was to use the energy of a personal core flame to truly complete it. Once the raging flame prison was complete, the inside would be filled with countless tiny runes that could be likened to a fine drizzle. But that drizzle was endless and came from every angle. Anyone who was inside would be ignited. Those minute runes would ignite anything they touched. The flame energy within them wasn't something their spiritual yuan had been able to resist. They had only been able to rely on their heavenly Dao runes to block it. But they had quickly found that blocking the flames exhausted their core runic energy at an alarming rate. If this continued, then it would just be a few more breaths before they were burned to ash. They crazily attacked the prison, trying to escape, but the prison didn't even budge. It was like they were dragonflies trying to shake a pillar. The most terrifying thing was that as they attacked the prison, strange energy was transmitted into their bodies. The flame runes adhering to their bodies were like ignited gunpowder. One of the weaker ones directly exploded, not even leaving behind a corpse. The Eagle Claw experts were filled with despair. If they attacked the prison, they would explode. If they didn't attack it, they would slowly be incinerated. There was no third option. Hurry and release us, otherwise, the Great Eagle race will hunt you down and exterminate your entire sect and family. Roared one of the rank 2 celestials. Long Chen stood with his arms clasped behind his back, calmly watching the changes in the prison. He completely ignored what that person had said. He was still shocked at how powerful the raging flame prison was. He hadn't used his full power with it since he was just testing it. His guess was that its current power was just a third of its peak. He also didn't want to expose its true power so early, so he had intentionally weakened it. But he didn't expect its effect to still be so shocking. Ah, it must be because of the earth flame. Long Chen suddenly thought of the crux of the problem. As a flame magical art, the raging flame prison's power had very likely increased due to the earth flame, which was why it was so shocking. While Long Chen was lost in thought, the final two rank 2 celestials couldn't hold any longer and self-destructed. After the self-destruction, even their souls didn't have a chance to flee. They were instantly incinerated. The flames disappeared, heaven and earth returned to normal. But 13 ancient race experts had completely disappeared without leaving a trace. The ground was untouched, without the slightest charred portion. After using this move, his experience with magical arts had risen a great deal. The reason magical arts were so powerful was because they drew off the world's elemental energy. That was naturally extremely powerful, but using one exhausted both spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. That exhaustion was extremely great. Although the power was worth it, Long Chen also sensed some danger. In truth, magical arts were a double-sided blade. At the same time as they could be used to kill enemies, they posed a great risk. There were two factors. One was that if your own power wasn't high enough, you wouldn't be able to control the world's energy, and that would cause the magical art to erupt out of your control. The other danger was if your opponent had a way to restrain your magical art. For example, they might break the equilibrium of your magical art. Then your control over the natural energy would also break, and you would suffer a backlash. It was no wonder why even those old sea expansion monsters wouldn't easily use magical arts unless they were forced to. Controlling them was too difficult and too dangerous. Boss, what battle skill was that? It's so powerful. Guo Ran was shocked. Over 10 ancient race experts were incinerated by it without the slightest ability to resist. Don't ask. No matter how strong a battle skill is, you wouldn't be able to use it. Your Tao is already completely different from other people's. Properly walk your own path. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain to him the difference between battle skills and magical arts. Other than satisfying his curiosity, it didn't have any use to him. The raging flame prison had shocked everyone here. Those people who had been planning on doing something to Long Chen secretly wiped away some cold sweat. There were also quite a few people delighting in his misfortune. Now that Long Chen had killed experts from the Great Eagle race, and this many, the Great Eagle race would definitely not leave things as they were. The distant corrupt experts' expressions changed and they immediately fled. But seeing that Long Chen was ignoring them and focused on continuing to search for treasures, they relaxed a bit. However, they still chose to distance themselves more. As Long Chen and Guo Ran advanced, the path was suddenly blocked by huge boulders. There was no choice but to go around to reach the core region of the island. From a small pass, they entered the core region. Just a few dozen miles in, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 808 Caught in a Crisis. A mountain appeared in front of them. It was just 100 meters high, and its circumference was only 1,000 meters. But everyone's expressions changed. That was because this mountain was made of skeletons. They were piled tightly together along with countless weapons and spatial rings. The majority of the people felt their hair stand on end upon seeing it. Even those weapons and spatial rings weren't able to entice them. This is a trap. Guo Ran was appalled. Their journey here had been so calm and easy. But as soon as they arrived here, they saw this huge pile of bones. Furthermore, these skeletons' clothes hadn't completely degraded yet. They definitely had died no more than a few decades ago. There were also some skeletons that had decayed. It had to be known that those who could come here were all top geniuses in the outside world. Their skeletons wouldn't decay like that even if given several centuries. In other words, the skeletons here had been piled up from dead experts from different periods. I should run now, whispered Guo Ran. It's too late. Long Chen shook his head. He had long since spread his divine sense. That was why his expression had completely changed. Long Chen was currently looking around. He suddenly noticed a huge altar behind the mountain of skeletons. Countless runes were revolving around it, and the aura of primal chaos circulated within it. At the center of the altar was an ancient lamp. It was 9 inches tall, with a lotus flower at both the top and the bottom. 6 small pillars connected the two ends. At the center was the lamp wick. Long Chen was surprised to see that the wick was lit. Long Chen sensed an extremely terrifying pressure coming from the ancient lantern. He realized that Insect Island hadn't been completely abandoned. In truth, it was still functional. It was just the trial caves that had been damaged. Heavens, what is going on? Just as everyone was stunned by this scene and hesitating on whether or not they should fight for the weapons and spatial rings of the corpses, a startled cry rang out. Everyone looked over and jumped. At some unknown time, they had been surrounded by some kind of bizarre insects. The insects were 2 feet long. They looked similar to locusts. Their back was like a blade, and there was a long horn on their heads. There was a sharp point on their backs that was like a javelin. An appalling aura came from them. They were completely black, and under the sunlight, they gave off a metallic sheen. Their antennas were waving toward them, causing them to feel like buckets of ice water had been thrown on them. We're definitely dead. There are actually so many 6th-rank magical beasts here. Seeing this many insects, one person immediately despaired. Just with a glance, it was obvious these sinister-looking magical beasts were not kind-hearted. With tens of thousands of 6th-rank magical beasts staring at them, they really were dead. In a one-on-one, insect magical beasts were actually stronger than other magical beasts. Their armor was difficult to break, and such armored magical beasts normally had boundless energy. Once this many of them attacked, then perhaps only rank 2 celestials would have any chance of getting out alive. Rank 1 celestials would definitely die. As for asking rank 2 celestials to protect them, just protecting themselves would be difficult enough, so they naturally couldn't protect others. Now, everyone realized that they had fallen for a trap, and a huge one. That mountain of skeletons showed just how many people had died to this trap. Thinking of that, they were filled with terror. Just who had set up this kind of trap here? These are Bonathorn bloodmoths. Guo Ran, summon your armor so you don't get instantly killed, said Long Chen. Long Chen had learned quite a bit about these kinds of ancient beasts from Meng Qi while studying soul arts, so he recognized them, but all he knew about them was that they were supposedly extremely terrifying. Seeing how solemn Long Chen was, Guo Ran didn't dare to be careless. He summoned his armor. That way, he wouldn't need to be afraid of their attacks. What should we do? Guo Ran didn't dare to move while surrounded by this many Bonathorn bloodmoths. Ignore them. You go gather those weapons and spatial rings. In any case, your skin is thick enough. They're unable to break your defense, so this is a rare opportunity, said Long Chen quietly. Guo Ran shot off toward the mountain of skeletons. He was incredibly fast, crazily absorbing the spoils. Although this kind of thing was a bit taboo, it was obvious that there had to be many treasures hidden inside those spatial rings. Guo Ran's actions drew everyone's attention. Just what time was it? He actually still cared about treasures. But when they saw his seamless armor, they were filled with envy and fury. Just as Guo Ran began to gather those weapons and spatial rings, these experts, who had been on the verge of going crazy from the threat of death, erupted. They definitely refused to allow Guo Ran to gather all the treasures and just swagger off. They all took out their weapons and attacked him. But they had only just released their auras when it ignited something else. The insects immediately shot forward. Space trembled as the Bonathorn bloodmoths shot over. They covered the sky, turning the land dark. What startled everyone was that the tens of thousands of Bonathorn bloodmoths they had previously seen were nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. They now saw that there were millions of them. The heaven-shrouding Bonathorn bloodmoths covered the entire sky. The sound of their wings filled their ears, and everyone was horrified. Suddenly, a rank 2 celestial's weapon shook, and a ray of light shot towards them. Continuous explosions rang out. Hundreds of Bonathorn bloodmoths were sent flying by the powerful force. A slight opening appeared in the sky. Everyone was delighted. These Bonathorn bloodmoths might have a strong defense, but up in the air, they were easily knocked away. They were relieved. There were hundreds of celestials here, over 30 of which were rank 2 celestials. If everyone worked together, it seemed it wouldn't be a problem to charge their way out of the blockade. First, kill the golden armored person, then kill his companion. We definitely can't let them take everything. One of the corrupt paths experts shouted, wanting to incite enmity between everyone and Long Chen. There were quite a few people that came from the eastern wasteland's ancient races. There were also some righteous experts. But most of the righteous experts had come from the other opening, so although they had heard Long Chen's name, they didn't really place him in their eyes. But Long Chen's raging flame prison had definitely intimidated them. They were all experts, and they could all see that his technique had been an extremely powerful magical art. Long Chen had immediately become the person that everyone had the most misgivings toward. Now, they all had to work together to get out of here alive. They definitely couldn't allow Guo Ran to leave with all the profit. You really are a bunch of idiots. Even at this time, you want to scheme. There's no saving you, snorted Long Chen. He shot toward the altar behind the mountain of skeletons. Suddenly, miserable screams rang out, along with the sound of bodies being torn apart. Everyone hastily looked back in shock. Countless sharp bones were flying over at them, and they were incredibly quick. It was practically a rain of bones. The defensive runes everyone had summoned were essentially useless. These bone thorns directly pierced through their bodies. But luckily, these people were all celestials and could heal. But this rain of bone thorns was still unblockable. Despite doing their best, quite a few of them pierced through their bodies. We can't continue like this. We'll be exhausted to death. Concentrate on breaking out, roared one of the ancient race experts. He directly charged forward with his group. But their actions drew a dire consequence. Only a small portion of the Bonathorn bloodmoths had actually attacked just now, and this group's movements drew the attacks of the rest of them. A torrent of bone thorns shot toward them. There were simply too many of them. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, that group of experts was submerged by the countless bone thorns, and then their bodies disappeared forever. The bone thorns were these insects' strongest weapons. They actually grew back extremely quickly as well. After shooting one out, a second one would quickly grow. In truth, each Bonathorn bloodmoth was only able to use this attack 3 times. However, their piercing power was incredibly great. Due to how many of them there were, their attack's killing power was even comparable to an enchanted weapon. Their bone thorns could easily pierce a celestial's body. Even shields only lasted for a moment before being blown apart. There were just too many bone thorns. In just that one exchange, almost 100 people died. Long Chen rushed over to the altar. He was startled to find that the blood chi of the fallen celestials was being rapidly pulled in by the altar. More precisely, the blood chi was surging toward the ancient lamp. He was startled to see that this blood chi actually weakened the burning lampwick. It seemed its light had weakened a bit. Could it be that this huge trap is all to extinguish this ancient lamp? Long Chen carefully touched the lamp. He found he was unable to move it. It was like it was a part of the altar. Long Chen also didn't dare to use too much force since he was afraid of destroying it. But as more and more experts fell, the lampwick's energy weakened, and it began to shudder. A few glowing runes appeared under the lamp. Those runes then began to rapidly dim, and the lamp started to shake. Long Chen was delighted to see that. This should be the optimal time to attempt to take the lamp. Long Chen's hand had just touched it again when he felt a burst of pain on his back. A sharp sword pierced through his back and out his chest, blood spraying wildly. Chapter 809 Peerless Assassin Huang Junmo. The attack had come without the slightest warning. By the time Long Chen had reacted, a thin sword only the width of a thumb pierced his body. In that instant, the image of a masked figure appeared in his mind. That mask was covered in many lines. Huang Junmo. Long Chen's heart shook. He suddenly felt an explosive energy coming through the sword. An immense power was about to erupt, and if he allowed it to erupt in his body, he wouldn't even have a corpse left. He didn't defend against it, nor did he try fleeing. He suppressed that instinctive desire and instead gathered all his energy into his saber, stabbing it behind him. Having condensed all his energy within the saber, as long as it touched his opponent's body, it would definitely release an earth-shattering power. The first thing Long Chen did was to unleash an attack to bring down his opponent with him. The sword was quickly extracted from his back. Blood flew through the air, flowing easily. That sword seemed to possess some special energy that could make a person bleed faster. Long Chen hastily circulated the primal chaos space. Life energy instantly healed his injuries. His saber continued forward. Previously, this suicidal move had seemed reckless, but in truth, it was the only way he could have escaped his death. After escaping the threat of the sword's energy erupting within him, Long Chen still didn't retreat but instead launched a fierce attack. Huang Junmo was truly too terrifying. In all this time, this was the first time the 9-star hegemon body art had failed to sense the danger of a sneak attack. Huang Junmo must have some exceedingly strange secret art to completely conceal his killing intent. Long Chen's sword stabbed behind him. But where he thought there would be someone, there was no one. A powerful force sent Long Chen staggering forward a few steps. Looking back, he saw a masked man holding the ancient lamp. It was Huang Junmo. He held a thin transparent sword. Without looking carefully, it was very difficult to see it. Most importantly, there were no fluctuations coming from it. It was like it wasn't a weapon, but just a refined piece of craftsmanship. Truly worthy of being Long Chen. This is the first time this move of mine has failed, said Huang Junmo indifferently. This move of yours really is very powerful. It's my first time having someone stealthily stab me, said Long Chen. He was furious. One reason was because of this assassination attempt, while the other reason was that the mysterious ancient lamp had ended up in Huang Junmo's hands. Haha, interesting. However, this ancient lamp is something I noticed first. I also had long since seen through this trap laid by the Bonathorn bloodmoths. They are using the fresh blood of experts to extinguish the lampwick. Then, the final formations of the island will be completely broken, and they'll be completely free. So I was waiting here for a long time for people to come, but I didn't expect that a big fish like you would come swimming into my trap. Huang Junmo smiled and put away the ancient lamp. Long Chen was startled. So Huang Junmo had seen through some clues as soon as he had arrived here and simply been lying in wait for others to step into the trap. At this time, the other experts were still fiercely fighting the Bonathorn bloodmoths. As for over here, although the sky was also covered in them, as long as Long Chen didn't take the initiative to attack them, they also didn't attack him. As an assassin, do you really think you can flee once you're exposed right in front of me? Asked Long Chen, his aura slowly rising. Flee? No. Although one principle of assassins is to flee if we fail to kill someone in one attack, there's no need for me to follow it. Those who follow the rules normally don't have any ability. Although I am proficient in the assassin Dao, that doesn't represent that I'm the same as other assassins and can't face people head-on. Sometimes, relying on just assassination isn't very fun. Seeing so much of my prey die without even having a chance to struggle is too boring. If it weren't for the Assassin's Creed, I wouldn't have bothered with this sneak attack just now. Luckily, you didn't die so easily, or this game would be over already. In truth, I like to see experts die in front of me while being filled with despair, said Huang Junmo, acting as if Long Chen was just prey in his eyes. I don't think so. That attack just now was your only chance to kill me. But you missed it. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, and 4 stars revolved in his eyes. A terrifying pressure descended upon the world, and a constant rumbling filled the air just due to Long Chen's existence. An immense saber image soared into the sky, slaughtering any Bonathorn bloodmoths it came into contact with. Others might not be able to kill them, but they were too weak to endure a single attack from Long Chen. Huang Junmo's pupils shrank. His aura also erupted and 3 colored runes appeared behind him. He also entered his strongest state by summoning his cry of the heavenly Daos. The sword in his hand slashed forward to meet Long Chen's saber. A powerful explosion shook the land. Blinding waves of light erupted. Those waves of light spread in every direction, and the altar beside them instantly collapsed. The mountain of skeletons was also blown to bits. Guo Ran had still been in the midst of gathering treasures, and as a result, he was sent flying. Wherever these waves of light went, those Bonathorn bloodmoths were directly torn apart. The sky immediately brightened. The heaven-shrouding Bonathorn bloodmoths had been greatly reduced by this attack. Quick, run! Everyone immediately began to flee. But they had only just shot out when their expressions completely changed. Because at this moment, the ground of Insect Island was all covered in Bonathorn bloodmoths. It was like they had been waiting for this moment, and the people fleeing were met with a torrent of bone thorns. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. Those who were at the front were directly killed, while those further back had a chance to fall back. As for Long Chen and Huang Junmo, their fight immediately provoked the huge army of Bonathorn bloodmoths. They surged over at them. That was a true endless sea of insects. Everyone felt despair. This was a fatal trap, and there was no chance for them to flee. Thinking of the mountain of skeletons, they were filled with terror. Long Chen ignored the chaos. He also ignored the sea of insects. This kind of magical beast posed no threat to him. After exchanging a single blow with Huang Junmo, Long Chen understood a certain principle. Amongst rank 3 celestials, there was an immense power difference. Huang Junmo was much stronger than ordinary rank 3 celestials. He was clearly weaker than Long Chen in terms of power, but his sword released strange fluctuations that blocked a portion of his power. That made it seem like they were evenly matched. Not bad, but killing power doesn't rely on brute force. I'll let you see an assassin's true speed. Huang Junmo suddenly became like a phantom. He was clearly in front of Long Chen, but he suddenly appeared behind him, his sword stabbing toward his throat. This speed seemed to have broken spatial resistance, and it was impossible to keep up with him with the naked eye. The instant he moved, Long Chen felt like his sword had already reached his neck. This speed was inconceivable. It was no wonder Huang Junmo was so arrogant. With this kind of speed, even if he wanted to assassinate someone from the front, there would only be a few people that could dodge. By the time other experts noticed him, his blade would have pierced through their bodies. Even when killing someone openly, others wouldn't have the qualifications to resist him. So it was natural that Huang Junmo had gotten bored of killing people from behind. Perhaps in the same realm, there was no one who could block this speed of his. That was why he had started to disdain sneak attacks. He was like a ghost. Long Chen had never seen such speed. He also realized why assassins liked such thin swords. The spatial resistance was reduced to the greatest possible extent, and his attacks came silently without any warning. Long Chen's saber was too long, and competing with technique against him would put him at a disadvantage. Seeing Huang Junmo's attack coming, his saber suddenly slashed toward Huang Junmo's waist. This was Long Chen's most shameless, most rascally, yet also most effective technique, a suicidal technique to bring down his opponent with him. Because in terms of speed, Long Chen definitely couldn't match an assassin. That would be competing against his opponent's strongest point, and doing so would be too stupid. Don't use the same technique in front of me, Huang Junmo, twice, sneered Huang Junmo. His body twisted strangely like he was made of smoke, but his sword continued to stab toward Long Chen's throat. Long Chen also sneered. Long Chen, also dislike using the same move twice. Seeing that sneer, Huang Junmo's expression suddenly changed. From Long Chen's originally empty hand, a lightning spear condensed and stabbed toward his body. His sword didn't end up reaching Long Chen, but the spear ended up touching Huang Junmo's chest. It was unknown what was on Huang Junmo's body, but whatever it was, it had broken Long Chen's lightning spear. His lightning runes scattered into the air. Long Chen smiled. He hadn't been hoping for this attack to kill Huang Junmo. His saber was already pointed toward the sky, and the energy he had been storing up erupted. This was his true killing blow. Chapter 810 Bonathorn Bloodmyth King. Saber Chi soared into the sky, releasing a brilliant light that drowned out the sun. Huang Junmo's heart shook. Although he had used a secret art to break Long Chen's lightning spear, the thunder force had still caused his body to go numb. And now Long Chen had taken advantage of this opportunity to release an immense attack. If he was struck, then even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Killing God Blood Blade, Huang Junmo's transparent sword began to shine. A majestic energy was arising within it. This was a world-shaking collision. A saber and a sword clashed together, blowing the Bonathorn Bloodmyths to bits. The majority of Insect Island was engulfed by this attack. Those experts fighting the insects were also blown apart. Long Chen was sent flying. He was startled. His arms were tingling and he felt like his blood was flipping inside him. But then seeing Huang Junmo's shining sword, he understood. Treasure weapon. Huang Junmo's sword had to be a treasure weapon. Although Huang Junmo couldn't activate a treasure item's full power, just activating a bit of it was enough for him to match Long Chen's attack. Die! Huang Junmo suddenly shouted. Sword images filled the sky and shot toward Long Chen. Shockingly, those sword images were not just images. They were made of countless runes. Their destructive power was incomparably terrifying. Long Chen snorted. Suddenly, his spiritual strength erupted and countless golden scales appeared around him. Those scales were from the hidden ground Gold Spider King. They had its core runes and were incomparably sharp. They were natural soul items. After obtaining them, Long Chen had continuously nourished them with his spiritual strength to make them his soul items. The sword images crashed onto the scales. The land shook. Guo Ran had just crawled out of the mud. He was lucky he had his armor, otherwise, he would have been killed like the others. But even so, the impact of the blows had caused his head to grow faint. He had almost lost consciousness. As soon as he crawled up, the land trembled again. He didn't even know what was going on when he was once more sent flying and buried by mud. After this attack, Huang Junmo and Long Chen's auras began to steadily rise in preparation for a fierce battle. One was emitting fierce sword chi, while the other had a sea of golden scales around him. But suddenly, the land split apart and a terrifying pressure descended upon the world. Long Chen and Huang Junmo's expressions changed. They sensed the aura of 7th-rank magical beasts. The ground was continuously breaking apart. 7 huge figures broke out of the ground. Those were 7 Bonathorn Bloodmyths that were each 30 meters long. But they weren't completely black as they had silver spots. The huge bone thorn on their backs was chilling to look at. HMPH, how disappointing. Little fellow, if you don't die, I'll take your life next time, snorted Huang Junmo. His sword's runes lit up, and just like that, it shot off with him into the distance. Its speed was incredible, and he flew 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. So treasure items can also be used as flying tools. Long Chen immediately thought of Shui Yu's black sword and how it had brought him away at the end as well. But he had no time to keep thinking about that. A huge bone thorn was piercing toward him with a space-tearing noise. Long Chen hastily raised his saber and slashed down at it. The bone thorn shattered, but Long Chen was also knocked back, vomiting blood. He almost lost his grip on his saber. Long Chen had only just broken it when another bone thorn shot toward him. Long Chen had no confidence in being able to block it with his already numb arms. But a golden shield appeared in front of him. At this critical moment, Guo Ran appeared. The bone thorn smashed onto the shield. Guo Ran coughed up blood, but of course, it stayed within his armor. He shot back like a shooting star. Long Chen hastily caught onto him. As a result, he was also pulled away. This attack came from a 7th rank Bonathorn Bloodmyth King. It was incredibly powerful. These insect kings had been here for who knew how long. They had grown a bit of intelligence, and they knew that the reason they couldn't leave this island was because of the lamp. When they noticed that killing experts near the lamp would cause it to weaken, they had begun to order those lower-rank Bonathorn Bloodmoths to attack the trial takers. Perhaps it was because the lamp had been taken away, or perhaps it was because of Long Chen's battle with Huang Junmo. Either way, they had been disturbed and almost instinctively attacked Long Chen. "What should we do, boss? We can't defeat the 7 of them," shouted Guo Ran. "If you fly away, will you be faster than them?" asked Long Chen. He saw that these huge insect kings also had wings on them. "It's no problem for me to fly away, but what about you?" Guo Ran could summon wings on his armor. Furthermore, he had drawn out the energy within the wind spirit stones that Tang Waner hadn't needed. His flying speed was definitely amazing. But when he had set up that flying mechanism, he had only planned it for himself. He hadn't tested flying with other people, which was why he was so panicked. "You go first. Wait for me at our gathering spot," decided Long Chen. "But you, just go. I have my own method of getting away." "All right." Hearing that, Guo Ran was greatly relieved. Dropping his arms, 2 small wings appeared on his back. Following that, he pointed his butt, and a powerful force sent him flying into the distance. He instantly disappeared, and his speed was definitely no lower than Huang Junmo's. It was just that Long Chen couldn't understand why that little fellow had decided to put the propulsion in such an awkward position like the butt. Another large bone thorn shot over, breaking Long Chen's line of thought. He hastily dodged to the side. Taking out the dragon scale, he shouted, "Stop." However, his response was another bone thorn. These insect kings ignored his dragon scale. It seemed they couldn't sense the dragon might within it. As expected, the dragon might doesn't have as much effect on armored magical beasts. This result was within Long Chen's expectations. Seeing that the dragon scale was ineffective, he activated the netherworld ghost steps and fled. There was no way around it. There was no way he could face 7 7th rank magical beasts. Seeing him flee, the 7 insect kings flapped their wings and chased. But Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to see that their flying speed wasn't as fast as he had imagined. However, they were still faster than him. Using his spiritual strength, he sent those golden scales shooting toward them. Sparks flew along with a metallic ringing. Those golden scales were completely unable to break through their outer shell. All this was within Long Chen's expectations. He was just hoping for the scales to slow them down a bit. However, the scales only caused them to slow down ever so slightly. They were still faster than him, and the distance between them was rapidly shortening. It was unknown whether they had used up their bone thorns or whether they were unwilling to use them, but they only continued chasing after him. However, their 2 antennas shone with a cold light that gave him goosebumps. Lei Long, Huo Long, stall them. Long Chen's arms shook as those 2 fellows flew out. The 2 of them had yet to completely recover after he had exhausted all their energy. Long Chen now told them not to attack and to merely intimidate the insect kings so that they wouldn't get close. As expected, once Lei Long and Huo Long appeared, the Bonathorn Bloodmyth King's speed immediately dropped. They didn't dare to get close. But although they were afraid, they were unwilling to let Long Chen off. They continued to chase him. Long Chen didn't know how far he had fled before an abyss appeared in front of him. He quickly pulled back Lei Long, and a pair of lightning wings appeared on his back. He shot across the abyss and onto the next landmass. Once he stepped onto the ground, he looked back. Putting away Huo Long as well, he stared at the Bonathorn Bloodmyth kings that were separated from him by the abyss. He saw that they didn't dare to cross the abyss. The Shao tribe's old tribe leader had told him that these abysses had divine energy within them. Cultivators might not be able to sense that pressure, but magical beasts were very sensitive to it. He had told Long Chen that if he encountered magical beasts that he couldn't defeat, he should cross an abyss as fast as possible. Then he would be safe. Now, Long Chen saw that it really was effective. But at the same time, he quickly formed hand seals, preparing to activate the Raging Flame Prison. If they charged over, he could only rely on that magical art to handle them. If he used his full strength with the Raging Flame Prison, it would definitely be incomparably powerful. But the exhaustion would also be immense. He wouldn't dare to say that he could kill them, but trapping them so he could get away should still be possible. However, using his full strength would exhaust him so much that both his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength might hit rock bottom. Being that weak in such a place was exceedingly dangerous. So Long Chen didn't want to do that unless he was forced. He saw the Bonathorn Bloodmyth kings fly along the edge of the abyss several times, but in the end, they left. Long Chen sighed with relief and wiped off some sweat. Determining where he was, he began rushing off to meet up with Guo Ran. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.